Lin Yue, 30 years old, epitomizes the quintessential urban worker without a home, a car, or any debts, and devoid of family ties. He finds himself utterly lost between the notions of lying flat and giving up on life. It was not until a particularly mundane industry conference that he inadvertently stumbled upon a seemingly ordinary notebook. In an instant, a torrent of vast information flooded his mind, binding him irrevocably to a mysterious entity known as the Heavenly Book. His true essence traverses myriad realms. An absolute spirit guardian watches over him. The threads of fate intertwine, obscuring the celestial secrets. He also gains the opportunity for an annual status record and the chance to replay his life. Is there truly a return for every effort? Is the progress bar distinctly visible? Is this not the very essence of the fairness he has always yearned for? Faced with infinite possibilities, the cautious Lin Yue made his first choice, to venture into the world of my super girlfriend, seizing the opportunity to claim a meteorite from beyond that could bestow superhuman abilities upon him. Strength, speed, flight, and an indestructible body will serve as the foundation for his dominion across the myriad realms, as well as his foremost assurance of safety. However, power is merely the beginning. As he journeys through the endless, he seeks the wisdom-altering NZT-48 upon entering the martial world of the legend of the Condor heroes. He covets the resurrection text, the divine mirror scripture, proclaiming himself the first evil emperor, amassing all forms of martial arts from across the world. Yet, all of this is merely a step toward a loftier goal, to fuse the boundless essence of countless worlds with the profound cultivation system of the East, amalgamating all laws to carve out a unique path to enlightenment. Chapter 1. The Mediocre Body and the Celestial Connection. Lin Yue reflected that his 30 years of existence resembled a cup of tea steeped repeatedly, its color diluted, its flavor thin, with only a residue of tea leaves at the bottom, hinting at a past that may have held some flavor. At 30, devoid of a home, a car, or loans, he is the epitome of a three-no individual, lacking family or friends, much like a mushroom forgotten in the corners of a city forest, existing quietly and unobtrusively without the need for sunlight or rain. He works as a graphic designer at a design firm, tasked with transforming the ethereal feelings of clients into barely palatable images on screens, daily engaging with pixels and the incessant "let's revise it again" messages. Slightly overweight, he embodies the typical sedentary, night-owl figure, often sporting a dazed look of someone who has not fully awakened, coupled with an air of apathy towards the world. His personality is somewhat introverted, rich in internal monologues, yet outwardly composed. To him, lying flat is not a manifesto of rebellion, but rather a mode of energy conservation. Having witnessed too many instances where effort bore no fruit, he simply switched off the energy-consuming program labeled struggle, resigning himself to be a mere backdrop in society. Neither in pain nor in joy, he exists just living. In the afternoon, the department manager, Brother Wang, ambled over and rapped his knuckles against the partition, producing a dull sound. "Shaolin, stop daydreaming, tidy up and come with me to a meeting." Lin Yue lifted his gaze from the abstract graphic on the screen that needed to convey a blend of technological sophistication and humanistic care, pushing his black-framed glasses back up the bridge of his nose. "Brother Wang, what meeting? The client is already demanding the third revision of this design. Put that aside for now, we'll deal with it when we return. It's an industry exchange meeting at the convention center. I've heard the refreshments are provided by a 5-star hotel. It would be a shame to miss out." Brother Wang patted his considerable belly. "The company requires us to send a few representatives to enhance our image and learn about the latest trends. Consider it a sugar boost." Upon hearing about the high-quality free snacks, a flicker of light returned to Lin Yue's otherwise dim eyes. It was certainly preferable to grappling with the computer over the coexistence of high-end elegance and vibrant dynamism. He saved his file, shut down the computer, picked up his phone, and followed Brother Wang along with 2 other colleagues who wore similarly resigned expressions as they exited. The convention center's venue was chilled to perfection, with lighting set just right for presentations. The registration desk was piled high with conference materials. Staff mechanically handed each attendee a thick, brown paper folder. Lin Yue joined the throng and took a bag, which felt heavy in his grasp. Habitually, he sought a seat towards the back, near the aisle, allowing for easy observation of the entire room and an expedient escape to the refreshment area. The folder contained a considerable array of items: the meeting agenda, introductions to guests, brochures from several sponsors, a cheap ballpoint pen emblazoned with a logo, and a black hardcover notebook. The notebook appeared to be a mass-produced conference keepsake, with the conference name and date embossed in gold on its cover, made from ordinary material. As the conference commenced, The guest speakers began discussing artificial intelligence empowering design innovation. The PowerPoint was dazzling, yet the content was largely repetitive. Lin Yue yawned, bored, and began flicking through the materials provided. He shoved the brochures back into the bag, glanced briefly at the agenda before setting it aside, and finally picked up the notebook. The notebook was blank, the paper quality average, exuding the scent of printed materials. He flipped through it absent-mindedly, inwardly critiquing the organizers for their lack of creativity. A USB drive would have been far more practical. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the slightly rough cover and pages. As he drifted into thought, contemplating whether to attack the strawberry tart or conquer the chocolate fountain first during the break, a terrifying, thunderous roar erupted not through his eardrums, but deep within his very consciousness, exploding like a cataclysm. The vibrant visuals of the conference hall, the eloquent speaker, the drowsy audience, and the plush carpet transformed, as if stones were cast into a still lake. The reflections twisted, shattered, and dissipated. An absolute, all-consuming darkness descended, obliterating all senses. In the heart of this disquieting void, a single point of light suddenly ignited, not a physical entity, but rather a condensation of concepts, the manifestation of rules. It lacked a fixed form, at times resembling a vast star map, and at others a swirling chaos, with countless incomprehensible symbols of profound truth rising and falling, intertwining to create a torrent of information that transcended language. A colossal, primal, and chaotic influx of information surged into his consciousness without regard for his capacity to endure. Physical body traverses. Coordinates of myriad realms. True spirit remains. Fog of causality. Space encapsulated. Status anchored. Energy maintained. Choice. Existence. The chaotic stream of information felt like an attempt to forcibly cram countless fragments of worlds into his mind. The intense impact caused his head to throb painfully, his thoughts nearly grinding to a halt. Yet a deeper power stabilized his core consciousness, forcing him to remain awake and passively absorb all of it. There were no names, no system panels, no guiding spirits. Only this most primal, almost rule-like information inundation. This process felt as though it spanned eons, yet was mere moments. "Hey buddy, are you okay? You look pale, sweating profusely. Low blood sugar?" A fellow attendee, also there to kill time, kindly nudged his arm and offered him a piece of individually wrapped cake. "It's from the meeting. Have a little something?" Lin Yue jolted awake, as if surfacing from drowning, gasping for air, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The scene around him returned to normal, the speaker still on stage, the audience still drowsy. The air conditioning chilled his damp skin, sending shivers down his spine. Yet everything had changed. The black hardcover notebook he had held was gone. No, not vanished. He could distinctly feel that complex, radiant, and chaotic collection of rules existing within the depths of his consciousness in a manner he could not comprehend. It was not an object, but rather a permission, a mysterious interface connecting him to the boundless ocean of worlds. The influx of information was overwhelming, leaving him in desperate need of time to sort through and comprehend it all. "Thank you. Perhaps it's a bit stifling, but it's nothing," Lin Yue replied as he accepted the small cake, forcing a smile at the guy next to him, his voice hoarse. He tore open the packaging and mechanically stuffed the cake into his mouth. The cloying sweetness offered him a modicum of comfort. Throughout the latter half of the meeting, he absorbed not a single word. His entire focus was consumed by the arduous task of untangling the mass of information swirling in his mind, coupled with an intense inner turmoil. He concentrated, striving to remember, differentiate, and understand the fragmented bits of information. Core functionality. It could transport my true self to other worlds requiring some form of energy. It could safeguard the essence of my soul from harm. The true spirit endures. It could, to some extent, obscure the causal connections related to me, making it difficult for others to deduce my origins. Causal fog. Auxiliary functionality. A stable personal space of approximately 70 cubic meters. Status recording. It seemed capable of recording my complete state at a specific moment, up to 7 times, but currently, only one recording point was usable. The rest needed energy to illuminate. It included the physical body, energy, and soul imprint. It could record once a year, and I could return to a previously recorded state once. Upon return, memories would remain intact, and it seemed possible to selectively retain certain insights and body memories, though this aspect remained vague. World selection. I could choose which world I wished to visit, but the Heavenly Book interface would only inform me whether that world existed or was reachable. As for the dangers or characteristics of the world, it was indifferent. Energy was the key, but the information was hazy. I only knew my energy was low, sufficient for a limited number of traversals. Source: there was no information indicating its origin or why it had chosen me. There was no name, no interface. All functions required him to explore, comprehend, and activate them himself. That notebook resembled a key, a fuse that unexpectedly ignited a certain latent authority deep within his true spirit, one even he was unaware of. Behind the immense, unimaginable opportunity lay deeper confusion, vigilance, and a hint of uncontrollable restlessness. This concept was too abstract, it lacked even a manual. Yet, the somewhat reserved soul, deep down unwilling to remain merely a background figure, was thoroughly stirred by this sudden turn of events. Choosing a world for myself as long as it exists, I can go. He licked his lips, his eyes shining behind the lenses. Transporting my true self carries immense risk. The first step must be sufficiently safe, and I must quickly acquire the power for self-preservation. He swiftly searched his memory banks, and the name of a relatively safe, modern world where supernatural abilities could be quickly obtained sprang to mind: my super-girlfriend. The superhuman physique brought by that meteorite was simple, direct, and powerful, precisely the ideal safety shield for his current stage. While the Eastern cultivation system aligns more with my long-term aspirations, it progresses slowly, requiring time and resources. Venturing into the first world in search of adventure carries too much uncertainty. He weighed his thoughts quickly. First, I must acquire the superhuman physique, ensuring basic survival, before seeking the true path to longevity in those celestial and martial worlds. This is the more prudent approach. He resolved to be pragmatic and methodical. First, secure survival, then pursue development. This was the most reliable strategy. He stood quietly, forgetting to raid the snack area during the break, his head bowed as he briskly exited the venue, even leaving behind the document bag. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, yet what he felt was an unprecedented sense of urgency and desire for renewal. He needed to return home immediately. He needed to plan meticulously. He needed to prepare the initial and most crucial cornerstone for this sudden adventure into the myriad worlds. Chapter 2. Preparing for Rainy Days. Upon returning to his familiar rented room, Lin Yue locked the door behind him, leaning against it as he slowly sank to the floor, his heart still racing within his chest. The mysterious amalgamation of rules in his consciousness and the adjacent 70 cubic meters of void space reminded him that everything that had transpired was no mere illusion. Great opportunities are accompanied by great risks, especially concerning the transportation of his true self. He forced himself to remain calm. The immediate priorities were threefold: to procure necessary supplies, to enhance his physical capabilities, and most critically, to thoroughly research the first world he had selected, my super-girlfriend, to minimize risks and maximize gains. He quickly listed several idle items on a second-hand platform for immediate sale, then returned to his computer. Instead of first checking survival gear, he took a deep breath and opened the movie page for my super ex-girlfriend. He understood that, compared to a sharp entrenching tool, detailed intelligence was the best safeguard. He did not relax as he usually would while watching a film. Instead, he approached it with the vigor of project research. The movie was set in early 2000s New York, with everything beginning from the Gemini meteor shower. He promptly verified the active period of the meteor shower, noting that its peak typically occurred on mid-December nights. This determined his time anchor for traversal. It had to be in the early morning after the peak of the meteor shower, ensuring the meteorite had already fallen while maximizing the cover of darkness for stealthy action. The location was another crucial factor. In the film, the female protagonist was rescued in Central Park, indicating that the meteorite most likely fell within the park's confines. He pulled up a detailed satellite map of Central Park, filtering out the bustling southern tourist areas and firmly focusing on the densely wooded, topographically complex northern North Woods and Conservatory. These areas were sparsely populated at night, making them ideal for concealing celestial visitors. He meticulously noted several forested edges near small lakes or meadows, where the meteorite's impact might leave more pronounced traces. Regarding the meteorite itself, the film provided limited information, yet it was sufficiently critical: dark, irregular, and seemingly exhibiting internal luminescence after impact, with the method of acquiring abilities being simple and direct contact. This brought him a measure of relief, as no complex rituals would be necessary. However, he also noted that the abilities displayed in the film leaned heavily towards the physical realm, lacking much extravagant energy projection, and that the female protagonist's emotional instability reminded him to exercise self-control after acquiring power. He recognized clearly that this strength resembled a potent but foreign stimulant, a perfect springboard and protective charm, but far from the end goal. His deeper yearning resided in the profound and intricate Eastern cultivation system, seeking enlightenment and longevity, filled with countless beautiful phrases associated with this path. Yet, the first step had to be grounded in absolute certainty. Risk assessment and contingency planning were paramount. The primary risk involved being discovered by early witnesses. The contingency was to utilize darkness and terrain for concealment, acting in the early morning, relying on his initially enhanced physicality and entrenching tool for non-lethal evasion or suppression. The secondary risk was the potential minor attention drawn by the meteorite's fall, such as fires or abnormal reports, necessitating swift action post-acquisition. His greatest trump card, however, was the Heavenly Book's return function. As he meticulously mulled over details and simulated various scenarios, the funds from the sale of his second-hand items began to arrive. His procurement goals became exceedingly clear. Based on the vast space and limited budget, he aimed for extreme practicality and cost-effectiveness. After acquiring an entrenching tool, a powerful flashlight, first aid supplies, high-energy food, and a large-capacity power bank, he unpacked and organized everything. The 70 cubic meters of space was only occupied by a small corner, appearing spacious and full of potential. Simultaneously, he commenced an impromptu regimen of physical training. Though the duration was brief, it was sufficient to enhance his foundational reflexes and stamina. During this interval, he persistently endeavored to communicate with the Book of Heaven, seeking to confirm its world selection functionality. As he concentrated his thoughts on my super girlfriend, envisioning Central Park in New York at dawn after the meteor shower, a vague feedback resonated from the book, affirming its existence and traversability. With all preparations complete, he took a leave of absence, informing his friends of his intention to venture into the mountains for inspiration. Standing in the center of his living room, he mentally reviewed the entire plan, his consciousness sweeping over the neatly arranged supplies within the space. At the moment just before his intent would plunge into the book to issue the traversal command, a crucial thought struck him. Wait, the status recording. He felt a sudden jolt. The information in the book states that it can document my complete state once a year. Upon return, my memories will be preserved, and I can choose to inherit insights or even energy. This feature, seemingly a restart remedy for regrets, bore a deeper significance as an ultimate safeguard. Traversing in my true form involves unknown risks. Even if I acquire superhuman abilities, what if those powers harbor hidden, irreversible, and terrifying side effects? What if I become tainted by something bizarre? A clear notion crystallized in his mind. He must record his most original, unaltered human state before embarking on any extraordinary endeavors. This recording point would become his final refuge, his trump card. Regardless of how formidable he might become in the future, this initial level 1 save point must be preserved without exception. With this resolution, he hesitated no longer. Focusing his intent, he communicated with the collective of rules, issuing a profoundly solemn command concerning his future. Record. Document my current self, Lin Yue, in the most primordial, unaltered state of human body and soul, untouched by any supernatural forces. The moment the command was issued, he sensed a subtle fluctuation from the collective of rules, an ineffable power coursing through him, as if every detail of his being, from flesh to spirit, was perfectly imprinted, solidifying as the first of 7 recording points. This point emanated a pure, ordinary, yet extraordinarily precious aura of an anchor. Having accomplished this, the last vestige of unease dissipated from his heart, replaced by an unprecedented sense of stability. The trump card had been secured regardless of whether the path ahead led to an abyss or paradise. He now possessed the ultimate right to withdraw. Now, he was ready to embark on his journey. His gaze grew resolute and keen, his intent once again delving into the book, into the collective of rules, as he issued a clear directive. Select world, my super girlfriend. Time point. After the peak of the Gemini meteor shower, Central Park in New York, North Woods area. Traverse. Chapter 3. An encounter in New York at dawn. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, Lin Yue's feet touched the soft, icy ground. A subtle em-lang of earthy aromas, decaying leaves, and distant urban exhaust permeated the air, filling his nostrils. The persistent, low-frequency hum of the metropolis resonated in his ears. Yet nearby, only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind and a few distant barks of dogs could be heard. The surroundings were shrouded in dim light, with only sparse moonbeams filtering through the dense canopy, casting sporadic patches of illumination. He found himself amidst a lush woodland. Success. Central Park, New York. It was the early hours of the morning. Lin Yue's senses heightened instantaneously. He instinctively crouched down, seeking refuge in the shadow of a grand tree while swiftly scanning his surroundings. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the area. There were no sirens, no uproar, and certainly no chaos from a meteorite impact. This suggested that his timing might be impeccable. The meteorite had fallen, yet had not drawn widespread attention. He promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight and an entrenching tool from his spatial storage, but refrained from activating the flashlight immediately, allowing his eyes to acclimatize to the darkness. After days of training and mental fortitude, his nocturnal vision appeared somewhat enhanced. He recalled the focal points of his analysis and began to cautiously search outward from the landing site. His senses were acutely attuned, scanning for broken trees, charred impact marks, and scrutinizing the air for any hint of anomalous ozone or burnt scents. Minutes ticked by, and after approximately half an hour of searching, having expanded his range by several hundred meters, he remained empty-handed. The chill of the early morning began to seep in, yet his inner fervor intensified. Suddenly, he halted. The air seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible scent reminiscent of electrical short-circuiting ozone. His spirits lifted. He immediately followed the scent's direction, proceeding with increased caution. He noticed that the trees in this direction exhibited varying degrees of scorching. The aroma grew increasingly pronounced. At last, in the heart of a denser thicket, he beheld it. Several branches had been distinctly broken, and the ground bore a relatively shallow but freshly disturbed pit. At the center of the pit lay a stone, roughly the size of a basketball, blackened and irregular in shape, half buried in the earth. Most striking of all were the fissures on the stone's surface, through which a faint, almost molten orange glow emanated. The ozone scent originated from this very spot. He had found it. It matched the characteristics depicted in films perfectly. Lin Yue's heart raced anew. Rather than succumbing to euphoria, he suppressed his excitement and meticulously surveyed the vicinity once more, straining his ears for any sound. Silence. Only the whisper of the wind through the treetops broke the stillness. Once he confirmed his safety, he swiftly approached, donning thick thermal gloves retrieved from his spatial storage. He carefully cleared the loose soil and debris surrounding the meteorite with his entrenching tool, then extracted the glowing, energy-emitting meteorite in its entirety. It felt heavy in his grasp, yet a gentle warmth radiated through the gloves, contrary to the anticipated scorching heat. The pivotal moment had arrived. He removed his right glove without hesitation and firmly placed his palm against the rough, warm fissure of the meteorite, where the light shone most brilliantly. A resounding hum erupted, a torrent of immense energy surging into his body. His cells danced, his senses exploded, and a torrent of power coursed through him, an indescribable sensation of transcendent life. This process lasted less than a minute. Once the energy fully integrated within him, Lin Yue opened his eyes, and the world had irrevocably changed. Night transformed into day. Power surged through his entire being. With a gentle leap, he effortlessly reached a branch 5 meters high. Superhuman strength, successfully acquired. Without a moment's delay, he promptly executed the next step of his plan, erasing traces. With a spade in hand, he swiftly dug a deep pit, burying the now dim and ordinary charred remnants of the meteorite deep within. Meticulously compacting the soil and covering it with fallen leaves and broken branches to restore its original appearance as much as possible. Having completed this task, the sky was still dark. The overwhelming sense of power coursed through him, granting an unprecedented feeling of security. The first step towards self-preservation was accomplished, and he felt a modicum of reassurance. Yet, this externally acquired ability left him feeling somewhat ungrounded, far less reassuring than the strength he had painstakingly cultivated through his own efforts. This only strengthened his resolve to seek out the Eastern cultivation system. At that moment, an unexpected thought emerged. Since he was already here, and endowed with this newfound strength, perhaps he should direct his gaze toward Manhattan. The next objective, startup capital. With his superhuman stamina and acute senses, he moved like a shadow in the night, deftly evading all surveillance and sporadic vehicles, racing toward the most bustling area of New York. His target was not a conventional bank or jewelry store, as those pose high risks and left heavy traces. Relying on his memory and a map, he located an inconspicuous pawn shop and gold trading point, rumored to cater to select clients and brimming with inventory. Such establishments often harbored significant amounts of cash and hard currency. In the back alley, the heavy alloy safe door yielded to his might as if it were made of paper. Exercising control over his strength, he silently tore open the entrance. ignoring the jewels and trinkets. His gaze locked onto the safe in the corner. After a violent breach, he discovered neatly stacked gold bars, each weighing a kilogram. A rough estimate revealed over 100 kilograms. Collect. With a mere thought, space opened before him, and all the gold bars were swiftly whisked away. This immense fortune was instantly at his disposal, occupying merely a small corner of space. He quickly retreated, leaving no trace behind, and returned to the secluded woodland of Central Park. The dawn was approaching. It was time to test whether he could return. His mind sank into the Celestial Tome. Return. The familiar sensation of temporal and spatial transformation enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the crisp morning air of New York transformed into the familiar, slightly dusty scent of home. Outside the window, the familiar neon lights of the city still flickered, and the computer screen glowed as if only an instant had passed. He had succeeded. Not only had he brought back superhuman strength, but also the heavy gold from the space. Lin Yue stood in the center of the living room, feeling the surging power within him. His gaze was no longer clouded by confusion and lethargy, but instead radiated with determination and a hint of anticipation. The gateway to countless realms had been opened for him, and he had confidently taken the crucial first step. The next endeavor was to seek out the path that he could truly grasp, a path that would lead him to ascend step by step. Chapter 4. The Soul Anchor and the Path of Power. After a brief sensation of dizziness, Lin Yue found himself back in the familiar confines of his living room. Everything looked the same as it had when he departed. The computer screen still glowed faintly. A half-filled glass of water sat cool and still on the table, and the city's neon lights outside continued to flicker silently, as if the breathtaking journey through New York and his newly empowered body were merely a vivid dream. He stood quietly for a moment, closing his eyes to keenly sense the changes within his physique. The power that once surged uncontrollably had transformed into a tranquil and restrained force, ready to burst forth at the slightest intention, effortlessly modulated. He gently clenched his fist, distinctly feeling the explosive energy embedded within each muscle fiber, yet perfectly contained within his palm, not spilling forth easily. His senses remained extraordinarily acute. He could hear the honking of cars several streets away, the sounds of a neighbor's television show from downstairs, and even the faint rustle of dust falling through the air. His vision was astounding. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive the intensity of light through his eyelids, constructing a rough outline of the room in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, the darkness appeared as bright as day, every detail sharp and discernible, while his mind adeptly filtered out unnecessary distractions, focusing solely on what he needed without feeling overwhelmed by excess information. This supreme control over his body instilled a profound sense of peace and confidence. He took note of his body's consumption. His superhuman physique utilized energy with remarkable efficiency, sparing him from the anticipated overwhelming hunger. Ordinary sustenance sufficed to maintain this formidable state, which relieved him, for an increase in appetite would pose significant challenges in the mundane world. His consciousness swept through the realm of the Celestial Tome. Within the 70 cubic meters of space, survival supplies were meticulously arranged in a corner, while gold and raw diamonds silently accumulated on the other side, emanating a weighty glow that signified another substantial gain. The immense wealth and extraordinary power he possessed did not intoxicate him. Rather, the perspective afforded by the Celestial Tome, combined with his inherently cautious nature, rendered him even more composed and lucid. He understood that these treasures were only resources when they could be safely utilized. Otherwise, they could become a source of peril. The real world is my sanctuary and resting point, he reminded himself once more. Here, maintaining a low profile and blending in with the ordinary was the best form of protection. Power could be harnessed to discreetly enhance life, but it must never be exposed to the public eye, lest it invite endless troubles. With practiced skill, he began to attend to the aftermath of his recent experiences. First, he picked up his phone and sent a pre-prepared message to the work group, informing them of his exhaustion due to poor signal in the mountains, accompanied by a wry smiley face to explain his recent absence. Subsequently, he discarded the outdoor clothing and trousers, soiled with mud and grass from New York, into the washing machine, adding an ample amount of detergent and selecting the heavy-duty wash mode. Following this, he retreated to the bathroom, turned on the water heater, and indulged in a thorough shower, scrubbing himself clean from head to toe, ensuring that no trace of foreign elements remained, such as peculiar pollen, soil particles, or other imperceptible evidence. After completing these tasks, he finally relaxed, a wave of fatigue from heightened tension slowly enveloping him. Collapsing onto the sofa, he intended merely to rest his eyes for a moment, but ended up dozing off for half an hour. His remarkable recuperative powers were indeed astonishing. The brief rest revitalized him, imbuing him with renewed vigor and vitality. As was his custom, he strolled into the kitchen, peered into the refrigerator to assess its contents, and prepared a simple meal for himself, frying an egg, boiling a bowl of noodles, and blanching a few greens. While dining, he was particularly attentive, noting that his appetite had not significantly increased due to his altered constitution, which reassured him further. His focus then shifted back to the gold within the celestial space. Remaining idle was not an option. It was imperative to exchange some for cash to meet immediate living expenses and to prepare for future necessities. With a mere thought, he extracted the smallest gold bar from the pile and selected the least conspicuous, darkest diamond from the bags of rough stones. The following morning, he donned the most ordinary attire, appearing somewhat worn, and meticulously wrapped the gold bar and diamond in a few yellowed newspapers before placing them into a reusable, non-woven grocery bag adorned with a supermarket logo. He then set off towards the city's renowned Old Street, known for its eclectic mix of second-hand goods. The thoroughfare was lined with shops that exuded age, offering a variety of wares amidst a cacophony of noise. After browsing for a while, he ultimately chose a quaint little shop with a dilapidated facade and a glass counter obscured with grime, where the proprietor, an elderly man with reading glasses, dozed behind the counter. Upon entering, he was greeted by a mixture of the scent of antiquities and dust, affecting a casual demeanor. He placed the newspaper-wrapped items on the counter and lowered his voice, expressing his need to part with some old belongings for urgent cash. The old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of interest as he unveiled the gold bar and diamond. He picked up a magnifying glass and a touchstone, feigning meticulous examination for quite some time before embarking on a relentless attempt to haggle, claiming the gold's purity was mediocre and the diamond size was insufficient. Lin Yue was aware of the charade, but chose not to engage in a protracted dispute. His aim was to convert the items swiftly and securely, rather than to pursue maximum profit. After a careful and seemingly tense negotiation, he ultimately departed the shop with 100,000 in cash. Although the price was significantly below market value, he prioritized safety above all, deeming it essential to avoid any unnecessary attention. Clutching the 100,000 yuan in cash, he did not hasten homeward, but instead ventured into a large chain supermarket. There, he pushed a shopping cart, replenishing his supplies with ample bottled water, compressed biscuits, chocolate bars, beef jerky, and other high-energy, long-lasting provisions to make up for what he had previously consumed. Subsequently, he visited a specialized outdoor gear store to procure superior quality rain jackets and pants, hiking shoes and socks, as well as a more sophisticated multi-tool. Upon returning to his residence, he meticulously removed unnecessary packaging from all the newly acquired supplies, categorizing and organizing them before storing them in the 70 cubic meters of space within his celestial book. Observing the replenished stock in one corner of that space, he felt a significant sense of reassurance. In the ensuing days, during the stillness of the night, he continued to finely tune his control over his burgeoning powers. In the early hours, he would quietly make his way to abandoned factories or the rooftops of towering buildings to test the precision of his strength output, his leaping distance and landing control, as well as his ability to maneuver and avoid obstacles at high speeds. His superhuman physique allowed him to master these control techniques at an astonishing rate, soon achieving feats with effortless grace and leaving no trace in the snow. Simultaneously, he embarked on deeper contemplations regarding the future and the next world. His superhuman body provided an absolute guarantee of safety and a solid foundation for action. The next step was to urgently address his intellectual capacities. He tapped his finger against his temple, pondering wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and the ability to learn. If he truly possessed superhuman abilities, there would be no need for such convolutions. A superbrain would resolve everything. Yet at this stage, all he had was this counterfeit. He was acutely aware that the Eastern cultivation systems he yearned for were intricate and esoteric, involving concepts such as meridians, internal energy, and the realms of consciousness, many of which modern science struggles to elucidate. Without sufficiently robust learning and comprehension abilities, Even if the secret manuals of divine arts lay before him, they might as well be written in an incomprehensible script. Blind practice could lead to disastrous missteps and madness. The world of Limitless and its 48 medications naturally became his primary target. With a modern backdrop and relatively controllable dangers, his current superhuman physique was more than adequate to confront potential threats from gangs or drug traffickers in that world. Furthermore, the extreme enhancement in learning, memory, reasoning, and application that these drugs promised perfectly aligned with his most pressing needs. Once more, he seated himself before the computer, delving deeply into the film Limitless. This time, his focus diverged from previous analyses. He concentrated on the core effects of the medication. He emphasized the portrayal of enhanced learning, information processing, and application abilities, maintaining a rational perspective toward the film's somewhat exaggerated depiction of omniscience and instantaneous insight, recognizing it as more artistic embellishment. The intrinsic value lay in the explosive, short-term development of brain potential for the absorption and comprehension of existing knowledge. On the side of adverse effects, he paid particular attention to the negative impacts on the body, the severe headaches, intense physiological dependency, and eventual physical collapse as depicted in the film. He speculated that his true spirit guardian might be capable of withstanding chaos on a mental level, emotional instability, and memory obfuscation. However, this affliction, which seemed akin to a severe toxic side effect targeting the physical body, would likely not be entirely immune. Fortunately, with his superhuman regenerative abilities and cellular vitality, he should be able to significantly diminish the intensity of these side effects and shorten their duration, provided he refrains from frequent abuse. He ought to rely on his body's inherent capacity to gradually recuperate and return to its original state. As for the likelihood of improvement, he did not expect to immediately reverse engineer a flawless version based solely on the effects of the 48. In the film, Eddie was fortunate enough to stumble upon a solution. His primary objective was to exploit the extraordinarily efficient window of time afforded by the drug's effects to fervently absorb knowledge, particularly in the realms of fundamental sciences, languages, logic, and intelligence analysis, thus laying a solid foundation for his future journeys across myriad worlds, or, at the very least, establishing a reliable channel for obtaining the 48 in this realm. The plan began to crystallize in his mind. To enter that world, locate Eddie Mora or discern the source of his drug, and acquire the 48. He would then utilize the drug's effect window to exhaustively absorb knowledge, while relying on his superhuman physique to combat and mitigate the inevitable adverse reactions his body would encounter. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the stringent limitations of the recording function of the Celestial Tome. He had but a singular opportunity for an initial record, which he had already consumed prior to traversing into the world of my supergirlfriend, capturing his most primitive, unenhanced state as an ordinary human. This recording point served as his ultimate fallback and insurance, an absolute line that must not be overwritten. Henceforth, he could no longer archive his superhuman condition or any new abilities he might acquire. Each new journey would necessitate confronting the unknown risks of countless worlds in his current, most formidable state. Should he employ the return function, any newly acquired powers would vanish, retaining only memories and insights. This undoubtedly heightened the risk factor of future explorations, compelling him to approach each destination choice and the decision to acquire new powers with greater caution and foresight. He vaguely sensed that following his last traversal, the energy of the Celestial Tome had diminished significantly, lacking the initial abundance it once possessed. As for energy restoration, he seemed to have discerned a pattern. The longer he lingered in the traversed world, the greater the impact and changes wrought by his actions, resulting in stronger causal fluctuations, thereby enhancing the speed and total amount of energy restored to the tome. This mechanism required further practical validation. A few days later, when his resources were sufficiently prepared, his physical state optimally adjusted, and he had conducted as much research as possible on the target world, Lin Yue felt the moment was ripe. Standing in the center of the living room, he surveyed the neatly arranged provisions and the remarkable power coursing within him. The singular point that represented his ordinary past, the primitive human, quietly resided within the Celestial Tome, serving as his eternal anchor and the source of his audacity to venture forth. He chose the world, the endless cinematic universe. Time frame: the protagonist, Eddie Mora, has already consumed 48 doses, and the plot has unfolded, yet he has yet to address the issue of side effects. A flash of white light envelopes him, and the living room is once again devoid of presence. A new adventure is on the cusp of beginning. Chapter 5. The torrent of knowledge and the cost to the body. After a brief episode of weightlessness and dizziness, Lin Yue finds himself standing in a damp, filthy alley, permeated with the stench of rotting garbage and urine. The cacophony characteristic of a bustling metropolis assaults his ears. The incessant roar of car engines, blaring horns, the distant clamor of construction sites, and the surging tide of voices, all crashing into his superhuman auditory perception. A medley of complex olfactory molecules, exhaust fumes, the aroma of coffee, spices from nearby food stalls, fragrances, and the pungent odor of refuse intensely stimulate his sense of smell. Regaining his composure swiftly, his enhanced senses function like an intricate radar, swiftly scanning his surroundings, confirming the environment is relatively safe, devoid of threats, while also assuring him that his extraordinary physique remains intact, with power coursing steadily within him. He strides out of the alley, seamlessly blending into the hurried throngs on the sidewalk. His superhuman vision sweeps past a newsstand, swiftly identifying the date. The television news broadcasting from shop window, capturing headline information and discerning the model of smartphones in the hands of passersby, thus gauging the technological landscape. In mere moments, he deduces the current time and geographical location, New York City. His primary objective, locate Eddie Mora. Scanning the area, he soon spots a small internet CAF that appears to be poorly managed, requiring no intricate registration. He enters, utilizing cash to establish a temporary account on the oldest machine in the corner. Once seated, he harnesses his extraordinary dynamic vision and information processing speed, recalling cinematic plots, and inputs keywords into the search engine, efficiently filtering and seeking information. The internet is replete with convoluted and redundant data, yet for him, navigating through this information is effortless. Ultimately, in the comments section of a long-forgotten local lifestyle forum, he uncovers a valuable lead. A user casually mentioned that a once destitute writer near Thompson Street seems to have recently struck it rich, now mingling with Wall Street elites. Their words tinged with envy and resentment. Thompson Street, the target area, is locked in. He immediately rises from the machine, exits the CAF, and finds a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. With a slight shift of his form, the next moment sees him dashing at a velocity imperceptible to the average eye, not merely running, but executing a combination of super leaps and precise foot placements, navigating seamlessly between the exteriors of skyscrapers, fire escapes, and low rooftops, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake, rendering him almost invisible. In mere minutes, he traverses several blocks, arriving at the Thompson Street area of Greenwich Village. He opts for the edge of a rooftop on the top floor of a commercial building as his temporary observation point, offering a panoramic view of the sprawling streets below. Superb vision and hearing function like invisible probes, meticulously scanning the streets below, automatically filtering out irrelevant noise while precisely capturing snippets of conversations related to a specific name. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, dusk descended and the city lights began to twinkle. Just as Lin Yue contemplated broadening his search radius, his target emerged. A man clad in a well-tailored, expensive dark suit, his hair impeccably styled, exuding sharpness and confidence, with a steady and powerful gait. He exited a high-end dry-cleaning establishment, carrying a suit neatly encased in a protective garment bag. This was Eddie Mora, radiating brilliance in the throes of his drug's peak effect. Rather than acting immediately, Lin Yue assumed the role of the most patient hunter, lingering at a distance. He adeptly concealed himself amidst the crowd and the shadows of the street corners, effortlessly tailing Eddie, ultimately noting the precise location of the respectable apartment building to which he returned. Over the ensuing 2 days, Lin Yue conducted near-comprehensive surveillance on Eddie Mora. He discerned Eddie's daily routine, the times he departed for a renowned securities firm, the specific CAFs and restaurants he frequented for lunch, whether he visited an upscale gym in the evenings, and the approximate hour he returned to his apartment. More crucially, through his enhanced hearing, he gleaned fragmented words from Eddie's occasional phone calls on the street or in the apartment. Manny, next shipment, same place, cash. These snippets collectively pointed toward a drug dealer named Manny and a potential drug supply chain. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the long-awaited opportunity finally presented itself. Eddie, deviating from his usual path to the office or gym, donned a relatively casual yet still costly outfit, his demeanor betraying an unmistakable air of anxiety and restlessness. He hailed a taxi, announcing a destination in a Brooklyn neighborhood notorious for its chaos and high crime rate. Lin Yue felt a surge of intrigue and, like a specter, silently followed suit, matching the pace of the city's traffic with ease. The taxi halted on a dilapidated street cluttered with refuse. Upon exiting, Eddie warily glanced around before swiftly entering a weathered shared apartment building with peeling paint. Lin Yue opted not to enter through the front door. Instead, he stealthily scaled the exterior wall like a gecko, precisely locating himself beside a third-floor window from which voices emanated. He nestled into the shadows, focusing his acute hearing to capture the conversation clearly. "Last chance, Manny. I warn you. I've told you, I no longer require this." Eddie's voice strained to convey toughness. It was laced with suppressed anger and a barely perceptible longing for the substance. "Come on, Eddie," came a sneering, mocking retort, presumably from Manny. "Look at you now, all dressed up, driving nice cars, charming beautiful women. Do you think all this comes for free? Without my little pills, you're still that worthless guy who can't even pay his rent and got dumped by his girlfriend. Same price as always, not a penny less. Or you can just get lost." A profound silence enveloped the phone call, punctuated solely by Eddie's labored breaths. After a brief interlude, the sound of a bill counter gliding emerged. Or perhaps it was the rapid motion of fingers skimming over the currency. "Damn it." Eddie's voice resonated with humiliation and resentment. "Just this once. I warn you, do not dare to seek me out again." The door was abruptly yanked open with a sharp click, and Eddie's countenance was darkened by an ominous shadow, tightly clutching a small bag as he hurried down the stairs, as if he wished to escape this place without a moment's delay. At this juncture, Lin Yue's focus pivoted decidedly towards the drug dealer within, known as Manny. He descended like a feather from the window, approached the door, and rapped 3 times with his knuckles, neither too forcefully nor too gently. "Who is it?" Manny's impatience was palpable as he pulled the door ajar, his words laced with irritation. But they faltered in his throat upon encountering the serene visage of an unfamiliar young Asian man. Lin Yue remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he extended his right index finger towards the mottled brick wall, seemingly nonchalant as he gently prodded it. A soft pop resonated, akin to the sound of puncturing a thick paper bag. A perfectly smooth, circular hole, several centimeters deep, materialized on the hard brick surface, devoid of any cracks or debris. Manny's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. All his prior bravado and impatience evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Beads of cold sweat suddenly beating on his forehead. Was this even human? "Just those pills you had." Lin Yue's voice was calm and unruffled, as though he had merely rung a doorbell. "How many do you possess?" "I want them all." "There's not much left, just these," Manny stammered, his tongue tripping over itself in fear as he scurried back inside, retrieving a small, transparent, sealed bag from a cleverly concealed wall compartment, containing approximately a dozen pristine white pills. Trembling violently, he extended it towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue accepted the bag and cast a glance at its contents. "Everything you know about this drug, its origins, who the suppliers are, and who else is distributing it. Tell me without omission." Under the overwhelming intimidation of Lin Yue's inhuman presence, Manny's mental defenses crumbled, and he divulged every piece of information he possessed: his supplier's name, Igor, the general area of operation, typical meeting points, several scattered distribution locations, as well as details about the drug's potency and its severe side effects, his words spilling forth in a frantic rush, fearful that any delay might result in a fate akin to that of the brick wall. Having acquired all the necessary information and the drugs, Lin Yue cast one last penetrating glance at the crumpled Manny on the ground, his voice remaining flat yet laced with an undeniable chill. "Forget that I was ever here today. If Eddie Mora or anyone else seeks you out regarding today's events, you know the consequences. Understood? I will absolutely forget. I saw nothing." Manny, terrified to the brink of wetting himself, wished to bury his head into the ground. Lin Yue ceased to utter further words, turning away, his figure flickering before vanishing into the shadows of the staircase with a speed akin to that of a specter. Upon returning to the modest short-term rental he had temporarily secured with cash, he locked the door behind him and drew the curtains tightly. He gazed at the bag of 48 in his hand, which glimmered faintly under the light, yet refrained from immediate consumption. Even with his superhuman physique as a formidable trump card, exercising utmost caution remained paramount when confronted with such a potent chemical substance, the effects of which were both intense and uncertain. He first extracted a single tablet, meticulously scraping off a small amount of powder with a blade, and cautiously attempted it with a sip of plain water from the table. He was aware that this was scientifically unsound, yet his superhuman constitution afforded him the confidence to experiment. The powder bore no distinctive taste upon entry, and after a few minutes, his body exhibited no abnormal reactions. It seemed that he would need to ingest the entire tablet for it to take effect. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately made his decision. He could not document the current state of his superhuman physique. The only record point had long been utilized to anchor his ordinariness. Thus, he could only proceed with direct experimentation. He regulated his breathing, restoring his mind to tranquility, and focused his thoughts. He then placed a whole 48 into his mouth, swallowing it down with the prepared warm water. The tablet slid down his esophagus into his stomach. In the initial seconds, he felt nothing, as if he had merely swallowed an ordinary sugar pill. Then, with a resounding boom, it was as though an invisible gate deep within his brain had been forcefully flung open. It was not an explosive impact, but rather an extraordinarily smooth, lucid, and transparent sensation, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, sweeping through his entire consciousness in an instant. The world around him became clearer in his perception. Yet this clarity did not stem from an enhancement of his senses. Rather, it originated from a qualitative leap in his understanding. All the information flooding into his brain, the subtle cracks in the walls of knowledge, the meanings of the codes on the computer screen, the patterns of distant traffic noise outside, transformed from passive reception into instantaneous analysis, dissection, classification, and indelible imprints in his memory. Every fragment of knowledge he had ever seen, heard, or even merely caught a glimpse of from the corner of his eye was unearthed from the dust of memory, becoming remarkably organized, automatically establishing logical connections among themselves, as if ready to be summoned, combined, and applied at will. The process of learning became as natural, efficient, and instinctive as breathing itself. An overwhelming sense of clarity and control pervaded his consciousness, akin to the ultimate capability for learning and application. It felt as though a powerful supercomputer had been activated within his mind. He wasted not a single second. Immediately, he opened his laptop and connected to the internet. His fingers danced across the keyboard, becoming indistinguishable blurs to the naked eye, typing at a speed far exceeding the limits of human capability. The screen flickered incessantly, scrolling through academic databases, programming tutorials, financial data charts, medical anatomical diagrams, philosophical literature, and physical chemistry formulas. He commenced an ardent quest to download, browse, and absorb every fragment of publicly available knowledge he could find, from foundational sciences to cutting-edge theories, from applied engineering to the humanities and social sciences. His mind transformed into an insatiable and efficient information processing center, voraciously consuming, comprehending, and retaining the vast expanse of knowledge. Learning itself emerged as the sole prevailing theme. Simultaneously, he allocated a fraction of his cognitive capacity to study and analyze the very substance of his experience, based on the sporadic information gleaned from films, the sensations described by Manny, and the extant public knowledge of neuropharmacology and organic chemistry. He endeavored to deduce the potential mechanisms of action and the principles underlying the side effects. He keenly understood that the primary enhancement lay in his learning, memory, and application abilities, rather than in the whimsical and unfounded creativity of conjuring a flawless formula to counteract side effects within the brief window of the drug's efficacy. His ambitions were decidedly pragmatic: to comprehend its principles as deeply as possible, to memorize all pertinent knowledge nodes, and to lay a solid informational foundation for any future opportunities that may arise. During the drug's effectiveness, the concept of time became nebulous, as if accelerated. He was wholly immersed in this unprecedented intellectual revelry, oblivious to everything around him. After approximately 4 to 5 hours, a subtle yet perceptible stagnation in his fluid thought process emerged for the first time. A dull, gradually intensifying ache began to manifest at the temples. The drug's effects were waning, revealing the physical side effects. Lin Yue furrowed his brow but remained unperturbed. The intensity of this headache was far milder than the excruciating agony depicted by ordinary users in films, resembling instead a profound fatigue following a sustained period of intense mental labor. His superhuman constitution indeed significantly mitigated its harmful effects. He persevered, utilizing the final vestiges of the drug's efficacy to meticulously document all the key information he had just assimilated, potential molecular pathways of action, alongside the names of several compounds that, based on existing public research, might assist in alleviating physiological dependence. With an impeccable and orderly script akin to printed text, he recorded his findings in a portable notebook. As the last trace of the drug receded like a retreating tide, the headache became pronounced. Waves of sharp pain accompanied by a slight nausea surged from his stomach. Deeper still, a physiological emptiness and an inexplicable craving emerged, marking the nascent signs of drug dependency. Yet all these discomforts remained within a bearable realm, requiring willpower to dismiss, but not leading to collapse. The true spiritual guardianship ensured his emotional stability remained steadfast, preventing any mental confusion, anxiety, irritability, or memory lapses. His cognitive logic remained intact. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, silently enduring the waves of discomfort that assailed him. Superman's recuperative powers have quietly commenced their work. He can sense that the discomfort stemming from the drug's toxicity is gradually, albeit slowly, dissipating. It appears that even his extraordinary physiology is not entirely immune to the chemical side effects that directly impact the physiological level. He meticulously observes the changes within his body, reaching a clear conclusion. The effects have been mitigated to a manageable and controllable degree. Moving forward, he must impose stringent limitations on the frequency of use, allowing ample time for his body to naturally eliminate the toxins and restore equilibrium after each dosage. Despite the physical discomfort he endures, his gaze is remarkably bright, brimming with a sense of fulfillment from his gains. This venture is undoubtedly a success. He has successfully acquired and personally experienced the extraordinary learning effects, while also confirming his limits regarding side effects and recuperative capacity. More importantly, in the moment when the drug's effects completely wane and his thoughts descend from that hyper-efficient state back to normalcy, a previously suppressed notion, overshadowed by the potent effects, suddenly crystallizes in clarity, like a flash of lightning in the darkness. Wait a moment. The worldview of Endless seems not to be confined solely to that singular film. I recall there was indeed a spin-off television series. The series presents a more detailed setting, with more episodes, and it appears to explicitly mention a substance called a stabilizer, a drug that can stabilize the effects and significantly alleviate the terrifying side effects. This sudden realization makes his heart leap. The cinematic universe merely presents the problems it engenders, while the television realm likely harbors the true key to safely utilizing this wisdom-enhancing adjunct and resolving side effects. The objective of this third world becomes exceedingly clear, distinct, and urgent at that moment. Chapter 6, Energy Experimentation. In the rules of other worlds, Lin Yue reclined against the chair's back, enduring the waves of pain and nausea inflicted by the 48 side effects. The sensation was unpleasant, yet it paled in comparison to the hellish experiences described by ordinary users in the film. Superman's recuperative abilities are slowly yet steadfastly at work, akin to an invisible custodian, gradually washing away the chemical toxins within his body. He keenly assesses this discomfort, silently concluding, "It seems that even his extraordinary constitution cannot withstand this direct assault on the nervous and cellular levels. Yet it can indeed be subdued to a bearable and recoverable degree. Henceforth, this substance cannot be employed frequently. After each use, he must grant his body a reprieve to cleanse itself thoroughly. Although his body feels unwell, his mind resembles a freshly organized library, clear and enriched. The vast knowledge absorbed during those few hours of efficient study, though devoid of the miraculous sensation of instantaneous comprehension, remains vividly retained in his memory. This tangible sense of achievement alleviates his physical discomfort. Moreover, the thought that emerged at the ebbing of the drug's effects regarding the television adaptation of Endless and the stabilizer now takes root within him like a seed, rapidly sprouting. If such a stabilizer truly exists, then the dilemma posed by the 48 side effects would be effortlessly resolved. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. The cinematic realm had provided him only with drugs and enigmas. The answers, perhaps, lay within the domain of television. His next objective was crystal clear. Yet at this moment, he remained ensconced in the film world of Endless. Since he had come this far, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. The meager collection of a dozen or so pills scavenged from Manny would suffice for only a few uses, and he had to conserve them. He needed to devise a means to acquire more supplies, preferably from a stable source. Moreover, he harbored a more pressing hypothesis regarding the energy restoration of the Celestial Tome that required validation. During his previous traversal to the world of my supergirlfriend, he had distinctly sensed a significant depletion of the tome's energy, a stark contrast to the abundant vitality it possessed at the onset of their binding. This energy was the essence of his transits. Without it, he would be trapped within a singular world. It was imperative to ascertain how to recharge it. He pondered. Was the energy consumption solely a consequence of the act of traversing itself, or was it also influenced by the duration of his stay in the alternate realm? Perhaps it was contingent upon the magnitude of his actions within that world. If he were to slip in and out quietly, would the energy recovery be sluggish? Conversely, if he were to create a significant commotion, altering the very fabric of the timeline, might the energy restore itself more rapidly? This conjecture was crucial, as it would dictate his future strategies for traversing. Should he remain an invisible observer or become an active participant? He resolved to explore this. In that moment, Lin Yue glanced at the bag in his possession, recognizing that he could simultaneously procure drugs while testing his hypothesis regarding energy restoration. He decided to linger in this world for a while longer, seeking to amass more supplies while validating his theories. His immediate priority was to secure a greater quantity. Manny, that coward, likely had little stock left, so it was essential to trace the source. From the information Manny had divulged in his fear, Lin learned of a fellow named Vino, who operated in a far more chaotic sector of Brooklyn and was rumored to possess a substantial inventory. Vino was far more cautious than Manny, with his stronghold concealed deep within a dilapidated warehouse district, guarded by two lethargic yet vigilant lookout thugs. However, this posed little challenge for Lin Yue. He bypassed the entrance altogether, slipping silently through a ventilation duct like a shadow in the night, landing soundlessly. Inside, Vino was engrossed in counting his accounts on a computer, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding the demeanor of a petty tyrant. It was only when Lin Yue's finger punctured the solid iron filing cabinet before him, leaving a distinct impression, that Vino's bravado crumbled, his face paling to a ghostly white. Even more wretched than Manny, he nearly wept as he surrendered all his inventory. A metal box hidden within a concealed compartment that contained neatly stacked 50 or 60 sparkling pills. Not only that, but he also stammered out a lead to an even higher source, a mysterious figure codenamed the Doctor, supposedly affiliated with a private research institute, but with contact details shrouded in secrecy, initiated solely by the Doctor through a singular line of communication. Lin Yue had not anticipated penetrating the core of the operation in one fell swoop. Acquiring these pills alongside new intelligence was a pleasant surprise. He employed a method of physical persuasion to ensure Vino's silence, then departed stealthily with his spoils. Now, it was time to validate his hypothesis. How might one orchestrate a grand endeavor to test the restoration of energy? To audaciously stride into Wall Street and assume the mantle of a stock market oracle? Such flamboyance would be ill-advised, especially considering the global ramifications of financial turmoil, which could yield unpredictable consequences, starkly contrasting his prudent and life-preserving nature. Perhaps leveraging an array of skills acquired through superintelligence to foster innovation? Yet, the protracted timelines for tangible outcomes render this option less appealing. What he seeks is a strategy capable of swiftly engendering a significant impact while remaining relatively controllable, averting the onset of worldwide chaos. He contemplated the malignant tumors afflicting the city, long entrenched, nefarious criminal syndicates. Eradicating these blights would not only yield considerable societal repercussions, altering the fates of numerous ordinary individuals and cleansing the environment, but it would also allow him to engage in a bit of black market financing. Though his wealth in gold was ample, cash from disparate realms was always welcome, serving to further his quest for justice. Without hesitation, he embarked on this mission. Armed with the tracking, reconnaissance, and intelligence analysis skills honed during the drug's efficacy, he retained clarity of method and knowledge even after the effects faded. Coupled with his heightened senses, he deftly uncovered intricate details about the target gangs, their leaders, core members, territorial strongholds, and the nature of their illicit enterprises, as well as the hidden locations of their treasuries and storages. Then came the moment of reckoning. He selected a moonless night to execute his plan. Lin Yue transformed into an arbiter of the night, unleashing his full speed and exercising exquisite control over his strength. Though he refrained from killing, he showed no mercy in his actions. The gang members, who typically reveled in their bravado, often perceived merely a fleeting shadow or felt a sudden jolt of pain at the nape of their necks before succumbing to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. The evidence of their crimes, the sordid transaction ledgers, incriminating data on their computers, stockpiled drugs, and concealed firearms, was effortlessly unearthed by Lin Yue. As for the illicit funds and valuable items, he graciously accepted them without hesitation, augmenting his reserves. He even took the considerate step of duplicating key pieces of incriminating evidence, meticulously organizing and packaging them. In a single night, multiple criminal factions entrenched in their domains faced a cataclysmic assault. Their leaders and key operatives were inexplicably rendered incapacitated within their lairs, while their incriminating evidence was conspicuously arranged outside the nearest police precinct, accompanied by an exceedingly detailed anonymous tip-off that enumerated times, locations, individuals, and events clear enough for the authorities to overlook. The following day, New York's media erupted in a frenzy. A mysterious vigilante had swept through the underworld, toppling an empire of vice overnight. Was this nameless hero a mere urban legend? Exaggerated headlines dominated tabloid covers and news websites alike. The police were overwhelmed, torn between relief at the eradication of these societal blights and bewilderment at the efficiency of this ghostly figure who left no trace behind. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens, long oppressed by these gangs, secretly rejoiced, with whispers circulating about whether God had finally sent an angel to their aid. Lin Yue, concealed in a temporary safe house, savored a steaming pizza while absorbing the tidal wave of media coverage on television, all the while dedicating a portion of his consciousness to keenly perceive the transformations within the depths of his awareness. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed as he commenced his actions, particularly after the eradication of several gangs and the subsequent escalation of news coverage. He could distinctly perceive that the tome, which had previously appeared somewhat dim and had expended a considerable amount of its rule aggregates, was now absorbing an invisible energy at a slow yet discernible pace. This energy did not emanate from the air or matter of this world. Rather, it seemed to arise from a fundamental shift in the causality or narrative fabric of existence itself. His powerful intrusion as an outsider had significantly rewritten the story of this world, disturbing the established trajectories of fate. And the ripples generated by this transformation appeared to be assimilated and converted by the tome, thus fueling the operation of its own rules. While merely lingering in time did exert a slight influence, it was negligible compared to the rapid restoration of energy brought about by actively creating significant impacts. Indeed, a revelation dawned upon Lin Yue, akin to the opening of a grand portal to a new realm. The energy of the tome thrived on change, interference, and the rippling effects of disrupting the original trajectories of fate across myriad worlds. When a silent passerby merely observes, energy restoration occurs at a snail's pace. Yet, when one engages actively and even leads the transformation, energy is replenished with the swiftness of a galloping steed. This discovery was paramount, illuminating a new direction for his future journey across the myriad realms. It was imperative not to remain hidden in a state of mere survival. Rather, under the premise of ensuring absolute safety, one should selectively and appropriately instigate events, actively participating in or even altering the course of the world. Such actions would, in fact, benefit the tome's recharging process, making his journey through dimensions more sustainable. Having uncovered this shortcut to energy restoration, Lin Yue felt a surge of elation. He lingered in this world for nearly 2 weeks, during which he sought to delve deeper into the underlying principles, laying a more solid foundation for future endeavors, while also enhancing his ability to navigate complex situations, particularly how to operate more discreetly and efficiently in the real world. He once again consumed a dose of the 48. The second ingestion unleashed a torrent of vast knowledge and an extraordinary clarity of thought once more. He focused his studies on human medicine, neuroscience, advanced pharmacology, and even delve into criminal investigation, counter-surveillance techniques, cryptography, and the advanced study of multiple foreign languages. The side effects were still present, yet their intensity and duration appeared to have lessened slightly, likely due to his body developing a certain adaptation or resistance. This provided him with greater reassurance and confidence for subsequent usage. During these 2 weeks, the underground world of New York underwent unprecedented upheaval and reorganization, with the legend of the mysterious vigilante intensifying, even spawning a few imitators. However, no one could uncover any genuine leads about Lin Yue. He blended into the vast ocean like a single droplet of water, perfectly concealing his presence. He sensed that the tome's energy had been substantially replenished during this time, perhaps even exceeding its initial saturation, with an accumulation nearing 100 units. In the interim, he had replenished his supply several times from Venorn and a few other terrified small-time drug dealers, ensuring he had sufficient resources for the immediate future. Lin Yue resolved to return to the real world, eager to conduct several crucial experiments regarding the discrepancies in the rules governing different worlds. Chapter 7. Barriers of Reality and New Journeys. After the familiar sensation of slight dizziness subsided, Lin Yue found himself once more in the modestly antiquated living room of his rental apartment in the real world. Outside the window lay the familiar nocturnal cityscape. The computer screen still emanated a soft glow, and the half-filled glass of water on the table remained cool and undisturbed. As if the recent adventure in another realm had merely been a fleeting dream, abruptly interrupted. He immediately focused inward, sensing his own being. The surging power of the extraordinary still flowed steadily within him, akin to magma concealed deep underground, poised to unleash astonishing energy at any moment. His consciousness swept through the celestial script space, where a corner gleamed with the alluring luster of golden diamonds, while neatly arranged tablets and various supplies lay undiminished on the other side. Everything had returned in synchrony, flawlessly. He exhaled softly, relieved that his gravest concern had not materialized. Yet, the purpose of his journey extended far beyond this. He was eager to validate another crucial hypothesis regarding the disparities in the foundational rules of different worlds, and to understand how the celestial script enabled him, a being of anomaly, to transcend the barriers of these rules and wield the powers from other realms. This required experimentation, and experimentation necessitated materials. The objective was clear: an ordinary person in the real world, preferably a societal scourge, one whom he could exploit with no moral qualms, and who could even be deemed a benefactor to society by removing them. This was not a challenge for Lin Yue in his current state. With his extraordinary senses and the tracking techniques acquired during his time under the influence of the drug, he swiftly pinpointed several suitable targets. A notorious thug who had inflicted long-term domestic violence on his wife and children, while also engaging in usury, leading several families to ruin. A corrupt street official who, abusing his power, had maliciously embezzled relocation funds, rendering impoverished elderly citizens homeless, and a low-ranking member of a gang active in the urban-rural fringe, notorious for child trafficking, whose heinous acts had thus far evaded justice. After deliberation, Lin Yue chose the usurer, as his misdeeds were more direct, and his social connections were relatively straightforward, minimizing the risk of a chain reaction. On a moonless, tempestuous night, Lin Yue infiltrated the thug's lair like a specter of the night, effortlessly overpowering him with absolute strength, and transported him to a long-abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city, rarely visited by people. The cold moonlight streamed through the dilapidated roof, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air. With an impassive expression, Lin Yue commenced the cold yet necessary experiment. He first retrieved a tablet and meticulously scraped off approximately 1/10 of the powder using the tip of a knife, calculating the dosage based on the typical reactions of ordinary individuals in films upon their initial consumption. He dissolved the powder in a small amount of clear water, forced open the thug's jaw, and administered it against his will. Stepping back 2 paces, he activated his super senses, transforming into the most precise of instruments, attentively observing and documenting every minute change in the subject. Initially, the thug gasped in fear and struggled. After a few minutes, the effects of a drug seemed to take hold. His eyes suddenly glazed over, becoming unfocused, followed by a perverse, euphoric gleam. He emitted a bizarre, wheezing laugh, incoherently shouting, "It's all light. I am a god. I can see through everything." money, women, they are all mine. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably, and the previously restrained body erupted with strength far beyond the ordinary, thrashing wildly in a frenzy. Lin Yue calmly recorded his observations, a surge in heart rate, pupils dilating dramatically, intense hallucinations and delusions manifesting, and the central nervous system exhibiting extreme excitement, accompanied by uncontrolled bodily movements. However, this was far from the intended effect. What was genuinely supposed to transpire was a profound sense of calmness, clarity, and a terrifying capacity for learning and reasoning, rather than this sheer mental chaos and hallucinatory response. Lin Yue patiently waited. Half an hour passed, and the subject remained ensnared in bizarre hallucinations, even beginning to froth at the mouth and convulse violently. Lin Yue approached, administering some clear water and diluted sugar to sustain his life, preventing the experiment from concluding prematurely. Another hour elapsed, and the effects of the drug appeared to wane. The subject became limp, as if his bones had been extracted, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. After a considerable duration, he awoke, his gaze clouded and vacant, grasping at fragmented and distorted memories of the preceding experiences, groaning in agony while trembling violently, revealing a primal, insatiable craving for the euphoric sensations just encountered. This was a classic sign of addiction induced by a potent hallucinogen. The results of the experiment were cold and unequivocal. For ordinary individuals in the real world, it merely incited intense hallucinations and addictive responses, utterly failing to yield the extraordinary enhancement of intellect that had been sought. It truly does not work, Lin Yue murmured to himself, feeling not a tinge of disappointment, but rather a serene confirmation of a hypothesis. Humanity across various worlds may appear physiologically identical, yet the underlying rules or the fundamental logic governing existence could harbor profound differences. The humans of the endless world might naturally possess some peculiar receptors within their nervous systems, or the physical laws of their realm might inherently permit such compounds to unlock the door to wisdom. In contrast, humanity in the real world lacks such fertile ground. Planting the seed here yields only twisted, toxic weeds. With a stoic demeanor, he meticulously eliminated all potential traces left at the scene, including fingerprints, hairs, and even the slightest droplet of water. He then disposed of the mentally shattered, nearly incapacitated ruffian as one might discard refuse, casting him back into the dark alley near his lair, where his subordinates or enemies would soon discover his abnormal state. The outcome of this experiment plunged Lin Yue into deeper contemplation. Different worlds, divergent rules. What of the ancient tome? It had transported me across realms, granting abilities that I could bring back for use. What was the principle behind this? A hypothesis began to crystallize. Was it the tome itself that was transforming me into a unique being capable of adapting to the rules of various worlds? Or was it imprinting upon my body and soul the corresponding rules of each realm, allowing me to deceive reality and harness powers that did not belong to this particular system of rules? Much like a superhuman physique which, according to the laws of physics in the real world, should not exist in defiance of the principles of energy conservation and mass, yet does exist and functions seamlessly. The knowledge acquired is indelibly etched in my mind. This indicates that the power of the tome transcends the constraints of any single world's rules. It possesses the capacity for a certain degree of rule, overlay, or adaptation. Yet, is this immersion truly flawless and without cost? Lin Yue now finds himself in a state of uncertainty. For instance, should he eventually enter a world of cultivation, laboriously refine spiritual energy into a golden core, and bring it back to the real world, he must ponder, if the real world lacks the foundational energy of spiritual essence, will his cultivated abilities still be of use? Will he rely on the power of the heavenly tome to simulate an environment rich in spiritual energy, or will he deplete his own stored spiritual power? Will the efficacy diminish? Are there unforeseen perils lurking? Caution is imperative. He must not take anything for granted. He reminds himself that the Eastern cultivation system is the path he aspires to pursue in the long run. However, the human beings in the real world may possess meridians and acupoints, yet their accessibility and affinity with the celestial spiritual energy cannot possibly compare to those beings that are native to the worlds of cultivation, or perhaps even to the innate Tao bodies nurtured by spiritual essence. Can one truly cultivate? If successful, will one be able to wield such power? These are monumental uncertainties. This experiment serves, in a sense, as a preliminary groundwork for future attempts to explore the impact of cultivation methods across different world rules on ordinary individuals in the real world. The results were disheartening. Yet this does not signify his inadequacy, for he possesses the heavenly tome, the greatest variable in support. To gain a more intuitive understanding of the disparities and boundaries of these so-called world rules, he endeavored to communicate with the heavenly tome, envisioning those narrative realms where protagonists start off invincible, capable of vanquishing heaven and earth, or whether he could pinpoint a world where he could effortlessly acquire extraordinary treasures and inherit supreme divine status. However, the feedback from the heavenly tome predominantly indicated that such worlds either do not exist or are beyond reach. A scant few that he could vaguely sense were accompanied by dire warnings of extreme danger. The perceptions relayed included visions of endless, chaotic energy that ravaged everything, of frigid desolation, where rules manifested and repelled all external entities, and of places intertwined with an overwhelming presence that could suffocate, where entry might lead to instant assimilation, obliteration, or detection by terrifying beings, not a novice village, but rather an ultimate purgatory. These failures only served to render Lin Yue more composed, completely dispelling any notions of taking shortcuts or indulging in wishful thinking. In the myriad realms of existence, opportunities abound, yet so do dangers. No form of formidable power can be obtained without incurring costs or assuming risks. Even if such power were available, the consequences entailed would be far beyond his current capacity to endure. His gaze grew increasingly resolute and steady. He recognized the necessity of advancing step by step, laying a solid foundation, and selecting the most suitable and reliable system, relying on his own gradual cultivation. Only the power derived from his own efforts, fully mastered, can be deemed the most substantial and trustworthy. As far as he knows, the Eastern cultivation system emphasizes the elevation of one's life level, the comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth, and a methodical progression, with great power returning to oneself. Undoubtedly, this is the most fitting and promising path for his long-term aspirations. Yet, the initiation is exceedingly challenging, demanding exceptional insight, temperament, and a wealth of knowledge. This is precisely why he is willing to take risks in pursuit of and must seek out a perfect remedy in the future. All preliminary work has been thoroughly processed and verified. The experimental phase of the real world has reached a conclusion, and the conjectures have been validated. The rules governing the restoration of the tome's energy have been thoroughly comprehended. A deeper understanding of the potential risks across myriad realms has emerged. The next step is strikingly clear, an urgent and unequivocal quest to enter the world of Limitless and discover a remedy that can entirely mitigate the side effects, ensuring its safe utilization. He adjusted his state to its optimum, inhaled deeply, and immersed his consciousness into the depths of the sea of awareness, where a luminous amalgamation of rules flowed. After actively engaging in the cinematic world, the energy of the tome appeared remarkably abundant, even more vibrant than before his traversal. World selection, based on the television universe, derived from the Limitless film universe. The temporal point is set as close as possible to the nascent phase when the protagonist, Brian Finch, has just made his discovery and begun to draw attention. Transcend. As the thought emerged, a gentle white light enveloped him, instantly consuming his form. The rented room was once again devoid of any presence. A new journey beckons, leading towards the ultimate key to mastering the elixir of wisdom. Chapter 8. The world of the series and the enigma of the remedy. The brief sensation of weightlessness and the shift through time and space arrived as anticipated. The moment Lin Yue's feet touched solid ground once more, he was immediately enveloped by the bustling and distinctly modern urban sounds. The roar of car engines resonated deeper and more powerfully. Sleek vehicles whizzed past. Pedestrians wielded smartphones with larger, slimmer screens, their touch operations seamlessly fluid. Gigantic advertisements along the streets showcased the latest virtual reality devices, with the faces of celebrity endorsers appearing fashionable yet unfamiliar. The air retained the unique mixed aroma of the metropolis, though subtle nuances hinted at a difference. The timeline of the television world evidently advanced several years beyond that of the film realm, imbued with a heightened sense of technological sophistication. Lin Yue's extraordinary senses functioned like a precision radar, swiftly capturing and analyzing a plethora of environmental information. From the date on a newspaper at the roadside to the names of current political figures mentioned by the news anchor on a shop window television, rapidly confirming that this temporal reality remained New York, albeit in a different year. The primary objective was to swiftly ascertain the stage of the plot's progression. The protagonist of the television adaptation of Limitless is Brian Finch, a struggling musician teetering on the brink of subsistence, who, by a serendipitous turn of events, ingests the substance that catapults his IQ, thus becoming embroiled in a colossal whirlwind, ultimately collaborating with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Lin Yue needed to locate Brian expeditiously, or, at the very least, ascertain whether he had already ingested the substance and had come into his purview. Employing familiar methods, he sought out a loosely managed, cash-accepting internet CF, securing a temporary workstation in a corner. Armed with the elite hacking skills and information retrieval capabilities acquired from the drug's efficacy, paired with superhuman dynamic vision and information processing speed, his fingers danced across the keyboard, transforming into a blur as he efficiently scoured the ocean of online data for any clues related to Brian Finch, the musician, the IQ mutation, and the inexplicable enhancement of intellect. Fragments of information were rapidly aggregated, filtered, and cross-verified. Soon, several clues surfaced. A niche social media account of Brian revealed recent comment from friends mentioning his sudden enlightenment and miraculous ability to resolve complex contractual disputes. An anonymous post on a local community forum complained about a musically inclined friend who had recently become unervingly astute and exhibited peculiar behavior. Even an inconspicuous police report attachment referenced a street altercation that was deftly diffused by a quick-witted, logically astute young bystander, whose description closely matched that of Brian. It appeared Brian had ingested the substance, and its effects were beginning to manifest, possibly at a critical juncture of just being discovered or on the brink of initial contact. Lin Yue swiftly deduced that this was an opportune moment, suggesting that the antidote might already exist in hand, or, at the very least, its development was nearing completion. According to the television plot, the antidote was developed by a highly confidential technical department under his subordinates, designed to stabilize the physical condition of users, primarily Brian, to prevent them from succumbing to dreadful side effects. Lin Yue's objective was clear and direct: to obtain a sample or formula of the antidote. A direct assault on the relevant facilities? That was a last resort, fraught with peril. Though he possessed superhuman capabilities, confronting a highly guarded national apparatus that could have various unknown countermeasures, especially while they were still researching this miraculous substance, was far from wise. A hasty approach could lead to dire consequences. A more prudent strategy was to focus on Brian Finch. As a vital asset and direct user of the antidote, there would undoubtedly be transportation, transfer, or usage processes surrounding him, presenting a significant opportunity. Locating Brian's residence was not overly challenging. Through cross-referencing online information and abnormal access to a limited number of public phone records, coupled with super hearing for targeted sonic scans of specific areas, Lin Yue swiftly pinpointed his target to a rather aged apartment building in Brooklyn. He found an excellent observation point atop a commercial building across the street, providing a clear view while allowing him to remain perfectly concealed. Like a sentinel merging with the shadows, he commenced his patient surveillance. Days later, he spotted his target, a somewhat slender young man with slightly wavy, somewhat long hair, dressed casually to the point of appearing disheveled. Brian Finch, whose demeanor blended the nonchalance of an artist with the bewilderment of a life disillusioned. Yet, at times, in fleeting moments, his gaze would suddenly sharpen like that of an eagle, his actions becoming precise and efficient, and as he conversed, his speech rapid and his logic tight, undoubtedly indicative of being under the influence of the substance. He also observed agents frequently entering and exiting Brian's apartment. Leading the group was a sharp-eyed, decisive female agent, Rebecca Harris, accompanied by several partners. Through ultra-long distance, lip reading, and snippets of dialogue captured by his enhanced hearing, Lin Yue confirmed that they had indeed taken control of Brian, utilizing his abilities to manage intricate cases while regularly providing him with a suppressant to maintain his condition. Undoubtedly, that was the antidote. The antidote did exist, and it was under strict control. Plans must be meticulously formulated. A direct assault on transport vehicles or laboratories poses excessive risks. A more feasible strategy involves long-term surveillance of agents or Brian, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to make a move. Alternatively, is it possible to address the issue at its source? Lin Yue endeavored to recall the details from the television series. It seemed that the technology for the alleviating agent did not emerge from thin air, but rather stemmed from the earlier work of another researcher. What was the name of that researcher? It appeared to be a female scientist named Maura Franklin. She seemed to be either a participant in the early development or an informed individual, potentially possessing the original concept or an incomplete formula of the alleviating agent. If Maura Franklin could be located, it might serve as a shortcut. He once again immersed himself in the depths of information, searching for this name. However, the relevant information about Maura Franklin had been remarkably expunged, with the public domain yielding almost no valuable content. Only from some ancient, not fully digitized archives of conference abstracts or certain patents that had been sealed and could only be glimpsed through special channels could he find faint traces of her existence. Combining this with his vague recollections of the plot, Lin Yue deduced that Maura Franklin had likely long since distanced herself from the mainstream academic community, possibly even being controlled, protected, or concealed by certain forces. This avenue appeared challenging to pursue for the time being, requiring more time and resources. It seemed that the focus needed to return to Brian and the situation at hand. A breakthrough soon emerged. Through continuous monitoring, Lin Yue captured intelligence indicating that a crucial transfer of the alleviating agent was scheduled to occur in a few days. For some reason, perhaps internal security protocols or to evade potential surveillance, the transfer location was chosen to be a bustling yet strategically observable CAF within a large chain bookstore in the city center. Lin Yue resolved to take action. He did not need to seize everything. He merely required a sample. Even a few milliliters would suffice for him to analyze its efficacy, thereby gaining insights into its core components and mechanisms of action, laying the groundwork for future replication or alternative solutions. On the day of the transfer, Lin Yue arrived at the bookstore an hour early, disguised as an ordinary patron, clad in a common hoodie and jeans, and carrying a backpack. He selected a secluded corner that allowed him to observe the target while being close to the exit, opening a thick magazine as if engrossed in its contents. His superhuman hearing acted as an invisible probe, firmly locking onto the designated transfer area. He spotted the cautious-looking Agent Harris in plain clothes, as well as Brian, who appeared somewhat anxious, glancing around intermittently. After a brief, seemingly casual conversation, a small silver metal vial, approximately the size of a thumb, was swiftly and discreetly passed from Harris to Brian. This was the moment. Lin Yue did not act immediately. He patiently waited until Brian carefully tucked the vial into the inner pocket of his coat, parted ways with Harris, and, with his head lowered, hastily made his way toward the bookstore's exit, seemingly preparing to head to another location. Only then did Lin Yue rise naturally, blending in with the other customers, and followed at a measured distance. Outside the bookstore, a throng of people bustled about. Brian made his way towards the subway station. Lin swiftly quickened his pace, closing the distance between himself and Brian. As they approached the entrance to the subway, amidst the most crowded and cacophonous moment, he deftly glided past Brian like a fish through water. In a fleeting instant of their bodies brushing against one another, the entrance to the enigmatic space of thought was silently activated and just as swiftly sealed at the pocket of Brian's coat. The small metallic vial, still radiating Brian's warmth, had vanished unnoticed, only to repose quietly in the corner of Lin's 70 cubic meters of space. Brian merely instinctively touched his coat, perhaps mistaking it for an illusion caused by the crowd, oblivious to any anomaly, and continued to merge into the descending tide of people. Success. Lin suppressed the exhilaration bubbling within him. Lingering not a moment longer, he pivoted and swiftly departed against the current of the crowd, his figure vanishing amidst the intricate alleys. Upon returning to the temporary safe house, he locked the door and drew the curtains tightly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his slightly racing heart before retrieving the silver vial from his space. The vial was small, cool to the touch, seemingly crafted from specialized alloy, with a precisely designed leak-proof cap to effectively safeguard the liquid within. Through the vial-less wall, he could discern a small amount of clear, slightly viscous, colorless liquid. Affixed to the vial was a minuscule label, inscribed with a complex sequence of chemical molecular identifiers and the words experimental suppressant type absolute control. This was the alleviator. Lin cautiously twisted off the cap, inclining closer to gently sniff, detecting almost no odor, save for a faint, peculiar essence reminiscent of metal or ozone. he refrained from immediately sampling it. Utmost caution was his guiding principle for survival. He needed to conduct an analysis first. He ingested a tablet of 48. The familiar torrent of knowledge and the clarity of thought surged back to him. The rudimentary experimental apparatus he had meticulously prepared came into play. He delicately extracted a droplet of the alleviator, employing his vast knowledge of top-tier chemical analysis, pharmacology, and molecular biology. He became wholly engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of this droplet. The composition proved far more intricate than anticipated, revealing itself not as a singular compound, but rather a sophisticated system of various organic molecules meticulously designed to interact alongside several biological enzymes with special catalytic properties. Its mechanism of action appeared to target multiple pathways, rapidly replenishing specific neurotransmitter precursors that had been excessively depleted, repairing neuronal cell membranes damaged by hyperactive functioning, inhibiting certain key factors that could incite neuroinflammation, and even containing an ingredient capable of forming an ultra-thin protective coating on the surface of neural synapses, thereby mitigating damage from subsequent impacts. This was a comprehensive, restorative solution, rather than a mere counteractive or neutralizing agent, an exquisite manifestation of artistry. Lin immersed himself in this analysis, his mind racing, cataloging each inferred component and their potential interaction patterns, the challenges of synthesis pathways. Although constrained by circumstances and time, he was unable to immediately reverse engineer the complete formula. Such an endeavor necessitated top-tier laboratory equipment and a multitude of repetitive experiments. Nevertheless, the fundamental principles underlying the alleviating agent, the chemical properties of its key active ingredients, and the general preparation methodology were indelibly etched in his mind. After the effects of the medication subsided, familiar side effects returned, with headaches and nausea arriving as expected. However, he was psychologically prepared, and his superhuman constitution once again demonstrated remarkable resilience and recovery capabilities, allowing him to endure this wave of discomfort with steadfastness. Armed with this core knowledge and understanding, even in the absence of a ready-made product, he had a significant opportunity to replicate the alleviating agent himself. In the future, would discover a comparable alternative. As Lin Yue gazed at the remaining substantial portion of the alleviating agent in his hand, a weight lifted from his heart, for this ready-made sample was indeed invaluable. With great care, he tightened the bottle cap and returned it to the safest corner of his celestial space. The primary objective of this endeavor had been achieved. Yet, he did not intend to depart immediately. The temporal span of the television world was longer and events were more densely packed, suggesting the existence of greater opportunities to disrupt fate and acquire celestial energy. Moreover, he wished to observe the ripples that would ensue following the unexpected loss of such a critical alleviating agent, pondering whether it would unveil more information regarding the supply chain or research progress. In the ensuing 2 to 3 weeks, Lin Yue assumed the role of a concealed observer and occasional catalyst. At times, he utilized the medication's efficacy and his superpowers to anonymously send cleverly disguised inspiration prompts or crisis alerts to Brian via encrypted networks, indirectly aiding him in resolving challenges more swiftly or evading traps. This, in turn, accelerated the efficiency of case handling and, to some extent, reduced Brian's exposure to excessive risks. He also covertly intervened to thwart a gang attempting to hijack a transport of related materials, seizing a portion of the spoils in the process, which heightened their vigilance amidst their confusion. He even took the audacious step of utilizing the medication's effects to remotely infiltrate the backup servers of a large pharmaceutical company intricately linked to the initial research, copying a vast array of early experimental data and research reports. Although much of the content was esoteric and specialized, far exceeding his current knowledge base, and even with assistance, he could not fully comprehend it in a short time. He hoarded it like treasure, storing it away for future analysis. Each intervention, whether grand or subtle, elicited a palpable resurgence and saturation of celestial energy deep within his consciousness. He further validated his hypothesis that change equated to energy. In this more intricate world with longer narrative arcs, opportunities for alteration seemed to abound. Feeling that the celestial energy had reached a remarkably abundant level after this period of accumulation, perhaps even exceeding its initial state, he had essentially grasped the connections within this world and the alleviating agent. With samples and critical knowledge now secured, Lin Yue resolved to move on. It is time to return to the realm of reality and seek the profound essence of the Eastern cultivation system, preparing for the next significant chapter. His consciousness delved into the luminous tapestry of rules, embracing the notion of return. A gentle white light enveloped his entire being, extricating him from this realm's existence. Within the sanctuary, tranquility reigned once more. Chapter 9. Barriers of knowledge and the cornerstone of all realms, the fleeting sensation of weightlessness and the transformation of time and space arrived as anticipated. And Lin Yue found himself once again in the familiar confines of his rented room. Outside, the city's neon lights continued to flicker, while the computer screen emitted a soft, cold glow, illuminating his serene yet subtly exhilarated visage. Within him, the extraordinary power from another world flowed steadily, like docile lava, bestowing upon him an almost absolute sense of control and security. Yet at this moment, the brilliance in his eyes did not stem from the power itself, but from the newfound treasure of knowledge deep within his consciousness. Alongside the crucial silver vial containing a sample of the alleviating agent from the world of the television series Limitless. The energy from the mystical tome was abundant, and the alleviating agent was finally within reach. The side effects had begun to reveal a glimmer of resolution. Lin Yue murmured softly to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. Power served merely as a shield for protection, a tool for assistance. What he truly yearned for deep within was the path leading to immortality, transcendence, and the complete reclamation of boundless strength. However, pursuing this path was no simple endeavor, especially given his profound ignorance of the Eastern cultivation system. He clearly recognized that his greatest shortcoming lay in the absence of fundamental and systematic knowledge of cultivation. The Taoist scriptures and Buddhist texts in the real world indeed embody profound philosophies, yet the specific methods of cultivation, the pathways of energy manipulation, the secrets of pivotal points, and the delineation of realms were largely obscured behind layers of metaphor and sectarian differences. The so-called manuals circulating in the market were often indistinguishable between truth and falsehood, and the risks of blind practice were exceedingly high, with the consequences of straying into madness being dire. What he urgently required was an environment capable of systematically, accurately, and relatively safely imparting foundational knowledge of cultivation, a true guide, or at the very least, a repository of essential wisdom. Yet, before embarking on the quest for this mentor or treasure trove, he must leverage the most potent tools at his disposal and the recently acquired alleviating agent to lay a solid theoretical foundation for comprehending the enigmatic Eastern cultivation system. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. The more profound his knowledge reserves, the swifter his future entry will be. The stronger his ability to discern authenticity will become, and the more incisive his exchanges with potential guides will be. The 37th day of his journey marked his silent acknowledgement. Since that mundane meeting where he first encountered the mystical tome, his ordinary life had embarked upon an extraordinary voyage beyond imagination. It was essential to commemorate this remarkable period in his journey, constantly reminding himself of the grandeur of his aspirations and the length of his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yue promptly seated himself at his computer, initiating his actions. He utilized the modest cash acquired from previous acts of justice and clandestine dealings, carefully exchanging it through various channels, and commenced a large-scale procurement of books online. He acquired a substantial collection of electronic texts, and for those significant classics lacking digital versions or possessing inferior quality, he was even willing to invest greater sums and expend more time, utilizing specialized channels to procure physical copies expeditiously. This particular list of books was meticulously curated. Fundamental Taoist classics, such as the Tao Te Ching, commentaries by Wang Bai, Heishan Gong, and other authoritative versions, Zhuangzi, commentaries by Guixiang and Cheng Xianying, Zhou Ikan Tong Qi, various annotated editions, Huang Ting Jing, Neijing, and Wai Jing, and selected excerpts from Yun Ji Qi Qian. Core Buddhist texts included the Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, Shurangama Sutra, and the 42-chapter Sutra, along with significant ancient commentaries. The monumental works of traditional Chinese medicine encompassed the Huangdi Neijing, Su Wen and Ling Shu, Nanjing, and the comprehensive treatise on acupuncture. Representative texts of ancient alchemy featured Wu Zhen Pian by Ziyang Zhenren, Jinan Deyo, and and Zhonglv Zhuandaoji. The wisdom of various schools and the cultivation of the mind were reflected in works like The Art of War, for understanding strategy and timing, and Giguzi, insight into cunning, power dynamics, and temperament. Each of these volumes is a crystallization of wisdom, having endured the test of millennia, forming the core of Eastern philosophical thought and bodily practice. Although most do not explicitly instruct on the methods of cultivation, the principles, concepts, and modes of thought they embody constitute the foundation for comprehending all paths of practice. On the 41st day of his journey, all the prepared books and electronic documents were in place. Lin Yue locked the door, drew the heavy curtains, isolating himself from all external distractions. He sat in silence for a moment, regulating his breath, allowing his heart, quickened by anticipation, to settle, achieving an absolute state of tranquility and focus. He retrieved the precious silver vial of the calming agent, carefully poured out approximately a quarter of its contents, and consumed it with warm water. Moments later, a gentle and nourishing medicinal force spread through him like the finest spring rain, gradually soothing the potential subtle agitation and damage to his nerve endings caused by prior consumption, thus paving the way for the impending cerebral enhancement. Once his state was optimized, he decisively swallowed a 48. Buzz. The familiar torrent of wisdom surged forth once more. The world within his perception became astonishingly clear and profound, not due to an enhancement of superhuman senses, but rather a qualitative leap in understanding. Countless once obscure, ambiguous ancient texts and concepts, which had seemed like cryptic scriptures, now revealed themselves like pearls freed from dust, laying bare their intrinsic logical chains and profound meanings. He dared not squander even a second of the efficacy of the medication, his hands transforming into indistinct shadows on the keyboard and pages, flipping through, retrieving, memorizing, comprehending, cross-referencing, and deducing at a pace that far exceeded human limits. The profound concepts within the Tao Te Ching, such as the notion of the describable Tao, being the eternal Tao, and the interdependence of existence and non-existence, ceased to be elusive, metaphysical jargon. Instead, they began to resonate intriguingly with modern principles of uncertainty, quantum field theory, and ontology and philosophy, allowing him to derive coherent insights in his mind. The discourse on meridians within the Huangdi Neijing, which dictates life and death, addresses myriad ailments, and balances the void and the real, began to coalesce with contemporary knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and systems theory, forming a cyclical model based on the hypothetical energetic substance of qi in his intellect. He commenced his endeavor to deduce the possible physiological functions corresponding to primary acupoints, the potential pathways of meridians, and the variances and reasons behind different schools of practice. The 64 hexagrams of the I Ching transformed in his perception from mere divinatory symbols into a sophisticated and intricate system of binary transformations and state simulations, aiding him in comprehending the laws and timing of change and development. The wisdom from the Diamond Sutra, which posits that all phenomena are illusory, corroborated his personal experiences traversing myriad realms, enhancing his understanding of the relationship between true essence and appearances, rules and phenomena, the eternal and the ephemeral. He was not merely reading. He was deconstructing and reconstructing, with an astonishing capacity for interdisciplinary integration and innovation. He utilized the latest advancements in modern mathematics, physics, systems theory, information theory, molecular biology, and neuropsychology as keys and validation tools for interpreting ancient wisdom. He did not endeavor to wholly elucidate metaphysics through science, but sought to discover linguistic bridges between these two distinctly different cognitive frameworks that describe the essence of the same universe. For instance, he initially perceived the meridian system as a projection or manifestation of a high-dimensional energetic information structure on the three-dimensional corporeal level. The dantian might represent specific internal biological fields or unique organs within the human body, designated for energy accumulation, compression, transformation, and storage. The golden elixir could perhaps be a stable structure or a new phase of life formed at a higher dimension through the extreme refinement of life, energy, and mental will. This fervent pursuit of knowledge was not intended for immediate practice. He understood that without guidance from a mentor, relying solely on theoretical contemplation for practical application would be tantamount to self-destruction. Instead, His aim was to amass a vast reservoir of knowledge. The goal was to ensure that when he eventually encountered true practitioners and authentic techniques, he would possess the comprehension to engage in meaningful inquiry, discern the quality and authenticity of the practices, swiftly grasp the fundamentals, and even pose profound and valuable questions, facilitating deeper exchanges with potential mentors rather than passively receiving information like an illiterate. During the potent period of medication, Lin Yue became akin to a knowledge black hole, voraciously absorbing the core philosophies, critical details, and interconnections from hundreds of texts, establishing an expansive, intricate, and finely woven network of indexed knowledge in his mind. Although much of the profound essence still requires a considerable time for contemplation and understanding in the future, a relatively systematic and rational framework of knowledge regarding the Eastern cultivation system has begun to take shape in his mind. As the effects of the medicine gradually wane, the familiar sensations of headache and nausea return, though their intensity is significantly alleviated by the preceding protective measures. His superhuman constitution once again showcases its remarkable capacity for endurance and recovery, allowing him to steadfastly weather this wave of discomfort. He does not immediately rest. Instead, he suppresses his mental fatigue and retrieves several notebooks he had meticulously prepared. With writing as precise as if printed, he categorically records the core insights of this learning experience. Fresh interpretations of key terminology, various hypothesized models he has deduced, and the unresolved questions that linger, all in a clear and orderly manner. These notes will serve as essential reference materials on his future path of seeking enlightenment. Having completed this task, he exhales deeply. Although both his body and spirit feel an unprecedented fatigue, his heart brims with a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. While his strength has not increased, even a fraction, he feels that he has finally acquired the first solid and reliable stepping stone on the long-sought path of pursuit. However, the accumulation of knowledge is merely the first step. The choice of the next world is critical, entwined with matters of life and the journey ahead. He must identify a realm most suitable for his current objectives, a place where he can safely and systematically acquire foundational cultivation knowledge. Chapter 10. Choosing the realm and the scheme of the heroic island upon completing his fervent accumulation of knowledge. Lin Yue did not immediately decide on the next world for his traversal. Extreme caution is his guiding principle for survival, especially after experiencing the diverse impacts of various worlds on humanity, which has instilled in him a deeper reverence for the differences in world rules. He realizes that before embarking on this significant path of cultivation, he must attain a more profound understanding of the energy acquisition mechanism of the heavenly scriptures, as this pertains to the formulation of all future traversal strategies. A crucial hypothesis lingers in his mind. Does the restoration of heavenly scripture energy, beyond the duration of stay and the degree of plot alteration, also relate to the energy level or rule intensity of the target world itself? Would minor changes in a high-energy world create ripples that yield more energy than substantial alterations in a low-energy world? To validate this hypothesis, he decides to conduct a comparative experiment. He communicates with the heavenly scriptures and, amidst the vast expanse of cosmic coordinates, carefully selects a low-magic world he had previously stumbled upon, which seemed to possess active elements yet appeared to carry a lower overall danger level. According to his earlier cursory exploration, the sentient beings in that world seemed to resonate with a certain form of earth energy. Transiting and arriving in this realm, Lin Yue refrains from engaging with any native beings. Utilizing his superhuman senses, he locates an ancient rock revered by the local primitive belief as a node of the Earth's pulsation. He does not damage it. Instead, with the precision of superhuman, he quietly shifts it a minuscule inch, causing an almost imperceptible deviation in the flow of the surrounding energy field, one that would likely go unnoticed by any local existence. He immediately sensed the Celestial Tome and returned, only to be astounded by the outcome, despite his mere 10-minute sojourn in that realm resulting in negligible changes. The recovery speed and overall energy generated by the tome far exceeded the gains he had achieved from toppling the entire New York Mafia empire in the Endless World. Indeed, it was as he surmised. A sudden clarity enveloped Lin Yue, as if he had unlocked a new door to understanding. Change serves as fuel. While the energy level or intrinsic strength of a world's rules dictates the fuel's caloric value. In higher-tier worlds, Even a minuscule disturbance that aligns with the world's rules can produce energy ripples that far surpass the upheaval caused in lower-tier realms. This revelation carries profound strategic implications. It signifies that in future world selections, one must not only contemplate the challenges and safety of acquiring targets, but also incorporate energy recovery efficiency as a core consideration. Entering a high-tier world, even if one temporarily cannot obtain top-tier treasures or techniques, might yield abundant energy for the tome by cautiously instigating slight disturbances, thus facilitating more frequent traversals and prolonged stays. This insight offers a crucial guideline for his forthcoming journey through myriad realms. He pondered further. Does this energy acquisition mechanism correlate with the world's stability and the density of consciousness? Are worlds characterized by stringent rules, vibrant energy, yet a sparse overall consciousness more suitable as energy farms? He realized that his understanding of the tome's operational mechanics was still superficial. Each experiment served not only as validation, but also as an exploration into the unknown. Upon concluding the energy experiment, Lin Yue finally directed his full attention to the selection of the next world. He once again seated himself before the computer, initiating an extensive, systematic search, browsing, and analyzing. His objective: to discover a world where accurate and foundational cultivation knowledge could be obtained swiftly, conveniently, and safely. His selection criteria encompassed nearly all conceivable mediums, novel realms, from the illustrious Ore to the Shu Mountain by the author of Pearl Tower to various modern online fantasy and Shinsha novels. These literary works boast grand worldviews and intricate settings, fueled by boundless imagination. However, the specific cultivation methods are often mere fabrications of the authors for literary purposes, with details that frequently fail to withstand scrutiny. Moreover, the world levels are typically too elevated, capable of catastrophic destruction, rendering them exceedingly perilous and wholly unsuitable as a novice's domain. Film and television worlds. Adaptations of martial arts dramas from the works of Jin Yong, Gu Long, and Huang Yi. These realms present relatively low-powered martial systems, focusing more on techniques and internal energy, true qi, yet constrained by the limitations of visual storytelling. The inner cultivation principles, the intricacies of meridian circulation, and the essential mind techniques are often depicted vaguely, glossed over, making it difficult to acquire precise and systematic knowledge. With more emphasis placed on action sequences serving the plot, gaming worlds, such as the Legend of Sword and Fairy, Xian Yuan Sword, and Jian Wang 3. These realms greatly simplify and data-ify the cultivation systems for gameplay and mechanics. While they are intuitive and easy to comprehend, they equally lack authentic and detailed descriptions of cultivation principles, failing to serve as practical operational guides, and are significantly constrained by the gaming framework's rules. Other media, such as anime and comics, share a similar situation. Their artistic embellishments and fantastical elements render them unsuitable as primary sources for the pursuit of genuine knowledge. After several days of meticulous selection, rigorous comparisons, and profound contemplation, Lin Yue gradually eliminated those worlds that were excessively perilous, nebulous in their systems, or predominantly rooted in pure fantasy. His attention ultimately converged on a few realms characterized by relatively low magic and martial prowess, yet possessing a significant likelihood of offering systematic and foundational cultivation knowledge. The world of Lin Chengju. This world was considered due to its relatively low combat prowess and manageable risks. The legendary Shunjiao Jing is rumored to possess the power of resurrection, potentially involving profound principles of inner strength. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The world is rife with treachery, where individuals resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends, and foundational cultivation knowledge is not its focal point. Furthermore, acquiring the Shunjiao Jing is exceedingly difficult, as it is usually passed down in secrecy among the highest echelons of martial experts, lacking an environment conducive to gradual learning from the ground up. Thus, entering this world at the current stage does not align with his needs. The world of Xiao Ao Jianghu. Here, the rivalry between the Huashan School's Qi sect and Sword sect centers on the pivotal debate of the importance of internal strength versus martial techniques. Renowned internal skills, such as Zixia Shengong, serve as a foundation. However, the schisms between sects are profound, and core techniques are never disclosed. To gain access, one must expend considerable effort and time engaging in sectarian conflicts, while the world itself is fraught with intricate entanglements of grudges and vendettas. The world of Tianlong Babu. This realm is characterized by a flourishing martial arts culture, with a relatively complete system and a plethora of skilled practitioners. Yet, opportunities often come with immense risks, frequently embroiled in national and familial vendettas or duels between top experts. For Lin Yue, while risks are manageable, finding a mentor willing to impart martial knowledge from the very basics is exceedingly difficult, and acquiring advanced techniques necessitates a solid foundation and exceptional comprehension, rendering self-study of higher-level skills a formidable challenge. The world of the Tang Shuang Long Zhuan. Here, the martial arts cultivation system is distinctly defined, categorizing practitioners from postnatal to innate levels, with clear distinctions between masters and grandmasters. The Chongqing is touted as an ancient secret method. Nevertheless, this world is similarly fraught with dangers, with power structures deeply intertwined, making it challenging to find a mentor, especially given its higher starting point. The world of Xian, Jian, Qi, Xiaozhuan. In this realm, sects like the Shushan sword sect exist, with a cultivation system that begins with foundational practices and is relatively systematic. However, the world of immortal heroes is populated with numerous demons and monsters, posing significant unknown risks. And the process of entering an immortal sect presents a considerable challenge, requiring exceptional innate talent and favorable circumstances. Lin Yue's fingers gently tapped the mouse as his gaze traversed the myriad options on the screen, ultimately resting on a world he deemed most suitable for his fundamental goals after much deliberation. It was neither the world with the lowest combat prowess, nor the one abundant in serendipitous treasures, but rather the one most likely to provide systematic foundational cultivation knowledge in a relatively safe and direct manner. He murmured to himself, a name becoming increasingly clear in his mind. The world he selected was Xia Kuxing. The core conflict of the entire narrative and its ultimate resolution revolve around the Tai Xianjing on the overseas Hero Island. More importantly, within the 24 caves on Hero Island, authentic martial arts diagrams from various long-lost sects of the Central Plains are inscribed, accompanied by exceedingly detailed annotations. These annotations are likely to encompass a wealth of fundamental and core principles of internal and external martial arts, the mechanics of meridian flow, the dissection of techniques, and their practical application. They constitute a vast, systematic, and nearly public treasury of martial knowledge. Furthermore, the martial arts contained within these 24 caves are arranged in a progressive manner, meticulously categorized to cover various disciplines such as palm techniques, swordsmanship, knife skills, lightness techniques, internal arts, and both striking and grappling methods. This structure is particularly suited for someone like Lin Yue, who, lacking a foundational background, yearns for a systematic approach to learning from the ground up, step by step. This knowledge represents the authentic lineage of the Central Plains martial world, devoid of any sinister or heretical practices, thus presenting a relatively low risk of falling into madness. In contrast to other realms, where one must painstakingly seek masters, exhaustively steal techniques, or unravel intricate puzzles to acquire even a glimpse of martial arts, the knowledge within the world of the Knight's journey is almost entirely accessible. As long as one possesses the strength and opportunity to ascend to Hero Island, they can behold the martial arts etched upon the stone walls. Whether one can comprehend the profound complexities of the Tai Xianjing is an entirely different matter. For Lin Yue, who possesses a superhuman physique and enhanced learning capabilities, finding a way to reach Hero Island is far more straightforward than attempting to obtain a sect's clandestine secrets in other worlds. He need not immediately grapple with the most challenging Tai Xianjing. His initial objective is simply to learn and record all the knowledge contained within the foundational caves, thereby establishing an unshakable foundation for himself. The risks in this world are relatively manageable. Hero Island is not a place brimming with malicious intent. The island masters, Long and Mu, aim to gather talented individuals from across the land to jointly explore the supreme mysteries of martial arts, rather than indiscriminately slaying the innocent. Provided one does not provoke or attempt to damage the stone walls, the safety here far surpasses that of a world embroiled in vendettas or righteous battles. While the overall martial prowess of the world may be formidable, exemplified by the ultimate realm of Shur Pation, The ordinary martial environment and the attendants and disciples on the island remain within the bounds of what a superhuman physique can handle. Of course, for Lin Yue, who is a somewhat counterfeit superhuman reliant primarily on physical attributes rather than genuine internal power, the nascent martial world is unlikely to inflict harm upon him through external means. However, he cannot yet ascertain whether he could be countered or controlled by certain specialized pressure point techniques, formations, or unique attacks based on internal energy. Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious and avoid any risks when possible. This was it. A decisive and bright light flickered in Lin Yue's eyes, the world of the knight's journey. His primary objective was not the ultimate Tai Xianjing, but rather the foundational martial annotations prepared for novices like himself within the 24 caves of Hero Island. Armed with this solid and comprehensive foundation, he would be better equipped to discern, comprehend, cultivate, and integrate more advanced techniques during his future journeys through myriad realms. With his goals set, a new and clear motivation surged within him. No longer adrift, the preparations ahead became highly targeted. He immediately began to revisit the original novel of the knight's journey along with various adaptations, striving to gather every detail about the environment of Hero Island, the cave arrangements, types of martial arts, character traits, particularly those of the island masters Long and Mu, as well as their disciples, ensuring he had a thorough understanding. Carefully examining the provisions within the enchanted space, ample fresh water and high-energy compressed food were prioritized for replenishment. A substantial quantity of waterproof notebooks, various writing instruments, and even several large-capacity, waterproof tablets accompanied by powerful solar chargers were prepared for the purpose of capturing and documenting the vast array of martial arts diagrams and textual annotations. Despite the enhanced learning capabilities of a superhuman physique, the adage that a poor memory is inferior to a diligent pen holds true, particularly when faced with such an immense and intricate wealth of information. The analgesics and the remaining 48 units were once again confirmed to be stored securely, as they may provide crucial assistance in swiftly mastering the island's knowledge and potentially exploring the profound teachings of the Tai Xianjing in the future. Days later, all preparations were complete. The reservoir of knowledge had reached the pinnacle of what was achievable at this stage. New discoveries regarding the laws of energy emerged. His physical condition was now optimized. It was time. Standing at the center of the living room, a steady flow of power coursed through his body, while his mind brimmed with a vast expanse of knowledge. A sudden clarity surged within him. This journey would differ profoundly from previous ones. It was not for the sake of forcibly seizing power or treasures, but rather for the pursuit of learning, to lay the foundational path for eternity. A more humble mindset was essential, a posture of greater modesty was required, and actions must prioritize strategy over brute force. Lin Yue cast one last glance at the anchor point of this reality, his gaze calm and resolute, filled with clear expectations and plans for the future. His consciousness descended into the sea of awareness, connecting with the swirling luminescence, as the energy coalesced into a robust and abundant structure of rules. World selection, based on the novel Xia Kuxing, integrating and accommodating its reasonable worldview. Time frame, during the main storyline, ensuring that the Edict of Virtue and Vice from the Island of Heroes had been issued, causing a stir in the martial world, with the cave inscriptions intact. The point of traversal was set in the waters near the Island of Heroes, avoiding direct appearance on the island or in densely populated areas to prevent suspicion. Transcend. A gentle white light enveloped him, consuming his figure. The fluctuations of time and space transitioned subtly, then settled. A new journey commenced, leading to a starting point capable of answering all his fundamental inquiries. His path was on the verge of embarking on a genuine, systematic beginning. The briny sea breeze seemed to whisper faintly, heralding an overseas, immortal island dedicated to the transmission of martial arts and the sharing of knowledge, eagerly awaiting this unconventional seeker of wisdom. Chapter 11. An overseas visitor and the master of hard skills. The damp sea breeze, tinged with a distinct fishy aroma, surged into Lin Yue's nostrils, completely replacing the familiar yet oppressive air of his rented room. A slight sensation of dizziness quickly dissipated as his feet found themselves upon a stretch of fine, cool sand. The rhythmic sound of crashing waves filled his ears. Surveying his surroundings, dawn was just beginning to break, with a pale light at the horizon where the sky met the sea, shrouded in a veil of morning mist that cloaked this unfamiliar island. Behind him lay a dense forest, so thick that its depths remained hidden, vines entwined and teeming with a wild vibrancy. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean, waves undulating, revealing no hint of land in sight. This place felt distinctly different. Lin Yue inhaled deeply, experiencing not only freshness, but an almost nourishing comfort with each breath, as if the very air revitalized him, invigorating the superhuman strength within him, which seemed to pulse with newfound vitality and energy. However, this sensation differs significantly from the previously encountered low magic realm. It is not a peculiar energy that can be directly absorbed and utilized, but rather resembles a pure environmental nourishment. Indeed, fertile soil nurtures life. In contrast, the real world appears akin to barren land, as if the human body is ensnared by an invisible shackle. This metaphor inexplicably emerged in his mind. This world indeed possesses its own intricacies. The laws are different. Lin Yue pondered, his enhanced senses unfurling like the most sophisticated radar, silently enveloping the vicinity for miles. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the distant calls of seabirds, and the thundering waves crashing against the rocks flooded him with a multitude of information, which he processed at remarkable speed. Soon he pinpointed his target. Deep within the mountains, 3 to 4 miles from the coast, lay extensive signs of human activity, stone steps, pathways, and a plethora of vigorous life forces. A cursory assessment revealed no fewer than hundreds of individuals, many of whom exhibited an extraordinary vitality, with strong, prolonged heartbeats and steady breaths that far surpassed the world's elite athletes. Further afield, numerous cavernous openings could be observed on the mountain face. Indeed, that was the core area of the heroic island, the location of the 24 martial caves. Lin Yue suppressed the impulse to rush forward. The stage was set. It was time for him, the heir of a secluded martial sect from overseas, to make his entrance. This identity was one he had meticulously crafted, a perfect explanation for his extraordinary strength, formidable defenses, and agility that transcended the norm, allowing him to convincingly masquerade as a practitioner of light and hard martial arts while effectively concealing his profound ignorance of internal cultivation, his fatal flaw. He swiftly retrieved a meticulously prepared attire from his spatial pouch, a set of indigo coarse cloth garments, antiquated in style and aged to appear travel-worn. Changing out of his modern clothes and admiring his cropped hair, he contemplated for a moment before producing a similarly weathered fanyang hat from his spatial pouch, slightly lowering the brim to obscure his overly avant-garde hairstyle. He then deliberately smeared a bit of dirt on his face, completing his transformation. Once prepared, he adjusted his stance towards the sea, striving to soften his gaze and emulate the breathing rhythm of an internal martial arts master, though in truth, such breathing was unnecessary for him. His demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from that of an urban youth to that of a poised warrior, grounded and introspective, with a profound aura. He chose not to fly. That would be too alarming and beyond a realm of light martial arts. Instead, he focused on a floating plank on the water's surface, and with a swift movement, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. His toes lightly tapped the plank, propelling him again into the air, his form graceful and swift, akin to the legendary ability to walk on water. In a few effortless leaps, he traversed dozens of feet over the sea and silently landed upon the rocky edges of the island. The entire process was remarkably agile. Barely causing a splash, he deliberately created a slight sound upon stepping onto the island's path. Indeed, as he did so, the treetops ahead rustled, and 2 sharp voices rang out simultaneously. "Who goes there? Trespassing on Heroic Island." 2 gray figures swooped down like great birds, blocking his path. They were 2 young men in their early 20s, clad in gray attire, swords at their waists, their eyes alert, with slightly bulging temples, a clear indication of their formidable martial prowess, unmistakably superior to ordinary martial artists. Lin Yue had sensed their presence well in advance and deliberately revealed himself. He stood firmly, cupping his fists, his voice deliberately slowed to convey composure. "I am Lin Fan, the contemporary heir of the overseas Wujiman. I have long heard of the heroic island, gathering the essence of martial arts from across the world, and my heart yearns for it. Thus, I have crossed the ocean to pay my respects, wishing to engage in a dialogue with the esteemed masters on the island, to explore the profound truths of martial arts, with no malicious intent." His name and sect were fabricated, yet his tone remained neither servile nor arrogant. Overseas Wujiman, the two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name. However, given Lin Fan's astonishing speed and the remarkable lightness of his movements, along with his current imposing presence, they dared not underestimate him. Especially notable was the coarse robe he wore and the conical hat atop his head, which, when contrasted with his deliberately restrained yet undeniably powerful physique, exuded an aura of indomitable resilience. One disciple, displaying a degree of courtesy, clasped his hands. "Please wait a moment. We must report to the steward." The other disciple, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lin Fan's cropped hair and youthful visage, rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, his vigilance unabated. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, allowing their scrutiny while rapidly assessing them. These gatekeepers radiated vitality, their physiques robust, and their movements coordinated with an underlying explosiveness. Their clear-eyed expressions suggested they were elite warriors by any standard. And it seemed they harbored another kind of power. Was it the so-called internal force or true energy? It felt more akin to a highly concentrated life force rather than any external aura. This heroic island was indeed remarkable. Before long, a more formidable presence approached swiftly. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a pale blue robe, his face gaunt, adorned with 3 wisps of long beard. Despite appearing to stroll leisurely, his speed was extraordinary. He alighted upon the stone steps with remarkable agility, his gaze piercing as he scanned Lin Fan up and down, lingering momentarily on his cropped hair and exceptionally steady hands. "I am Zhao Ku, the steward welcoming guests at Heroic Island." The middle-aged man clasped his hands in greeting, his tone calm, yet tinged with scrutiny. "You claim to be the heir of the overseas Wujiman? Forgive my ignorance, but I have not heard of such a profound lineage overseas. Your movements are light and swift. May I inquire about the style from which they originate?" He gestured toward Lin Fan's cropped hair, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Lin Fan felt a slight chill in his heart, realizing he had encountered someone knowledgeable. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and recited his prepared response. "My sect resides on a remote island abroad, focusing for generations on refining the body and practicing external martial techniques. Thus we have had little interaction with the martial world of the Central Plains. It is natural for Steward Zhao to be unaware of us. The overseas climate is scorching, with turbulent winds and waves. Hence all disciples are accustomed to short hair for convenience. Please forgive me for any offense. The technique I practice is unique. We do not emphasize internal cultivation, but rather hone our physical form. I have gleaned some insights into speed, strength, and reaction. What I demonstrated earlier was a technique from our school, treading waves and riding tides, relying solely on physical strength and a unique breathing method to adjust my center of gravity. It is not akin to the lightness techniques of the Central Plains. I hope it does not cause any embarrassment to you two brothers or the steward." He attributed his extraordinary agility to specialized techniques of physical exertion and body mechanics. "Oh, you do not cultivate internal energy, but focus solely on physical refinement? To achieve such movements is indeed remarkable." Zhao Ke's interest deepened as he observed Lin Fan. To reach such a level, treading the waves with such grace, is truly rare. Might you be willing to demonstrate a technique, so we may broaden our horizons? This was still a test, seeking to discern the true extent of Lin Fan's martial prowess. Lin Fan understood that it was time to showcase something substantial. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a boulder by the roadside, standing at least half a man's height and weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. Its surface was rough and resilient, evidently shaped by years of relentless ocean waves, and its texture was exceedingly firm, a display of strength unfolded. Lin Yue approached the stone, casually standing before it, his right fist clenched, arm muscles slightly tensing as he exerted merely 2 or 3/10 of his strength, delivering a slow yet forceful punch. Although the strike appeared unhurried, it generated a dull, resounding wind. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, sending a jolt through the hearts of those present. The surface of the resilient boulder, centered around Lin Yue's fist imprint, instantly became adorned with a spiderweb of cracks, the sound of splintering resonating continuously as the fissures expanded significantly. Fragments of stone cascaded down, while Lin Yue's fist gradually retracted, unscathed, with not even a hint of redness upon his skin. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the whispers of the wind and the rhythm of the waves. The two disciples stared wide-eyed, instinctively gasping in astonishment as they tightly gripped the hilts of their swords, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. The calm demeanor of Zhao Ke vanished entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. An astute observer, he recognized the formidable hardness of the boulder. It would require a considerable infusion of pure inner strength for an ordinary martial artist to shatter it so effortlessly. Yet, the opponent displayed no trace of internal energy. Relying solely on physical prowess, this mastery of hard techniques was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the method of exertion, the subtle adjustment of the body at the moment of impact, was a technique he had never encountered before. Zhao Ke inhaled deeply, bowing once more, his tone now laced with respect. "Mr. Lin, your prowess is remarkable. I am in awe. I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier, and I hope for your understanding. Allow me to escort you to meet the Island Lord." The two lords have always relished discussions on martial arts with the world's talents, and will surely be delighted to learn of your arrival. "I appreciate your courtesy, Zhao," Lin Yue replied with a smile, having successfully established his authority. Under Zhao Ke's guidance, Lin Yue proceeded into the island's interior. Along the way, they passed several training grounds where numerous disciples practiced their skills, sword techniques, palm strikes, and physical exercises. Each displayed vibrant energy, their movements imbued with strength, whether fierce or gentle, indicative of their substantial inner power. They cast curious glances at the unfamiliar young man donning a straw hat, being respectfully led by Zhao Ke. Lin Yue's heightened senses silently gathered information. Although the breathing methods varied, all were deep and prolonged, suggesting they were refining their own vital energy. The techniques embodied unique principles of exertion, starkly different from modern combat, emphasizing the internal flow of strength. Was this not the essence of martial arts in this realm? Rooted in oneself rather than the external? Indeed, it was a world apart. Soon, the path opened up to reveal a grand hall built against the mountainside, adorned with the three ancient characters Xia Ku Tang. Inside the hall, two elderly gentlemen awaited their arrival. One was clad in white, slender and kindly, with gentle, profound eyes. The other, dressed in black, was robust with a ruddy complexion, his gaze radiating authority without anger. They were none other than the island lords, Long and Mu. Their eyes simultaneously fell upon Lin Yue, each displaying a flicker of astonishment. With their cultivated discernment, they immediately perceived that there were no signs of true energy circulating within Lin Yue. Yet his vitality was vigorous, his physique robust, and his sinews dense, resembling a humanoid giant far beyond their comprehension of external martial prowess, especially that subtle sensation of being in perfect harmony with the surrounding environment, as if devoid of any flaws, left them secretly astonished. Lin Fan from the overseas Wuji sect had encountered the Dragon Island Master and the Wood Island Master. Lin Yue removed his hat, clasped his fists in salute, revealing a head of short, robust hair. Young friend Lin need not be overly formal. The Dragon Island Master spoke in a gentle tone, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yue's short hair without a hint of surprise. He was well aware of the customs abroad, having heard from Steward Zhao that the young friend hailed from overseas, possessing an extraordinary martial prowess that was truly remarkable. The two elders were also filled with curiosity, wondering about the extraordinary individual who had imparted such profound skills to the young friend, enabling him to reach such celestial heights in martial arts. His words, though gentle, struck directly at the heart of the matter. Lin Yue had long prepared his response and answered with composure, in response to the Dragon Island Master. "My master is a recluse whose name is not to be mentioned. The martial art of my sect is known as Wuji Golden Body, which is not the conventional external martial arts found in the Central Plains. It is said to have originated from ancient times, focusing on the essence of water and grains, refining the energy of metals and stones to temper one's body, exploring the treasures of the human physique. It does not cultivate inner strength, but solely hones the physical form and vitality. At advanced levels, one can possess boundless strength, bones as tough as steel, swift reflexes, and a prolonged lifespan. As for my short hair, it is customary due to the hot climate and turbulent seas of the overseas regions, conducive for labor and combat, hence not an expression of eccentricity. Half-truths were woven into his narrative, packaging his extraordinary abilities as a unique body-refining technique, invoking concepts that this realm could comprehend. such as the essence of water and grains and the energies of metals and stones. Essence of water and grains? Energy of metals and stones? To reach such heights without cultivating inner strength? The Wood Island Master, with a voice like thunder, expressed immense interest. Could the young friend demonstrate a bit, so that we may broaden our horizons? His nature was more impatient. Seeing was believing. Certainly, Lin Yue nodded. His gaze swept over a corner of the courtyard outside the hall, where several stone locks were placed, clearly for the disciples to practice their strength. He approached, seemingly casually selecting the largest, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. With a single hand on the handle, he effortlessly lifted it above his head, his arms steady as a mountain, even finding the leisure to shake it slightly before gently placing it down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The entire process exhibited no fluctuation of inner strength whatsoever. Immediately after, he extended his arm towards Steward Zhao and asked, "May I borrow a sword?" Zhao looked to the island master, who gave a slight nod. Zhao drew a sword from his waist, its cold gleam indicating it was forged from the finest steel. Channeling his inner strength, the sword trembled slightly, emitting a soft hum as he forcefully swung it towards Lin Yue's outstretched arm. With 7 or 8 parts of his strength, it was sufficient to cleave through an ordinary iron rod. Clang! A deafening clash of metal reverberated. Sparks flew. Zhao felt an immense force rebound towards him, his tiger's mouth paining intensely, nearly causing him to lose grip of the sword. Astonished, he looked on, seeing Lin Yue's core sleeve was cut open, revealing bronze skin beneath, devoid of even a single mark. Both island masters were finally moved, stepping forward in unison. The Dragon Island Master even extended his frail hand, gently touching Lin Yue's arm, feeling its warmth and resilience, slightly heated, as if beneath the flesh there was not bone, but rather refined steel, yet still full of elasticity. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. The Dragon Island Master's eyes brimmed with awe. A mere mortal body could be tempered to rival or even surpass that of divine weapons. It was not through the hardiness of inner strength, but purely the fortitude of the physical form. Young friend, this Wuji golden body of yours is indeed an unparalleled marvel of the ages. Kozhojin praised loudly. Excellent. One extraordinary Wuji golden body. Today I have truly opened my eyes. Young friend, does this skill possess any hidden techniques? His straightforwardness prompted him to ask directly. Lin Yue secretly chuckled. The bait had been cast. He feigned an expression of thoughtful hesitation. This method is a closely guarded secret of our sect, and the core techniques are indeed not meant for public disclosure. However, he shifted his tone and gazed towards the rear of the Grand Hall, where a myriad of martial energies faintly resonated, his voice imbued with sincerity. I have journeyed from afar to seek knowledge. I have long heard that the heroic island harbors the lost ultimate skills of various schools from the Central Plains, inscribed within 24 caverns, with detailed annotations, serving as a treasure trove of martial arts. I am willing to exchange some basic techniques from the Wuji golden body that strengthen the sinews and condense the vital energy, along with my humble insights into martial arts, in mutual validation with the martial knowledge stored on the island. I wonder if the two island masters could facilitate this request and allow me to observe and learn. He proposed his terms of exchange. The two island masters, Long and Mu, exchanged glances, both unable to conceal the spark of interest in their eyes. Having been ensnared by the Tai Xian Jing for many years, they had been desperately seeking a breakthrough. Now, a radically different martial path that seemed to lead to the heavens had emerged. How could they not be intrigued? Even if it were merely rudimentary techniques and insights, they could very well inspire a breakthrough, trading old knowledge, which they had studied for years, for a new key that might unlock new doors was an exceedingly advantageous deal. Furthermore, this young man appeared forthright, seeking only observation and learning, not demanding secret manuals. Ha! Wonderful. Young Lin, you are straightforward and generous. Master Mu laughed heartily. You may freely explore the martial arts within the 24 caverns. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask either of us or the other enthusiasts on the island. Master Long also stroked his beard, smiling warmly. Young Lin, having come a long way, Zhao, please take young Lin to the guest quarters for proper hospitality. Once he has rested adequately, you may observe the martial arts at his leisure. As for the exchange of martial knowledge, we too look forward to it. There is ample time ahead. Thank you, esteemed island masters. Lin Yue felt a surge of certainty within, having successfully taken the first step. He had effectively used the image of his extraordinary martial prowess to unlock the door to the treasure trove of martial arts on Heroic Island. Chapter 12. The Martial Cave Sea. A first trial, the humid sea breeze carried a distinct fishy scent, rushing into Lin Yue's nostrils. Accompanied by the dull roar of waves crashing against the rocks in the distance, and the faint shouts of breathing exercises echoing through the mountains and forests. He inhaled deeply, absorbing the unique vitality in the air of this realm, his gaze resolutely fixed on the cave entrance, marked by the fierce sword intent engraved with the ancient script Zhao Koman Huing. According to the guide, Manager Zhao, this cave housed martial arts that were quite peculiar among the 24, not merely focusing on straightforward offensive and defensive techniques, but emphasizing control, entanglement, and the application of subtle strength, which would greatly aid in understanding the diversity and essence of martial arts in this realm, overcoming rigidity with softness and employing skill to conquer brute force. As he stepped into the cave, the light abruptly dimmed, only to be gently illuminated by numerous everlasting lamps embedded in the walls. In stark contrast to the rugged coastal scenery outside, the interior of the cave appeared remarkably orderly. The immense stone wall has been polished to a relatively smooth finish, intricately engraved with a myriad of diagrams depicting techniques for subduing, binding, and ensnaring adversaries using ribbon-like weapons such as silk, rope, and even specially crafted metal chains. The lines of these illustrations do not aspire to aesthetic beauty. Rather, they are a testament to realism, each stroke imbued with a palpable sense of restraint, control, and entanglement, as if poised to leap from the wall and ensnare the observer. Surrounding these diagrams are annotations penned in fine, meticulous script, the characters neatly formed yet profoundly complex, elaborating on how internal energy harmonizes with specific techniques, detailing how force can intertwine and permeate an opponent's joints and meridians, and how subsequent variations of the techniques can restrict or entirely strip an opponent of their capacity for movement. While these descriptions are exhaustively detailed, their intricacy renders them somewhat opaque and challenging to comprehend. Within the cave, 7 or 8 individuals are quietly observing or practicing the techniques, and the atmosphere is thick with a sense of concentrated contemplation. Among them, one particularly striking figure stands out, a robust man with a bushy beard and sinewy arms, whose very presence commands attention. He is deeply engrossed in contemplating a technique known as thousand threads entwining hands, his body resonating with the sound of surging blood and energy, which, despite his efforts to suppress it, is faintly audible. It is evident that his foundation in external martial arts is remarkably profound, as indicated by the pronounced bulge at his temples, suggesting considerable internal strength. Yet at this moment his brow is furrowed, and his large hands move slowly and deliberately through the motions of the technique, murmuring to himself in a state of confusion and agitation. Energy flows to the fingertips. Soft as silk, intent follows the force, endlessly entwined as the annotations state, demanding internal power that is both soft and resilient. How can one simultaneously achieve the flow of intent with the energy reaching the fingertips? When the intent quickens, the internal breath lags behind, leaving it insubstantial. When the internal breath is forced, the intent becomes weary, stagnant, and unresponsive. The mind struggles to bifurcate, and this entwining force remains elusive, failing to reach the harmonious realm of intent, energy, and force, as delicate and continuous as silk threads, so difficult, so challenging. Could it be that my internal power is not yet sufficiently refined, that my thoughts cannot be so finely controlled? Lin Yue observed quietly from the side for a moment. With his extraordinary sensory perception and a profound theoretical foundation in martial arts derived from extensive study, he swiftly deciphered the core principles of this grappling technique. He realized that rather than relying on the absolute strength of internal energy, this technique emphasizes a nuanced understanding of listening to energy, transforming force, and leveraging strength, a test of the dexterity of the wrists and fingers, as well as the instantaneous coordination of energy throughout the body. It resembles a spider weaving its web. Once ensnared, an opponent becomes ensconced in an endless series of bindings, the pursuit of ultimate control and disintegration, rather than a singular, forceful strike to kill. However, The surrounding annotations are predominantly devoted to the intricate and unique pathways of internal energy, meticulously detailing the origins of energy flow, the specific meridians involved, and the requisite rotations, vibrations, and transformations necessary to achieve optimal results in conjunction with the techniques. Lin Yue meticulously scrutinized the details and discovered that certain descriptions exhibited subtle contradictions or redundancies with the mechanical principles of joint techniques, counterjoint techniques, and physical force locking mechanisms demonstrated in the diagrams. It seemed as though later generations had forcibly imposed a generic internal force-driven model onto all martial arts, inadvertently obscuring some of the more fundamental secrets of power generation. The burly man, following this insight, attempted several more times, but found his force still lacking in fluidity. He felt a surplus of vigor, yet insufficient flexibility, unable to achieve the imagined control that flowed as seamlessly as mercury. In a moment of frustration, he let out a low growl, and in his defeat, instinctively struck his fist against the nearby stone wall, producing a dull thud. The wall stood unscathed, while his knuckles turned slightly red, indicating that his internal force had not been perfectly maintained, or perhaps that his mind was not truly focused on defense. Observing this, Lin Yue recognized the opportune moment. He stepped forward with measured grace, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Esteemed brother, may I have a moment? I am Lin Fan, passing through this place, and I am in awe of your fierce and formidable practice. However, I sense a hint of confusion in your approach. I possess some rudimentary insights on external power generation that may offer an alternative perspective for your consideration." The burly man, preoccupied with his own frustrations, looked up to find a young man dressed simply, with a neat haircut, who exuded no signs of internal energy fluctuations. Initially dismissive, he was nonetheless drawn in by the calmness of Lin Yue's countenance and the clarity of his gaze, which conveyed a compelling aura. Furthermore, having felt a bit embarrassed by his earlier display of striking the wall, he returned the gesture with a bow and replied in a gruff voice, "I am Luda, a practitioner of the mountain opening palm. Please forgive my earlier display." The intricacies of this thousand threads entwining technique are indeed quite distinct from conventional methods, making it difficult to grasp. "What insights might you offer?" Lin Yue smiled gently, deftly guiding the conversation towards a purely external perspective of power generation. "You are too kind. Brother Liu, I would not dare to claim any profound insights. Rather, I observe that the patterns illustrated on the wall seem to embody a remarkably sophisticated system of control and force generation, resonating with fundamental principles of leverage and force dynamics, principles that are not solely reliant on the peculiarities of internal energy." As he spoke, he gradually began to elucidate and mimic several key movements depicted in the diagrams. For instance, he demonstrated that controlling the wrist should resemble a serpent's embrace, not relying on sheer brute strength, but rather seeking the limits of joint mobility and acting in harmony, using minimal force to unbalance the opponent. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he executed a winding motion, devoid of internal energy, yet precisely showcasing the coordinated sequence and angles of the wrist's minor joints, generating a supple gust of wind. To immobilize an opponent's joint, one must identify the fulcrum, akin to a skilled butcher dissecting meat, discerning the gaps and applying minimal leverage to effect substantial change. He mimicked the action of locking an elbow joint with his fingers poised, slightly lowering his body to demonstrate how to utilize weight and structure for control. Furthermore, he illustrated that power generation should flow like waves crashing upon the shore, rather than a single, exhaustive surge. It should be a continuous cycle, where the force of the previous wave gives rise to the next, maintaining pressure until the barrier crumbles. He executed a series of seamless locking transitions, his movements fluid, the rhythm distinct, imbued with an unrelenting sense of pressure. At last, he turned to Luda and pointed out the crux of the matter. "I observed, dear brother Liu, that your recent gestures, marked by a vigorous precision, have captured the essence of subduing an opponent through the three flavors of grappling. However, I am curious whether, at the moment of exerting strength to secure the lock, your waist and hips ought to descend a fraction more, lowering your center of gravity slightly, thereby allowing your entire being to coalesce into the lock as if entwined by a mighty serpent, rather than relying solely on the strength of your arms. Such an adjustment may render your control more stable, more secure, and significantly more difficult to escape from. while also allowing the reactive forces to be absorbed by your entire body, thus preventing injury to oneself. As he spoke, he flawlessly mimicked the entire sequence of force application, attuning himself to the opponent's strength and direction, seamlessly integrating his own energy into the voids of their power, adjusting his center of gravity and axis of force from foot to waist, shoulder, elbow, and finally to the wrist, ensuring a solid lock. His movements flowed with an effortless grace, imbued with a sense of perilous control. Though devoid of any internal power, he showcased an almost perfect manifestation of strength through the utmost control of his muscles, tendons, and center of gravity. Luda, the bearded man, gazed in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. He momentarily cast aside the convoluted intricacies of chi circulation that cluttered his mind, focusing solely on the pure chain of force application and the techniques of center of gravity control described by Lin Yue. These principles, seemingly simple, cut straight to the essence, presenting a perspective he had never contemplated. Instinctively, he followed Lin Yue's suggestions, mimicking the motions with empty hands, attempting the technique with a feigned grip, though he held nothing. The sound of the air being sliced through was noticeably more dense and resilient than before. The palpable sense of concentrated control seemed almost tangible, and the previous sensations of internal energy disturbance and arm recoil lightened considerably. Luda halted, incredulously examining his palm, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and ecstatic delight, as if he had indeed found a smoother flow. The force was not merely dispersed. It appeared to have coalesced even more. The recoil experienced by his arm felt diminished. Mr. Lin, your analogy of the mighty serpent entwining and channeling strength is refreshingly direct. It is far more comprehensible than those convoluted theories of chi manipulation and the pathways of lesser yang. At that moment, a slender, sharp-eyed instructor named Lei, who oversaw this cavern, approached, having overheard their entire exchange. With a smile and a stroke of his beard, he remarked, though Mr. Lin claims to have no mastery over internal power, his insights into the art of force control are profound, often revealing what has eluded others and addressing the core of the matter. Indeed, the martial arts of the world, despite their endless variations, ultimately revolve around the application of force. The annotations on this wall are invaluable treasures, left by predecessors who combined their unique internal energy characteristics with their training experiences. Yet, they remain the spirits and paths of others. Should future scholars become overly engrossed in memorizing texts and rigidly adhering to methods, neglecting the fundamental principles of force embedded in the techniques and the importance of bodily awareness and control, they risk straying from the essence and may even practice erroneously. Mr. Lin's words today are truly timely and serve as a profound warning. Surrounding him, several martial artists who had been deeply engrossed in their annotations and pondering the nuances of energy manipulation lifted their heads upon hearing his words. Their expressions transformed, revealing a newfound understanding as admiration and curiosity flickered in their gazes toward Lin Yue. Clearly, some among them had encountered similar bottlenecks in their training. Lin Yue felt a subtle stir within, realizing that his guidance had begun to resonate. He humbly clasped his hands together and said, "Master Lei, your praise is unwarranted. I am merely a junior who has occasionally gleaned insights, speaking nothing but nonsensical ramblings. The profound applications of inner strength and the confluence of divine intent are vast and intricate, far beyond my capacity to fathom. I must continue to learn and experience from all esteemed seniors here." He had successfully sown a seed in the hearts of the onlookers, one that suggested perhaps diagrams were more fundamental than mere words, emphasizing the significance of bodily perception and the principles of force application. This would greatly benefit his subsequent observations of their training and deepen his own understanding of martial arts. The burly man, Luda, developed a strong fondness for Lin Yue, appreciating not only his abilities but also his straightforward manner of speaking, devoid of pretense. He eagerly engaged Lin Yue in discussions about the intricate details of various grappling techniques. Lin Yue was equally delighted. This presented an excellent opportunity to delve deeper into the nuances of martial arts in this realm. He cleverly intertwined concepts from modern combat, such as joint techniques, ground control principles, and human biomechanics, using language that was profoundly archaic and closely aligned with the martial context of this world. Luda nodded vigorously, feeling as though many previously obscure aspects had suddenly become clear. As the day waned, Lin Yue had not only enjoyed a fruitful exchange with Lu De, forging a valuable connection, but he also seized the opportunity to meticulously scan and memorize the intricacies of the entire Zhao Command Huing cave, including key points of force application, thanks to his remarkable memory and heightened sensory perception. In return, he shared some fundamental yet effective techniques he had distilled from modern sports science, human anatomy, and superhuman physical traits regarding the refinement of vital energy, the strengthening of bones, and the enhancement of facial resilience, stripping away any modern terminology. Though these methods had minimal effect on Lin Yue himself, they were akin to invaluable foundational secrets for martial artists in this realm, particularly for someone like Lu De, who appreciated them as treasures. As they departed from the cave, the setting sun had bathed the sea in hues of gold and crimson. Lin Yue glanced back at the stone wall, now shrouded in twilight, densely inscribed with annotations, and mused. In this world of martial arts, while the intricacies of inner strength are indeed marvelous, it may be precisely due to the overdevelopment of the inner strength system that many martial artists overlook the fundamental techniques of force application and bodily control. The true distinction, perhaps, lies even deeper within the human beings of this realm. Their nervous systems, or rather, their body sensitivity and responsiveness to intention and energy far surpass those of ordinary earth. Moreover, the very laws of this world permit the generation and efficient existence of inner strength as a form of life energy. He felt his understanding of martial arts in this realm deepening, no longer confined to mere surface techniques and inner strength, but beginning to touch upon the more profound differences in underlying rules. Chapter 13. Lightness and Elevation, the Distinction of Vital Energy in the Days that Followed. Lin Yue became like an insatiable sponge, tirelessly traversing various martial caves, greedily absorbing all knowledge pertaining to martial arts in this world. Each cavern unveils a distinct realm, showcasing various facets of power and motion. At the Silver Saddle and White Horse Lightness Cave, the inscribed verses at the entrance flow gracefully, as though a celestial steed truly approached upon its silver saddle, then vanished into the distance. This cave, in contrast to others, appears more expansive, with illustrations predominantly depicting a myriad of agile movements, akin to soaring birds gliding through the air, nimble and light, or like startled deer leaping across a gorge, swift and explosive, or like willow fluff dancing in the wind, unpredictable and ethereal. Each posture embodies both elegance and efficiency, brimming with a yearning to transcend earthly confines in pursuit of ultimate freedom. The accompanying annotations emphasize the techniques of elevating one's spirit and lightening one's body, detailing how internal energy circulates to alleviate weight, enhance absolute speed, and facilitate directional changes in midair, all described with exquisite precision, captivating the reader. A live female disciple, adorned in a pale green practice garb, exhibited remarkable skill, diligently rehearsing an advanced technique known as stepping on snow without a trace. Her movements were already remarkably swift and fluid, her toes barely making a sound upon contact with the ground, indicating her internal energy had reached a considerable level of mastery. However, a subtle trace of exertion and fatigue lingered upon her brow, as if she were perpetually striving to maintain a light, elevated state of energy. Each leap and turn bore a hint of tension, lacking the fluidity and ease she sought. The consumption of her internal energy evidently exceeded her expectations. Lin Yue observed her intently for an extended period, his extraordinary vision capturing the slightest tremor of her muscles, the minute shifts in her center of gravity, and the intricate distribution of force at the moment her foot met the ground. Once she completed her practice session, her breath slightly hurried, he approached, cupping his hands in greeting. "My lady, may I have a word?" The female disciple turned at the sound, encountering a stranger whose peculiar hat rendered him somewhat odd. Yet his demeanor was calm, and his gaze clear, devoid of any lewd intent. She returned the gesture respectfully. "What advice do you offer, sir?" Her voice rang clear, tinged with the remnants of her exertion. Lin Yue smiled, replying, "I do not presume to offer counsel. I am Lin Fan, and I admire your exceptional skill, akin to a startled swan. However, I have some unconventional thoughts on the dynamics of movement and force. I notice you occasionally seem to sacrifice fluidity to maintain your energy flow. If I may be so bold, Might there be areas for enhancement? I wonder if it would be appropriate to share my insights. The disciple raised an eyebrow, her pride in her lightness techniques slightly ruffled by his words. Yet, sensing his sincere tone, she replied, "Please do share. I am curious to hear what you have to say." Lin Yue continued, "In my humble opinion, I observe that the brilliance of this technique lies not solely in elevating one's energy, but rather in the moment of contact with the ground, where the countless minute muscles in the foot, toes, and ankles engage in precise control to absorb, roll, and rebound forces. Relying solely on elevated energy seems insufficient for achieving such exquisite fluidity and effortless, rapid directional changes. Might it be that the foundation of lightness lies in mastering the fleeting moment of contact with the earth, rather than merely resisting gravity?" He articulated his understanding of fine control over power during superhuman leaps and bounds in the language of martial arts. Upon hearing his words, the female disciple furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively inclined to refute him. But as she contemplated Lin Yue's insights, she felt they resonated with some elusive understanding within her. She fell into deep contemplation. In the past, her master and the annotations had always emphasized the importance of uplifting energy and lightness. Yet no one had ever underscored the significance of grounding and control to such an extent. As she prepared for her next leap and landing, she resolved to abandon the deliberate pursuit of that soaring sensation, as if striving to completely escape the earth beneath her. Instead, she allowed part of her focus to descend, attentively experiencing the subtle control of her soles, as Lin Yue had described, sensing the force of the ground's feedback, bending her knees in harmony, rolling to dissipate the impact, and then instantaneously propelling herself upward. After several attempts, she initially felt somewhat awkward, but soon, a spark ignited in her eyes. Her movements became remarkably smoother and more natural. The transitions were less contrived, infused with a newfound gracefulness, and her speed seemed to increase, while her internal energy expenditure noticeably diminished. Lin's words resonated within her as she paused, her face alight with astonishment and incredulity, as if a profound truth had been unveiled. When I consciously control the subtle changes beneath my feet, mindfully attuning to the ground's feedback and acting accordingly, it appears to conserve internal energy far better than mere elevation. My movements have become more agile during transitions. It felt as if I were not resisting the earth, but rather the earth was propelling me forward. She felt as though she had unlocked a new gateway. Nearby, a silent observer, a master of lightness skills, witnessed her transformation, and a look of appreciation flickered in his eyes. He stroked his beard, nodded in approval, and approached her. There are no fixed methods. All paths converge into one. Mr. Lin's approach, though distinct from the techniques of internal energy manipulation, resonates deeply with the martial principle that power emanates from the ground and acts upon the body. Truly invaluable. It seems that in the realm of lightness skills, it is not solely the supremacy of internal energy that matters. A robust physique, meticulous control, and comprehension of energy dynamics can also lead to an elevated mastery. Mr. Lin possesses remarkable insights regarding fluidity and stability, showcasing true wisdom. This instructor evidently valued efficacy and affirmed Lin Yue's perspective. Lin Yue promptly returned the gesture with humility. Through his interactions with his female disciple and the instructor, Lin Yue's understanding of the lightness skills evolved beyond the simplistic model of reducing weight through internal energy. He recognized the utmost demands for bodily coordination, power utilization, and interaction with the environment. In another realm, the atmosphere at the cavern of Xiangua Xinling, which emphasized internal cultivation, was starkly different from the external skill chamber. It was markedly quieter, with hardly anyone practicing techniques. Most martial artists were seated in meditation, contemplating the diagrams of meridians etched upon the stone walls. The air was thick with a solemn, introspective essence. Lin Yue chose not to disturb the tranquility of others' meditative practices, but instead observed the meridian diagrams with great interest. He discovered that the meridian system in this world closely resembled the traditional Chinese medicine model he had constructed based on texts such as the Huangdi, Neijing, and Nanjing, with the main meridian pathways and key acupoint positions largely aligning. However, the diagrams here place greater emphasis on the circulation and transformation of qi, marked by various arrows, dashed lines, and special symbols, highlighting specific respiratory rhythms, physiological details such as the tongue's position against the palate, and the guiding intent on the generation accumulation, and regulation of the energy referred to as internal power. Adjacent to the diagrams, there were extensive annotations elucidating the principles, levels, and potential realms associated with various internal cultivation methods. A middle-aged scholar-like martial artist had just awakened from a profound state of meditation, displaying signs of fatigue. He gently shook his head and sighed softly, as if he had encountered a certain bottleneck, with progress being sluggish. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yue perceived an opportunity for enlightenment and stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture as he softly addressed the gentleman. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire?" The scholar warrior raised his gaze, noticing Lin Yue's tranquil demeanor and clear eyes, which did not bear the mark of malevolence, and reciprocated the gesture. "Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Yue carefully organized his thoughts and replied, "I am Lin Fan, a novice in the realm of internal cultivation. Observing that you seem to harbor some doubts, I humbly seek your guidance. Might I inquire whether the essence of internal cultivation, in your esteemed view, aligns with this principle? Through specific breathing techniques and contemplative visualization, can one optimize the internal environment of the body, regulate the flow of vital energy and blood, and awaken deeper physiological potentials, thereby gradually generating and mastering what is referred to as internal strength, an even more refined and potent life force?" He endeavored to articulate the concept of internal cultivation using terminology more akin to contemporary physiology and energy studies, deliberately avoiding the arcane jargon often associated with the subject. The scholar warrior paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yue's inquiry. Upon reflection, he discerned that, although the young man had not directly articulated the mystique of internal strength, its ability to bridge heaven and earth and its philosophical implications, he had nonetheless touched upon a fundamental possibility from a more basic physiological perspective, which struck him as somewhat reasonable, at least logically coherent. After a brief contemplation, his tone softened slightly as he articulated, "Your words, Mr. Lin, are indeed novel. While they do not delve into the profound mysteries of vital energy and its transformation, nor do they address the subtleties of harmonizing with the cosmos, they inadvertently align with the foundational principles of entry into this discipline. Mastery of internal cultivation must commence with self-regulation, with an emphasis on experiential understanding." Thus, he partially acknowledged Lin Yue's assertions. Seizing the moment, Lin Yue responded, "What you say resonates deeply. I have heard that within the human body lies a great medicine, with vital energy and blood as its foundation. Might there exist certain fundamental internal cultivation techniques that focus on nurturing this vital essence, unblocking meridians, and reinforcing one's foundation, laying a solid groundwork for more profound mastery of internal strength, rather than pursuing esoteric realms from the outset?" He posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind, yearning for the foundational knowledge akin to a textbook. The scholar warrior nodded in response, gesturing toward several relatively simple and clearly delineated diagrams on the stone wall. "Indeed, reinforcing one's foundation is the essence of the initial stages of internal cultivation. Alas, many in this world are prone to ambition and impatience. These diagrams, titled Basic Energy Circulation Techniques, serve to guide novices in focusing their minds, maintaining tranquility, and regulating their breath, with the aim that vital energy may naturally flourish, gradually facilitating the unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians. Although progress may be slow, it is the most reliable and solid approach." Lin Yue felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, immediately fixating on the diagrams and the accompanying brief annotations. Memorizing them with utmost concentration, he began to synthesize this newfound knowledge with the principles of traditional Chinese medicine and contemporary understandings of the neuroendocrine immune network regulation and the autonomic nervous system's functions. In his mind, he pondered, could specific breathing rhythms influence the autonomic nervous system, thereby regulating visceral functions and blood circulation? Might the act of focusing on the lower dantian serve as a meditation practice, enhancing concentration, reducing unnecessary cerebral energy expenditure, and heightening awareness of internal states? The sensation of qi could perhaps arise from improved microcirculation, increased nerve terminal activity, or heightened bioelectric signals within the body. This foundational energy circulation technique resembling an efficient means of self-regulating one's physiology. He refrained from disclosing the entirety of his speculations, deeming them too radical for the moment. Instead, he chose to engage in the most straightforward and easily comprehensible aspects of the conversation with the learned warrior. Sir, I perceive that the crux of this method lies in the notions of relaxation and tranquility. By allowing the body and mind to relax, casting aside distracting thoughts, and permitting the breath to flow naturally and continuously, the body's self-regulating functions can achieve their optimal state. Consequently, one becomes energized, the meridians harmonized, and what is termed as internal strength may emerge as a natural product of this ideal state of being, rather than a forced pursuit of some mystical energy. The learned warrior's gaze flickered with intrigue. Having cultivated his internal energy for many years and encountered myriad esoteric theories, he had never before encountered such a pragmatic, almost medical perspective on the initial utility of internal cultivation. Upon reflection, he found great sense in it, with many previously obscured concepts suddenly becoming clear. He could not help but regard Lin Yue with newfound respect, his demeanor growing increasingly amicable. Indeed, Mr. Lin, you are no ordinary individual, possessing unique insights. The principles of relaxation and tranquility are indeed the foundational keys to the initial stages, and they remain central throughout the entire journey of internal cultivation, an invaluable treasure. Many obstacles indeed stem from an unsettled mind and a tense body. Our conversation has proven immensely beneficial, shedding light on my previous confusions. He even expressed his gratitude towards Lin Yue. Through this interaction, although Lin Yue was not yet prepared to immediately cultivate the internal power of this realm due to his prior commitments, he continuously absorbed foundational knowledge, experiences, insights, and core concepts regarding internal cultivation from his exchanges with these practitioners. This laid an exceptionally solid theoretical foundation for him. As he endeavored to master the internal cultivation techniques after completing the study of 22 martial arts caves, his understanding of internal energy gradually transitioned from a vague notion of mystical force to a more concrete comprehension of bioenergy, highly concentrated and controllable life force based on specific principles. Chapter 14. Integration and Advancement. As Lin Yue visited more caves, the martial knowledge within his mind expanded into a vast and intricate system. He resembled a colossal sponge, fervently absorbing the essence of various styles and schools of martial arts. With the aid of his superhuman intellect and residual effects, he engaged in rapid organization, classification, comparison, and integration of this knowledge. He began to grow dissatisfied with mere memorization, striving instead to grasp the underlying common principles. Within the Zhao Huijin Hammer Cave, the atmosphere was fierce and intense. The diagrams predominantly depicted sword techniques, characterized by their unparalleled ferocity and overwhelming force, emphasizing the destruction of finesse through sheer power. A single strike capable of delivering fatal blows, infused with a relentless and audacious spirit. A burly man wielding a broadsword was practicing. In his hands, the sword resembled a door panel, slicing through the air with a howling wind and an astonishing presence. Each slash, chop, smash, and sweep seemed to possess the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones. However, after each full-force outburst, he needed to pause momentarily, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicating the tremendous exertion that rendered his offensive efforts unable to maintain a continuous pressure. He would occasionally fixate on the annotations on the wall, murmuring phrases such as energy flowing along the sword spine, force emanating from the waist. An intention focused on the sword tip, his brow furrowed, as if seeking a method to prolong his power from the annotations. Lin Yue stood quietly nearby, his gaze sharp and attentive, meticulously observing each of the burly man's movements. He observed that the opponent's muscles were taut when exerting force, particularly in the shoulders, back, and abdomen. Despite the explosive power, there was a failure to relax in a timely manner, resulting in obstructed circulation and slow recovery of breath. This method of exertion, while vigorous, resembled a tightly drawn bowstring, prone to breaking and difficult to sustain. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, recalling various techniques observed in other caves. Particularly the principle of soft, overcoming hard emphasized in the advice given to Hoang, as well as the notion of lifting heavy as light discussed in After the Matter is Resolved, alongside the modern combat focus on relaxed exertion and continuous output. Gradually, a novel model of force application began to crystallize in his mind. As the brawny man concluded his fierce assault, and leaned on his broad sword to catch his breath. Lin Yue stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, and spoke in a calm voice. "Brother, I have a word." The burly man, panting, glanced up and, noticing the unfamiliar face, responded impatiently. "What is it? Can't you see I'm practicing?" His frustration was evident, stemming from a lack of progress. Lin Yue, undeterred, smiled and said, "Your swordsmanship is exceptionally fierce, and I admire it greatly. However, I observe that while your offensive strikes are relentless, they inevitably recede after the initial wave, making it challenging to maintain continuity. I humbly propose a discussion on the rhythm of exertion. Each of your strikes pursues utmost ferocity, yet such intensity cannot be sustained indefinitely. Extremes tend to reverse. If, at the apex of your force, you could shift your intention slightly from a direct assault to a more nuanced approach, allowing room for a slight rebound in your shoulders, elbows, and wrists after the initial tension. Akin to the tide crashing upon the shore, with both impact and retreat, would it not conserve your energy and create an unbroken series of waves in your assault?" The burly man listened, half comprehending, sensing a semblance of wisdom, but struggling to grasp the essence of soft hidden within hard. Nevertheless, the phrase hard cannot endure struck a profound chord within him. With a mindset of experimentation, he decided to temporarily set aside the intricate interpretations of his vital energy and, adhering to Lin Yue's suggestion, after delivering a powerful strike, he refrained from stubbornly pursuing the full extent of his strength. Instead, he followed the faint rebound of his force, envisioning a circular motion rather than stagnation, allowing his arm to relax slightly, turning his hips to adjust his center of gravity in preparation for the next strike. Remarkably, he felt the pressure in his arm ease. The flow of energy became smoother, and his recovery pace noticeably quickened, although the power seemed slightly diminished. The rhythm of his continuous attacks improved significantly. Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Yue with renewed enthusiasm. "Your words have truly enlightened me. I used to rely solely on brute force. Thank you for your guidance." Lin Yue nodded with a smile, yet internally he felt a sense of solemnity. He realized that the method he proposed, although derived from diverse knowledge and experiences, precisely resonated with the profound principles of martial arts in this realm. Force released and intent redirected, energy flowing and transforming. This strengthened his conviction that the ultimate truths of martial arts converge, regardless of the paths taken. In the assassination cave, known for its 10-step kill, the atmosphere was starkly different, tense and lethal with the light dimmed. The techniques illustrated were succinct and ruthlessly efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Pursuing the utmost efficacy and aiming to deliver a fatal blow, each strike targeting vital points such as the throat, heart, and eyes. The annotations beside him emphasize the art of meticulously restraining one's murderous intent, how to regulate breath and heartbeat to the point of near stillness, and how to compress one's internal energy to a singular point at the blade's tip, allowing for an explosive release that enhances penetrating power. A slender, dark-clad youth, exuding a chilling aura, was deep in contemplation over a hidden blade technique. He repeatedly attempted to adjust his breath and internal energy, yet his body remained unconsciously taut. His gaze overly sharp, inadvertently revealing an intent readiness to strike, at odds with the essence of the hidden technique. Lin Yue observed him quietly for approximately the duration of an incense stick. He discerned that the youth possessed remarkable innate talent and exhibited a fine control over his internal energy. However, the issue lay within his mindset. He was overly eager to remain concealed, striving for a flawless execution of the annotation's demands, leading to a chaotic state of mind that prevented him from truly entering a state of clarity and concealment. Lin Yue recalled the modern special operations principles he had once studied. A true master of stealth does not remain perpetually tense awaiting commands, but rather integrates seamlessly into the environment, maintaining a mind as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of thoughts and distractions, only unleashing his full will at the moment of action. Thus, he approached slowly, his voice calm, yet resonant as it reached the youth's ears. "My dear brother, I beg your pardon for my intrusion. The essence of this technique, in my humble opinion, lies in the dual concepts of concealment and concentration. Concealment extends beyond mere breath and the suppression of murderous intent. It encompasses posture, gaze, facial expression, and even the state of every muscle, all remaining indistinguishable from the ordinary, merging with the environment and cultivating a mind that is clear and untroubled, devoid of intent or malice, thereby achieving true invisibility. Concentration is not merely about compressing internal energy, but rather about channeling all of one's spirit, will perception, and the strength of one's entire being into that precise moment of striking, singularly focused, with nothing else occupying the mind. Pursuing it deliberately may lead to a decline in skill. Upon hearing these words, a sharp glint akin to a blade flashed in the youth's cold eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yue. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, it appeared he reached a resolution, completely relinquishing the complex understanding of the internal energy compression pathways and murderous intent suppression techniques outlined in the annotations. Instead, he endeavored to adjust his mindset and state, striving to simplify himself, directing all his focus onto the target and the strike itself, forgetting the technique and the notions of success or failure. During his next attempt at execution, his movements were so swift they left behind only a faint shadow, almost devoid of any forewarning, yet the chilling, perilous penetrating power was even more concentrated, as if all his strength was expended with no waste whatsoever. He cast a deep glance at Lin Yue. Though he did not speak, his slight gesture of clasping his fists conveyed a profound recognition and gratitude. Through this extensive and profound exchange, Lin Yue not only garnered friendship and appreciation, but also significantly enriched his understanding of martial arts in this realm. He could even faintly sense that, should he deliberately emulate certain methods of exertion, relying solely on his precise control of muscle groups and the techniques of exertion, coupled with his formidable mental guidance, though lacking internal energy, his spiritual strength, augmented by his traversal, far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. He could deliver strikes far surpassing those of typical external martial artists in this world. This revelation opened up new avenues for him in the application of his own power. Simultaneously, he began to consciously observe the varied responses of different individuals to the same martial arts teachings within the caves. He discovered an increasingly conspicuous and intriguing phenomenon. The more erudite and profound one's inner strength, the more they tended to furrow their brows, engage in disputes, and prolong their entrapment in intellectual bottlenecks. Often, they would fervently debate differing interpretations of a single phrase within the annotations. This was reminiscent of what he witnessed at the Zhao Guest Cave, where individuals argued whether the term Manhu denoted something crude and rudimentary or a warrior's insignia. Similarly, in the Cave of the Frost and Snow of the Wu Hook, many contended whether the Wu Hook represented a curved blade or a straight one, and whether it was meant for adornment or use, becoming flushed with fervor in their disagreements. In contrast, some disciples who appeared more unassuming were less literate, or possessed a more straightforward disposition, and who were accustomed to mimicking movements and sincerely experiencing the sensations of their bodies, though they might progress more slowly at the outset. Once provided with accurate and intuitive guidance, could break free from certain cognitive constraints and advance at a remarkable pace, often mastering the essence of the diagrams with greater swiftness. The annotations and theoretical knowledge, as Lin Yue increasingly affirmed, were indeed obstacles. The true quintessence of the martial arts on this island of heroes was likely concealed within the poetic essence and the trajectories of the diagrams, requiring heartfelt comprehension rather than cerebral analysis. Those overly elaborate textual annotations might, in fact, be remnants left by predecessors, serving as veils and diversions that test the insight of future practitioners, or perhaps as superfluous additions by later generations. He recalled the experiences of the original protagonist, Sherpatian, that illiterate youth, precisely because he was unencumbered by the constraints of written language, was able to reach the very essence of martial arts, and ultimately mastered the Bai, Shoutai, Xianjing with remarkable prowess. His gaze involuntarily gravitated more and more towards the poetic lines inscribed at the entrance of each cave. He felt that these verses were the key to understanding the true meaning of the martial arts within, the spirit that permeated all techniques. The verses did not offer specific methods or variations of moves, but instead conveyed an ambience, a mindset, and a guiding will of martial ethos. For instance, the resolute and valiant spirit of rescuing Zhao with a golden hammer, the stealth and decisiveness of killing one person every 10 steps, and the nonchalance and composure of departing after the matter is settled, Only by truly grasping the spirit behind these lines could one fully unleash the corresponding martial arts to their utmost potential. The ultimate mystery perhaps lay in transcending all veils of annotations and directly merging with the poetic essence and the spirit of the diagrams. Experiencing the core of martial arts with the most genuine heart, Lin Yue increasingly sensed that his identity as a traveler from another realm, along with the knowledge systems he brought and his exceptional insight, constituted his greatest advantage. He would not be shackled by the conventional wisdom and textual traditions of this world's martial arts, allowing him to approach the essence of martial arts in a more pure and fundamental manner. Chapter 15. The Harmony of Poetry and Martial Arts as time passed. Lin Yue had lingered on the Island of Heroes for nearly a month. He had traversed the first 22 caves, imprinting each diagram and annotation, regardless of his agreement or disagreement, deeply in his mind. The vast amount of information required digestion and integration. He began to reduce his visits to the caves, spending more time in the secluded courtyard allocated to him, systematically organizing and assimilating the tremendous insights he had gathered over the past month. Within the tranquil chamber, Lin Yue sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, exuding a calmness akin to still waters. Yet, within him, a surging vitality pulsated subtly, instinctively aligning with the various martial techniques he had absorbed over the past month. It emitted an almost imperceptible hum. In the ocean of consciousness, the first 22 lines of the poem Xia Kuxing emerged like 22 resplendent stars, each illuminating a unique martial essence. Through the original text descriptions and his own observations, he sought to refine and enrich the known elements, aspiring to construct a clearer cognitive framework. The phrase Zhao Kuman Huing embodies the art of capture and restraint. Its movements resemble the gentle yet relentless dance of Hu ribbons, deftly entangling, targeting joints and locking weapons, emphasizing the principle of overcoming strength with softness. It requires an appreciation of the elegance of the ribbons and the essence of entanglement, rather than getting mired in whether who refers to a person or confusion. Wu Go Shuang Xuan Ming represents the swordsmanship of blades, as weapons are wielded. A chilling brilliance emanates, akin to frost and snow, striving for ultimate speed, precision, and sharpness. The sword intent is icy, the blade's momentum formidable, focusing on decisive strikes that leave no room for retreat. One must grasp the cold clarity of frost and the sharpness of brightness, rather than debate the curvature of the Wugo. Yin and Zhao by Ma signifies the lightness of movement. The form flows like a galloping steed, the silver saddle gleaming, characterized by elegance and swiftness, emphasizing nimble footwork and fluid direction changes. It underscores efficiency in combat movement and evasion, necessitating an appreciation of the splendor of the silver saddle and the swiftness of the white horse, rather than pondering the nature of the heavenly horse. Sata Ru Lu Xing denotes a swift sword technique. The strikes are as rapid as shooting stars, their brilliance dazzling and trajectories elusive. It emphasizes the extreme speed of drawing the sword and explosive piercing power, propelling forward like a meteor slicing through the sky. The focus lies in overcoming finesse with speed and exerting pressure through force, requiring one to feel the swiftness of the meteor and the urgency of its momentum, rather than fixating on footwork. Sherbu Sha E Run is a technique for lethal strikes at close range. With breath held and intent concealed, the attack is merciless, aimed directly at vital points, devoid of superfluity, embodying the aesthetic of cold, efficient assassination. One must comprehend the proximity of 10 steps and the determination to end a life. Qianlibu Lu Xing represents the internal mastery of lightness. It encompasses endurance for long journeys and the ability to conceal one's presence. The breath flows infinitely, leaving no trace, emphasizing sustained force and elusive movement. One must grasp the distance of 1,000 miles and the essence of leaving no trace. Shi Liao Fu Yi Chu signifies the art of lightness. The form is graceful, as if weightless, with effortless and harmonious exertion, unencumbered by the material world. It emphasizes the exquisite control of movement and the tranquil disposition post-battle, necessitating an appreciation of the lightness of the garment and the nonchalance of departure. Shun Tsang Shun Yuming embodies the essence of lightness. It involves the complete withdrawal of one's presence and essence, returning to simplicity and blending with the surroundings, with force that is barely perceptible. The focus is on the depth of mindset and the ultimate restraint of energy, requiring one to comprehend the meaning of concealment. Xiangua Xanling Yin serves as the foundation for internal cultivation, breathing and intention flow as leisurely as a stroll in the courtyard. With internal strength naturally circulating and accumulating, akin to aged fine wine, growing richer over time. The emphasis is on the unintentional perfection of the practice, requiring an appreciation of the serenity of passing through and the depth of the drink. The art of unsheathing the sword before one's knee embodies the cultivation of swordsmanship, a profound connection between the sword and the wielder, nurturing the essence of the blade in tranquil silence. In stillness, vitality arises, the force is steady and restrained, emphasizing the accumulation of sword momentum and the exquisite refinement before an explosive release. One must perceive the tranquility of the unsheathed sword and the anticipation of its horizontal stance. The act of consuming a roasted delicacy is a display of raw external power, fierce as fire igniting oil, indulging in hearty fare. The strength is forceful and dominant, with movements expansive and unrestrained, striving for the absolute might that can shatter all resistance. One must grasp the intensity of the roast and the ferocity of consumption. Holding a cup to persuade a guest exemplifies the finesse of gentle strength, outwardly resembling humility in the act of offering wine, yet concealing profound intricacies. The force is fluid and adaptable, skilled in the art of yielding, leveraging, and transforming strength, overcoming rigidity with grace. One must appreciate the etiquette of cup holding and the skill in persuasion. 3 cups of earnest promises signify the internal mastery of breath. The voice imbued with inner strength captivates the heart, akin to strong liquor warming the throat. Declarations resonating with conviction. The energy flows through musical cadence, emphasizing the impact of spirit and the disruption of inner tranquility. One must comprehend the intensity of 3 cups and the sincerity of the promises made. The concept that the 5 mountains can be as light as a feather symbolizes the mastery of striking techniques, lifting heavy as if light or light as if heavy. The conversion of force resides in a singular focus. The application of strength is intricate and subtle, highlighting the fluid interplay of hardness and softness, weight and lightness. One must internalize the profundity of the 5 mountains' weight and the delicacy of lightness. The bewilderment of the senses is a manifestation of illusionary mental attack, influencing the opponent's perception through internal strength, crafting illusions that confound the mind. The force is veiled and enigmatic. The emphasis lies in psychological misdirection and the creation of deceptive visions. One must fathom the allure of sensory confusion and the ensuing challenges. The spirit of lofty righteousness embodies the cultivation of moral fortitude, an expansive inner power that radiates like a white rainbow piercing the sun. The force shines brightly and magnificently, adept at vanquishing malevolence and deceit. The emphasis is on the suppression of negative forces through righteousness. One must feel the grandeur of noble spirit and the integrity of purity. The act of wielding a golden hammer to rescue Zhao signifies raw and vigorous swordsmanship, a force that pierces through immense weight, fierce and unyielding, akin to the decisive strike to save Zhao, moving forward without hesitation. The pursuit of ultimate power and destructive force is paramount, emphasizing a single, fatal blow. One must understand the ferocity of the golden hammer and the urgency of the rescue. The initial shock of Handan represents a collective intimidation technique, an explosive resonance akin to thunder reverberating through Handan, subduing all present. The force encompasses a vast range, focusing on the pressure of presence and collective psychological interference. One must perceive the might of the shock and the advantage of the initial strike. The tale of the 2 valiant heroes encapsulates the convergence of yin and yang, energies divided yet complementary, interchanging and transforming, merging strength and softness. Akin to 2 heroes standing side by side, with energy flowing ceaselessly. The force is seamless and harmonious, emphasizing the mutual enhancement of yin and yang. One must grasp the constancy of the ages and the unity of the valiant. The grandeur of the great Liang city symbolizes the mastery of breath, exuding overwhelming presence. Magnificent as the splendor of the great Liang city, conquering adversaries without battle. The focus is on the psychological dominance and control of the aura. One must appreciate the majesty of the presence and the fortitude of the great Liang city. Embracing the fragrant essence of a chivalrous spirit symbolizes the martial arts mastery, igniting the latent potential of life in the face of despair, unleashing extraordinary strength, fierce and resolute. With no regrets, even in death. The force is irrevocable, emphasizing the ultimate counterattack of mutual destruction. One must comprehend the determination of embracing death and the fervor of chivalric essence. To be unashamed among the heroes of the world represents the cultivation of steadfast resolve, a heart unwavering as a rock, deserving of the accolades of the world's champions. Resisting external malevolence and internal turmoil. The focus is on safeguarding one's inner self, emphasizing mental defense and unwavering conviction. One must experience the pride of being unashamed and the emblem of heroism in the world. 22 vivid images, 22 directions of martial arts development. Ranging from external skills to internal mastery, from lightness to assassination, from the vigorous to the subtle, and from technique to mental discipline. These elements do not exist in isolation. Rather, they are interconnected and mutually affirming, together painting a comprehensive portrait of a hero's capabilities and spirit. They embody both the carefree elegance of flowing ribbons and the fierce sharpness of frost-covered blades. They exhibit the swift grace of silver saddles and white steeds, as well as the rapid sword strikes reminiscent of shooting stars. They can reflect the calm detachment of a master concluding affairs and the generous boldness of a spirited individual. Together, they construct the ideal qualities and spiritual realm that a hero should possess. Though Lin Yue has not yet cultivated the internal power of this realm, his profound understanding of force, exquisite application of technique, and meticulous control over his superhuman body have allowed him to grasp the essence of the physicality and power contained within the preceding 22 caverns. He can even sense that if he were to engage in combat at this moment, merely by simulating these force techniques, he could unleash a staggering combat prowess that would astonish the world. His body seems to have transformed into a precise instrument, capable of adjusting to the most suitable force application for the current technique. The preceding 22 caverns encompass an immense breadth of knowledge, from the foundational to the profound, from the concrete to the abstract, almost covering every aspect of martial arts. I have gained immensely, not only memorizing vast amounts of information, but also acquiring a novel and systematic understanding of the application of power. Lin Yue opened his eyes, softly murmuring to himself, with a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. The rudimentary methods I proposed, inspired by foreign practices, directly addressing the fundamentals of force and being easily perceptible and experiential for the body, have indeed helped many martial artists break free from a maze of written words and appreciate a more essential aspect of martial arts. This, in turn, has fostered goodwill and formed numerous auspicious connections. During this time, he has gained modest renown on the island. Many martial artists inspired by him regard this foreign prodigy with warmth, often seeking him out for advice or discussion. This has allowed Lin Yue to validate and enrich his understanding from multiple perspectives. However, he feels that his insights have reached a bottleneck. While the martial arts of the preceding 22 caverns are indeed intricate, they resemble 22 dazzling gemstones, each shining brightly, but lacking a golden thread to perfectly connect them, a unifying core that encompasses and integrates all. There seems to be some intrinsic connection among them, yet it remains elusive. He understands that only by discovering that golden thread can these scattered gems be strung together into a true necklace, thereby unleashing their potential far beyond the present. His gaze involuntarily drifted once more toward the deepest recesses of the martial caverns. They are the last two caves. The Book of Heaven and the ancient text of the white-haired sage stand like silent primordial giants, exuding an aura of profound mystery and reverence. The legends surrounding these two caverns are the most abundant and enigmatic, with even the island masters of Dragonwood, possessing decades of cultivation, unable to gain entrance, only faintly sensing the supreme depths of martial arts they contain. The more mysterious they are, the more they signify the true core. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, filled not with dread, but with exhilarating anticipation of the challenge ahead. This is both the greatest test and the most significant opportunity. They are ensnared by the barriers of language and the obscurations of perception. their minds imprisoned by the ancient script and the countless annotations of their predecessors. Much like by Zizai and Wen Renho, who have debated a single commentary for decades without arriving at a resolution. However, a confident smile graces Lin Yue's lips. He is well prepared. My unfamiliarity with the ancient seal script is fortuitous. I can entirely disregard the words that may lead one astray. What I rely upon is not the ability to interpret text, but rather a comprehensive grasp and synthesis of the martial forms and spirit of the first 22 caves. It is my profound understanding and resonance with the overall essence of the poem Xia Kuxing, coupled with an almost instinctual insight and mastery over the very nature of power that sets me apart. His superhuman perception and the enlightenment derived from it are his greatest advantages. He believes that the ultimate mystery cannot be unraveled through mere textual interpretation. It requires transcending form, directly addressing the heart, and resonating with the supreme martial will embedded within the poem and diagrams. Akin to the illiterate Sherpatian ultimately grasping the profound truths of the Tai Xian Jing. He senses that his state has been adjusted to its zenith. Filled with vigor and vitality, the martial knowledge within his mind has begun to coalesce, yet it urgently requires the final two and most pivotal pieces to complete the overall elevation and glimpse the hall of the myriad martial arts returning to their source. It is time. Lin Yue rises, adjusting his worn indigo coarse cloth attire, his gaze serene yet sharp as a finely honed blade, brimming with determination and anticipation. He strides steadily out of the courtyard, heading towards the last two caves that harbor the greatest mysteries of the martial arts of Xiako Island and this realm. Whether his path of celestial martial arts can establish the most solid and perfect foundation here, truly unveiling the profound secrets of the Eastern cultivation system, hinges on this final step. The sea breeze caresses him, bringing the distant sounds of the tide, as if whispering the ancient truths of martial arts. Lin Yue's state of mind is unprecedentedly clear and resolute. He knows that a genuine journey of enlightenment is about to commence. Chapter 16. The Secret of Breathing and Nourishing the Essence. A glimpse of the path, the cave, who can inscribe is situated at the deepest part of the martial cave region of Xiako Island. In stark contrast to the bustling and chaotic atmosphere of the previous 22 caves, this place exudes an exceptional tranquility and solemnity. The entrance is concealed behind a naturally formed stone screen, easily overlooked unless one seeks it out deliberately. Above the entrance, 5 ancient characters are inscribed with great vigor, deeply etched into the stone, yet they emanate an ineffable weight and profundity, as though not carved upon stone, but rather imprinted upon the void itself. Each stroke embodies a certain indescribable martial truth. Standing before the cave, even an ordinary person, unversed in martial arts, can sense a stirring and reverence emanating from the depths of their soul. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue steps into the cave, instantly enveloped by an invisible pressure that surrounds him. It is neither malice nor hostility, but a natural aura of supreme martial realms, akin to a seeker entering a sacred sanctuary, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. The interior of the cave is softly illuminated by a few everlasting lamps. These lamps appear ordinary yet burn with a special oil, releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance that invigorates the spirit. The air seems to possess a density unlike any other place, as if each breath encounters a peculiar resistance, which, paradoxically, brings forth an indescribable sense of nourishment. With each inhalation, it feels as though one is swallowing substantial energy, while each exhalation expels the impurities within, creating a cycle through which the body undergoes a subtle refinement. The interior of the cave is far more spacious than it appears from the outside, taking on an irregular circular shape with a soaring dome above. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint patterns etched into the surface, though the passage of time and insufficient light render the full picture elusive. The walls are relatively smooth, adorned with intricate diagrams. These illustrations differ significantly from those in previous caves. They no longer depict specific techniques, but rather an exceedingly complex representation of the human body's internal energy pathways. The designs are rendered with exquisite precision, outlining a myriad of meridian lines, the 3 yin and 3 yang, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and even obscure channels not mentioned in modern medicine. Countless minuscule arrows, dots, and swirling symbols mark the diagrams, indicating the remarkably intricate and subtle flow of internal energy, a level of sophistication that would astound any medical master or martial arts grandmaster. Adjacent to the diagrams are annotations, yet the script appears more archaic and profound, neither seal nor clerical, resembling an even older variant of writing. It is replete with esoteric terminology, such as innate chi, yellow court, purple palace, circumstellar constellations, and a harmony of water and fire, alongside detailed instructions regarding specific breathing rhythms, the position of the tongue against the palate, and the mental visualization of the appropriate intensity. These annotations, though succinct, are laden with profound implications, where a single word may encompass multiple interpretations, making it challenging to grasp their true meaning. Within the cave, there are but a handful of individuals, 7 or 8 in total, all of whom are the most accomplished practitioners on the island, including the 2 island masters, Lin Yue and others, who often meditate here in contemplation. Each one is seated in a cross-legged position, eyes closed, their expressions grave, and their breaths deep and still, seamlessly blending into the cave's atmosphere. Occasionally, their brows furrow, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, indicating they have encountered insurmountable obstacles. At other times, their breaths become exceedingly long and subtle, barely perceptible, as if they have entered a state of deep stillness. And at intervals, their breaths quicken like a rhythmic drumbeat, causing a gentle surge of energy throughout their bodies. A faint current of energy surrounds them, a manifestation of their internal essence interacting with the external energies, evidently engaged in profound practices as dictated by the teachings on the walls. Each individual is immersed in their own martial world, almost oblivious to the surroundings. Lin Yue made no attempt to disturb anyone, moving quietly to a secluded corner to sit down. The ground was cool, yet remarkably smooth, a testament to years of meditation by others. He gazed upward at the vast, star-like diagrams of energy flow. Even a cursory glance left him feeling dizzy, for the sheer volume of information far exceeded that of any previous cave. He did not immediately embark on his practice. Instead, he first centered himself, adjusting his state to its optimal condition while focusing his mind on the structured collective deep within his consciousness, decisively consuming a medicinal pill labeled 48. Once again, the familiar flow of wisdom surged forth, and the world instantaneously became unfathomably clear and transparent. The speed of thought surged exponentially, and the acuity of perception skyrocketed. Countless subtle pieces of information, often easily overlooked, flooded into his mind, swiftly categorized, processed, and analyzed. He endeavored to harness his extraordinary learning and analytical abilities to conquer what appeared to be the most intricate challenges of martial arts. As the effects of the potion reached their zenith, his brain functioned like the most efficient supercomputer operating at full capacity. His gaze swept across the diagrams. Those exceedingly complex lines and symbols were instantly dismantled, analyzed, and modeled. The obscure annotations of ancient texts were rapidly interpreted and cross-referenced, in an attempt to uncover the underlying logical chains and mathematical relationships within the confines of his consciousness. It seemed as though a virtual model of the human body was constructed, with countless points of light and lines commencing their operations according to the schematic, simulating various possibilities. The frequency of this breathing technique bore a faint correlation with tidal forces, inhaling for 7 seconds, holding for 3, exhaling for 9, and resting for 1, creating a cycle whose ratio was approximated to potentially establish a mathematical model for optimization. By introducing the gravitational variables of the sun and moon, perhaps an efficiency increase of 3 to 5% could be achieved. This meridian pathway originated from the bubbling spring beneath the feet, ascending past the knees, encircling the hips, and along the lateral sides of the spine, reaching the shoulder well, ultimately concentrating at the fingertips. This route highly coincided with the distribution of the autonomic nervous system in modern medicine. Stimulating this area could influence visceral functions, particularly the metabolism of the liver and kidneys. But why form an internal vortex of breath here? Was it to amplify pressure or to transform the nature of energy? The concept of innate vital energy was hypothesized as a form of primordial biological energy, requiring specific physiological thresholds to manifest, necessitating a convergence of heart and kidneys, and a harmonious balance of water and fire, in a state of stillness that births motion, as a spark of inspiration emerged from the depths of obscurity. This description seemed akin to a quantum fluctuation or a zero-point energy effect. Yet, how does one subjectively guide such an effect? The hexagram of water and fire juxtaposed, with fire above and water below, suggesting a divergence in their natures. Fire ascends while water descends. Yet the hexagram proclaims that the situation is beneficial and smooth, with minor advantages leading to initial success followed by chaos. Does this correspond to some state of energy equilibrium within the body? A feedback regulation model must be established to prevent an initial ease from devolving into chaos. Numerous rational, scientific analyses, grounded in logic and data, cascaded through his mind like a waterfall. In this state, he effortlessly retained all the details of the diagrams and annotations, deducing hundreds of potential models of internal energy dynamics and physiological explanations. He could even, through his superhuman sensory perception, internally visualize the subtle conditions of his own energy and blood flow, the transmission of neural signals, and the slight tremors of muscle fibers, each distinctly discernible. He endeavored to actively guide and intervene in that faint vitality which stemmed from the transformation of meteorite energy. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. When he attempted to strictly adhere to a seemingly optimal mathematical model to direct his inner breath, he felt an inexplicable barrier, a profound sluggishness, rendering his intent unable to fully immerse in that state. The inner breath resembled a disobedient stream, consistently veering off its predetermined course at the most critical moments, or becoming lethargic, devoid of the lively vitality it should possess. The sensation is akin to employing the most sophisticated instruments to measure the essence of a poem, or utilizing mathematical formulas to derive the ethereal charm of an ink-wash painting. Though these tools are undeniably formidable, they remain incapable of reaching the very core, the emotional, the fluid essence. His guidance is impeccably precise, yet it lacks a certain spirit. To guard the dantian is not merely to identify an anatomical coordinate, but rather to attain a state of unity between body and mind. Is it a focus of consciousness or a state of relaxed awareness? The energy sinking into the bubbling spring does not signify a physical descent, but rather a rooting and relaxation of intent. Is it an imagination that connects with the earth, thereby invoking a certain magnetic effect? Breathing softly, as if it were merely an echo, does not involve controlling frequency, but rather forgetting the very act of breathing itself. Is it entering a primordial state of breath? Yet, does this not contradict the active guidance of internal energy? Certain terms previously overlooked by him, seemingly unscientific, such as essence, charm, the lifeless heart, and the living spirit, and the concepts of non-forgetting and non-assisting, now resurface repeatedly in his mind. They can provide boundless knowledge and reasoning, yet they are incapable of directly bestowing upon him that profound insight and state of mind. They unravel the riddle of form, yet remain inept in grasping the divine. He recalls past exchanges with other martial artists. Those practitioners often needed to close their eyes and feel for a moment after he elucidated the critical aspects of power generation. Before achieving clarity, that sensation transcends logical reasoning. It is a more direct understanding at the level of body and spirit, a profound experience that defies verbal expression. I have overly relied on rational analysis to illuminate Lin Yue's inner understanding, akin to piercing through clouds to reveal the sun. Martial arts, particularly profound internal practices, are far from mere physical and energetic movements. They delve into the realms of spirit and intent, intertwining with the power of the mind, and engaging in a deeper resonance and interaction with the world's principles. It is a formidable technique that aids in comprehending form and numbers, yet to grasp spirit and intent, one must engage the heart in perception. It is an experience rather than mere understanding. Having realized this, he no longer forcefully employs calculations for internal energy, but embraces it as an auxiliary tool for memory, to eliminate clearly erroneous paths, and to comprehend foundational principles. Subsequently, he empties most of his thoughts, slowly closes his eyes, and endeavors to genuinely feel the martial arts depicted on the wall, to appreciate the essence encapsulated within the words and patterns. He no longer frets over the intricate symbols and annotations, but focuses his attention on the grandest depiction, the comprehensive map illustrating the energy circulating throughout. No longer analyzing, but visualizing, He sketches in his mind the magnificent scene of energy flowing within him like the Milky Way, seeking to attune his heart to the profound essence that such circulation should evoke, a feeling of unity, freedom, and boundless vastness. Simultaneously, the energy within him, derived from meteoric origins, which has transformed his life's essence and bestowed upon him a superhuman constitution, begins to stir quietly. It does not directly convert into internal force, but rather serves as the deepest oceanic background, providing nearly infinite support and nourishment for his nascent, fragile practice of internal energy. Each cell within him seems to bask in a thermal spring of energy, extraordinarily vibrant. As his perception of the external world and his internal regulation abilities reach an astonishing realm, this body, in essence, serves as the supreme vessel for cultivating inner strength. Consequently, once he grasps even a fragment of the correct intent, the generation and flow of internal energy accelerate at an astonishing rate. No longer does it manifest as tentative threads of exploration, but rather as a torrential flood, unleashed like a dam breaking. Drawing upon his comprehension of the poetic nuances conveyed by the revered poet, he adopts a transcendent perspective, surveying all of existence, recording the vastness and profundity of heritage. He adjusts his breathing, allowing his thoughts to sink into the dantian, no longer guiding with intention, but rather adopting a stance of subtle observation, akin to watching clouds drift by without engagement. Initially, there is merely a faint warmth in the dantian, reminiscent of a spark igniting. However, rapidly, bolstered by the immense life energy, this warmth becomes distinct and robust, flowing naturally along familiar pathways within his body, one of the most optimized routes derived from his practice. This time, it is not his will imposing force, but rather the spontaneous and joyous torrent of internal energy, like an ancient riverbed parched for millennia, welcoming a cataclysmic flood. His meridians are broad and resilient, transformed by the energy of meteoric origins, far surpassing ordinary comprehension. Where the internal energy flows, there is no sense of stagnation. Instead, it brings an ineffable sensation of ease and power, as if withering flora were revived by nourishing rain, with each cell rejoicing in exuberance. At this moment, a gentle voice resonates nearby, tinged with unmistakable admiration. Indeed, young Lin is no ordinary individual. In his initial attempt at this technique, his energy is remarkably dense and profound, with scarcely any obstruction during its flow. It appears that not only does he possess a physique that exceeds that of common folk, but he is also endowed with extraordinary talent in the art of internal cultivation. Lin Yue opened his eyes to find that the Lord of Dragon Island had approached him unbeknownst to him, gazing intently, with eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Although Lin Yue's body still exhibited no significant fluctuations of traditional internal power, the vibrant, almost palpable life energy and the purity and spirituality of the nascent internal flow astonished even such a master as the Lord, for it hardly resembled that of a novice. Lin Yue retracted his internal energy, allowing the surging force to swiftly settle, sinking deep into the dantian, and humbly responded, "Your praise is unwarranted, Lord. I am merely fortunate to have touched upon a fragment of understanding with much still unclear, and I seek your guidance." He then posed several inquiries regarding the relationship between intent and energy, omitting analytical details, focusing solely on his personal experiences and confusions, such as how to balance the weight of intention and how to harmonize spontaneous energy flow with active guidance. The Lord of Dragon Island stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, his gaze filled with even greater appreciation, and slowly articulated, "Your inquiries have indeed touched upon the subtle intricacies of internal cultivation. Intent and energy are akin to the rudder and the vessel. If the intent is too heavy, the energy stagnates like a tightly gripped rudder, impeding the vessel's journey. If there is no intent at all, the energy dissipates like a rudderless boat adrift, easily led astray. The key lies in the principle of not forgetting, not assisting. A gentle nudge of intention, like a hen brooding over eggs or a warm stove incubating them, allows the energy to flow naturally. The essence of timing resides in the heart. It must be experienced personally and cannot be fully conveyed through words. What he spoke of was more a sensation than a specific method. The Lord of Wood, standing nearby, thundered in agreement, his voice resonating like distant thunder, Indeed, I have practiced this art for decades, yet I cannot clearly articulate how to not forget, not assist. It is simply a feeling. At times, the more one strives to comprehend, the more convoluted it becomes. You, my young friend, possess an astonishingly robust physique. Do not overthink. Simply trust your instincts and plunge forward. You may even surpass us seasoned veterans. His words, direct and exuberant, resonated with the profound truths of martial arts, underscoring the significance of bodily instincts and intuition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue experienced a moment of clarity. The words of the two island masters validated his belief that the cultivation of internal energy should primarily rely on heartfelt insights, complemented by rational analysis. This does not diminish the role of knowledge. Rather, it accentuates that ultimate breakthroughs necessitate a leap of the spirit. In the days that followed, Lin Yue immersed himself in this unique state of cultivation, which harmoniously blended rationality with intuition. He utilized rapid memory and foundational knowledge to eliminate erroneous options and establish various theoretical models. However, the ultimate guidance of internal energy and elevation of his realm depended on his own inner nature to perceive and grasp that correct feeling. He began to communicate with other practitioners who were enduring hardship within the cave. Each of these individuals was a grandmaster of martial arts, having been trapped here for many years, often engaging in fervent debates, sometimes even arguing passionately over a single symbol's interpretation or the rhythm of a breath. Though he was a novice, Lin Yue frequently offered fresh insights, drawing from a myriad of knowledge perspectives, modern science, medicine, physics, and intuitive experiences of superhuman physiology. This allowed him to propose novel ideas that often left them astonished, even enlightening them. For instance, he elucidated why a specific meridian needed to spiral from the perspective of fluid dynamics, and examined the physiological effects of concentrating on a particular area through the lens of neurobiology. While some of his assertions may have seemed unconventional, they often proved effective, or, at the very least, provided a new avenue of thought. Consequently, he garnered considerable respect and curiosity among these elite figures who recognized this extraordinary young man from overseas, not only for his astonishing foundation, but also for his uniquely elevated insights. With the near-infinite logistical support provided by the energy of the meteorite, combined with his remarkably transformed innate qualities and bolstered by his dual approach of rational analysis and heartfelt intuition, his mastery of internal energy surged at a breathtaking pace. Such speed was enough to leave anyone privy to the details utterly astounded and incredulous. His internal energy evolved from mere wisps to a gentle stream, and then to a roaring river. His meridians were continually expanded and strengthened, flowing unimpeded. The energy reservoir in his dantian swelled increasingly, vast as an ocean. His five senses grew ever sharper, his spirit more distilled, and his control over his own body reached an exquisite level of mastery. On a clear morning 2 months later, Lin Yue sat quietly deep within the cave, his energy harmonizing seamlessly with the environment. His thoughts flowed naturally in accordance with the teachings of the Book of Who Can Write, and his internal energy surged like a mighty ocean, coursing ever faster, as if reaching a critical threshold. A profound sense of fulfillment welled up within him, an urge to express it bubbling to the surface. Suddenly, his body shuddered slightly, not from external forces, but from an internal breakthrough. He felt a surge of warmth rise sharply from his base, its momentum unstoppable. It surged through the governing meridians, ascending against the current, breaking through the spinal barriers, penetrating the jade pillow, and directly reaching the crown of the head. In an instant, a thunderous resonance filled his mind, as if a myriad of golden rays illuminated his vision, accompanied by a profusion of auspicious colors. An unprecedented clarity surged within him, as if his very soul had been cleansed and exalted. Before he could fully savor this marvelous state, that force cascaded down from the Qiao Qiao Bridge, akin to sweet dew falling upon the heart, refreshing and exquisite, as it coursed through his Ren meridian, sweeping past the Zhongluo and settling in the Dantian, completing a flawless cycle, the circulatory system of the universe. The Ren and Du meridians were thus interconnected. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if every pore in his body had opened, allowing the energies within and without to merge and circulate without hindrance. An unparalleled sensation of transparency, fulfillment, and strength enveloped him. His mental prowess surged, sharpening his perceptions to an exquisite clarity. With the mere intention of his will, the vast inner strength within him responded effortlessly, moving with seamless precision, as if guided by his own fingers. The energies of the cosmos seemed to grow more familiar, and with each breath, a subtle energy spontaneously flowed into his being, replenishing his reserves. This marked the threshold of the innate realm, though the motion was subtle, with the energy fluctuations primarily occurring within. The other adept practitioners in the cave were acutely aware of the chi dynamics. The transformative changes within Lin Yue, completed in an instant, and the fleeting release of that harmonious, innate energy were akin to a thunderclap in a tranquil sky. What? The Dragon Island master suddenly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face, even gasping audibly. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yue, as if attempting to penetrate the secrets concealed within this young man's form. The Wood Island master stood upright, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring in awe at the overwhelming yet harmonious aura that erupted and receded around Lin Yue, momentarily speechless. The other practitioners, too, were stirred by this abrupt shift in energy, awakening from their deep meditative states to perceive the distinctly different aura emanating from Lin Yue, one that was already complete and had crossed the threshold into the innate realm, each displaying a look of sheer astonishment. They exchanged glances, recognizing the profound shock and absurdity reflected in each other's eyes. 2 months. Merely 2 months. This individual had progressed from a novice in internal martial arts to effortlessly uniting the run and do meridians, stepping into the realm that countless martial artists dream of. What astonishing talent was this? What extraordinary speed of cultivation? They, who had devoted decades or even lifetimes to arduous training without reaching such heights, had witnessed another achieve in 2 months what they could not even glimpse. This transcended their understanding of martial arts. Within the cave, silence reigned. Only Lin Yue remained, gradually retracting his energy, the tumult of his inner power subsiding, yet becoming more profound and inscrutable. When he opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shone deep within them, clear and profound, as if containing the vastness of the cosmos, leaving all witnesses in awe, aware that an unparalleled master of internal arts had quietly emerged in their midst. The Dragon Island master sighed deeply, his tone imbued with a complex mixture of admiration, reflection, and an ineffable sense of loss. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Lin, no. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your meteoric rise into the innate realm. I am truly impressed. Ultimately, he chose to address his superior with the term sir. As a gesture of mutual respect, the master of the island, regaining his composure, slapped his thigh with a resounding thud, his voice booming yet tinged with bitterness. By Jove, I've truly opened my eyes. Young man, you are indeed a marvel. Though uttered in coarse language, it was the highest form of praise. Lin Yue flashed a subtle smile, remaining unfazed by the adulation, and rose to salute the 2 island masters and the esteemed elders. I am merely fortunate to have made some progress, and I owe my gratitude to the guidance of both island masters and all the esteemed elders. His demeanor remained humble, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, all were acutely aware that the history of the heroic island, and indeed the annals of the martial world, might soon be reshaped by the emergence of this young man. His future was shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 17. The esoteric secrets of Tai Xian, the unification of the run and do meridians heralded a transformation of monumental proportions. Lin Yue felt an unprecedented clarity of body and mind, as though he had cast off invisible shackles. His internal energy surged with an effortless command, flowing forth at will, devoid of any hindrance. His mental acuity sharpened, thoughts crystallized, and his memory and analytical prowess advanced to extraordinary heights. He even began to perceive the subtle interplay and exchange of his life force with the energies of the external environment. With each breath, the energies of the cosmos nourished his physical form, refining his internal power, ensuring that his strength perpetually grew, albeit slowly. This exquisite mastery of his being, coupled with a faint connection to the universe, was far more intoxicating than mere augmentation of power. It represented an elevation of his very essence, marking a true step toward transcendence. News spread through the heroic island like wildfire. Upon personal verification by the two island masters, they were filled with profound emotion, regarding Lin Yue as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of martial arts, treating him with increasing equality and even a hint of reverence. The martial artists on the island, who had previously looked down upon him due to his youth, were now awestruck. Their gazes toward Lin Yue were imbued with both respect and curiosity. Simultaneously, they were captivated by the limitless possibilities of his Wu Ji golden body from the overseas Wu Ji sect, speculating on the extraordinary body refinement techniques that could yield such astonishing foundations and terrifying training speeds in just 2 months. Some even speculated that this golden body was a supreme path leading to the sanctification of the physical form, far beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. In the face of their astonishment and curiosity, Lin Yue maintained his humility, attributing his achievements to the unique methods of his sect that fortified his physique. He shared some rudimentary techniques regarding the refinement of vital energy and the strengthening of bones, which were, in truth, foundational exercises optimized based on modern sports science, nutrition, and biomechanics. This further solidified his image as one possessing an unparalleled legacy, igniting a fervor among the islanders to enhance their physical conditioning and solidify their foundations. Yet, he was acutely aware that the true essence of his extraordinary physique and the nurturing energy from meteorite fragments were the pivotal factors. At this moment, all his focus was directed towards the final cave, which held the ultimate secrets of the heroic island, including the Bai, Shoutai Xianjing, one of his primary objectives for this journey. After several days of adjustment and thoroughly solidifying his newfound realm, as Lin Yue perfected his control over the surging internal energy and spiritual power, he once again ventured into the deepest recesses of the martial cave. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two island masters of Longmu and several of the most formidable cultivators on the island. This time, his mindset was markedly different, imbued with a sense of curiosity and confidence in exploring the essence of the martial path. The cave, known as the White-Haired Supreme Profound Cave, bore a name that encapsulated its arduous nature. Even the aged could not unravel its mysteries. Upon entering, Lin Yue was enveloped by an ancient and profound aura, as if it reached directly to the very source of martial arts, surpassing even the atmosphere of the Hukanrai Pavilion. The cavern was remarkably spacious, approximately the size of half a football field, yet it felt extraordinarily empty. The walls were not composed of ordinary rock, but rather a unique stone that shimmered with a faint bluish-black luster, cold and hard to the touch, seemingly capable of better harnessing some form of energy. Upon the stone walls, there were no intricate human diagrams, no elaborate breakdowns of techniques, nor a multitude of textual annotations. Instead, there were countless densely packed, varied shapes resembling tadpole scripts, some appearing like characters, others like images. These tadpole scripts were not static engravings. Upon closer inspection, each stroke seemed to flow slowly, winding and undulating, imbued with an indescribable rhythm and vitality. They appeared to haphazardly cover the massive stone wall, from top to bottom and left to right, lacking any discernible order, yet they subtly formed an exceedingly intricate and profound whole, reminiscent of a celestial map or the trajectory of the great Tao. Gazing for too long could induce a sense of vertigo, as one's spirit was involuntarily drawn into their depths. The number of individuals within the cave was sparse, totaling no more than 5, including the two island masters. All wore furrowed brows, each fixating on a particular section of tadpole script, their fingers unconsciously tracing the air, attempting to replicate its trajectory. Others closed their eyes in deep contemplation, murmuring to themselves as they pondered the potential correspondence between certain tadpole scripts and lost characters from ancient texts. Or they engaged in low yet fervent debates about what the direction of a particular stroke might signify in terms of auspicious techniques. The air was thick with a sense of urgency, confusion, yet an unwavering determination. Absurd, one exclaimed. This character's brushstroke is restrained, rounded, and subtle. It must be an ancient variant of the character for heaven. The energy should rise from the Bai-Wheat point, connecting the heavens and drawing in the spiritual essence of the universe. Nay, countered another. Observe its essence, lively and darting. It clearly represents the key to the technique of lightness and agility. One must channel energy through the Cheongchuan point. allowing the body to move with intention. "You all are mistaken," asserted a third voice. "This is evidently a diagram of a lost sword technique. It requires the will to spur sword energy, transforming the formless into the tangible. Look at the turn here. It clearly depicts the trajectory of a quivering sword tip." The debate, though low in volume, revealed the inner turmoil and confusion of the group. They found themselves ensnared in a labyrinth of knowledge, attempting to decipher the mysteries that transcended mere words through their existing linguistic scholarship and martial experience, fixating on each tadpole's meaning, only to drift further from the truth. Akin to blind men grasping at an elephant, each clinging to their own interpretation. Though the two masters of Dragonwood possess the highest cultivation and the broadest horizons, they remain ensnared within the same confines, at times engaging in fervent debate, and at others lost in solitary contemplation, their brows furrowing ever tighter. Lin Yue stood quietly before the stone wall, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of the starry tadpole script, his heart resonating with awe. Even with his mastery over the run and do meridians and his enhanced mental fortitude, he found it somewhat taxing to gaze upon this stone wall. The sheer volume of information it contained and the oppressive weight on a spiritual level were overwhelming. He ingested another 48 capsule, not for the sake of learning, but to elevate his analytical prowess to its zenith, preparing himself for this ultimate challenge. As the effects took hold, the world crystallized into unparalleled clarity, and the speed of his thoughts transcended a certain threshold. He first endeavored to employ his extraordinary pattern recognition and capabilities to analyze the tadpole script. A torrent of data surged through his consciousness: stroke trajectory analysis, topological structure comparison, probability statistical modeling, and correlation calculations with all known ancient characters, including oracle bone script, bronze inscriptions, stone drum script, and even some long-lost minority languages. Dynamic simulations allowed him to vividly remember the subtle characteristics of each tadpole script, even enabling him to simulate countless combinations, deducing thousands of potential internal energy pathways, each seemingly self-consistent and imbued with a certain martial principle. Yet, the familiar sense of disconnection soon re-emerged, and with it, a potency tenfold that experienced in the cave of the Book of Who Can Write. The myriad possibilities he deduced seemed plausible yet elusive. It could not reveal to him which was the correct one, nor which contained the essence of dominion over all martial arts. It unraveled the enigmas of myriad techniques, but remained powerless against the core of the Tao. The overwhelming multitude of possibilities rendered him even more disoriented. "Indeed, it is futile," Lin Yue mused, feeling not disappointment, but a profound understanding. The mysteries of the Taishan classic transcended mere techniques and numbers. They resonated more closely with the Tao, requiring a harmony of the spirit and intuitive insight rather than logical deconstruction. To pursue the divine through analytical means is akin to seeking fish in a tree. He recalled the original text and the symbolism of the knowledge barrier. These unparalleled masters were ensnared by their own vast reservoirs of martial knowledge and literary comprehension, unable to transcend their confines, hence languishing here for decades. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to utterly relinquish the interpretation of the tadpole script. He would no longer regard them as words or symbols, nor ponder their meanings. Instead, he would perceive them as flowing energy trajectories, a natural manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, a direct expression of martial will. It represented movement itself, rather than the meanings that movement might signify. He emptied his mind, casting aside distractions, no longer contemplating any textual significance or memorizing specific shapes. Instead, he simply wholeheartedly observed and felt the entirety of the stone wall, attuning himself to the rhythm and cadence of the swimming tadpoles, as well as the grand, profound, and inexhaustible momentum they collectively embodied. Gradually, under his superhuman vision and heightened perception, the tadpole script seemed to come alive. They are no longer mere lifeless inscriptions etched upon stone walls. Rather, they resemble clusters of vibrant, living energy sprites, dancing in accordance with an extraordinarily subtle rhythm. They intertwine, separate, and resonate with their flow, as if in harmony with the very breath of the universe, attuned to the heartbeat frequency of life's essence, silently beckoning and guiding the natural currents of internal energy within the observer. An inexplicable allure compels Lin Yue to instinctively follow the flowing trajectory of a particular script, endeavoring to direct the internal force that has already permeated through the run and do meridians, vast as the ocean and imbued with spirit. The internal energy moves in response. No longer is it a matter of deliberate control. It flows as effortlessly as a stream merging with the sea, as naturally as iron shavings drawn to a magnet, instinctively conforming to the momentum depicted by the script. A sense of effortless fluidity arises, as if everything is falling into place. Boom! The internal energy surges into a previously unimagined complex pathway, traversing numerous obscure acupoints that had never been unlocked, yielding an entirely new and ineffable experience. It is as though a door to a new realm has swung open, revealing a landscape utterly unlike any other. The nature of the internal energy subtly transforms, becoming more agile and concentrated. He does not pause. His gaze instinctively shifts to another script. The internal energy morphs, flowing like mercury, omnipresent and ever-changing, seamlessly transitioning into another form, rushing toward the more profound path. At times, it emanates a sharpness akin to sword energy. At other moments, it exudes a deep, resonant power. And occasionally, it feels as light as a swallow, as if yearning to soar with the wind. No longer is he the one practicing. Rather, the practice is now shaping him. It is the script upon the wall that guides his internal energy, orchestrating the most efficient, perfect, and harmonious operation with the principles of heaven and earth. He need only relinquish his ego, surrender control, and immerse himself fully in the experience to feel, follow, and resonate. The quintessence of various martial arts, internal cultivation, sword techniques, lightness skills, palm methods, finger techniques, and mental intent, merges seamlessly into this instinctual flow of internal energy. He forgets the forms, forgets the mental methodologies, forgets himself, completely lost in this wondrous state of resonance with the very essence of martial arts, where self and object dissolve into oblivion. An invisible aura naturally emanates around his body, shifting in myriad ways with the circulation of internal energy. At times, it is as sharp as a sword, slicing through the air with a faint hiss. At others, it feels heavy as a mountain, distorting the light around him. And occasionally, it becomes ethereal as clouds, rendering his figure somewhat indistinct. The internal energy within him grows at a terrifying speed, purifying and transforming, advancing towards a higher realm. Occasionally, he temporarily disengages from this profound realization, observing the two island masters, Long and Mu, still deeply engrossed in heated debate over the meaning of a particular script. He cannot help but feel a pang of regret. The pearl lies before them, yet they remain fixated on the box that encases it, which is truly a pity. One day, Master Mu once again finds himself crimson-faced in a dispute with an elderly white-haired man over the interpretation of a script resembling a lively bird in flight. One insists it is the key to lightness techniques, while the other maintains it illustrates a form of fierce finger technique. Lin Yue approached slowly, contemplating his words, his tone imbued with speculation and uncertainty, as if struck by a sudden inspiration. Esteemed seniors, I beg your pardon for my audacity. As I gazed upon the wall, I was struck by the extraordinary vivacity of these images and texts, as if they possessed a life of their own. I dare to conjecture whether they might not represent any known script at all, or perhaps their significance lies not in form and meaning, but rather in their spirit and motion. He gestured towards the stone wall, striving to infuse his voice with a sense of exploration and uncertainty. I sense that they resemble a dynamic tapestry, rather than guiding us in interpretation. They invite us to imitate and follow, to replicate their flowing trajectories, to attune ourselves to their intrinsic rhythms. Perhaps it is unnecessary to ascertain what they are. We merely need to feel how they move, allowing our inner breath to follow suit. His words were vague and hesitant, entirely intuitive conjectures devoid of theoretical grounding. Hearing this, the two island lords, Long Mu and his companion, were momentarily taken aback, halting their debate, their gazes once again drawn to the stone wall. They had been ensnared in the labyrinth of words for far too long. Lin Yu's remarks resonated like a thunderclap, subtly prying open a fissure in their steadfast beliefs. Indeed, after decades of exhaustive exploration and countless interpretations, none had borne true fruition. Had their direction been misguided from the outset? To imitate and follow the intrinsic rhythm, murmured Lord Long, a flicker of unprecedented illumination flashing in his murky eyes, a glimpse of a profound truth swiftly obscured by deeply entrenched thought patterns. His brow furrowed anew, as he grappled with the ancient texts and the myriad insights of his predecessors, reluctant to easily dismiss a lifetime of pursuit and conviction. Lord Mu, too, bore a furrowed brow, his whiskers quivering, evidently shaken by the profound impact of Lin Yue's words. Instinctively, he gestured towards the bird-like character resembling a tadpole, feeling a subtle stir of internal energy that hinted at a connection. Yet he could not grasp the sensation, becoming increasingly agitated. How does one follow? This feels utterly ethereal. The other practitioners mostly shook their heads, deeming Lin Yue's musings too nebulous and unfounded, preferring to ground themselves in rigorous textual analysis. Some even accused him of being overly enigmatic and chose to ignore him, immersing themselves once more in their studies. Observing this, Lin Yue refrained from further discourse. He understood that the barriers of perception could not be dismantled in a day. All he could do was plant a seed, whether they would awaken to this insight, and when, depended on their individual destinies. Disregarding the external debates, he returned to the resonant state of cultivation with the tadpole script, the changes within him deepening profoundly. After approximately half a month of meditation in the cavern of the white-haired supreme mystery, his comprehension of the realm of the 10,000 martial arts returning to their roots grew increasingly profound, his internal energy brimming with vitality, nearly touching upon some essential truth. One day, however, a commotion unlike any before echoed from outside the cave, as if new guests had arrived on the island, shattering the long-standing tranquility immersed in martial pursuits. With a stir of curiosity, Lin Yue awakened from his profound meditative state, his gaze now radiant and introspective, deep as the starry seas, as if he could perceive all. Calculating the passage of time, could it be that the true child of destiny has arrived? A faint, expectant smile graced his lips. It was time to meet that individual, equally illiterate, who might reach the essence of the Taimen Jing in the most unadulterated manner. Perhaps his arrival would provide the final inspiration needed to shatter the veil of ignorance. Chapter 18. The innocent heart of the child of destiny, the clamor outside the cave, did not linger for long, quickly giving way to the tranquility of yesteryears. However, the island now bore an unmistakably foreign aura, akin to stones cast into a placid lake, sending ripples across its surface. Lin Yue stepped cautiously out of the Showtime cave. Sunlight cascaded down, and the sea breeze caressed his face. He inhaled deeply, relishing the invigorating air, feeling his immense inner strength resonate with it, harmoniously blending into the island's environment. He did not immediately seek out the newly arrived guest, but instead retreated to his secluded abode. The room was modest, furnished with only a bed, a table, and a chair, yet it was impeccably tidy. He fetched fresh water, washed up briefly, and donned a clean garment of azure cloth, shedding the dust of days spent in solitary cultivation. He understood the nature of the child of destiny, sure Patian, pure and unadorned, much like unhewn jade. Approaching him directly might disturb his innocent heart, provoking unnecessary wariness or misunderstanding. Everything must unfold naturally, in accordance with fate. He strolled toward the dining hall on the island. This spacious stone pavilion served as a communal dining and socializing space, and though it was not mealtime, the number of people present exceeded the usual. Several disciples and servants gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing the recently arrived martial artists from the Central Plains, summoned by the decree of rewards and punishments. Their conversations were laced with disdain for the intrigues and cowardice prevalent in the Central Plains martial world, as they had long resided overseas, devoting themselves to martial arts, and held a certain contempt for many of the actions from that realm. Nevertheless, they exhibited a keen interest in a few notable masters among the newcomers. Zhang San and Li Si seem to have brought quite a number of people this time. I've heard that the various sects of the Central Plains have created quite a spectacle trying to respond to the decree, even pushing forth scapegoats, one remarked. Pathetic cowards, claiming to be heroes, unlike us of the Heroes Island, who seek only the true essence of martial arts. However, I heard there's a rather foolish young lad among them, with an astonishingly good foundation. He showcased his skills in the dining hall just now, clumsily, nearly dropping a bowl, only for his inner strength to instinctively protect him. shattering the bowl instead. Catching even Steward Zhao's eye, another added, "Oh, is that so? What's his name?" It seems to be Shi, called Shi Patian. Quite a formidable name, yet he appears rather dazed, as if still waking from slumber. Shi Patian. Indeed, he has come. Lin Yue's lips curled into a slight smile as he set down his teacup. With a subtle shift, he silently departed the dining hall, merging with the gentle breeze. His pace seemed unhurried, yet in an instant, he traversed several paces, heading towards the accommodations arranged for the newcomers on the island. He did not deliberately conceal his presence. Yet with his internal energy having reached a state of seamless connection between the run and dew meridians, he naturally blended with the surrounding environment. His breath, footsteps, and even body temperature seemed to harmonize with the wind, light, and atmosphere around him, unless one possessed extraordinary power or an exceptionally keen sense. It was exceedingly difficult to detect his existence. By a rocky coastline near the guest house, Lin Yue caught sight of a figure. A young man clad in ill-fitting, somewhat tattered coarse cloth, with sleeves and pant legs that fell short, exposing sturdy wrists and ankles. He was tall and robust, with broad shoulders radiating a primal sense of strength. His visage was unpretentious, sun-kissed skin bearing the marks of years spent in the elements. With wide-set eyes and a straight nose, his lips slightly fuller, lending him an air of lingering boyish innocence and bewilderment. He crouched by the rocks, curiously observing the waves crashing rhythmically against the stones, sending forth countless sparkling droplets. Occasionally, he would extend a finger to touch the cold, foamy seawater, then gaze at his dampened fingertip with a silly grin, his smile pure, untainted, akin to that of an infant, filled with the most genuine curiosity about the world. This was Shi Patian. He exuded no fierce aura, no cunning schemes, only an innate, burgeoning vitality and a simplicity that resonated harmoniously with nature. He squatted there, seemingly a part of the rocky shoreline and the expansive blue sky, without an ounce of incongruity. Lin Yue did not approach immediately. Instead, he stood at a distance, observing quietly. With his heightened perception, he could distinctly see the formidable, pure, internal energy within Shi Patian, circulating slowly and powerfully, akin to the unceasing flow of the Yangtze River, yet devoid of any earthly scent. It appeared as if it were an intrinsic part of his being, as natural as breathing. The sheer quantity and quality of this energy even startled Lin Yue, who had just recently opened the run and dew meridians and experienced a significant increase in his own power. The purity of Shi Patian's internal energy and its integration with his physical form was astonishing, as if it were not cultivated through arduous practice, but rather naturally bestowed by the heavens. Indeed, this was the true essence of exceptional talent, a manifestation of the spirit of the universe. Lin Yue marveled, feeling a peculiar sensation. Shi Patian's strength did not arise from external enhancements or rigorous training techniques, but stemmed from an untainted heart and a fortuitous affinity for martial arts that was nothing short of extraordinary. In stark contrast, his own reliance on meteorite energy and fortuitous advantages seemed rather contrived. Truly, there were always greater talents beyond one's own. As if sensing the calm and focused gaze upon him, Shi Patian suddenly lifted his head, looking toward Lin Yue. His eyes were as clear as the purest mountain spring, imbued with a hint of curiosity and bewilderment, yet devoid of any wariness or hostility, akin to a fawn in the woods. He scratched his head, stood up, and smiled awkwardly, revealing a row of white teeth. "Hello, are you from the island too?" I'm called Dog Bastard." He instinctively uttered the name he was accustomed to, clearly still adjusting to the grandeur of the name Shi Patian. Lin Yue smiled gently and approached at a leisurely pace, his face adorned with a warm smile that enveloped others like a refreshing spring breeze. "I am Lin Fan, merely a guest on this island. You seem unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer?" He endeavored to keep his tone calm and natural. Hum. Shi Patian nodded vigorously, his delight evident at the prospect of engaging conversation, especially with someone who appeared devoid of malice. "Brother Zhang San and Li Si brought us here. There are so many strange paintings and writings. They were all staring at them. I don't understand, so I came out for a stroll." His speech was somewhat disjointed, lacking in logic, yet his sincerity shone through. Unguarded. "It is quite normal not to understand," Lin Yue remarked, positioning himself beside Shi Patian as he gazed at the boundless, azure expanse of the ocean. "These things are not meant to be comprehended. Not meant to be comprehended? Sure Potion's confusion deepened, his thick brows knitting together. Then what purpose do they serve? His thoughts were simple and straightforward. To be felt, Lin Yue replied softly, as if addressing Sure Potion while also engaging in a soliloquy, his voice melding with the sea breeze. Just as you observe these waves, they do not reveal why they come or go. Yet, when you watch them and listen, do you not feel a vastness and comfort within? Sure Potion's eyes brightened, as if awakening to a revelation, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, that is it. When I gaze at the sea, my heart feels unburdened, far more so than when I look at those convoluted characters. He animatedly gestured, expressing his sentiments. Lin Yue chuckled, realizing his guidance had borne fruit. The paintings on the stone wall are quite similar. You need not ponder what characters they form or their meanings. Consider them as waves, as clouds, as traces left by wind brushing through leaves. Observe their movements and feel what they evoke within you. The warmth that follows a satisfying meal. That sensation urging you to move. He sought to use the simplest language, closely aligned with Sure Potion's thought process, steering clear of complex concepts and terminology. Sure Potion listened, grasping only parts, but he understood the terms. Waves, clouds, and warmth. He looked once more towards the direction of the white-haired Taishan cave, and in his naive gaze, there seemed to flicker a hint of something different, an indistinct yearning and curiosity. Instinctively, he gestured with his hands and feet, feeling a subtle stir of the profound energy within him resonate gently with his movements. It seems I want to move a bit, he said, scratching his belly as if to gauge that warm sensation. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice, tinged with impatience, pierced the air. You mutt. What are you doing here? Hurry back. The Dragon Island is waiting to see us. A young girl, adorned in exquisite garments made from fine materials, embroidered with intricate patterns, strode towards them. Her face was charming, her skin fair, but a hint of sharpness and impatience lingered in her brow. She was Ding Tang. She cast an impatient glare at Sure Potion before her attention shifted to Lin Yue beside her. Noting his attire, clean yet unremarkable plain blue cloth, and his restrained demeanor, she sensed his lack of significance due to her own limited prowess, and thus paid him little heed. With a tone tinged by her habitual petulance, she urged Sure Potion, hurry, we can't keep the island masters waiting. If you anger them, you'll face the consequences. Sure Potion responded with an apologetic "oh," glancing at Lin Yue as if he were a child who had committed a misdeed. Brother Lin Fan, I'll go ahead, he stammered. Lin Yue smiled gently and nodded, his gaze warm. Go on. Remember my words. Observe and feel deeply. There is no need to force understanding. He reiterated. Sure Potion, nodding in a semblance of comprehension, was led away by Ding Tang, stumbling slightly, yet still managing to glance back at Lin Yue. Lin Yue watched their departing figures with profound contemplation. Ding Tang's presence reminded him that Sure Potion was enmeshed in the entanglements of the martial world, where beyond the simplicity of his nature lay the complexities of human hearts and desires. However, he did not intend to intervene excessively. Each individual has their own destiny and path. Sure Potion's pure-heartedness must be nurtured through personal experience, understanding, and retention, as excessive outside interference could be counterproductive. He himself did not intend to linger long in this realm, burdened as he was with unfinished journeys. The ultimate mysteries of the Baisho Tai, Xianjing, required time for deepening and enlightenment. Days later, within the cavern of the Baisho Tai Xianjing, Sure Potion found himself indeed brought to this place. Unlike the others, who were deeply engrossed in their studies, burdened by grievances, he was utterly bewildered, gazing about with wide-eyed curiosity at this new environment. The characters on the walls, resembling darting tadpoles, captivated him. Following Lin Yue's advice, he refrained from pondering their meanings, instead delighting in the playful movements of the tadpoles, swift and slow, gathering and dispersing, some lively, others serene. As he observed, a warm, obedient energy stirred within him, seemingly beckoned by the tadpoles to join in their frolic. Finding it amusing, he could not help but mimic the erratic trajectories of the tadpoles, flailing about in a clumsy, comical manner, sometimes splashing aimlessly, at other times chasing imaginary butterflies or bouncing about, twirling in place. This spectacle drew disapproving frowns from the diligent practitioners within the cave, who deemed his behavior disruptive and unbecoming. Had it not been for the favor of the two island masters, they would have voiced their discontent long ago. The two island masters, Long Mu, exchanged silent head shakes, though aware of his extraordinary inner strength. They fear that his foolish disposition would hinder his comprehension of the Tai Xianjing's mysteries, rendering him merely an unrefined gem, regrettably unpolished. Only Lin Yue remained seated quietly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In his perception, Sure Potion's seemingly ridiculous and illogical movements harmonized with the authentic rhythm of the tadpole characters on the wall, not merely a semblance, but a true resonance. Within him, the vast and pure internal energy flowed with an exquisite naturalness, efficiency, and perfection, traversing the subtle meridians that he had yet to fully comprehend. Each movement he made optimized the flow of energy within, aligning seamlessly with the essence of the Taishan Sutra. This was an instinctual harmony that preceded understanding. A surge of intense anticipation welled up within Lin Yue as he began to immerse himself, redirecting his focus away from Sure Potion. He attuned his mind to the stone wall while keenly and openly perceiving the innate rhythm and aura emanating from Sure Potion, which resonated perfectly with the Taishan Sutra. He resembled a scientist equipped with the most sophisticated instruments and theoretical models, finally observing the most ideal and perfect natural phenomenon. The two elements validated each other, igniting a cascade of inspiration and breakthroughs. In this wondrous interplay of reflection and enlightenment, Lin Yue found his comprehension of the Taishan Sutra accelerating dramatically. Many previously elusive nuances became clear under the natural and unembellished practice of Sure Potion, transforming the once inscrutable tadpole script into an understandable and navigable flow of energy. His internal energy operated with increasing fluidity, and his mental intent intertwined more closely with his inner breath, propelling him toward the ultimate realm of martial unity. The others in the cave were captivated by Sure Potion, their reactions ranging from scorn to resignation, lamenting the waste of talent. No one noticed the remarkable transformation occurring beside them with Lin Fan, the overseas sage who had remained quietly contemplative. His aura deepened and became unfathomable as his internal energy surged, evolving in nature, creating a mystical harmony with the stone wall, the heavens and earth, and even with the Na'vi dancing Sure Potion. The heavy and mysterious door to the realm of martial unity was slowly opening a wider gap for him. Chapter 19. The realm of martial unity within the cave. Time seemed to lose its significance. Two distinctly different approaches to enlightenment coexisted harmoniously within the same space, generating a marvelous chemical reaction, akin to the convergence of yin and yang, illustrating the duality of the martial way. Sure Potion moved with increasing fluidity, completely absorbed in the playful interaction with the tadpole script on the wall, oblivious to the disdainful or puzzled gazes surrounding him. In his innocent mind, this was not a practice, but rather a delightful bodily response, as if the lively little creatures were guiding his movements. His unparalleled and richly accumulated internal energy surged like the mighty Yangtze River, flowing effortlessly in accordance with the primordial rhythm of the tadpole script, breaking through barriers and traversing arcane channels and acupoints that even the most diligent scholars would struggle to uncover, often unrecorded in ancient texts. His movements varied, at times slow and deliberate like the pushing of a mountain, imbued with a profound and weighty intent, at times swift as lightning, leaving traces of afterimages in their wake. At times light and graceful like a bird in flight, seemingly seeking to ride the winds, and at times heavy and solid as a deep mountain, unwavering as a rock. In every gesture, the essence of formidable swordsmanship, profound palm techniques, ethereal lightness, and deep internal mastery is subtly interwoven, yet harmoniously unified, rendering each movement an exquisite manifestation of martial artistry. His aura naturally radiates outward, rich and expansive, resonating with the very atmosphere of the cave, and indeed, the entire, as though he were an ethereal spirit born of this sacred realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, Lin Yue sits in tranquil stillness, akin to an immovable rock. His body remains nearly motionless, his breath long and subtle, almost imperceptible. However, should one possess the ability to look within, they would discover a scene far more breathtaking than anything witnessed by Sure Potion. With the aid of exceptional insight and rational analytical abilities, and in direct comparison to Patian's impeccable embodiment, he rapidly comprehends, analyzes, and integrates the profound mysteries of the Patian instinctively aligns with through his pure-hearted nature and unparalleled martial talent, akin to a genius painter who creates from instinct, achieving perfection without the capacity to articulate the underlying principles. In contrast, Lin Yue seeks to understand the rationale behind it all by observing Patian and his own sensations. He swiftly advances beyond mere recognition to dissect the truths that underpin these phenomena. Within the realm of his consciousness, countless mathematical models, physical laws, biological principles, and the fluid trajectories of the tadpole script merge with the swift currents of internal energy, verifying, correcting, and elevating each other. Thus, it becomes clear, the reason for the internal energy to spiral thrice within this acupoint is not mere display of skill, but to form a miniature energy vortex that more effectively attracts and absorbs a certain rarefied, attribute-less energy from the cosmos, transforming it for consumption. This approach is not limited to the arms. Its force can penetrate through fingers, shattering rock from 3 feet away. This is the foundational principle of sword energy and even higher-level techniques, resulting from the intense concentration of internal energy harmonizing with specific vibrational frequencies. The pinnacle of lightness techniques does not solely involve reducing weight. Rather, it is the resonance between internal energy and external airflow that creates a low-pressure area or propulsion field. Leveraging the forces of nature, allowing one to move as lightly as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow. The application of mental intention can directly interfere with reality, impacting the hearts and minds of others. This is not an illusion, but a substantial transmission of information and energy resulting from the confluence of brainwaves and internal energy. Countless realizations erupt within him, reminiscent of the universe's inception, where stars flicker in and out of existence. The myriad martial insights learned in the previous 22 caves converge into the grand system of the each finding its place and origin, comprehending the reasons behind their respective energy flows and techniques. He no longer merely mimics the dynamic of the tadpole script, but begins to grasp the ultimate rules governing all martial arts represented by these movements. This constitutes the highest law of how energy, matter, and spirit interact, transform, and elevate one another. Within him, the nature of his internal energy begins to undergo a fundamental metamorphosis, becoming purer, more refined, and infused with spirituality. With a mere thought, his energy can reach any part of his body, even transcending outward, manifesting various martial wonders. His spiritual power surged dramatically, expanding his perceptive range. He could not only perceive the circulation of inner strength within every individual in the cave with vivid clarity and discern their attributes, but he could also faintly sense the flow of the entire aura surrounding the hero island, detecting the slumbering, immense energy of the Earth's veins deep within the island. A profound sense of mastery and insight emerged within him. The 2 island masters, Long and Mu, had long ceased their futile arguments. Initially, they were astonished by Potion's seemingly reckless yet deeply insightful martial arts movements, which were growing increasingly powerful, feeling the terrifying and overwhelming aura of inner strength within him, pure and almost transcendent. Subsequently, they were even more shocked to discover that Lin Yue, sitting quietly beside them, emanated an aura that, while more subdued and less ostentatious than Potion's, was far more profound and fearsome. It was a true embodiment of mastery, seamless and flawless, as if connected to the very essence of the universe. It represented the pinnacle of a state where oneself and martial arts were indistinguishable. One exuded outwardly, while the other was inwardly profound. Both had reached an astonishing height. The 2 elders exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitterness, shock, and ultimately the realization and relief reflected in the other's eyes. After decades of relentless pursuit, the answer had always been before them, yet obscured by their own knowledge. It turns out we were all gravely mistaken, the Dragon Island Master said hoarsely, filled with endless sentiment and a hint of despondency, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. The Tai Xian Jing need not be interpreted. What is required is a heart untouched by the dust of the world, or perhaps a wisdom that transcends the mundane to directly point to the essence. He understood that Lin Yue's wisdom had completely transcended the confines of words, reaching a realm of insight into the essence. Mu Island Master sighed deeply, his once resounding voice now subdued, carrying a tone of lament. I've spent my entire life practicing martial arts, fighting endlessly, only to find that I am not as perceptive as these two young ones. What are textual annotations and scholarly investigations but utter nonsense? They are mere cages we have constructed for ourselves. We are trapped in our own webs of ignorance. His words, though blunt, unveiled the truth, leaving him with a sense of bewilderment after such a sudden awakening. The other practitioners in the cave also sensed this transformation, feeling the distinctly different essence approaching aura emanating from Shurpatian and Lin Yue. Some fell into a stupor, their beliefs shaken and lost in confusion. Others displayed wild joy, as if catching a glimpse of true understanding, flailing in attempts to imitate, yet failing to grasp the method, while some were left despondent. Decades of hard work seeming like a joke, collapsing onto the ground in despair. The atmosphere in the cave became exceedingly strange yet solemn. On one side stood Shurpatian, full of vitality, instinctively drawing forth immense energy. On the other, Lin Yue, sitting in profound meditation, his aura as deep as the sea, seemingly in harmony with the Tao. Surrounding them was a group of top-tier masters, shaken in belief, bewildered, and caught in a tumult of emotions. Together, they formed a peculiar tapestry. At this moment, Lin Yue's consciousness was immersed in an unprecedented realm. He felt as though he had transformed into the center of the universe, with countless nodes of inner strength within him resonating and exchanging with the energies of the external world, creating a vast, unending cycle. He felt as though he had touched the zenith of martial arts within this realm, standing at the precipice of an almost divine prowess. With every gesture, he could summon immense power, exuding the air of a terrestrial immortal, having grasped 8 or 9 secrets of the Taishan scripture. Yet at that moment, his extraordinary perception suddenly detected an unusual disturbance. This anomaly did not emanate from within the cave, but from the very depths of the earth beneath his feet, from the surrounding air particles, from the entire geomantic energy of the Hero Island. The earth began to emit an exceedingly faint yet ceaseless tremor, growing increasingly potent. It was not the violent, destructive shaking of an earthquake, but rather a profound, resonant hum and thrum from the deep subterranean world, as if some colossal entity, long dormant for millennia, was being roused by a mysterious force, stirring in its slumber. It felt as though the earth's crust, having accumulated energy over countless years, had finally found an outlet for its release. The vitality in the air suddenly turned tumultuous, no longer gentle and nourishing, but filled with restless elements, becoming scorching and chaotic. Amidst the briny sea breeze, a faint yet disquieting scent of sulfur and metallic rust mingled, an indication of the subterranean minerals being melted by intense heat. The breath of the restless magma. The sound of the waves surrounding the island also shifted in tone, transforming from a rhythmic lapping to an increasingly furious and urgent roar, akin to the thunder of war drums and the stampede of myriad horses, heralding the imminent arrival of a cataclysmic storm. The sea level appeared to be rising ever so slightly. What is happening? Lin Yue abruptly awoke from his profound meditative state, his eyes snapping open, radiating a brilliance akin to lightning, no longer subdued but strikingly sharp, as if he could pierce through the thick layers of rock and gaze directly at the seismic transformations occurring deep within the island's geomancy. His expression grew grave. Almost simultaneously, Shurpatian halted his actions, scratching his head in bewilderment, glancing around and murmuring, "Huh, is the ground moving?" And the sound of the sea seems to have taken on a more ferocious tone. I feel a bit uneasy. His innocent heart was particularly sensitive to the aberrations of nature. The two island masters, Long Mu and his counterpart, turned pale. Their perception of Hero Island far surpassed that of ordinary men, and at this moment they distinctly sensed the cataclysmic force accumulating beneath their feet, a power potent enough to upend everything. The familiar signs of the geomantic upheaval, chronicled and cautioned against by generations of island masters, were manifesting. "This is not good," Long Island Master exclaimed in alarm. Fear etched upon his face for the first time as he could no longer maintain his composure. "The geomancy is boiling. The island's foundation is unstable. This heralds a great calamity. Could it be that the Taishian scripture has finally been activated? Its overwhelming power stirring the long-slumbering magma beneath the island, causing an imbalance of yin and yang, leading to tectonic shifts? He instantly considered this most plausible explanation. The power of the Taishian scripture has indeed invoked a natural disaster. Master Mu's face also turned ashen, devoid of his usual bravado, as he bellowed, his voice tinged with tremors. Quick! Alert everyone! Assemble at higher ground immediately. Prepare the vessels. The island may soon submerge. Hurry! Boom! Before the echoes of the voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the southeastern direction of the island, akin to a bolt from the blue. As if the very heavens were collapsing, the entire cavern trembled violently, with a cascade of debris raining down from the ceiling, while larger fissures spread across the top and walls like black lightning. Dust filled the air, the expressions of everyone within the cave, from the bewildered Shurpatian to the shocked Lin Yue, as well as the terrified dragon and wood island lords and other cultivators, all transformed drastically. The ultimate secret of the heroic island had been unveiled, yet what followed was a cataclysmic and unforeseen display of nature's might. The final moment arrived in a manner none could have anticipated. Chapter 20. A stunning transformation and divergent paths. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the earth and mountains. The entire cave of the Baishotai Xianjing resembled a fragile boat amidst a storm, swaying violently as debris and dust continuously fell from the ceiling and walls. Larger cracks spread rapidly like a menacing black centipede, producing a disconcerting cracking sound, as if it would collapse entirely in the next moment, burying all within. Dust swirled, the light dimmed, and the everlasting lantern flickered precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The enigmatic tadpole-scripted stone walls inside trembled, as the flowing light above seemed to become chaotic. Let us go, quickly. Despite the inner turmoil, Lord Long, seasoned by countless storms, managed to retain a semblance of composure, his voice booming like a great bell, cutting through the cacophony of tremors and falling stones, rousing the dazed crowd from their shock. He and Lord Mu swiftly took flight, disregarding decorum, soaring towards the cave's entrance like startled birds, while their wide sleeves, infused with true energy, swept away the descending debris, creating a narrow path for those behind them. Their faces were etched with urgency and sorrow, not only for the lives at stake, but also for the imminent destruction of this sacred martial arts sanctuary. The remaining cultivators awakened from their stupor, breaking free from the overwhelming shock and despair, as the instinct to survive overtook all else. They unleashed their most refined lightness techniques, stumbling and following closely behind, their faces marked with disbelief and terror. After dedicating decades to the study of the Taishian Jing, the mystery had finally begun to reveal itself. Yet the foundation beneath them was on the brink of collapse. The impact was ineffable, but there was no time for reflection. Get moving, you scoundrels. Hurry. Ding Dang's piercing scream shattered the air, her face drained of color as she seized the bewildered Shurpatian, intent on fleeing. Her martial prowess was limited, and in her panic, she was driven purely by instinct. However, Shurpatian broke free from her grasp, turning instead to Lin Yue, who had just risen from a distance, and called out with innocent urgency, "Brother Lin Fan, we must go. The ground is shifting. It's going to collapse." Though he was naive, his kind-hearted nature prevailed, and he did not forget to warn Lin Yue, who had shown him kindness. Lin Yue offered a reassuring glance, nodding to indicate his understanding. At this moment, his spiritual awareness was fully awakened, and his supersensory perception vividly and comprehensively reflected the dramatic changes in the external environment within his mind, the terrifying roar emanating from deep within the earth, the thunderous sound of fractured rock layers, the increasingly chaotic and violent energies of the heavens and earth, the distant thunderous waves crashing upon the sea, and the frantic cries and panicked footsteps erupting from all corners of the island. This was no ordinary earthquake. It was a harbinger of a catastrophic transformation in the geological structure of the entire island. The Isle of Heroes was truly on the brink of submergence. The island master's words were likely not unfounded. It was ill-advised to linger here. Lin Yue's thoughts raced, and as his figure stirred, He did not directly dash toward the cave entrance. Instead, like a specter, he deftly navigated through the falling stones and fissures, arriving before a stone wall inscribed with tadpole script. This wall, which contained the supreme mysteries of martial arts in this realm, was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He extended his finger, imbued with the profound inner strength that had undergone transformation and a heightened spiritual intent. Sweeping across the surface of the stone wall like a tempest, the speed was such that it left behind a trail of afterimages. As his fingertip grazed the wall, it seemed to ripple ever so slightly. His intention was not to damage or imprint physical traces, but rather to imprint the essence of the stone wall, especially the most complete and primal essence of the Taishan Jing, the flowing force and Tao, deep into the recesses of his mind in that final moment before departure. This was an act of spiritual replication and absorption. The process was completed in the blink of an eye. When he withdrew his finger, the tadpole script on the stone wall flickered momentarily, the flow of meaning reaching a fleeting apex, as if bidding a final farewell to his spirit, before rapidly dimming, as if its essence had been seized, leaving it eerily silent. Boom! Another explosion, closer and louder, erupted from beneath the earth, with larger fissures spreading across the cave ceiling. A massive rock crashed down, nearly striking the very spot where Lin Yue had just stood. No longer hesitating, Lin Yue's form flickered, and he surged forward, as if teleporting, gliding through the chaotic cave and effortlessly reaching the sides of Shi Patian and Ding Ding, quietly commanding, "Let us go." Grasping each of their arms, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and the three of them shot toward the cave entrance, which was continually showered with falling debris, their speed scarcely slower than that of the two island masters, Long Mu and the others who had fled earlier, showcasing his immeasurable prowess at this moment. Shi Patian felt the rush of wind roaring past his ears, the scenery on either side retreating at a dizzying pace. The chaotic scene left him agape, yet he strangely felt a sense of stability and strength from the hand gripping his arm, instilling an inexplicable sense of safety. Ding Dang, more frightened, let out a shriek, tightly shutting her eyes, unwilling to look any further. Bursting out of the cave, the external scene was akin to the arrival of doomsday. The sky had become shrouded in thick, leaden clouds, and electric serpents danced within them, unleashing deafening thunder. The furious winds howled, swirling up clouds of dust and fallen branches. In the distance, mountains were engulfed in billowing dust, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of rock collapses. The entire mountain range was crumbling, the ground fissure deep, bottomless chasms resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast ruthlessly devouring everything in its path. Trees toppled, and many exquisite pavilions and stone abodes leaned precariously or crumbled into ruins. The inhabitants of the island cried out in terror, fleeing in disarray like headless flies, as a palpable fear permeated the air. On the surface of the sea, the scene grew even more harrowing. Towering waves surged, akin to countless moving mountains of water crashing down with a deafening roar. Vessels moored in the harbor rocked violently, colliding with one another. Several smaller boats, unable to untie their moorings in time, were effortlessly torn apart and swallowed by the waves, vanishing in an instant beneath the tumultuous waters. The remaining larger ships struggled desperately amidst the storm, on the brink of capsizing. To the docks, seize the large ships. Save as many as we can. The island master shouted hoarsely, his voice barely rising above the chaos of wind and waves. He endeavored to direct the still composed disciples on the island to organize efforts, attempting to carve out a path amidst the turmoil, but his efforts yielded little success. The master of Long Island, bearing an expression of profound sorrow, gazed with a complex mixture of emotions at the swift destruction of the enterprise built over decades. With a quivering voice, he lamented, "Such is the will of heaven. The Taishan Sutra manifests in this world, and the island of heroes must ultimately return to dust. Within this lies both liberation and an endless sense of loss and melancholy." Lin Yue set aside Shi Patian and Ding Dang, swiftly instructing the two, follow the islanders and ascend to higher ground. They know which docks are relatively safe. With that, his gaze sharpened, sweeping across the chaotic island. His extraordinary hearing and sight quickly pinpointed the most perilous situations, where individuals were trapped or on the verge of disaster. The harrowing cries for help echoed in his ears. Though he was no sage, lacking the capacity or obligation to save everyone, he did not hesitate to extend a helping hand where he could, as long as it did not endanger himself. After all, having spent months on the island, he had formed bonds with many, and it was not in his nature to turn a blind eye to suffering. In a flash, Lin Yue appeared beneath a loft about to completely collapse. With a single palm strike, a gentle yet formidable force akin to an invisible giant's hand shattered the descending beams and heavy stones, rescuing several stunned workers and an injured disciple beneath. In the next moment, he materialized by the seaside cliff, deftly seizing several large floating planks and expertly hurling them towards disciples struggling in the water, swept away by the sudden onslaught of waves, offering them a glimmer of hope. He even swiftly lifted two children who had run in the wrong direction towards the perilous crevice, placing them in a relatively safe area. His movements were as swift as a specter, his efficiency astonishing. Amidst such chaos and peril, he maintained an absolute calm and precision. The power he exhibited and his masterful control over it left the two island masters, Long Mu and his companion, in awe. This young man not only comprehends the Taishan Sutra, but has concealed such formidable strength until now. It seems he may indeed rival us. This realization stirred tumultuous waves in their hearts. Shi Patian gazed in admiration and urgency at Lin Yue's swift figure as he rescued others. Emulating him, he unleashed a thunderous shout, and the innate energy from the Tai Xianjing within him erupted with force. With a simple punch, an unparalleled and formidable strength surged forth, shattering a colossal boulder that was hurtling towards the crowd, scattering debris and saving several stunned islanders below, eliciting cries of relief and tears of survival. He stared in astonishment at his fist, seemingly unaware of his own remarkable power. The chaos persisted for what felt like an eternity, though it lasted merely the span of a single incense stick. Under the tireless efforts of Lin Yue, Shi Patian, and the adept Dragon Island masters, the majority of the island's inhabitants managed to gather, albeit precariously, at a relatively elevated area of the dock that suffered less damage. After a desperate struggle, several of the largest ships finally severed their moorings, akin to struggling beasts fleeing the tumultuous, collapsing harbor, plunging into the tumultuous sea, rife with hidden currents. Each vessel was crammed with panicked survivors. Standing on the violently swaying, slick deck, the crowd turned to behold what was once the idyllic and legendary Heroes Island. Now a scene of devastation. Flames and smoke billowed from numerous fissures, obscuring the sky, while gaping cracks marred the landscape like grotesque wounds. The coastline crumbled and receded, as towering waves voraciously consumed the land, rendering survival seem merely a matter of time. It was a vision of apocalypse that shattered hearts upon sight. The survivors, gazing upon this ruin, fell into a profound silence, their faces etched with sorrow, bewilderment, terror, and a sense of helplessness regarding the future. Their homeland lost. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. The two Dragon Island masters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness, acceptance, and a weary resignation. As if liberated from an immense burden, the Dragon Master, channeling his internal energy, spoke with a heavy yet clear voice that resonated across the fleeing ships. Esteemed guests, the mission of Heroes Island has concluded. It is the will of heaven, beyond human control. From this day forth, Heroes Island shall cease to exist. Those wishing to return home may depart freely. For those who wish to follow us, we shall seek out other celestial mountains abroad and continue the legacy of martial arts. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, the fervor within them, their obsession with the Tai Xianjing, and their influence over the martial world seemed to wane considerably, replaced by a sense of transcendence. The crowd stirred. Some wept softly, others sighed at the submerged island, while discussions arose among them about their next steps. Filled with confusion and hesitation, Lin Yue stood at the bow of the flagship, the fierce wind billowing his garments, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. The energy of the Tai Xianjing flowed naturally within him, harmoniously intertwined with the might of the heavens and earth, subtly resisting, yet seemingly merging with it. As he watched Heroes Island gradually succumb to the sea, his heart was awash with myriad emotions. Months of contemplation had yielded results beyond his expectations, not only solidifying his supreme foundation, but also granting him the complete Tai Xianjing, resulting in a qualitative leap in his power. This journey had reached its fulfillment. His gaze shifted to another ship, where Patian clung tightly to the railing, his complexion pale. The young man was being pulled by Ding Tang, gazing anxiously and reluctantly at the submerged island, as if harboring a pure attachment to that land. His journey through the martial world, his fateful encounters, and his joys and sorrows had only just commenced. Mr. Lin Fan came the voice of the Dragon Island Master, tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of equality and respect. What are your plans henceforth? If you do not mind, I extend an invitation for you to accompany us in search of a sanctuary for cultivation. This overture suggested the master believed Lin Yue's prowess and realm were sufficient to stand alongside them. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips, calm and profound, as he looked toward the horizon where the sky met the tumultuous waves. The world is vast. Where is there that cannot be reached? I am grateful for the Island Master's kindness, but I am accustomed to solitude. Take care, Island Master Mu, until we meet again. He had no intention of joining the larger group. His journey across the myriad realms had merely begun. The reality of his world awaited his return, and within the myriad worlds, countless mysteries and landscapes beckoned for his exploration. Having mastered the Tai Xian Jing, an almost rule-level martial arts compendium, he felt a newfound confidence and anticipation for traversing more advanced worlds and confronting more intricate challenges. With that, he subtly nodded at the two island masters and the distant figure of Patian, who seemed to sense his intention. Then, amidst the astonished, perplexed, and pleading gazes of the crowd, he leapt gracefully, like a bird in flight, from the ship's railing, defying the laws of nature as he leveraged the tumultuous waves multiple times, landing lightly upon a massive driftwood that flowed with the current. Exhaling a modicum of internal energy, he steered the driftwood, slicing through the waves like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the vastness of the surging waters and the misty rain, diverging sharply from the ship's course, filled with resolve and solitude. He chose a path uniquely his own, solitary yet brimming with infinite possibilities and freedom. The waves roared, and the heavens were vast. The legendary martial arts sanctuary, the Hero Island, slowly sank into the azure sea, becoming a tale of yore. The legends surrounding it, and the story of the enigmatic, remarkably talented Lin Fan, who comprehended the Tai Xian on the eve of the island's submersion and ultimately drifted away, had only just begun to circulate through the martial world of the Central Plains and the lands beyond the seas. A new journey lay at his feet. Chapter 21. The Anchor of the Mundane World. Trials on the unknown path as the last glimmer of light at the horizon sank into the deep blue. Lin Yue's figure seamlessly melded into the dazzling yet frigid backdrop of the urban lights. The tumult of Hero Island, the chilling peaks of the snow mountains, and the eerie stillness of ancient tombs felt like nothing more than a vivid, yet distant dream. Only the surging, fluid energy within him and the profound mysteries of the Tai Xian Jing, akin to a constellation of stars, silently recounted the authenticity of that experience. He stood before the window of his rented apartment, absent for several months. Outside lay the familiar contours of the city, with streams of vehicles intertwining and neon lights flickering, sketching the cold yet efficient outline of modern civilization. The dust-laden air and the low hum of electronic devices within echoed the memories of the past, as if time had been deliberately frozen here. Yet, he knew all had irrevocably changed. He was no longer the urban beast confined to this cramped space, but a traveler endowed with astonishing power, traversing the heavens. He returned. He murmured softly, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. There was no excitement, no hesitation, only a profound tranquility akin to the depths of the ocean. The power within him flowed steadily, like a well-honed instrument, presenting a subtle contrast to the rather thin and lethargic environment of the real world. Yet, he could keenly sense that the might of the Celestial Tome flawlessly maintained this dissonant equilibrium, allowing him to remain himself and power to remain power. However, questions soon arose. What, in this world, does this power truly signify? Is it an unparalleled anomaly or a latent possibility? Among the throngs wandering the streets, does a spark, waiting to be ignited, slumber within the very depths of their beings? This inquiry, fundamental to the essence of the world, sent ripples through his heart, much like a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. He sought answers, for pertained not only to understanding, but also to how one might coexist within this foundational realm. If this path of inner strength were to be his alone, he would need to tread with utmost caution, akin to wielding a sharp blade amidst children. If myriad possibilities existed, it might suggest that this realm was far more complex than it appeared. As night deepened, the city did not succumb to slumber, but merely shifted to a different form of clamor. Lin Yue's figure vanished within the confines of his rental, and in the next moment, he became a weightless shadow, silently descending into a dimly lit alley suffused with the stench of cheap liquor and violence. This was the creases beneath the city's polished facade, nurturing cockroaches and vermin. His heightened senses had already locked onto a target, a burly man, his face marred by excess flesh. Adorned with a grotesque tattoo around his neck, was angrily cornering a frail boy against the wall, his fists cracking ominously, spittle nearly splattering the boy's pallid face. "Damn it! You're asking for it. Last 3 days. If you can't cough up the cash, I'll break your leg. Did you hear that?" The man's low growl was rife with the menace of a bully. Lin Yue made no unnecessary movements. He merely focused his gaze, and an invisible yet weighty mental pressure, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, instantaneously pierced the burly man's mind. The man felt darkness envelop him, as if an unseen force had seized his throat, rendering him mute. All strength drained from his body, and without so much as a grunt, he collapsed like a boneless dog onto the ground. The terrified boy, shaking uncontrollably, felt a gentle breeze sweep past him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found the fearsome bully sprawled on the ground, the alley deserted. As if all that transpired had been but a mirage, leaving only a light, anonymous note bearing the inscription of poetic justice resting in his palm. In the outskirts, an abandoned warehouse, reeking of mildew, rust, and remnants of some chemical reagent. The cold moonlight poured through a gap in the broken ceiling, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air, casting eerie, mottled shadows upon the ground. The burly man was left sprawled on the frigid concrete floor, gradually regaining consciousness. The sharp pain at the nape of his neck and the sudden shift in his surroundings seizing him with overwhelming terror. He gazed in terror at the young man before him, the very embodiment of calmness that was almost chilling. The depths of his eyes seemed to devour the dim light around them. "Who are you? What do you want? Which path do you tread? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." The giant's voice, warped and hoarse with fear, trembled as he attempted to struggle, only to realize that his body was utterly limp. Each finger a Herculean task to lift, as if he were no longer master of his own form. Lin Yue offered no answers, merely bending down, his fingers moving like lightning across several inconsequential, yet highly sensitive acupoints on the giant's body. His movements were so swift they left only a fleeting shadow behind, each fingertip infused with an exquisitely refined internal force, probing. The giant felt several weak yet remarkably clear currents of warmth invade his being, carrying with them an uncanny guiding force, attempting to compel him to breathe, focus, and concentrate in an utterly foreign manner, directing his attention forcibly towards his lower abdomen. "Relax. Try to concentrate, feel the flow of energy within, and focus on the dantian." Lin Yue's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were reciting a simple experimental procedure, while simultaneously employing a mental technique to guide the giant's emotions. The giant felt confused, yet under the overwhelming threat of Lin Yue's martial prowess, the terror of his own loss of control, and the insistent mental guidance, he had no choice but to comply. He followed Lin Yue's more detailed instructions, striving to eliminate distractions, attempting to sense the elusive dantian, mimicking the strange and profound rhythm of breathing. As time dragged on, he became increasingly flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his clothes soaked with sweat. Aside from the dizziness, shortness of breath, and a deepening sense of fear induced by the peculiar breathing pattern, he felt an utter void within. No sensation of energy arose. His body, steeped in alcohol, nicotine, and a chaotic lifestyle, seemed utterly insulated from this subtle energy guidance, its channels clogged, and even producing a faint sense of repellent discomfort. Lin Yue frowned slightly, meticulously perceiving the giant's obscure and nearly unresponsive state of qi and blood within. As he retracted his fingers, it seemed that directly guiding an ordinary person in cultivating internal power was futile. Their physical constitution was too impoverished and rife with rejection. He opted for a different approach. This time, he carefully extracted an exceedingly delicate thread of his own vast, innate energy, more refined than the finest silk, deliberately suppressing its energy level to the barest minimum, nearly imperceptible. He controlled this almost invisible energy, maneuvering it like the most precise of nanobots, gradually introducing it into a minor meridian entrance on the giant's arm, aiming to guide it along the most fundamental and harmless route to complete circuit, simulating the nascent process of internal force. Initially, under the coercive influence of this foreign power, the giant's arm seemed to exhibit faint signs of movement in its chi and blood, yet was incomprehensibly obscure, akin to rusted gears, long neglected, being pried apart under immense strain, emitting a groan of unbearable burden. Yet, just as Lin Yue slightly relaxed his control, hoping that the power would operate on its own, that foreign inner strength was unexpectedly like ice needles plunged in a boiling oil, instantly dissolved, diluted, and assimilated by the chaotic, mediocre environment within the burly man's body, filled with metabolic waste and faint bioelectric interference, vanishing without a trace, leaving no mark behind. The man merely felt a fleeting warmth brush past his arm, akin to an illusion, with no further anomalies. Lin Yue's gaze flickered. He attempted once more, this time slightly increasing the energy output while trying to simulate a simple acupoint stimulation, an action to awaken latent potential before it dissipated. Suddenly, the man emitted a muffled groan of agony, as a searing, ripping pain surged through the arm infused with energy, as if his muscles and tendons were forcefully stretched by some incompatible external force, the area rapidly swelling and even trembling slightly. The slightly stronger inner strength, after causing evident tissue damage, swiftly dissipated, leaving not a trace within his body, let alone awakening any potential. The experimental conclusion was exceedingly clear. The body of an ordinary person in this realm served as an exquisite insulator and rejection entity, incapable of generating inner strength and even unable to harbor the most minuscule foreign inner power, instead triggering intense physiological rejection and damage responses. To mortals in this world, inner strength was truly a poison. Lin Yue fell into silence for a moment, contemplating deeply. He recalled the soul-shifting techniques and heart-capturing arts from the 9 manual. Perhaps the crux of the matter lay not in energy, but in consciousness. A profound and inscrutable light suddenly flickered in his eyes, akin to a whirlpool in a deep pool, instantaneously seizing the burly man's terrified and unfocused gaze. Powerful mental energy permeating his subconscious like mercury, infiltrating every crevice. You have diligently practiced your family's hard skills for 20 years, your breath long, your strength boundless, your inner energy self-generating a deep, resonant voice, filled with undeniable hypnotic charm, directly penetrated the depths of the man's subconscious, weaving false memories and bodily sensations. The man's gaze instantly transformed into a dazed yet exhilarated expression, his breathing involuntarily deepening and strengthening, with adrenaline surging wildly in a hypnotic frenzy, disregarding all pain and discomfort. He suddenly leapt from the ground, emitting a beast-like roar, concentrating all the awakened biological potential in his right palm. Following the implanted memory of the energy manipulation technique in his mind, he struck fiercely towards a nearby abandoned, hefty wooden toolbox. Bang! A muffled sound. The lid of the wooden box splintered upon impact, with chips flying. In a hypnotic state, he overlooked the excruciating pain that could arise from broken knuckles. His potential was briefly ignited to its limits, achieving something he could never normally accomplish, causing considerable destruction through sheer muscle power and hypnotic suggestion. However, under Lin Yue's extraordinary perception, the truth remained cold and clear. The man's body was still devoid of any inner strength. The so-called inner energy was merely a facade created by the synergy of mental suggestion and physiological potential depletion. In the next moment, he lifted the hypnosis. The man regained clarity in his gaze, staring in bewilderment at his rapidly swelling and excruciatingly painful right hand, before glancing at the shattered wooden crate. His face was etched with profound confusion and a fleeting, illusory confidence, which quickly dissipated like a soap bubble, leaving only the agonizing pain in his palm and a deeper sense of disorientation. He could scarcely comprehend how he had achieved this. The sensation felt as ephemeral as a dream, merely an illusion. Your hand requires treatment, Lin Yue interrupted coldly, handing him a small vial containing a potent anti-inflammatory and analgesic powder, simply concocted from modern pharmaceuticals. Mental suggestion can manipulate latent potential and conjure illusions. It cannot fabricate genuine energy cycles out of nothing. Moreover, it exacts a considerable toll on the practitioner's psyche, rendering it an unorthodox path. At this juncture, the answer was unmistakably clear. The realm of reality is an impenetrable fortress against extraordinary powers. The mortal body is utterly incompatible with this path, for both energetic and spiritual dimensions harbor an insurmountable chasm. This is the foundational decree of the world's rules. Lin Yue turned away from the bewildered man, who clutched his hand and groaned, redirecting his gaze to the vast emptiness of the warehouse. He needed to validate the final and most crucial aspect, the interplay between himself, the powers he wielded, and the boundaries imposed by this realm's rules. He inhaled deeply, feeling the dormant, innate energy within him awaken like a slumbering dragon, beginning to flow naturally along the profound and all-encompassing path of the Taishan scripture. The process was remarkably smooth, his intent manifesting without any hindrance. Thanks to the mysterious force of the Celestial Tome, the faint essence contained within the ordinary food he had consumed for dinner was perfectly refined and transformed, astonishingly converging into his dantian, replenishing his energy expenditure with an efficiency comparable to that experienced in the high-energy environment of Hero Island. This peculiar rule seemed to apply solely to the substances he ingested, as if the myriad realms had opened a unique portal for his exceptional existence, allowing him to maintain and cultivate normally within this world. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the output. He raised his right hand, directing it towards the thick wall of red bricks and concrete several meters away, seemingly nonchalantly striking the air. The motion was effortless, devoid of any sense of strife. There was no cataclysmic roar, nor chaotic upheaval, only a deep, oppressive sound, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, akin to air being dramatically compressed and then explosively released. An invisible yet substantial force, as solid as steel, surged forth through the air. Bang! A heavy, heart-stopping resonance echoed throughout the expansive warehouse. On the sturdy wall, a massive handprint emerged, reaching depths of several inches, with edges as smooth and clear as a mirror, even revealing the granular texture of the bricks within. Spiderweb-like fissures radiated from the handprint's center, silently spreading across a small area, displaying the terrifying pressure endured by the internal structure. The power was astonishing, matching the destructive force he had unleashed with all his might in the world of Hero Island. The physical laws of the real world had not diminished the potency of his internal energy's release. Immediately, he extended his fingers like a sword, pointing at a dilapidated truck tire, thick with layers of rubber, hanging in the distance. The air around his fingertips shimmered subtly. With a soft hiss, an almost imperceptible yet finely honed gust of energy surged forth, faster than sound, producing a delicate sound reminiscent of tearing fabric. In an instant, the tire's resilient layers of rubber and canvas were pierced, creating a perfectly smooth hole, the width of a finger, as if it had been melted through by a high-temperature laser. The residual force even left a small indentation in the ground. This remote strike was impeccably precise, its power undiminished. The strength remained unmitigated. The laws were not rejected. The power of the Celestial Tome enveloped him, forming an invisible domain or adapter that flawlessly mitigated the clash of two disparate sets of world rules, allowing his supernatural capabilities to manifest fully in this realm. The only cost was the internal energy he had stored within himself. Emotionless, he regarded his accomplishment, the final remnants of doubt dissipating entirely from his mind. This realm was, to him, a one-way transparency. He was the hunter, while the masses were but ignorant lambs. He cast a glance at the burly man, now slumped on the ground, whose fleeting memories had been erased by his mental sorcery, leaving him only with the sensation of having endured a bizarre nightmare and an inexplicable wrist injury. Without lingering, he vanished like a wisp of smoke into the chilling moonlight and the shadows of the warehouse, leaving behind an empty space, a hauntingly deep handprint on the wall, and that peculiar hole in the tire, silent witnesses to an event that transcended reason, capable of overturning modern physics. Upon returning to his rented room, the neon lights of the city outside remained as clamorous as ever, yet it felt as though there existed an invisible, frigid barrier between him and the world. He comprehended his situation entirely. This world represented a foundation, a sanctuary, and simultaneously an absolutely solitary path, one that could not be shared with anyone. While he enjoyed undeniable advantages and safety, it also signified the rarity of like-minded companions and the impossibility of passing on his legacy. An indescribable sense of alienation washed over him, like the cold tide encroaching upon his heart. Yet what did it matter? He was no longer the urban beast in need of communal validation. His gaze swept across the consciousness space, laden with the glimmering allure of gold and diamonds. Alongside the wisdom elixirs from the world of endless, the wealth and resources of the real world could still serve him, aiding his journey across the myriad realms. Perhaps it was time to procure a residence more befitting Mr. Lin's stature and to begin addressing these unique resources. He murmured softly to himself, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. To remain low-key did not equate to self-denial. It was only reasonable to utilize his existing power to judiciously launder a portion of his otherworldly wealth, gaining more comfortable, secure, and private living conditions and experimental environments. His journey through the realms necessitated a stable and efficient support from the real world. Chapter 22. Beneath Qingcheng Mountain, great hiding in the city as dawn broke. Its light pierced through the thin mist, draping the bustling, chaotic city in a shroud of hazy, illusory golden splendor. Lin Yue sat quietly before his computer, the cold glow of the screen illuminating his serene, unruffled visage, reflecting no ripples of emotion within. The resignation letter he had meticulously crafted was succinct and clear, citing an urgent family matter that necessitated his immediate return home for long-term care, rendering him unable to continue his position. With a gentle touch of his fingertips on the mouse, he clicked send. The motion was fluid and devoid of any hesitation or sentiment, as if he were casually discarding an item long deemed unnecessary. In the small cubicle of the design firm, the once daunting demands of clients, the endless revisions, and pixel entanglements now felt distant and hazy, akin to a tedious dream from a previous life. Brother Wang, you received the email, right? Yes. There's a pressing matter at home. I must return immediately. My sincerest apologies. He spoke into the receiver, his tone steady and natural, skillfully infused with a hint of regret and helplessness at the abrupt interruption of urban life. His performance seamless and his emotions impeccably controlled. On the other end, Manager Wang's voice, intertwined with the muffled sounds of chewing breakfast, dumplings, and office chatter, responded with a perfunctory, insincere regret. Ah, Shaolin, so sudden. You were doing well. Last week's project had the client quite satisfied. But everyone has their own aspirations. Family matters take precedence. And returning home for development is quite commendable. Less pressure, after all. I'll assist with the paperwork, and the remaining salary and compensation will be transferred directly to your account. Do remember to keep in touch when you're back here. His tone was casual, clearly indicating that the departure of an ordinary graphic designer held little significance for the company. Certainly, thank you, Brother Wang, for the care over the years. Lin Yue politely concluded the call, his face betraying not a hint of emotion. Thus, a trajectory of an ordinary life was decisively and silently severed, without farewells or lingering attachments, much like a redundant file permanently deleted from the computer. In the following days, he transformed into the most intricate specter of the urban shadows, silently traversing the fringes of legality and the crevices of human nature. He still roamed the old streets, A.M. Lang of chaos, permeated with the dust of time and the stench of counterfeit wares, and still frequented that antique shop, where the glass counter was worn and cloudy, exuding a musty air. This time, he brought forth a raw sapphire, its hue a deep, pure blue reminiscent of the ocean, unrefined by modern meticulous cutting, yet exuding a primal, rugged charm. Accompanied by two golden bars, heavy and yellow, inscribed with indistinct foreign markings. Their value far surpassed his last offering. Upon seeing Lin Yue again, the shopkeeper, an elderly man with reading glasses perched on his nose and murky eyes, displayed a fleeting glimmer of curiosity and an unspoken reverence deep within his gaze. Since their last transaction, the specifics of this young man had inexplicably blurred in his memory, leaving only a vague impression of a smooth deal and the other's straightforward demeanor. the details shrouded in a thin veil, difficult to recall and perhaps subconsciously avoided, as if some force were preventing him from delving deeper into recollection. Upon encountering Lin Yue once more, that inexplicable sense of pressure and instinctive compliance subtly resurfaced. The usual arrangement: I'm in urgent need of funds. Please assess as you see fit. Lin Yue gently nudged the items forward, his voice flat and unremarkable, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The elderly man lifted a magnifying glass and a touchstone, scrutinizing the gemstones and gold bars for an extended period. His Adam's apple bobbed as he finally announced a figure that was more than 30% lower than the black market price. Lin Yue did not negotiate. He merely raised his gaze, silently fixating on the man. His eyes were as profound as an ancient well, calm and untroubled. Yet they inexplicably stirred a tremor in the old man's heart. An unaccountable sense of trust surged within him, accompanied by the notion that the price was fair, even suggesting that Lin Yue had incurred a slight loss. Almost instinctively, he contemplated whether he should offer a bit more as a gesture of goodwill. Ultimately, the transaction was settled at a price slightly above the initial offer from the elder, yet still considerably beneath the prevailing black market rate. Lin Yue accepted the thick bundles of cash wrapped in leather paper with a slight nod before turning to leave. The old man remained momentarily rooted in place, shaking his head as if to dispel some bewildering thought, returning his focus to the printed words of the newspaper. He locked away the gemstones and gold bars in the deepest drawer, as though the exchange had been nothing more than a trivial transaction. With his funds replenished, Lin Yue embarked on the next phase of his plan. He chose not to make large deposits in banks that required real name registration, leaving a trace, but instead, he strolled toward several large lottery ticket outlets like a patient hunter. He disdainfully ignored the ludicrous games of chance, with odds so appallingly low, and instead set his sights on scratch-off tickets, particularly those featuring tangible prize balls, medals, or special QR codes as indicators of first and second prizes. These tickets typically boasted higher rewards, with a more convincing chance of winning. Standing before the gaudy display of scratch-off tickets, he held his breath, channeling his immense inner strength combined with heightened concentration. It was as if countless delicate and sensitive invisible tendrils extended outward, cautiously brushing against the sealed, ink-scented tickets. The vast majority were devoid of any reward, but a select few, when his finely honed perception grazed the surface coating beneath which lay a specific thickness, revealed a texture distinct from paper, metallic sheets, peculiar magnetic ink, or the minuscule, data-imbued QR code chips, responded with a faint, yet unique, surge of energy or structural sensation. This perception was immensely taxing on his spirit, demanding exquisite control over his inner strength and mental acuity, yet he reveled in it. It was both a meticulous honing of his abilities and an unprecedented experience tinged with dark humor. Hours passed quietly as he, like an ordinary lottery player, invested several thousand yuan across different outlets, returning with cash prizes worth tens of thousands and a few hefty, extravagantly shaped gold medals. The entire process unfolded with calm assurance, maintaining a winning rate precisely calibrated to ignite envy and casual remarks about good fortune, yet remaining well within the bounds that would not trigger the official risk control systems. Under the mixed gazes of admiration, jealousy, and astonishment from the prize clerks and surrounding players, he composedly dispersed the cash winnings into various pre-prepared bank accounts, ensuring the total remained just below the threshold requiring additional identification. After numerous operations, dispersed across various districts of the city, his financial resources became increasingly abundant and fluid, seemingly sourced from diverse and fortuitous origins. The next step was to seek a new, lasting sanctuary. He required an environment that was serene, with a relatively simple and stable demographic, indifferent neighborly relations, and the convenience of occasionally disappearing without arousing suspicion. A vast array of online rental listings swiftly passed before his eyes, and after a meticulous filtration based on multiple factors such as security, transportation, population density, and community ambience, a particular location firmly captured his attention: a historic ancient town nestled at the foot of Qingqing Mountain to the west of Rongqing. This town, with a well-established tourism industry, yet retaining ample tranquil corners and a vibrant local life due to the shift of tourist attractions, offered relative accessibility, backed by lush mountains, and a far superior air and water quality compared to the metropolis. This perfectly aligned with his vision of living discreetly within the city, close to nature while maintaining essential conveniences. Through an online real estate platform, he soon identified a quaint two-story standalone house, reminiscent of ancient architecture. Located on the outskirts of the ancient town, adjacent to a river, complete with a small courtyard and an independent wall. With its white walls, gray tiles, and wooden window frames, the property exuded a certain charm. The landlord, a downtrodden artist who had spent years abroad, was struggling to manage the property. Yet was reluctant to sell. Lin Yue secured a long-term lease with a substantial, one-time annual rent payment, accompanied by a reasonable explanation for his need for a quiet environment conducive to artistic creation, calligraphy, and painting. The landlord was even delighted to find a tenant who appreciated art. A few days later, an inconspicuous black domestic vehicle silently departed from the suffocatingly bustling metropolis where he had lived for 30 years. The back seat contained only simple luggage and a laptop bag holding his dining utensils. The bulk of his personal belongings, supplies, and unsightly specialties had been quietly absorbed into the vast storage space of his mystical tome at the mere thought. He had not looked back, his gaze calmly fixed on the ramp leading to the highway, like a vessel untethered, gliding gracefully toward a new, unknown journey, leaving behind the steel jungle and his past life without a trace of regret. His new abode surpassed the photographs in satisfaction. The small courtyard was paved with bluestone slabs, and in one corner stood a gnarled osmanthus tree, its branches suggesting an ancient elegance, even in the absence of blossoms. Pushing open the heavy wooden door revealed a clean, yet simply adorned interior of the two-story house. Upon opening the wooden windows, the undulating green hills of Qingcheng Mountain greeted him, offering a refreshing sense of tranquility. The air was imbued with the fragrance of grass and trees, accompanied by moist vapors, far more soothing than the polluted atmosphere of the city, rife with exhaust, dust, and anxiety. The only drawback was a slightly weak internet signal, which, for him, became an advantage. He dedicated an entire day to meticulously arranging his few belongings, and then, akin to a meticulous detective and security expert, thoroughly inspected both the interior and exterior of the house, as well as the surrounding courtyard, ensuring there were no hidden surveillance devices, listening apparatuses, or any irregularities. Subsequently, he journeyed to the town, engaging in a substantial procurement of various essential supplies, particularly non-perishable grains, canned foods, and a considerable quantity of bottled water, alongside a set of high-quality water purification equipment. This endeavor served to replenish the 70 cubic meters of his mystical space, adequately preparing him for any unforeseen circumstances or prolonged seclusion. With all matters concluded, he brewed a cup of locally sourced, aromatic, Malfoam green tea and settled at his desk by the window on the second floor. The refreshing fragrance of the tea wafted gently upwards, while the distant mountains beyond the window appeared like dark green silhouettes, shrouded in mist, punctuated by the occasional melodious chirping of birds, enhancing the tranquility of the scene. His mind gradually found stillness, akin to a serene ancient pool reflecting the celestial light and clouds, yet unfathomably deep. The anchor points in the real world had been firmly re-established, more stable, comfortable, and clandestine. With earthly matters resolved and peace temporarily restored, it was time once again to embark on a journey to explore the boundless mysteries of the cosmos and acquire the next crucial piece of the puzzle. His consciousness delved into the depths of his inner sea, where a radiant orb of light pulsed with infinite profundities. The energy of a well-rested system of rules patiently awaited his command. The next target world, the legend of the Condor Heroes. This expedition aimed not only to obtain the legendary supreme skill, the divine reflection scripture, said to possess the power of resurrection, but also to validate a pivotal hypothesis regarding the relativity and manipulation of the timeline concerning the mechanism of his mystical travel. The Chosen World, the legend of the Condor Heroes. Time point. Menyinsheng besieged by disciples, grievously wounded and on the brink of death. A clear intention materialized. The light of the mystical book flickered subtly, emitting a confirming resonance. Lin Yue inhaled the crisp, pure air from the mountains outside, imbued with vitality, and cast a final glance at the serene and distant ancient town, where time seemed to slow, before consuming the remnants of his warm tea in one swift motion. He traversed through the fabric of existence. Chapter 23. The temporal paradox. The initial acquisition of divine reflection, the familiar sensation of weightlessness, arrived as anticipated. Yet this time, it was intermingled with an unprecedented heaviness and stagnation, as though he were penetrating not merely spatial dimensions, but also a layer of time-space barriers that were more resilient and resistant to external forces. The surrounding scenery distorted violently like shattered glass, as the tranquil mountain views of the ancient town were ruthlessly torn away, replaced by a stark, desolate cliffside, replete with jagged rocks, while the piercing, frigid night wind howled fiercely, carrying with it a nauseating scent of fresh blood that had yet to congeal. Lin Yue landed gracefully on his feet, undisturbed by the dust, now firmly situated within the tempestuous world of the legend of the Condor heroes. It appeared to be deep night. The moon was obscured and stars were sparse, with only a few faint, dim stars barely illuminating the ground, revealing patches of dark red-black blood and the grotesque contours of the rocks. The sounds of clashing weapons and shouts had ceased, leaving only the lamenting wails of the night wind as it passed through the stone crevices, alongside the voice of an elderly, frail figure who, despite their weakened state, was still endeavoring to articulate something clearly amidst the chilling silence of the desolate mountain night. His gaze sharpened like lightning, instantly locking onto two figures leaning against the cliffside not far away. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, found himself in tatters, his once pristine garments now reduced to shreds, drenched in blood. A grievous sword wound marred his back, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing, nearly piercing through his chest. His complexion resembled gilded parchment, and his breath came in faint wisps, clearly on the brink of death. Yet, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to urgently impart knowledge to a young man before him, who lay unconscious and equally bloodied. This young man was none other than Ding Jian, destined for a tumultuous fate, and the dying elder was undoubtedly the valiant Mei Yinxing. Lin Yue immediately held his breath, his presence dwindling to the bare minimum, as if he had seamlessly melded into the surrounding shadows and stones, leaving only his ears, akin to the most sensitive of receivers, to capture Mei Yinxing's feeble yet weighty words. Although Mei Yinxing's voice was but a whisper, it resonated with remarkable clarity as he elucidated the profound sutras of the divine illumination scripture, the intricacies of internal energy cultivation, and the various essentials of training. He also unveiled the connection between the legendary Lianxing sword manual, which held secrets of immense treasure, and the anthology of Tang poetry, imparting every word without omission into Ding Dian's ears, while Lin Yue meticulously etched them into the depths of his own mind. As the final syllable, imbued with the essence of internal mastery, fell from Mei Yinxing's lips, it seemed he had extinguished the last flicker of his life as candle. His head drooped weakly, his gaze rapidly dissipating, leaving behind only a faint trace of lingering breath. Ding Dian, already grievously wounded, now overwhelmed by a surge of emotions upon receiving his master's teachings, found his mind easing into a profound unconsciousness. At that moment, Lin Yue subtly shifted, and in the next instant, he appeared before Mei Yinxing like a specter, silent and ethereal. He paid no heed to Ding Dian, merely flicking his fingers to send a barely perceptible stream of gentle energy that precisely entered Ding Dian's sleeping acupoint, ensuring he would remain undisturbed for the foreseeable future. This unexpected development startled Mei Yinxing, whose eyes, on the verge of closing, now opened a narrow slit. His murky, unfocused pupils strained to concentrate, reflecting Lin Yue's calm visage, devoid of any disturbance, yet filled with disbelief and the instinctual alertness that comes at the end of life. "Your Excellency," his voice was so faint it resembled a sigh, as if it could dissipate into the wind at any moment. "A person who may help you prolong your life," Lin Yue stated succinctly, devoid of superfluous words. Before his words had fully resonated, his hands swiftly reached out, fingers moving with the grace of a butterfly in flight. The pure, boundless energy of the Taishan surged forth, transforming into countless streams of warm, dense essence, which flowed into Mei Yinxing's nearly exhausted meridians as if imbued with life. Simultaneously, several concentrated streams of energy swept through the numerous critical acupoints surrounding the horrific sword wound on Mei Yinxing's back, precisely sealing the blood vessels to halt further blood loss, while forcefully igniting the remnants of life within him with refined internal strength. Mei Yinxing's battered body trembled violently, his eyes widening in astonishment. The influx of internal energy, with its unparalleled purity and immense force, along with the unfathomable profundity it contained, far surpassed the peak of his decades of arduous cultivation. This strange yet potent force upon its passage nourished his failing life system as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. A tingling sensation emanated from the fatal wound at his back, while the ruptured organs seemed to be gently enveloped by this power, struggling to mend themselves. From an external perspective, the terrifying injury appeared to be under control at a visible pace, thanks to Lin Yue's transcendent medical skills and profound inner strength, with even the edges beginning to exhibit slight signs of granulation and healing. However, Lin Yue's brow furrowed slightly. In his extraordinary perception, the situation was far from as optimistic as it seemed. He could distinctly observe that while Mei Yinxing's external wounds could be forcefully addressed with power, the internal torch representing the very essence of life had already been extinguished during the fierce escape, clearing of the way, and transmission of skills, leaving only a wisp of dissipating blue smoke. His Taishian inner force could mend this gravely damaged vessel. It could not conjure the entirely depleted lamp oil from thin air. Mei Yinxing's innate essence was entirely exhausted, marking the most fundamental loss of life, which could not be reversed or replenished by any earthly medicine or inner strength. Mei Yinxing seemed to sense this truth as well. The astonishment in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a calm understanding, even tinged with a hint of profound liberation. He struggled to move his cracked lips, his voice as faint as a whisper, yet imbued with the last vestiges of clarity. It is futile. This old man's fate has come, and the heart's fire has been extinguished. Lin Yue remained silent for a moment, gradually withdrawing his hands from Mei Yinxing's vital points. He had to concede the truth of Mei Yinxing's words. With his current abilities, he could not revive one whose heart fire had gone out and whose essence was utterly depleted. Even at the cost of his own pure vital energy to sustain the last breath, it would merely create a living corpse that clung to existence, devoid of meaning. And certainly not his desire. I have heard of the Divine Illumination Sutra, Lin Yue remarked, observing Mei Yinxing's serene countenance as he awaited his final moments. His tone remained neutral, acknowledging that this skill indeed possessed the miraculous ability to transcend the natural order and revive the dead. Yet ultimately, it could not heal oneself. A fleeting glimmer of indescribable relief passed through Mei Yinxing's eyes, as if the last thread of concern had been relinquished alongside the esoteric knowledge, though not by his own intent. His remaining breath swiftly diminished, like a candle flickering in the wind, gently swaying before it was completely extinguished. This hero, whose life was marked by integrity yet concluded in tragedy, ultimately succumbed with resentment beneath the desolate, cold cliff, never to witness the true resolution of his endeavors. Lin Yue stood still for a moment, his gaze drifting to Ding Dian, who lay unconscious beside him, under a spell of slumber. He refrained from intervening to alter Ding Dian's predicament or relocate him to a safer place, for he understood well that although Ding Dian would undoubtedly face countless hardships, being wronged and imprisoned, it was precisely within that prolonged ordeal that he would encounter Ling Shuanghua, the one who would etch deeply in his heart and for whom he would be willing to sacrifice everything. That relationship was the most resplendent light in his tragic life. Should one rashly alter this pivotal moment, it is conceivable that the fated encounter may be irrevocably lost, as long as one can ultimately devise a means to avert the tragic conclusion of succumbing to darkness. The tribulations faced along the journey may well serve as an indispensable crucible within the trajectory of destiny. At the very least, before fully comprehending the entirety of the temporal mechanics, he opts for a cautious intervention. With resolve in his heart, he delays no further and immediately embarks upon an endeavor to traverse the fabric of time within the realm of Lin Chengju, seeking to validate his initial hypothesis. World selected, Lin Chengju. Temporal point. Prior to Di Yun's imprisonment, he concentrates his mental faculties, striving to commune with the Celestial Tome, attempting to initiate a temporal leap to a future juncture within this realm. However, the Celestial Tome within his consciousness remains utterly unresponsive. akin to a stone sinking into the depths of the ocean, as if the directive itself is fundamentally flawed and cannot be executed. The temporal structure of this realm is remarkably stable, self-contained, and cannot be directly navigated by the power of the tome. Furthermore, there is no reaction indicating a pathway to parallel worlds, leaving him uncertain whether the Liancheng-Ju realm even possesses parallel dimensions. Unexpectedly, Lin Yue promptly alters his strategy. He returns to reality. With a mere thought, he feels the familiar tug, and the surrounding scenery blurs instantaneously. In the next moment, he finds himself safely back in the study of the quaint courtyard beneath Qingqing Mountain. With a cup of green tea he prepared before departing still emits a gentle warmth, indicating that only a fleeting moment has elapsed in the real world. Without a moment's pause, he plunges once more into his consciousness, seeking communion with the Celestial Tome. World selected, Lian Chengju. Temporal point. The day Di Yun accompanies his master to Jingzhou for a birthday celebration. This time, the tome's response is exceptionally smooth. Energy surging swiftly, and the traversal commences instantaneously. In a flash of white light, he finds himself in a bustling alleyway, not far from the grand side entrance of the Wan residence, which is currently abuzz with voices. The rich aromas of food and the clamorous sounds of music envelop him. Lin Yue hardly takes the time to scrutinize his surroundings. Upon landing, he silently intones, "Return." The fabric of time shifts once again, and he accurately reverts to the study of the courtyard, without a single deviation in position, and the temperature of the tea on the table has scarcely diminished. Following this, he endeavors to journey against the flow of time, aiming for an even earlier past. World selected, Lian Chengju. Temporal point. The moment Main Yinxing is beset by disciples, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet, this time, the Celestial Tome delivers not a smooth confirmation, but a profound sense of obstruction and resistance. As if he were striving to swim upstream against a tumultuous river of time, an arduous endeavor indeed. The brilliance within his consciousness flickers violently, and after a prolonged wait of 10 breaths, the traversal still fails to initiate. Ultimately, the energy fluctuations of the tome gradually stabilize, conveying a vague yet distinct message. The temporal anchor has shifted, and it can no longer be locked in place. Indeed, such is the case. Lin Yue's understanding crystallizes completely. The Celestial Tome grants him passage to a specific temporal node within a certain world, yet once he intervenes and departs, the timeline beyond that juncture appears to undergo an irreversible deviation or solidification, resulting in the creation of a new branch or established fact. He can no longer trace back to that world line at an earlier point than when he first entered and intervened, a time when he had left no trace. At least, with his current mastery of the Celestial Tome, such a feat remains unattainable. Moreover, attempting to leap through time within the same world without the anchor of reality proves utterly impossible. The tome's time-traveling capabilities necessitate the sole, stable anchor of the real world for transference and calibration. The rules have been preliminarily discerned. Thus, it is now time to truly intervene and stir the winds of this world according to his own will. A glint of cold, sharp light flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. He harbored no fondness for the world of Lian Chengju, rife with human greed, shameless betrayal, and endless suffering. Now that he had arrived and possessed the power to alter the status quo, he did not mind thoroughly muddling this bottomless mire, reshaping the so-called rules of the martial realm according to his own standards. Chosen world, Lian Chengju. Time point. Di Yun accompanies his master to Jingzhou for a birthday celebration. On the day of the banquet, he once again issued a clear command to the Celestial Tome, this time imbued with not mere exploration and experimentation, but with explicit purpose and cold resolve. Traverse. Chapter 24. A disturbance at the banquet. The malevolent emperor establishes rules. The clamor and bustling atmosphere of Jingzhou City enveloped him like a wave of heat, starkly contrasting with the serene ambience of the ancient town at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. Lin Yue materialized from the dim light, emerging in a shadowy corner of the Wan residence's back alley, cluttered with discarded baskets and miscellaneous items. Not far ahead lay the particularly extravagant, albeit excessively noisy, side entrance of the Wan estate. The sound of stringed instruments and the raucous clinking of wine cups intertwined with the rich, greasy aroma of meat and alcohol, weaving together a vivid tapestry of earthly revelry. However, beneath this seemingly fervent clamor, Lin Yue's extraordinarily keen perception distinctly caught the malicious intent and vile schemes quietly brewing in the dark corners hidden behind rockeries and secluded pathways within the expansive estate. Several core disciples of the Wan clan were conspiring in hushed tones, discussing sordid plans to frame the naive, rustic youth Diyun, who appeared so out of place among them. Their venomous plots and insidious tactics were spoken of as if they were marks of cleverness, their tones laced with schadenfreude and cruelty. Lin Yue's gaze turned slightly frosty, yet he did not immediately intervene. His aim was not merely to thwart a frivolous scheme against Diyun. Such an action would be too lenient for these scoundrels of the martial world and would underestimate the true purpose of his arrival. What he sought was a more thorough reckoning, a terror potent enough to instill dread, wielded with an irresistible force to impose anew frigid order amidst the murky quagmire of this sordid underworld. He required a method that was not only profoundly effective, but also deeply despairing. A means to admonish those stubborn souls who had long since rotted to the core. As thoughts whirled, he drew upon the subtle explications of the dual forces of yin and yang as articulated in the Taoist canon, alongside his own profound mastery over internal energy, crafting a technique rooted in the principles of life and death symbols. This method, darker and more severe, would directly target the very essence of the meridians, swiftly taking shape within the vast expanse of his martial wisdom. This technique did not rely on tangible water, but instead utilized his own pure, unparalleled internal energy of harmonious yin and yang. It simulated the extreme attributes of both frigid cold and searing heat, inserting these conflicting energies into specific acupoints within others' meridians through unique method, entwining and coexisting with them. Initially, the recipient would remain oblivious, but after a designated interval, absent this unique and sophisticated guidance of yin-yang energy, these opposing forces would lose their balance, leading to a violent eruption. The cold would feel as if one had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, freezing one to the marrow, while the heat would engulf one in a molten sea of lava, incinerating the very organs. The sensation of itch would be akin to countless venomous ants burrowing into the bones, and the pain would resemble an invisible rasping blade scraping the very heart. Each episode would intensify beyond the last, with agony compounding until it utterly obliterated one's sanity, warping their essence, ultimately severing the meridians, leading to a reverse flow of qi and blood, culminating in demise. With his resolve firm, Lin Yue melded into the bustling main hall of the Wan family's raucous banquet like a wisp of smoke. Inside the grand hall, guests thronged in abundance, jostling shoulder to shoulder, various individuals weaving among one another, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, a vibrant spectacle of exuberance. Wan Jinshan, seated in the esteemed position, donned a brocade robe, basking in accolades and toasts from all directions, his demeanor one of self-satisfaction and radiant joy, oblivious to the nefarious dealings lurking beneath the surface. Qi Changfa occupied a slightly lower position, appearing as a humble, even timid peasant, his eyes downcast. Yet the occasional glimmer of shrewdness and vigilance flickered within them as he discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Yin Daping seemingly did not attend in person, likely sending a capable disciple to blend in with the crowd for clandestine observation. Wan Yue, impeccably dressed, moved gracefully among the guests, though his gaze frequently darted with greedy interest toward Qi Feng, who sat beside Qi Changfa, her demeanor betraying unease and discomfort, revealing an underlying possessiveness. In stark contrast, Diyun sat inconspicuously in the least noticeable corner, clad in rough fabric, appearing utterly out of place amidst the opulence, his demeanor shy and bewildered. Lin Yue paid no heed to the oblivious ordinary guests, his gaze, akin to the most precise and frigid probe, instantly fixed upon the core targets within the gathering. Wan Jinshan, Qi Changfa, Wan Yue, and the few core disciples of the Wan sect lurking in the corners, smirking and plotting. The moment was perfectly ripe for action. A disciple of the Wan men hurriedly approached Wan Jinshan, leaning in to whisper a few words, evidently reporting that all preparations were complete, awaiting only the signal. A glimmer of ruthless satisfaction flickered in Wan Jinshan's eyes as he nodded slightly, raising his cup in acknowledgement. This was the moment. Lin Yue moved, His movements were minimal. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was merely flowing with the crowd, taking a few steps forward to find a better vantage point from which to observe the birthday celebrant. However, in those seemingly casual steps, his right hand, hanging by his side, subtly twitched with lightning speed, yet so gently that it stirred not even the slightest breeze. Several strands of intangible energy, imbued with extreme yin and yang properties and poised in a delicate balance, surged forth like a venomous serpent, piercing through the air with unparalleled precision, silently penetrating the acupoints of Wang Jinshan, Qi Changfa, Wang Gue, and several core disciples. The swiftness of the movement and the secrecy of the technique elicited no discernible air disturbance, leaving all present, including the most powerful Wang Jinshan and the concealed Qi Changfa, utterly unaware. They merely sensed a faint, almost negligible breeze brushing against their skin, a slight tingling in a particular spot, akin to a mosquito bite, quickly dismissing it as a minor illusion brought on by excessive drinking. They had no time to contemplate the origin of this subtle sensation when calamity struck. The first to succumb was Wang Gue, who stood closest to Lin Yue, holding a glass of wine with a facade of insincere joviality. He was poised to toast a wealthy guest when suddenly, as if struck by an invisible hammer, he emitted a horrific scream that was scarcely human. The delicate wine glass shattered in his grasp, splattering liquid everywhere. His body arched backward, only to collapse in a frenzy on the ground, trembling violently, his complexion turning ashen and drenched in cold sweat, as if he had been thrown into the frigid Arctic, enduring the soul-freezing cold. Yet in the next moment, he sprang up, hands clawing at the fabric of his chest and throat, his skin reddening and burning, veins bulging, as he let out a bestial howl. Hot. I'm burning alive. Itch. My bones itch. The pain. His words became incoherent, tears and saliva streaming down his face, his features contorted in agony, utterly devoid of the elegant demeanor he had just moments before. Almost simultaneously with Wang Gui's collapse, Wang Jinshan, Qi Changfa, and the other disciples fell like a line of dominoes, releasing heart-wrenching howls as they too crumpled to the ground. Their symptoms mirrored those of Wang Gue, at times feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies stiffening and turning purple, at others, as if subjected to searing heat, their skin reddening and smoking, at times overwhelmed by unbearable itching, clawing at their flesh until it was a bloody mess, and at times beset by excruciating pain, banging their heads against the ground in madness. One by one, they writhed on the ground, howling in despair, tearing at their garments and clawing at their skin, leaving behind horrific streaks of blood. The once joyful and harmonious banquet hall instantaneously transformed into a nightmarish inferno of lamentation. The guests, caught off guard by this inexplicable and terrifying upheaval, stood frozen as if ensnared by an enchantment. The sounds of shattered wine glasses and scattered dishes echoed ceaselessly, while the women screamed in sheer terror, retreating in panic and huddling together, trembling uncontrollably. The music abruptly ceased, and every gaze was filled with unparalleled dread and confusion, fixated on the suddenly deranged and tormented members of the Wan family, struggling to comprehend the nature of the calamity that had befallen them. Diyun and Qi Fong were equally astonished, rising abruptly from their seats, pale-faced and at a loss, their minds blank as they beheld the horrifying spectacle. In that peak of chaos and fear, a voice emerged, calm to the point of indifference, yet resonant enough to eclipse all cries and clamor, slicing through the air like a chilling blade. Greed, anger, ignorance, and poison. How do you savor the heart-eating curse? The crowd, like marionettes on strings, turned rigidly to seek the source of the sound. There, in the center of the hall, stood a young man with an unusual modern hairstyle, his demeanor placid and unruffled, surveying the writhing masses with a gaze as frigid as ice, as if observing a pitiful swarm of struggling insects. It was Lin Yue. Who are you? What sorcery is this? Release us at once. Wang Jinshan gritted his teeth against the unbearable waves of excruciating pain, struggling to lift his head, his voice a hoarse roar. Eyes ablaze with fury, terror, and disbelief. Lin Yue smiled faintly, yet the warmth of that smile was utterly absent, sending shivers of dread through all who beheld it. Sorcery? This is the law of retribution. You, a master and his disciple, have conspired with your kin, murdered your mentor, usurped treasures, framed others, and committed heinous acts against women. Today, by this curse, I shall administer a minor punishment for your grave transgressions. His voice, though not thunderous, possessed a peculiar penetrating authority, etching itself deeply into the hearts of all present. He meticulously unveiled the sordid deeds hidden beneath the polished facades of Wan Jinshan, Qi Changfa, and others, exposing the clandestine affairs of the martial world and their self-deceived misdeeds in unforgiving detail. Many of the revelations included secrets that the culprits believed were well guarded. The guests, stunned into silence, were soon engulfed in a cacophony of gasps, their gazes towards Wan Jinshan and his ilk shifting from sympathy and confusion to sheer astonishment, disdain, revulsion, and a deeper, more profound fear. The once revered hero of Jingzhou, this seemingly simple-minded junior disciple, was revealed to be a creature more despicable than beasts. Qi Changfa lay on the ground, contorted in agony, cold sweat mingling with tears and mucus, his face a grotesque mask of torment. Yet, within his eyes flickered a moment of utter horror and fear, for after years of deception, convinced that no one could discern his true nature, he found himself exposed as if his very essence had been laid bare before the world. This curse manifests every 12 hours. Lin Yue continued in a tone as calm and unyielding as ice, each word striking the hearts of Wan Jinshan and the others like a chilling hammer, inflicting greater agony with each utterance, until their meridians were severed, their vital energy surged in reverse, subjected to the utmost suffering of this world before succumbing to death. Across the vast expanse of the earth, only I possess the ability to alleviate and dissolve such torment. He paused, his frigid gaze sweeping over the pallid faces of the guests, who were rendered speechless and frozen in fear, as his voice resonated throughout the eerily silent hall. From this day forth, all scoundrels of the martial world, those burdened with grave sins, may enter my valley of evil. This is not a refuge for filth, but a place to draw out the wicked, plunging them into an infernal abyss, using their own transgressions as fuel to purge their sins through the fires of torment. Only when true repentance is achieved can one attain liberation. And I, Lin Yue, raised my voice suddenly, infused with an air of supreme authority and a cold indifference towards humanity, and the first evil monarch of this valley of evil. As his words echoed, the entire Wanfu hall descended into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only the suppressed, agonized groans of Wan Jinshan and his companions reverberated through the air, amplifying the terror. The titles of First Evil Monarch and Valley of Evil, akin to names echoing from the depths of the abyss, etched in everlasting chill and fear into the very souls of all present, impossible to forget. Everyone understood that the martial world, an antiquated order that had persisted for centuries, was on the brink of transformation. A formidable entity, one that wields evil against evil, mercilessly chastising and judging the wicked through terror, had now descended upon the realm. Lin Yue, or rather the first evil monarch, watched coldly as those writhing bodies on the ground contorted in agony. In his heart, there was no trace of compassion, only a frigid scrutiny akin to the judgment of the heavens. To confront the most profound and insidious evil, one must employ extreme and despair-inducing measures. This, then, was the first iron rule he established for this dark and filthy martial world. Chapter 25. The initial regulations of the valley. The anguished cries that erupted during the Wanfu birthday banquet persisted for nearly the duration of a burning incense stick before gradually subsiding like a receding tide. This was not due to the cessation of their excruciating pain, but merely the temporary conclusion of the first violent cycle of the yin-yang heart-devouring curse. Wan Jinshan, Qi Changfa, Wan Gei, and several core disciples appeared as though they had been fished out of blood and then repeatedly thrown into the mud, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, their own blood, and the filth of the earth. They lay sprawled upon the ground, gasping for breath like fish out of water, their eyes vacant and hollow, filled with the profound exhaustion of torment and an even deeper, more despairing fear. Their exposed skin bore no unscathed inch, marred by horrific claw marks that dug deep to the bone. Their once magnificent garments were now torn and tattered, rendering them more wretched than beggars. Devoid of any semblance of the ostentatious arrogance they once possessed, each breath wrenched violently, as if the very essence of one's being were being torn asunder, subjected to the searing flames or the frigid grasp of ice that threatened to shatter the internal organs. With each heartbeat, a maddening reminder echoed that this inhuman agony would, once more, descend with unwavering punctuality after 12 hours, intensifying with each recurrence. The guests remained eerily silent, their faces pale with terror as they gazed upon the enigmatic youth who proclaimed himself the supreme, evil emperor. None dared to stir, not even to draw a breath, fearing that the slightest movement might draw the attention of this demonic figure, inviting catastrophe. A few of the faint-hearted trembled uncontrollably, their trousers damp with fear, on the verge of fainting, yet the cold, emotionless gaze of Lin Yue momentarily swept over them, freezing them in place as if pinned by invisible ice needles. Too terrified to tremble overtly, Di Yun and Qi Fong supported each other in a corner, their faces ashen and shaken. Di Yun surveyed the pitiful, contorted figure of Wan Gue writhing in agony on the floor, alongside his revered master, Qi Changfa, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Though inherently kind-hearted and naive, he was acutely aware of the Wan family's ill intentions and sensed his master's reticence. Yet he had never imagined witnessing such a horrifying and brutal scene of punishment. Qi Fong, her hands icy and tears brimming in her eyes, gazed at her disfigured brother and father, her expression filled with dread, confusion, and an unbearable sense of helplessness as her worldview crumbled. Lin Yue, or rather the supreme, evil emperor, appeared indifferent to the crowd's reaction. He paced slowly, the sound of his footsteps resonating through the oppressive silence of the hall, as if treading upon the very heartbeat of each individual present. He approached the grand chair, once occupied by Wang Jinshan, symbolizing authority, and with a seemingly casual flick of his sleeve, an invisible yet formidable force surged forth. The heavy mahogany chair glided silently backward, as if pushed by an unseen titan, creating space before the main seat without a sound, showcasing his exquisite mastery over his internal energy. He did not sit, but instead turned to face the paralyzed assembly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable, unassailable authority. From this day forth, the Wan residence in Jingzhou shall serve as the first site of the 39 rules of the Evil Valley. His gaze, tangible in its intensity, fell upon Wang Jinshan, who struggled to prop himself up with his arm, his eyes a tumult of malice, fear, and despair. You, Wang Jinshan, along with your esteemed junior brother, your beloved son, and your disciple, shall be among the inaugural 39 practitioners of bone refinement. Each day, as the curse is uttered, it shall mark the moment of your penance for your sins. Should anyone dare to step beyond this threshold or seek external aid to lift this curse, before his words could fully dissipate, he extended his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, pointing toward a sturdy wooden pillar in the corner of the hall, which supported the drapery. A faint yet piercing sound sliced through the air. In an instant, a perfectly smooth hole, the size of a thumb, appeared in the robust pillar, as if it had been penetrated by a searing, rapidly spinning iron spike. With a mere gesture, the residual force did not relent, even tearing a precise gash in a longevity painting hung upon the wall behind the aperture. Thus, Lin Yue nonchalantly completed his sentence, his tone casual, as if he had merely crushed an ant. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the hall, an involuntary reaction that many struggled to suppress. Such a display of remote manipulation, piercing through the hardwood as though it were mere paper, was indeed astonishing and utterly incomprehensible. Even the legendary masters who had traversed the due meridians and secluded themselves from the world could scarcely achieve such precision, such ferocity, and such effortless grace in their remote techniques. At that moment, no one dared to question the terrifying ability of this foremost evil emperor, capable of determining their fates in an instant. Any flicker of hope was utterly obliterated beneath that single gesture. The resentment etched upon Wang Jinshan's face was instantly consumed by boundless fear, causing his body to weaken and collapse once more to the ground, his complexion ashen, eyes filled solely with despair. Qi Changfa buried his head deeply, trembling uncontrollably, having lost even the courage to meet Lin Yue's gaze. Wang Gue simply rolled his eyes back, a ghastly noise escaping his throat before fainting again. The first rule of the Valley of Villains, Lin Yue's voice resonated like a chilling decree in the silent hall. Imprinted in every mind, those who enter the valley must daily confess their sins, detailing every transgression inscribed in the book of 39 crimes. Conceal even a single misdeed, or obscure the truth, and upon detection, the duration of the next curse shall double, with the ensuing agony magnified. The second rule stipulates that the miscreants within the valley must atone through labor. All ill-gotten gains amassed by the Wan family shall be confiscated entirely, utilized to compensate the victims of their transgressions, to construct charitable halls, and to support the orphaned and the widowed. The specific inventory and hiding places I shall ascertain myself. His words struck like a hammer upon Wan Jinshan's heart, making him shudder violently. The audacity of the other party to possess such intimate knowledge of his deeply concealed treasures was staggering. The third rule mandates mutual supervision and the revelation of concealed crimes. Depending on the severity, a reduction in the suffering of the next curse may be granted. However, those who shield and conspire with the deceivers shall face equal punishment, with their anguish compounded. These three straightforward, unyielding rules were akin to three immensely heavy, inescapable iron shackles, ensnaring Wan Jinshan and his ilk, binding them in both body and spirit, plunging them into an inferno of despair. They were condemned to endure daily physical torment while simultaneously enduring mental self-flagellation, confessing their sins, and performing labor as punishment, all while existing in an environment rife with distrust, surveillance, and betrayal, with no respite in sight. Having established these rules, Lin Yue turned his gaze from those who lay crumpled, as if awaiting slaughter, shifting his attention to the guests who were rendered mute, nearly suffocating under the tension. Among them were certainly those who had thrived on flattery and had acted as accomplices to malevolence, perhaps even harboring numerous vile deeds themselves. Today's events shall serve as your witness, Lin Yue declared, his gaze a frigid searchlight sweeping across them, chilling every soul it touched. Each individual felt a bone-deep cold, desperately lowering their heads and retracting their presence, spreading word through the martial world. The Valley of Villains specializes in dealing with the scoundrels of society. The guilty may arrive at Jingzhou to face their punishments, whether sooner or later, for the malevolent emperor shall inevitably descend. Should any innocent suffer at the hands of vile perpetrators, they may also present their grievances here, where justice shall prevail. His words served not only as a chilling declaration to the outside world, but also as a probing of human nature and the rules of the underworld. He sought to observe what kind of tumultuous waves would rise in this already decayed and dark realm, under the terror of absolute force and this peculiar, brutal code, and what reactions would ensue. Upon concluding his statement, he lingered no longer. With a slight sway of his figure, the onlookers perceived a fleeting blur, as if a faint phantom lingered in their vision. When they looked again, the center of the hall stood empty, devoid of any trace of the first malevolent emperor. Like a specter, he had appeared and vanished, leaving behind chaos, the lingering stench in the air, the anguished moans of countless families, and a group of guests still trembling, exchanging glances as if they had just awakened from a nightmare, fully aware that the nightmare had not yet concluded. Silence reigned for an extended period until it was confirmed that the terrifying presence had truly departed. Only then did anyone dare to cautiously and slowly stir their stiffened, numb bodies. "Hurry, leave this place." A voice trembled, tinged with tears, prompting the crowd to surge forward like pardoned prisoners, awakening from a dream. Abandoning all notions of decorum and image, scrambling towards the exit, pushing and trampling over one another, as if the abode behind them were not a mere residence, but rather an inferno pursued by countless vengeful spirits. At that moment, a singular thought consumed them: to escape the Wan family at the swiftest speed, to flee Jingzhou, and to disseminate the shocking, terrifying news of the day as rapidly as possible. The first malevolent emperor, the Valley of Evil, the Yin-Yang heart-eating curse. These terms, laden with infinite terror and bloodshed, accompanied by the nightmarish scene that had descended upon the Wan family's banquet, took flight like the wings of death, sweeping across Jingzhou at an explosive pace, spreading wildly to the far reaches of the underworld. The realm of the underworld was utterly shaken. Various factions reacted differently. Some, long oppressed by the Wan family and harboring grievances, secretly applauded. Others, filled with uncertainty, speculated whether it was an enemy's revenge or a new conspiracy within the underworld. Some scoffed, dismissing it as exaggerated tales, believing no such martial prowess could exist, while others, particularly those burdened by their own guilty deeds, linked to the Wan family or of similar ilk, were gripped by fear, unable to eat or sleep, their hearts in turmoil, dreading that the enigmatic and ruthless first malevolent emperor might come knocking at their door, forcing them to experience a fate worse than death. The atmosphere in Jingzhou grew increasingly eerie and oppressive. The gates of the Wan residence remained shut throughout the day. The once bustling scene of carriages and guests vanished without a trace, leaving the entrance desolate and void, resembling a haunted house. Occasionally, a chilling, inhuman scream echoed from within the high walls and deep courtyards, sending shivers down spines and solidifying all the terrifying rumors circulating in the streets. Those audacious and curious souls who dared to approach and pry found the surviving servants of the Wan family venturing out for supplies, their countenances marked by trepidation. Akin to startled birds, they remained mute about the affairs within the estate, not daring to utter a word, and upon completing their errands, hastily retreated, as if something far more terrifying lurked outside. Speculations regarding the precise location of the Valley of Evil ran rampant, with a cacophony of opinions echoing throughout the city. No one could pinpoint the valley's exact whereabouts. It seemed that the first evil emperor had appeared from thin air only to vanish just as mysteriously. Yet, the terror he instilled and the 3 iron laws he decreed loomed heavily over Jingzhou, like a sword suspended above the heads of all. Lin Yue had not distanced himself. He took refuge in a secluded, inconspicuous residence within Jingzhou, akin to a masterful and patient hunter, coldly observing the tempest he had incited. His formidable spiritual perception functioned like an invisible net, meticulously enveloping the Wan family estates, monitoring the conditions and repentance of Wan Jinshan and others, while also eavesdropping on the various discussions and emotional fluctuations throughout the city regarding these events. He understood that all of this was merely the beginning. Wan Jinshan and Qi Changfa were but minor players thrust into the limelight. The waters of this martial world ran far deeper and murkier than they appeared. The governor of Jingzhou, Ling Tusu, the true malevolent monks of the Bloodblade sect, and even those so-called righteous individuals who feigned virtue yet harbored covetous desires for treasure would gradually surface in response to his emergence, each displaying different reactions. And he, the first evil emperor, would wield the power to counter evil with evil in this realm, establishing a new, frigid order, until no evil remained to be quelled, or until all beings trembled in fear. Chapter 26. Undercurrents and shadows, the Wan family estate had become the most dreaded and taboo place within Jingzhou, a location that invoked fear and hesitation. Within its towering walls, the once vibrant lights and joyous festivities had been replaced by an atmosphere of deathly silence, oppression, and indescribable anguish. At specific hours, heart-wrenching, inhuman wails would erupt from the depths of the manor, like the mournful tolling of hell's bell, brutally reminding all within the city of the first evil emperor's existence and the terrifying rules he had imposed. The townsfolk avoided the vicinity, and even the feral cats, accustomed to leaping from rooftops, seemed to sense the overwhelming resentment and deathly aura, refusing to soar over that estate. Wan Jinshan, Qi Changfa Wan Gui, and the core disciples involved in the conspiracy had become ensnared in an endless, cyclical torment. The yin-yang devouring heart curse struck with unwavering punctuality each day, their suffering unabated by familiarity. Rather, their initial days of resistance, filled with resentment and curses, had provoked an even more vicious backlash from a curse, subjecting them to the agonies of every form of torture found in the 18 levels of hell, rendering them desperate for relief. They were compelled to adhere to the cold regulations imposed by Lin Yue, trembling and struggling to document their transgressions in ink during the brief respites between incantations. Each entry chronicled their heinous deeds, from colluding with officials to oppress the market, to the unscrupulous confiscation of fertile lands and shops, and from plotting to seize treasures from their sect to meticulously detailing the insidious design to entrap Diyan. Each crime, gory and unspeakable, filled the thick ledger. Each inscription served as a grim recollection of past evils, a relentless scourge upon their souls. The astonishing wealth amassed by the Wan family over the years was wrested from the crumbling mental defenses of Wan Jinshan and others through a combination of psychological manipulation and physical coercion. The trembling servants, walking on eggshells, were forced to divulge the locations of all hidden treasures. A portion of this ill-gotten wealth began to be secretly redistributed to some of the aggrieved victims' families through clandestine channels. Another portion was allocated to establish soup kitchens outside the city, providing meager relief to the destitute and isolated. Though such efforts were but a drop in the bucket and laced with bitter irony, they could be considered the first hesitant steps toward atonement. The entire Wan family functioned like a shattered machine, grotesquely twisted and remade by a malevolent force, operating slowly and rigidly according to the will of the first evil emperor amidst endless agony and dread. In the initial days, Wan Jinshan attempted to covertly reach out to former allies among officials or friends in the martial world, hoping to send out a plea for help or at least some news. However, any letter or message, once attempted to be sent from the Wan residence, mysteriously vanished, as if cast into the abyss. Those who dared to convey messages, regardless of their identity, faced doubled, prolonged torment during the next incantation. After several attempts, no one dared to try again. Both the Wan family and their servants resigned themselves to their fate, becoming fish in a barrel, awaiting slaughter. The martial world of Jingzhou and the entire Lianghu region were thrown into tumult by this sudden upheaval, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface. The name of the first evil emperor spread like a plague throughout the rivers and lakes, commanding unprecedented attention and inducing widespread panic. In tea houses and taverns, wherever people gathered, hushed whispers filled the air, as if fearful of being overheard. Have you heard? Old Master Wan of Jingzhou has completely fallen. He was taken down by a ruthless figure known as the First Evil Emperor. Without even moving his lair, he was turned into the Valley of 39 Villains right in his own home. It's not merely a fall, it's a fate worse than death. They say he was afflicted by that evil emperor's heart-eating yin-yang curse, suffering daily at set intervals, wailing in agony, worse than being thrown into boiling oil. He even has to write down his sins and pay for his redemption. The title of the first evil emperor is indeed tyrannical and sinister. Supposedly, he specializes in dealing with the scum of the martial world, creating a valley of 39 villains, with its first stronghold established at the Wan estate. Truly unprecedented. Is there any truth to such claims? Could there really be such an arcane curse? To inflict such suffering with a mere gesture from afar? Perhaps it employs some rare poison or exceptionally skilled techniques of seduction. Rare poison? Seduction? Let's not forget the multitude of eyes that observed that banquet. Over 100 individuals were present. With a mere gesture, the first evil emperor pierced through a wooden pillar as thick as a bowl. Such prowess and precision surely surpass even that of the renowned martial artist, Mei Yinxing, who was once hailed as invincible. Ah, if this is indeed the case, the realm of martial arts is poised for a tumultuous shift. How will those who have committed wrongdoings find solace in their slumber? Who can predict whom the evil emperor will target next? Amidst the discussions, there was a palpable atmosphere of fear, curiosity, schadenfreude, and deep-seated trepidation. Many factions, typically unruly or harboring grievances against the Wan family, began to adopt an unusually low profile, closing their doors and restraining their disciples. Some even hastily gathered their belongings and departed from Jingzhou and the surrounding regions, anxious to avoid the evil emperor's gaze, lest they become the next cautionary tale. Conversely, smaller sects and independent merchants, long oppressed by the Wan family, secretly rejoiced, some even summoning the courage to compile evidence of their grievances against the Wan family, hesitating and contemplating whether to approach the notorious Valley of Villains to seek justice, despite the fact that the entrance to this ominous place remains shrouded in mystery, seemingly concealed within the grand estate of the Wan family. Beneath the surface, various factions were undoubtedly testing the waters. On the third night, under a dark and tempestuous moon, a shadow, akin to a seasoned raccoon, stealthily infiltrated the ghostly domain of the Wan residence. This individual possessed remarkable agility and appeared intimately familiar with the layout of the estate, deftly evading the lethargic and negligent guards. Resembling a specter as they made their way toward the main house where Wan Jinshan resided. Clearly, this was an elite scout dispatched by a faction closely linked to the Wan family, or perhaps tasked by influential figures, to probe the situation and potentially make contact with Wang Jinshan. However, just as he was about to approach the window of the main house, with the anguished groans reminiscent of a beast's lament echoing within, a voice, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, whispered ominously in his ear, "Curiosity can be fatal." The scout turned pale with terror, his spirit nearly fleeing him. He had never anticipated that someone could approach so silently, without a trace of presence. Reacting instinctively, he flung a handful of poison-black iron thorns backward, covering a wide area, while simultaneously retreating like an arrow released from its bow, seeking to create distance. Yet, all of this was futile in the face of absolute power. In the next moment, he felt several vital points on his body tingle, as if pricked by icing needles, swiftly followed by a bizarre flow of extreme cold and heat surging into his meridians, tearing and colliding like two venomous dragons. He could not even muster a cry of anguish before darkness enveloped him, his internal energy dissipating in an instant, and he plummeted from the high eaves, landing heavily upon the frigid granite courtyard, his body curling up uncontrollably, convulsing violently, at times as rigid as if trapped in an ice cellar, and at other times seething hot like a victim of boiling torment, quickly following in the footsteps of Wang Jinshan and others, descending into the torturous abyss of the heart-devouring curse. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Lin Yue's figure slowly emerged, as if stepping out from the void itself. He cast a cold glance at the crumpled and convulsing spy on the ground, who had long since lost consciousness. With a casual grip on the collar, he discarded the individual as though tossing aside refuse, effortlessly flinging him beyond the high walls of the Wan residence, where the body landed precisely in a secluded alley. By the following morning, at the entrance of the western street of Jingzhou, early risers discovered the lifeless figure of a man in black, his body marred by horrific claw marks, having succumbed to death some time ago. The scene was utterly tragic, his face grotesquely contorted, eyes bulging as if he had endured the utmost agony and terror before his demise. News of this gruesome sight spread swiftly, igniting another wave of uproar and a deeper sense of dread. Everyone understood that this was a chilling warning from the first evil emperor, a stark admonition to those who dared to harbor any illusions or challenge his established order. In the aftermath of this incident, no one dared to test the waters of the Wan residence lightly. The enigmatic and merciless presence of the first evil emperor had reached a new, suffocating pinnacle of intimidation. Lin Yue sat leisurely in his temporary secluded courtyard, savoring a cup of tea. His formidable perception functioned like an invisible, intricate radar, encompassing the entirety of Jingzhou, particularly the vicinity surrounding the Wan residence and the governor's office. He was acutely aware that the true power players, having observed the recent turmoil and panic, were growing increasingly restless. Among those most anxious following the downfall of the Wan family, aside from Wang Jinshan's sycophantic associates, was undoubtedly the governor of Jingzhou, Ling Tzu. Having colluded with Wang Jinshan for many years, their interests were deeply entwined. With the Wan family's collapse, many of Ling's illicit dealings could potentially be exposed. Moreover, Ling harbored a profound greed and ambition for the treasure of the Lianqingju, and he would never allow such a formidable, uncontrollable, an utterly unpredictable figure to disrupt his meticulously laid plans. Next in line must be you, Ling Tzu. A glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Lin Yue's eyes. Dealing with such high-ranking, hypocritical individuals, who are in truth ruthless and cunning, might require a more refined yet equally profound approach. While direct assassination may be straightforward and gratifying, allowing him to experience the depths of disgrace, betrayal, and despair, slowly decaying in isolation, seemed more aligned with the essence of retribution and infinitely more intriguing. Furthermore, his heightened perception detected another elusive, almost imperceptible presence seemingly monitoring the upheaval in Jingzhou. This aura was chilling, patient, and venomous, akin to a serpent waiting to strike, lurking in the shadows of the city. It was likely Qi Changfa's second disciple, the terrestrial dragon Yan Daping. This old fox, having witnessed the Wan family's tragedy, would surely be unable to restrain himself from revealing his intentions and taking action. As for Di Yun and Qi Feng, Lin Yue's perception swept over the secluded chambers where the siblings were confined. The pair had been enduring days that felt like years, haunted by the unrelenting atmosphere of terror within the residence, while grappling with the grim fates of their master and elder brother, Lin Yue. Their emotions were a tumultuous mix of fear and compassion, leaving them engulfed in confusion and helplessness regarding their uncertain futures. The naive and straightforward Di Yun, on several occasions, mustered the courage to seek clarity from the first evil emperor, yearning for an explanation, yet he was firmly restrained by the terrified Qi Fang, who feared that his inquiries would provoke the wrath of that malevolent deity, bringing doom upon him. He is indeed a pure-hearted and unwavering youth. Lin Yue gently shook his head. Di Yun's fate had already deviated due to his intervention, at least sparing him from the immediate misfortune of wrongful imprisonment and the agony of mutilation. However, how his fate unfolds thereafter will depend on his own choices and destiny. Lin Yue did not intend to overly interfere in the trajectory of this ill-fated couple, unless absolutely necessary or if they made their own decisions. His gaze once more turned towards the heavily guarded yamen in the heart of the city, as if he could penetrate the thick walls and glimpse the anxious and restless Governor Ling, who was concocting new schemes in his study. A new and more intricate storm was brewing at the core of power, and he, the first evil emperor, would be the sole master and arbiter of this tempest. Chapter 27. The Governor's Terror. A dark scheme unfolds in the rear courtyard study of the Jingzhou Governor's Yamen. The night had deepened, and silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the brightly lit study that cast a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Governor Ling Tusu of Jingzhou was not clad in the official garb representing his status. Instead, he wore a simple dark blue robe, standing with his hands clasped behind him at the window, gazing into the impenetrable darkness of the night. His brow furrowed into a deep frown, his countenance so grim it seemed to exude moisture. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a slender face and 3 meticulously groomed strands of beard, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Yet, within his slightly squinted eyes, which occasionally opened and closed, flickered a glint of malice, avarice, and shrewd calculation that starkly contrasted with his outward demeanor. He was well acquainted with the shocking upheaval that had transpired at the Wan residence, possessing knowledge far more detailed and core than the embellished tales circulating in the market. His carefully placed informants within the Wan household, while unable to approach the core area, risked much to deliver fragmented yet astonishing information. The bizarre, periodically manifesting torment, the supernatural ability to strike from a distance, the humiliation of being forced to confess guilt, the coerced extraction of wealth for atonement, and the name that loomed like a nightmare over all who were in the know. First evil emperor. Ling Tusu repeatedly mulled over these 2 names in a hushed tone, his fingers unconsciously twisting the expensive jade ring on his thumb, as a tumult of suspicion, fury, and a deep-seated fear, one he was reluctant to acknowledge, surged within him. He was astonished that someone could wield such unfathomable, almost otherworldly, means to effortlessly seize control of the deeply rooted Wan family. He was acutely aware of Wan Zhenshan's martial prowess, though not the pinnacle. It was far from mediocre. Coupled with his master-disciple Qi Changfa, who was a cunning old fox shrouded in secrecy, it was astonishing that they stood powerless before the first evil emperor, akin to mere chickens and dogs. Fury enveloped him as Wan Jia had been his trusted aide and indispensable asset for many years. The intricate web of clandestine dealings, substantial illicit income, and the groundwork laid for procuring the treasure of Lian Cheng Ju all hinged perilously on this vicious hound. Now, with a swift and ruthless strike, he had been entirely uprooted, severing a crucial limb of his grand design and disrupting his meticulously crafted plans. What instilled fear in him was the enigmatic and unfathomable yin-yang heart-devouring spell, along with the terrifying capability to inflict harm from a distance. Such an individual transcended his understanding of martial prowess. If they were to target him, he pondered, his rudimentary skills paled in comparison to Wan Zhenshan's formidable abilities. The authority he wielded as an official and the minions at his command would, in the face of such supernatural martial experts, prove as fragile as a paper screen, utterly ineffectual. Investigate thoroughly. Who is this first evil emperor? Where does he lurk in the shadows of Jingzhou City? Ling Tue's thought, abruptly turning to a figure clad in black, standing like a statue in the shadow of his study. His voice, tinged with suppressed anger and anxiety, emerged hoarse. The man, dressed in the humble gray garb of a servant, maintained a lowly demeanor, yet his stance radiated a quiet intensity, unmistakably indicating he was either a secret assassin or a formidable individual hired at great expense. "My lord, please calm your fury," the black-clad figure intoned, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. "My subordinates have utilized every available channel to investigate, yet this person is as elusive as a specter. Since his appearance at the birthday banquet, he has left no trace. Several teams have been deployed to monitor Wan Jia's vicinity day and night, but a brother tasked with close observation had met an untimely demise." The black-clad man paused, his tone betraying a hint of trepidation. The manner of death was consistent with the rumors, exceedingly tragic, with claw marks all over his body and a twisted visage, as if he had fallen victim to that sinister curse. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Lin Yue's, ascending from his tailbone. Frustrated, he waved his hand dismissively, as if to dispel the ominous feeling. "Incompetence. A pack of useless fools. Increase the bounty. 1,000 taels. No, 3,000 taels of silver. I demand the informants of all walks of life in the Jianghu to spring into action. I refuse to believe he simply emerged from the cracks of a stone without leaving any trace." "Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately." The black-clad figure bowed in response, yet hesitated before adding, "My lord, there is one more matter. The funds that have circulated from Wan Jia are indeed being manipulated from the shadows, compensating some old grievances with verifiable victims. They have even established a porridge stall outside the city. Though modest in scale, it serves to curry favor and win hearts. But for whom is this performance intended?" Lin Yue let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain and anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, the gravity of the situation soon returned. For this maneuver indicated ambitions far grander than mere vengeance or underhanded dealings. What was his true intention? To act on behalf of justice? To restore order to the Jianghu? Absurd. Could this chaotic realm be tamed by one man or a sinister art alone? He paced restlessly within his study, the fine sandalwood floorboards creaking beneath his steps, betraying his inner turmoil. The emergence of the first evil emperor utterly disrupted the meticulously crafted plans he had nurtured for years. He had initially hoped to unveil the secrets of the Lianqingju by tightly controlling the Wanjin mountain, step by step interrogating and probing for answers. His gaze had even settled upon the pivotal figure, Ding Dian, who bore the Xinjiao scripture and might come to rescue Di Yun. Now, however, everything was in disarray. With Wanjin Mountain unable to protect itself, it had become a prisoner and tool of atonement for others. How could he proceed? A flicker of malevolence flashed in Lin Yue's eyes, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue. He abruptly halted, pondering the fate of that country bumpkin and his somewhat attractive junior sister. Were they still in the Wan residence? What was their situation? According to reports from our informants, the two have been placed under soft confinement in the side courtyard, neglected and unaffected by the curse, though they are filled with dread and unease, replied the cloaked figure swiftly. "Good, very good," Lin Yue remarked, a cruel and icy smile gracing his visage. An insidious plan instantaneously took shape in his mind. Wasn't the first evil emperor claiming to act on behalf of the heavens? Wasn't he enforcing rules to punish the wicked? Let this residence fan the flames. Thoroughly muddying the waters, he hastened to the Zeton wood writing desk, lifted a wolf hair brush, unfurled a sheet of plain paper, and without a moment's hesitation, swiftly penned a letter filled with venomous intent. The message was despicably clear. He commanded his secret confidant, still lurking within the Wan residence, to seize the opportunity to surreptitiously poison the meals of Di Yun and Qi Fang. Moreover, he aimed to meticulously fabricate the illusion that the first evil emperor was ruthlessly cruel, sparing not even the innocent, attempting to silence them to conceal his true motives. He calculated his strategy with precision. Firstly, this would serve to gauge the first evil emperor's genuine attitude and response towards Di Yun and Qi Fang. Should he intervene to save them or pursue the matter, perhaps a glimpse of his ethical boundaries or even a clue to his true identity could be uncovered. Secondly, if the poisoning successfully claimed the lives of Di Yun and Qi Fang, it would allow for the grand proclamation of the first evil emperor's indiscriminate slaughter and mercilessness, thoroughly tarnishing his newly established reign of terror and positioning him as a public enemy in the martial world, thereby creating chaos for him to exploit, possibly even uniting with other factions to confront this uncontrollable scourge. Thirdly, With Di Yun's demise, the link to Wanjin Mountain and Qi Changfa could be severed, potentially inciting new turmoil, conveniently allowing him to obscure his unsavory dealings with the Wan family amidst the chaos. Upon completing the secret missive, he sealed it meticulously with wax and entrusted it to the cloaked figure. Immediately find a way to ensure it is secretly delivered to the Wan residence. Into the hands of our people. Inform him to act with discretion and be exceedingly cautious. Under no circumstances must the first evil emperor be alerted. Should this succeed, there shall be ample rewards from this residence. Yes, I shall personally oversee this matter to ensure absolute success. The cloaked figure accepted the missive with both hands, his form vanishing as if melding into shadows, silently disappearing from the study. Ling Tae's gaze toward the direction in which the cloaked figure had vanished, a triumphant and sinister smile illuminating his face. He was confident that this maneuver was sufficiently clandestine and malicious, capable of conjuring immense trouble for the enigmatic first evil emperor, even dragging him into the quagmire of public opinion, thus granting him precious time and initiative. However, he could never have anticipated that the meticulously crafted schemes he deemed utterly confidential, including every word he penned and each subtle shift of expression on his face, had long been observed with clarity by a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes suspended in the void. Perched upon a high tower not far from the governor's office, Lin Yue stood in a flowing azure robe, hands clasped behind his back, as the night breeze stirred his garments, producing a resonant sound. His formidable spiritual prowess had already spread like invisible mercury, enveloping the entire governor's office, particularly the study of Ling Tusu. Every nuance of the dialogue between Ling Tusu and the cloaked figure, along with the insidious details contained within the confidential letter, were perceptibly grasped by him, with not a single detail overlooked. Stubbornly seeking one's own demise, Lin Yue remarked with a detached tone, devoid of any surprise. Only a cold indifference that indicated his prior awareness of Ling Tusu's malice and treachery, which he had anticipated as a norm in this dark world. He did not immediately intervene to thwart or eliminate the messenger cloaked in black. Allowing this nefarious plot to unfold along its original trajectory might better serve to illuminate the harsh realities of the world for certain individuals still clinging to illusions, such as Di Yun, thus enabling them to make choices truly their own. His figure vanished from the tower's pinnacle like a phantom, only to reappear instantaneously in the secluded side courtyard of the Wan residence, silently standing outside the room where Di Yun and Qi Fong were confined, as though he had always been there. Inside, the oil lamp flickered dimly, casting a subdued glow. Di Yun sat at the table, his brow furrowed in deep thought, staring vacantly at the dancing, uncertain light of the lamp, his honest face etched with confusion and concern. Qi Fong, beside him, silently wept, her expression one of despair and helplessness, trembling like a delicate flower in a storm. "Senior brother, what are we to do? How could Master and Uncle want?" Qi Fong's voice trembled with a choked sob and an incomprehensible fear. Di Yun sighed, instinctively clenching his fists. "I am uncertain about that first evil emperor. Though his methods are ruthless, upon reflection, the matters he spoke of that day seem not to be mere fabrications. He possesses a kind nature, yet is not foolish." In these past few days of contemplation, revisiting the crimes of Wan Zhunshan and Qi Changfa that Lin Yue exposed during the birthday banquet, alongside my own experiences since entering the city and certain peculiarities in Master's behavior, I have come to trust about 70 to 80% of it. Yet, the manner of punishment is excessively harsh, instilling within me a primal sense of fear and discomfort. But that is too much. Qi Fong could not continue, her body trembling with fear, unable to accept that her esteemed father and familiar senior brother could possess such grotesque facades, nor could she fathom such terrifying retribution. Just then, a remarkably faint yet distinctly clear tapping sound emanated from outside the window. "Who?" Di Yun sprang up from his seat, quickly shielding Qi Fong behind him, anxiously gazing at the tightly shut window. The window opened silently, and a figure glided into the room like a weightless specter, landing before them with utter silence. It was Lin Yue, who had returned. "It is you." Di Yun and Qi Fong simultaneously gasped in horror, retreating repeatedly until their backs collided with the cold wall, their faces turning as pale as paper. Although Lin Yue appeared calm at this moment, Devoid of the terrifying presence he had exuded that day, the image of him at the banquet, as if a demonic god had descended, was indelibly imprinted in their souls, evoking the most primal fear. Tomorrow at noon, the servant responsible for delivering your meals will poison your food, Lin Yue stated without preamble, his voice steady and devoid of tremor, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. The poison, known as 39-inch intestine break, is colorless and tasteless, and will take effect half an hour later, resulting in a gruesome death. He flicked his fingers and a small, folded paper package floated down onto the table, within which a slight trace of white powder could be discerned. Upon hearing this, Dian and Qi Fong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, their bodies trembling with disbelief as they glanced at the poison on the table and then back at the expressionless Lin Yue, their minds a blank slate. Why? Who? Who wishes to kill us? Dian's voice quivered with extreme shock and anger. The poisoner is an insider placed in the Wan family by Ling Tusu. The instigator, of course, is none other than Ling Tusu himself, the magistrate of Jingzhou, Lin Yue replied, each word piercing Dian and Qi Fong's hearts like ice shards. His intent to poison you both, framing me in the process, serves to create chaos, obscure the truth, and tarnish my reputation, inciting the martial world to see me as an adversary. A twofold scheme exceedingly vicious. The weight of his words was immense and alarming, leaving Dian and Qi Fong dizzy and barely able to stand. The magistrate, that seemingly upright official, they thought in disbelief, that he would so meticulously plot to poison two inconsequential figures and implicate this very harbinger of doom, to draw out who for rescue? Why are you telling us this? Qi Fong mustered her courage to ask, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. Because it is your choice. Lin Yue's gaze swept past Qi Fong, finally resting on Di Yun, whose eyes were turning red with shock and rage. You may either unwittingly consume this poison, thereby fulfilling the magistrate's sinister plot, allowing your worthless deaths to become pawns in someone else's game. Or, he paused, his voice remaining placid, yet imbued with a peculiar guiding force. You may seize it, take it where it rightfully belongs, and do what must be done. For instance, return this meticulously concocted poison to its rightful owner, feeding it to the one who truly deserves to be poisoned. Di Yun suddenly quaked, as if struck by a lightning bolt. He stared intently at the small, yet lethal package of poison on the table, then abruptly turned to gaze towards the general direction of the magistrate's office. His once naive and timid eyes now burned with the fury of a volcano, ignited by a conflagration of anger, injustice, humiliation, and utter provocation. It was an overwhelming rage at being treated like ants, having their fates manipulated at will. He stepped forward vigorously, extending his rough hand, calloused from years of labor, and firmly grasped the package of poison, clenching it tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. What should I do? He lifted his head and gazed at Lin Yue. Although his eyes still reflected tension and fear, there was now a newfound determination and ferocity, akin to a desperate gamble. Lin Yue observed the flames igniting in his eyes, and a barely discernible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was simple. Tomorrow, he would act as if he knew nothing, maintaining the fa-ade of normalcy. Outside the window, the night breeze wailed through the alley, growing colder, as if foretelling that tomorrow would bring a tumultuous storm. This tempest would be ignited for the first time by this naive youth, who had long been at the mercy of fate. Chapter 28. The poisonous scheme recoils. The prefect is assassinated the following day at noon. The tightly shut wooden door of the Wan family's side courtyard creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in the garb of a servant, his demeanor submissive. As he entered with a food tray, the tray held a few simple yet relatively clean dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Young Master D, Miss Qi, it is time for your meal. The servant's voice trembled slightly as he placed the tray on the table. His gaze darted quickly over the pallid and haggard faces of Di Yun and Qi Fong, who appeared even more wan than the day before. Without lingering, he hurriedly exited, as if pursued by unseen demons. The door closed once more, plunging the room into a profound silence, broken only by the faint warmth rising from the food on the table. Di Yun's eyes were fixed on the 2 bowls of rice, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table, the small packet of poison in his palm feeling as scorching as a branding iron. Ling Tusu, Lord Prefect, these 2 titles, once held in reverence and seen as insurmountable, now gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents, bringing forth a tumult of betrayal-induced rage. The humiliation of being toyed with as a mere pawn, and a fierce resolve to gamble everything. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with dust and despair, and abruptly stood up. "Brother, stay here. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out." Chi Feng's voice trembled in fear as she looked at him. Dian did not turn back. He spoke in a voice strained to the limit. "Sister Feng, remain here." With that, he hesitated no longer. Snatching the packet of poison from the table, concealing it within his garments, and swiftly poured the 2 bowls of rice into a pre-prepared empty jar hidden beneath the table. He then thrust open the door and strode boldly outside. The sunlight outside was blinding, yet it could not dispel the chill that enveloped the Wan estate. Several servants, previously slouched against the columns, froze at the sight of Di Yun's dark expression and resolute steps, instinctively wanting to intervene and inquire. "Get away!" Di Yun roared, his eyes bloodshot, embodying a madness and determination born of desperation, radiating an unprecedented and terrifying aura that made the servants instinctively retract their necks, too intimidated to approach. Di Yun paid them no heed, relying on a vague recollection of the Wan residence's layout and a fiery intuition ignited by rage. He hastened towards the side door leading to the alley behind the prefect's office. He had no concrete plan, nor did he know how to reclaim what was rightfully his. He only knew that he could not remain passive, nor could he allow Ling Tusu's nefarious scheme to succeed, even if it cost him his life. He must take a piece of flesh from his adversary. As Di Yun burst forth from the side door of the Wan residence, charging toward the magistrate's office like an enraged bull, within the study of the magistrate's courtyard. Ling Tue's thought was savoring a freshly brewed cup of Junshan silver needle tea with great satisfaction. The fragrant steam wafted around him, yet an unsettling restlessness gnawed at his mind as his fingers unconsciously tapped against the Zetenwood table, calculating the passage of time. This hour, the poison should have taken effect, he muttered to himself, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The first evil emperor, humph. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, you shall find yourself ensnared in this predicament. I shall see how you will address the accusations of indiscriminate slaughter. However, the chaotic news he anticipated from the direction of the Wan residence, regarding Di Yun and Chi Feng's demise due to poison, did not arrive. Instead, a profound silence enveloped both the inside and outside of the office. Conversely, outside the study, an unusual commotion began to stir, as if guards were vociferously reprimanding someone, intermingled with a familiar, furious roar. What disturbance is this? Ling Tue's furrowed his brow in displeasure, raising his voice to inquire outside. The study door swung open, and a trusted subordinate rushed in with an odd expression, reporting hastily, "My lord, it's that fellow Di Yun from the Wan residence. He seems to have lost his wits, forcefully breaching the back entrance of the office, insisting on seeing you, claiming he has a great grievance to address." Di Yun? Ling Tue's felt a jolt of foreboding surge within him, a deeply ominous premonition flooding his mind. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be? At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the heavy rosewood door to the study was violently flung open from the outside. Amidst a flurry of splintered wood, Di Yun surged into the room like a frenzied tiger, his hair disheveled, eyes ablaze, his body dusted with the remnants of a struggle with the guards. "Ling Tue's, you vile official, why have you poisoned me?" Di Yun bellowed, his voice contorted by sheer rage and agitation, denying Ling Tue's any opportunity to respond or defend himself. It was as if he aimed to unleash all his humiliation and fury in one explosive outburst, as he abruptly retrieved a crumpled paper package from his bosom, channeling every ounce of strength to hurl it with great force toward Ling Tue's, who sat poised at the desk. "Vile official, here, S your poison back." All transpired too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Ling Tue's had never anticipated that Di Yun would dare to invade his study, let alone that this foolish lad would retaliate with such ferocity, adopting the most brutal, direct, and reckless approach. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself as he watched the package of white powder hurtle toward him. However, just as the paper package was about to strike Ling Tue's face, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The air within the study seemed to solidify in an instant. The swiftly flying poison bizarrely suspended in midair, less than a foot from Ling Tue's, as though it had collided with an invisible yet remarkably resilient wall. In the next moment, the paper package was elegantly undone as if by an invisible hand, revealing the fine white powder within, which did not scatter chaotically, but was instead restrained and compressed by an unseen force. It transformed into a concentrated beam of white, akin to an arrow, and reflected back with a speed and precision that surpassed its initial trajectory. Lin Yue thought he had no time to react effectively. He merely perceived a flash of white before an overwhelming, pungent powder surged into his nostrils and mouth. His eyes widened in terror, and before he could hold his breath, he began to cough violently, instinctively swallowing several times as the toxic powder slipped down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yue clutched his throat, his expression shifting from shock to horror, and then to an ashen despair. He desperately attempted to induce vomiting with his fingers, but the poison acted swiftly. Within moments of ingestion, an excruciating, fiery pain erupted in his stomach, as if a red-hot iron had been thrust into his gut. Lin Yue let out a piercing scream, more akin to an animal's wail than a human's, as he tumbled from the grand chair and crashed heavily to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp, convulsing violently. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and cold sweat poured down him like a waterfall, instantly soaking his official robe. The agony of his insides being torn apart was all too real, almost threatening to rend his very soul. The loyal underling had long since been paralyzed by fear, crawling backward on hands and knees, desperate to escape this suddenly hellish study. Di-Yun stood frozen, staring blankly at this scene that transcended his understanding. He had merely thrown the poison. How could it have escalated to such a bizarre spectacle? A calm, detached voice, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, quietly filled the study, answering his bewilderment. In kind, one must return what is given. Ling the prefect, how does the taste of this fine powder sit with you? As the words echoed, Lin Yue's figure appeared in the center of the study like a specter, standing with hands clasped behind his back, coldly surveying the writhing, tormented Lin Yue on the floor. Lin Yue, in his utmost agony, struggled to lift his head, his eyes reflecting boundless fear, resentment, and disbelief. How could you? How could I know your treacherous scheme? And how could you be here? Lin Yue replied indifferently. Did you truly believe your plans were flawless? Unbeknownst to you, every sordid thought and malicious whisper in your heart is as visible as a beacon in the night beneath this vast sky. His words struck Lin Yue like a hammer, shattering his already crumbling psyche. It dawned on him that everything had long been under the other's control. He felt like a ridiculous clown, performing a self-satisfied act behind the scenes, while the audience had already seen through all his machinations. In the most critical moment, a gentle push was all it took to collapse the stage, crushing him to pieces. Please, save me. The antidote is with me. Lin Yue completely unraveled, the fear of death overwhelming all else. He reached out with a trembling hand towards Lin Yue, his eyes filled with desperation. Yet Lin Yue merely shook his head coldly. Good and evil are repaid in kind. The cycle of karma is unyielding. The seed you have sown must be reaped by you alone. The antidote cannot salvage your heart, which has long since rotted away. Upon uttering these words, he averted his gaze from the increasingly feeble and twitching figure of Lin Yue on the ground, directing his attention instead to the trembling constables and the astonished Di-Yun nearby. Drag him away. Announce to the entire city that Lin Yue, the governor of Jingzhou, has been found guilty of malfeasance, collusion with the powerful, and the murder of the innocent. The evidence is irrefutable, and he has met his just fate. Henceforth, the affairs of the governor's office shall be managed by the deputy magistrate, pending a decree from the court. All pertinent evidence will soon be presented in the court. The constable, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away, nearly dragging his weakened legs behind him to summon assistance. Di-Yun gazed at the motionless and tragically lifeless form of Lin Yue on the ground, then glanced at the composed and unperturbed Lin Yue. His emotions a tumultuous blend of anger, fear, relief, and an overwhelming sense of confusion. He opened his mouth to articulate something, yet found himself utterly speechless. Lin Yue's gaze fell upon him, and he remarked, Your actions today, though rash, exhibit a certain valor. Not all malevolence in this world must be met with such extreme measures, yet neither can we simply endure. Take care of yourself. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure began to fade, like dust merging with sunlight, vanishing from the study in an instant. leaving Di Yun alone to ponder the lifeless body of Ling Tusu and the emptiness of the room. The news of Governor Ling Tusu's demise spread like a block of ice thrown in a boiling oil, igniting a far greater uproar than any familial upheaval. A court official, a high-ranking authority, had been dramatically poisoned by a mere country lad within his own office, and the shadow of the notorious first evil emperor loomed ominously behind the scenes. The entire bureaucratic landscape of Jingzhou trembled in fear, leaving everyone on edge. The martial world was engulfed in a tempest of chaos. The fearsome reputation of the first evil emperor swept across the lands with unstoppable momentum, even shaking the very foundations of the court. For the first time, Di Yun's name truly entered the consciousness of the martial community, albeit through a narrative rife with controversy and legend. Unbeknownst to anyone, after the dust had settled on the governor's office incident, Lin Yue's silhouette quietly appeared in the deepest recesses of the Jingzhou prison. With extraordinary perception, he effortlessly located the figure of Ding Dian, shackled by heavy chains in the dark, waterlogged cell. Without superfluous words, he pointed with a forceful gesture, and the iron shackles shattered in response. A stream of pure and gentle Tai Xian internal energy flowed into Ding Dian, swiftly revitalizing his long-suffering body and neutralizing the insidious torment Ling Tusu had insidiously instilled. Ding Dian opened his eyes in shock, staring at the enigmatic youth before him, whose aura was unfathomable. Ling Tusu is dead. The girl under the plum tree has awaited you for long enough. Lin Yue uttered this single phrase before turning to leave, as if he had never existed. Ding Dian, struggling to extricate himself from the water cell, relied on the recovery of some of his powers and the guidance of Lin Yue's miraculous inner energy to deftly evade the guards and make his way beyond the prison walls. Under the moonlight, beside a plum tree, the slender figure he had longed for and believed to be lost to the heavens stood before him, incredulously covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at him. Ling Xuanghua had been saved, not by the cruel whims of fate, but by a precise and chilling intervention. Lin Yue did not make his presence known or engage in conversation with Ding Dian. His profound inner strength was sufficient to momentarily stabilize Ding Dian's injuries and guide him in the right direction. The remaining path was one they must traverse themselves. As for the divine illumination scripture, it had already been acquired during his treatment of Mei Yinxing, and there was no need to seek it again at this moment. Having accomplished all this, Lin Yue understood that the affairs of Jingzhou had reached a temporary conclusion. It was time to confront the venomous serpent that had been lurking in the shadows. His perception, akin to an invisible web, had already ensnared another sinister presence within the city, one that was now unsettled and attempting to discreetly relocate due to the death of Ling Tusu. Yin Daping. It is your turn. Chapter 29. Clearing the Mud. Initial exploration of medicine and martial arts in the desolate outskirts of Jingzhou. The moonlight was obscured by dense black clouds, casting a dim and ghastly glow that outlined the jagged contours of the mass grave. The occasional hoot of an owl pierced the deathly silence, adding an air of eerie foreboding. A shadow, akin to a serpent skimming the ground, silently weaved through the graves and withered trees, displaying remarkable agility and proficiency in stealth. It was none other than the land dragon, Yin Daping. At this moment, he had shed his beggar's disguise, donning a fitted black outfit suitable for night travel. With a black cloth masking his face, revealing only his piercing eyes, which betrayed a mixture of fear and anxiety. The sudden demise of Ling Tusu resonated in his ears like the tolling of a death knell, shattering any remaining glimmer of hope. The Wan family was finished, and so was Governor Ling. Who would be next? The enigmatic and terrifying first evil emperor possessed methods that defied imagination, capable of orchestrating Ling Tusu's death through insurmountable obstacles with his own poison. Such capabilities bordered on the supernatural, far beyond the reach of human strength. Fear coiled around his heart like a chilling vine. He could no longer entertain thoughts of the treasures of the Lianqing Ju or any schemes to reap the benefits. At this moment, one thought consumed him: escape. He yearned to flee Jingzhou as swiftly as possible, to evade any area where the first evil emperor might lurk. The farther the better. He even dared not tread the main roads, opting instead for the desolate, rugged paths, hoping to elude all eyes and ears. However, just as he gathered his breath to leap across a slightly open depression, a calm voice, devoid of any ripple, emerged before him like a ghostly whisper, unannounced. Yin Daping. Is your name as a dragon, meant merely for slithering through ditches and crevices? Yin Daping froze, as if encased in ice, his blood nearly congealing. He abruptly halted his forward momentum, stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance, and looked up in horror. There, not far ahead, stood a figure clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind their back, with garments fluttering gently in the night breeze, as if they had been standing there for centuries. The moonlight occasionally filters through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the tranquil, unruffled visage of the individual, and those eyes, profound as the starry sea, seem capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Who could it be, if not the first evil emperor? Yin Daping's voice quivered with dryness, instinctively retreating a step, his hand already gripping the hilt of his concealed sword, summoning his full martial prowess to its zenith, standing on high alert. Yet, a chilling despair enveloped his heart. The fact that the other party could so precisely intercept him here indicated that his every action had long been under surveillance. Escape? To where could he flee? Do not be anxious. Lin Yue's voice remained calm, yet exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. If I truly intended to kill you, you would already be accompanying Ling Tusu and Wang Jinshan at this moment. Yin Daping's Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed his fear, hoarsely inquiring, "What is it that you desire?" I possess scant knowledge of the secrets of the Lianqing Ju. The old ghost, Mei Yinqing, never truly trusted the three of us. I have no interest in treasures. Lin Yue interrupted, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. That trifling yellowish-white substance is hardly worth my effort. What intrigues me is you. Yin Daping paused, perplexed. Your senior brother, Wang Jinshan, is arrogant and tyrannical, his brutishness laid bare. Your third junior brother, Qi Changfa, is patient and sinister, hypocritical and cunning. As for you, Lin Yue's gaze pierced through Yin Daping's core like a cold probe. You are adept in scheming, skilled in disguise, capable of both yielding and striking. Like a venomous serpent lying in wait, poised to act. In some respects, you are more astute and perilous than they. Yin Daping's heart fluttered with uncertainty, unsure whether the other's words were commendatory or derogatory, and what their intent might be. I offer you a choice, Lin Yue stated blandly. First, like your senior brothers, you may enter my evil valley, taste the torment of yin and yang gnawing at your heart, and repent your sins through labor until perhaps one day you may genuinely repent. At this, Yin Daping's complexion drained of color, and he trembled imperceptibly. He had heard the chilling wails that emanated daily from Wan's establishment. The agony of that existence was enough to send shivers down his spine merely through imagination. And the second choice? He asked, his voice dry, infused with a glimmer of desperate hope. Secondly, Lin Yue's gaze seemed to scan Yin Daping's form, as though evaluating a tool. Your martial prowess and your ability to disguise and gather intelligence are not entirely without value. I could defer your curse, but you must atone through merit. How do I atone through merit? Yin Daping grasped at this lifeline, hastily inquiring. The world of Jianghu is vast, and places harboring filth and corruption are far more than just Jingzhou. Lin Yue pointed towards the distant, dark expanse, akin to a slumbering behemoth in a mountainous terrain. There are countless like Wang Jinshan and Ling Tusu, who, relying on their martial strength or authority, oppress the virtuous and commit heinous acts. I want you to return their own methods against them. In an instant, Yin Daping comprehended, a complex light flickering in his eyes. The other sought to turn him into a blade, a shadowy dagger aimed specifically at the rogues of the Jianghu, utilizing his talent for disguise and espionage to unearth those concealed evils, then expose them, uncovering their crimes and vulnerabilities. At that time, someone would certainly come to admonish. Lin Yue confirmed his conjecture. If one performed well, perhaps one could mitigate one's guilt. If one failed, or if one feigned compliance while secretly defying. He did not finish his words, yet the frigid intent to kill enveloped Yin Daping, plunging him into a chilling abyss. This was a choice he could not refuse. Rather than immediately descending into a hellish torment worse than death, it would be wiser to endure for the moment, feigning obedience, in hopes of finding a glimmer of survival. I choose the second option, Yin Daping declared with little hesitation, immediately bowing deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility. He was willing to serve the evil emperor's bidding, to atone for his sins through merit, harboring no ulterior motives. His words were earnest. Yet a flicker of cunning and calculation flashed momentarily in the depths of his lowered gaze. Feigned allegiance, superficial compliance, and clandestine observation were indeed his forte. Lin Yue seemed oblivious to the glint of calculation in his eyes, merely nodding slightly. Very well. This is the heart-devouring mother and child spell. The mother spell lies with me, while the child spell is with you. I can perceive all your actions. Take heed. With a flick of his finger, an almost imperceptible strand of foreign energy surged into Yin Daping's body. Yin Daping felt a slight tingling at his heart, as if bitten by a mosquito, and then that sensation vanished without a trace. Though he felt no discomfort, an inexplicable sense of an invisible shackle encircled him, as if his life no longer belonged entirely to himself. He understood that this was undoubtedly a control method more profound and intricate than any curse he had previously encountered. Go! Your first target is Lu Chengfeng, the leader of the Iron Palm Gang within Jingzhou. You should have heard of his crimes, Lin Yue instructed, and with that, his figure melded into the night, silently disappearing atop the gravestone as if he had never existed. Yin Daping remained rooted to the spot for a long while before slowly straightening, his back drenched in cold sweat. As the night wind swept by, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. He touched his heart, which felt entirely normal, yet his gaze shifted, ultimately transforming into a glimmer of ruthlessness and resolve. After orienting himself, he took flight once more, akin to an owl soaring into the night. This time, his goal was no longer escape, but rather the direction of the Iron Palm Gang. Whether in sincerity or pretense, he knew he must achieve something significant to gain the preliminary trust of the first evil emperor, paving the way for future endeavors. Meanwhile, within and around Jingzhou City, the situation underwent subtle yet profound changes due to the first evil emperor's formidable intervention and the abrupt demise of Ling Tusu. The Wan family estate continued to loom as a colossal, intimidating bastion of admonition. Wan Zhanshan, Qi Changfa Wan Gui, and others still endured inhumane suffering at fixed intervals each day, numbly inscribing confessions during their agonies, engaged in penance labor. Their grim plight and the voluminous ledger of sins stood as the most glaring warning, instilling dread in all who were privy to the truth. The governor's office was temporarily overseen by a trembling associate who managed administrative affairs. The exploitative taxes imposed on the populace were halted, and a significant portion of the sycophantic bureaucrats who had colluded with the Wan family and Ling Tusu were purged, replaced by a relatively clean slate of new faces. Although the efficiency may not be exceedingly high, the previously chaotic and tumultuous atmosphere filled with public discontent has indeed been significantly alleviated. The common folk, while harboring a deep-seated fear of the ruthlessly stringent first evil emperor, cannot help but acknowledge that the skies over Jingzhou City appear to have cleared somewhat. After enduring initial trepidation and confusion, Di Yun and Qi Fong finally managed to escape from the cage-like confines of the Wan residence. Lin Yue did not constrain their freedom nor impose any punishment upon them. Di Yun, accompagné by Qi Fong, sought refuge in a secluded farmhouse outside the city to temporarily settle down. Through this profound transformation, Di Yun's character has matured considerably, though still innocent. He is no longer the naive country lad easily bullied by others. His sentiments toward the first evil emperor are exceedingly complex, intertwined with awe, fear, gratitude, and confusion. Occasionally, he would seek news of his master, Qi Changfa, learning that he continues to struggle with incantations, which adds to his already complicated emotions. Qi Fong, on the other hand, spends her days weeping, grieved for her father, and feeling utterly lost about the future. Ding Dian and Ling Xuanhua, this fated couple, have finally reunited after experiencing the pangs of life and death. Thanks to the pure inner strength imparted by Lin Yue, Ding Dian's injuries healed rapidly, and his cultivation even showed signs of subtle improvement. Together, they quietly departed from the tumult of Jingzhou, seeking a serene and picturesque hideaway to live in seclusion, where Ding Dian devoted himself to nurturing Ling Xuanhua's health, compensating for the time they had lost. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards their enigmatic benefactor, despite his severe methods, had lent them aid. Yet, they were also filled with profound respect and bewilderment, pondering his true intentions and offering assistance, silently cherishing this debt of gratitude. As for Lin Yue himself, After initially stabilizing the situation in Jingzhou and placing Yin Daping as a strategic pawn, he did not rest on his laurels. His figure frequently appeared within the grandest medical establishment in Jingzhou, the Jishe Tang, renowned for its extensive collection of medical texts. Rather than resorting to force, he sought to acquire knowledge through substantial payments or by engaging in equitable discussions with the resident physicians, showcasing his gradually emerging, extraordinary understanding of medical principles and pharmacology. This earned him the admiration of the seasoned doctor, who willingly regarded him as a cherished companion, permitting him to peruse the rare medical manuscripts and ancestral pharmacopoeias that were seldom displayed. Among these were revered texts such as the Huangdi Neijing, the Shanghan Zibinglin, the Shenong Benchao Jing, the Qianjin Fong, and the Zhenjiu De Shang. Lin Yue absorbed these invaluable medical classics with astonishing speed, comprehending and digesting their contents. His exceptional learning capability and insight not only enabled him to memorize swiftly, but also to grasp the profound truths of the universe, the mysteries of the human body, and the principles of yin, yang, and the five elements. He cross-referenced these medical theories with his own cultivation of the Tai Xian Jing and his nuanced perception of the human meridians and vital energies, frequently presenting unique insights that left the old doctor astounded and applauding. His ambition, however, extends far beyond merely becoming a divine physician. He endeavors to merge the realms of medicine and martial arts, seeking to elucidate the ultimate mysteries of life's essence and the dynamics of energy, thereby laying a solid theoretical foundation for the establishment of an ideal, flawlessly harmonious, and perpetually thriving supreme martial discipline. At times, his figure graces the thresholds of several renowned martial sects near Jingzhou, such as the Funyo sect, the Three Gorges School, and the Beishan Sword sect. While these sects may not rank among the elite, they have occupied their local territories for years, accumulating unique martial legacies. Lin Yue does not simply barge in. Instead, he presents himself as a wandering martial artist, offering a letter of introduction and requesting a visit under the pretext of scholarly exchange. With his current level of cultivation and vision, he perceives countless flaws in the skills of ordinary sect masters. Often, a mere display of his exquisite yet restrained martial prowess is sufficient to astonish the audience, leaving the sect leaders and elders trembling and cautious. He subsequently requests to peruse the sect's martial classics for reference, in the face of the infamous and unfathomably skilled first evil emperor who would dare voice dissent. Moreover, he seeks only to borrow, not to seize. These sects, eager to send away this formidable figure, readily present their treasured manuals, sword scriptures, and internal cultivation methods, hoping he will depart swiftly after his examination. Lin Yue honors his promise, merely reviewing, committing to memory, and not taking originals. Occasionally, he would casually point out a crucial insight or a hidden risk within the texts, often providing substantial benefit to his hosts, who, amidst their complex emotions, find themselves harboring a flicker of gratitude. Thus, the diverse martial arts of the Funyo sect's Bull Chi, the Three Gorges School's swift wave sword technique, and the Beishan Sword sect's windbrush sword, whether fierce, agile, or enigmatic, converge into his martial repository, where they are absorbed, digested, and refined by the all-encompassing and profound essence of the Tai Xian classic, continually enriching his martial foundation and propelling him steadily toward that lofty and profound realm. The paths of medicine and martial arts flow parallel, intersecting in the vast ocean of his consciousness, igniting sparks of wisdom that nurture the seed of his pursuit of the highest truth. He understands that the muck of Jingzhou has been partially cleared, yet a broader martial world, rife with filth, still lies ahead. His journey has only just begun. Chapter 30. Rigorous Regulations. The initial distinction of good and evil the sky above Jingzhou City appears to have cleared somewhat, as if the downfall of the Wan family and the demise of Ling Tue have lightened the atmosphere. The disciples of the Wan family, who once roamed the streets with impunity, and the oppressive officials, now either cower in their once opulent but now hellish abodes, lamenting and repenting, or scatter like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. In the bustling marketplace, amidst their fear, the common folk sense a sliver of respite. Over tea and meals, the titles of the first evil emperor and the Valley of Villains are repeatedly mentioned, their tone laced with inexpressible awe, fear, and a hint of unspoken satisfaction. In the grand estate, the The crimson paint was peeling, and the tarnished bronze rings of the gate remained firmly shut. Within the high walls, an eerie silence intertwined with intermittent, inhuman wails of anguish, resembling a festering sore at the heart of the city, silently exuding an aura of pain and despair. Serving as a warning to all those with nefarious intentions, Lin Yue did not completely seal off this place. Rather, he tacitly permitted and even guided certain information to circulate regarding the daily confessions of sins, the torturous punishments that rendered life worse than death, and the unjust wealth used to compensate the victims, all while the porridge kitchens outside the city billowed smoke unceasingly. On this particular day at dusk, the setting sun bled crimson, stretching the shadows of the high walls. Lin Yue's figure quietly appeared in the study that once belonged to Wang Jinshan, deep within the estate. The study retained its original opulence, with a Zetonwood writing desk and rare artifacts adorning the shelves. Yet the air was thick with a faint medicinal scent mingled with an inescapable atmosphere of despair. Wang Jinshan, Qi Changfa Wan Gui, and several core disciples lay sprawled on the cold floor of the study, resembling dogs stripped of their bones, their garments soaked in cold sweat and blood, their eyes vacant, and their chests heaving violently, clearly having just endured the torment of the heart-eating incantation, now in a fleeting moment of recovery. They lacked the strength to acknowledge Lin Yue's arrival. Each breath seemed to tear at their already shredded veins, bringing waves of lingering agony. Yin Daping stood in the corner of the study, hands clasped and head bowed, too intimidated to breathe freely. He fared slightly better than the others on the ground. The inner torment inflicted by the heart-eating curse had yet to fully awaken its pain within him, yet the terror of his life being at the mercy of others, plunging him at any moment into the depths of hell, had long since permeated his very bones. He had just quietly reported to Lin Yue the findings regarding the evidence of Lu Chengfeng, the leader of the Iron Palm Gang, speaking cautiously and in great detail, daring not to conceal or exaggerate anything. Lin Yue stood silently by the window, gazing at a withered ancient tree in the courtyard, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the window sill, producing a rhythmical, delicate sound that seemed to resonate with the hearts of all present. After a prolonged moment, he slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the prostrate figures on the floor, finally resting on Yin Daping. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. It appears that mere suffering is insufficient to compel certain obstinate individuals to truly recognize their sins. Rather, it breeds resentment and merely wastes time. He strode to the writing desk, took up the thick volumes filled with the blood and tears of the Wan family's sins, and casually flipped through them. The accounts detailed extortion, ruthless plundering, forcing the innocent into prostitution, and even the scrawled confessions of those whose hands were stained with blood. Trembling from the depths of pain, yet striving to write clearly under the threat of death. From this day forth, the Valley of Villains must establish clear regulations. Lin Yue closed the ledger, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Sins bear varying degrees of severity, and pain is stratified. Past transgressions shall be assessed according to this record. For the lesser offenders, the torment of the heart-eating curse shall last the length of a single incense stick. For the more grievous, it shall double. And for the most heinous, the duration shall be infinite, until true remorse is achieved or their meridians are severed, leading to their demise. His words were cold and precise, akin to a judge proclaiming the law, devoid of any emotion, yet sending a shiver through the crowd. Their eyes filled with deepening despair. This signified that their suffering would be quantified and regulated, shattering any lingering hope of survival. Following the decree, it was not merely a sentence of death. Lin Yue continued, stating that they must atone through labor. The wealth, stained with blood and tears, meticulously recorded in the annals, would see 70% extracted to be overseen by Yin Daping, who would discreetly compensate the victims' families or allocate funds for the construction of charitable halls and the care of the orphaned and widowed. The remaining 30% would be reserved for the daily expenses of the villain's valley and future endeavors. Yin Daping promptly bowed and replied, "I shall faithfully obey the orders of the evil emperor. I will spare no effort to ensure every coin is utilized appropriately, without any errors." He felt a chill in his heart, acutely aware that this was not only a task, but also a trial, a set of shackles. Handling such finances equated to relinquishing more leverage to the other party. Lin Yue nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the feeble figure of Wang Jinshan, who barely supported himself. Wang Jinshan, you have managed the Wan family for many years, familiar with the networks and business dealings in Jingzhou, as well as certain interactions with officials. You shall lead the arrangements for labor and the verification of the crime ledger, with the assistance of your capable disciples. Should there be any oversight before he could finish, Wang Jinshan felt a subtle pulse of the lurking curse within him, a sensation potent enough to instill terror in his soul. He hastily bowed his head, trembling, and exclaimed, I dare not, absolutely not. I, a sinner, shall bear my guilt and work diligently, ensuring thorough verification without the slightest deceit. Tears streamed down his weathered face, mingled with blood and grime, rendering him both pitiable and contemptible. The arrogance he once wielded had been utterly eroded by boundless fear and anguish, leaving only the instinct for survival. As for you, Lin Yue's gaze swept over Qi Changfa and Wan Gui. Qi Changfa, you are adept in schemes, patient yet ruthless. You shall be responsible for documenting the daily completion of labor and liaising with Yendaping. Wan Gui, were you not once the most fond of leveraging your power to bully others? You shall oversee the vigilance within the manor, guarding these fellow disciples. Should there be any lapses or attempts to convey messages, Wan Gui, trembling with fear, nearly fainted again, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly assuring, I dare not. I will never dare again. I will keep a watchful eye, not allowing even a fly to escape. Lin Yue regarded them with an expressionless countenance, akin to a pack of stray dogs begging for mercy, feeling little pleasure, only a chilling scrutiny in his heart. He understood that their compliance stemmed from sheer terror rather than genuine remorse. Yet, at this moment, he required this mechanism to function, to establish the rules of the Villain's Valley in a visible and enduring manner. Very well, Lin Yue stated, his tone measured. Now that the rules have been established, they must be made known. Tomorrow, summon those ruffians in Jingzhou who are most deeply entwined with the Wan family, the bullies of the countryside, and present them with a public execution of the decree. Let them witness the consequences of wrongdoing and return to spread the regulations of the Villain's Valley throughout Jingzhou. His voice, though soft, carried an unsettling resolve that instilled fear in the hearts of those who heard it. This is not a discussion, but a command, a proclamation. A chill ran through Yendaping and Wang Jinshan, as they understood that this would mark the first public demonstration of power from the Valley of Villains, and the methods employed would undoubtedly be exceedingly ruthless. Yet they dared not express any dissent, only responding with hesitant affirmations. Once his instructions were given, Lin Yue cast them not a single glance more. His figure swayed slightly and vanished from the study, as if he respected her. That night, Lin Yue did not linger in the oppressive shadows of the Wan residence. He returned to the secluded courtyard he had temporarily rented within the city. The flickering candlelight illuminated his tranquil countenance. On the table lay the fragmented texts of the Iron Palm Technique and the Iron Palm Heart Method, unearthed from the hidden chamber of the Wan family, alongside several ancient medical tomes borrowed from the Jishur Hall. His fingertips glided gently over the somewhat rugged and forceful energy pathways depicted in the Palm Technique diagram, as his internal Tai Xian energy naturally began to circulate, mimicking the method of exertion while analyzing the inherent strength and shortcomings encapsulated within. Simultaneously, another part of his mind delved deep into the complex medical texts, particularly the chapters concerning the circulation of qi and blood, as well as the damage and restoration of meridians. The cold, ruthless sovereign who dictated life and death by day, and the seeker of martial and medical knowledge, engrossed in study by the lantern's glow at this moment, seemed like two entirely different individuals, yet they harmoniously coalesced into one. For him, governing the Valley of Villains was a necessary means to cleanse the world of its filth, a dojo for the practice of his own philosophy, while the collection of martial arts and profound exploration of medicine represented the ultimate goal of solidifying his foundation and uncovering the essence of power, both pursuits coexisting without contradiction. In particular, the Yin-Yang Heart Devouring Curse, an amalgamation of his formidable internal strength and spiritual prowess, produced a unique impact on the qi and blood meridians of those afflicted. Serving as an exemplary subject for study, he sought to comprehend its mechanisms more deeply, contemplating how to resolve it, not out of compassion, but to achieve more thorough control, with the potential for future applications in more intricate realms, such as stimulating latent abilities or refining meridians. Yet the foundational weaknesses and unstable natures of Wang Jinshan and his ilk rendered them unworthy of such burdens. Time slipped quietly by under the serene night sky. After an unknown duration, Lin Yue's thoughts stirred. His heightened senses caught the faint, suppressed sounds of weeping and quarreling emanating from a distant alley. Silently, he appeared atop the courtyard wall, his gaze piercing through the darkness to the dimly lit alleyway beyond. There, he observed Di Yun and Qi Fong standing beside a rudimentary mule cart piled with a few meager belongings. Qi Fong was covering her face, sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. "Fong Mei, do not cry any longer. We can no longer stay in Jingzhou." Di Yun's voice was hoarse and weary, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. "Master has met his fate, and Brother Wan is aware that this place is rife with danger and treachery. Though that sinister sovereign employs ruthless methods, he speaks the truth. If we remain, we will only become pawns exploited by others." Qi Fong lifted her tear-streaked face. "But brother, where can we go? We have nothing. Anywhere is better than here. We must leave. Seek a place where no one recognizes us. Even to toil in the fields would be preferable to living in constant fear here, like fish on a chopping block." Dian clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with a painful yet resolute light. "Though I, Dian, may lack great talents, I still possess strength enough to ensure you do not suffer from hunger. One day, I shall uncover the truth behind all these matters." His final words were uttered softly, yet carried an undeniable stubbornness. Clearly, the venomous schemes of Ling Yue, the betrayal from his sect, and the treachery of the martial world had not entirely extinguished the integrity and yearning for truth that resided within him. Rather, they fueled his determination to depart from this den of iniquity. Lin Yue observed them quietly, choosing not to reveal himself. He had long sensed that the couple had discreetly sold some of their possessions in recent days, gathering funds for their escape. He welcomed this development, perhaps for these unfortunate souls, whose hearts remained untainted. Leaving this mire might offer a glimmer of hope. He discreetly signaled Yin Deping, who was responsible for monitoring the movements in Jingzhou, to allow their departure without interference, even to offer clandestine assistance. At last, the mule cart creaked into motion, carrying this ill-fated couple as they rolled over the cobblestone road, slowly vanishing into the depths of the night. Their future remained shrouded in uncertainty, but at the very least, they had made their own choice. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze, gazing up at the starry sky, his expression profound. The minor evils of Jingzhou had been cleansed. An order had begun to take shape. Next, it was time for the notorious name of the first evil emperor to truly resonate throughout the martial world of the Two Lakes. His gaze seemed to drift toward the broader expanse beyond the city and the greater malevolence lurking in the shadows, eager to stir. Chapter 31. Iron Palm's Demise, a prelude to the Blade Days later. News rippled through the already turbulent martial world of the Two Lakes like stones cast into a tranquil lake. 70 miles outside Jingzhou, the infamous Iron Palm Gang, which had long occupied Heifeng Mountain, had vanished without a trace overnight. It was said that it occurred on a moonless night, when the Iron Palm Gang stronghold was as boisterous as ever, with the night watchmen stifling yawns and the sounds of gambling mingling with the laughter of women. The gang leader, Lu Chengfeng, having just indulged in the offerings of his subordinates, reveled with a newly captured village girl, his flesh glistening in the dim light from drink. A satisfied smile on his face as he plotted his next heist and the riches it would bring. Then, death approached silently. No one discerned how the intruder appeared, just as no one knew how he departed. The night watchmen felt a sudden chill in the air, a slight prick at their necks, and then collapsed, unconscious. The gamblers, caught up in their excitement, suddenly noticed the flickering flame of the oil lamp on the table, and the next moment, darkness enveloped them, leaving them oblivious. Lu Chengfeng awakened in sheer terror, not from any sound, but from a primal, chilling dread that gripped him, as if he were being hunted by a colossal beast. He violently pushed away the woman in his arms, sitting up abruptly, the intoxication instantly turning into cold sweat. Within the room, at an unknown moment, an additional presence had materialized. Draped in a simple azure robe, he stood quietly in the shadows of the room, as if he had always been there, merging seamlessly with the darkness. The visitor's visage was serene, his gaze indifferent, observing him as one would regard a corpse. "Who?" Lu Chengfeng barked, attempting to mask his inner trepidation with his voice, instinctively reaching for the steel-short dagger beneath his pillow. He prided himself on his iron fists capable of shattering stone. His martial prowess substantial enough to deter a dozen men from approaching. Yet before his hand could grasp the dagger, an invisible yet monumental wave of dread descended upon him with startling ferocity. The air thickened, becoming a viscous substance that pinned him firmly to the bed, rendering even a single finger immobile. He longed to scream, but found his throat constricted as if gripped by iron pincers, producing only strangled, guttural sounds. While his eyes filled with an abyss of terror, the figure in the azure robe drew nearer, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chengfeng's hands, which were unusually large and calloused from years of training. "Your iron fists." The visitor's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it penetrated Lu Chengfeng's ears with the clarity of a death sentence. "You have relied on brute force to rob merchants, slaughter innocents, and commit unspeakable atrocities. 3 years prior, in a bid to seize a lucrative shipment, you annihilated the entire Zhongyuan escort agency, sparing not even a 3-year-old child. Last year, when you coveted the lands of the Li family beyond the city and failed to seize them, you resorted to arson, leaving 17 families homeless and the elderly perishing in flames. Such crimes are beyond reckoning." Lu Chengfeng felt his spirit fracture at these revelations. He believed his deeds were concealed, yet the other party recited them with chilling precision. Desperation and pleading flickered in his eyes as he struggled in vain. "Today, with this hand, you shall reap what you have sown," the azure-robed figure intoned, slowly raising his hand. His palm was pale and elongated, seemingly unremarkable. However, at the moment his hand ascended, Lu Chengfeng felt that suffocating force coalesce upon his arms. He watched in horror as his once mighty hands, capable of rending stone, became uncontrollable, fingers aligning as an unprecedented. Ferocious power erupted from within him, surging mercilessly and unhesitatingly towards his own chest. "No!" Lu Chengfeng's silent scream reverberated in his mind. Bang! A thunderous, heart-stopping crash resonated throughout the room. Lu Chengfeng's robust form was struck by an invisible hammer, violently hurled backward to collide with the wall, sending a cascade of dust raining down. He gazed down in disbelief at his caved-in chest, ribs shattered, internal organs obliterated by his own violent force. Blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils like a fountain. He would never comprehend how the other had manipulated his body, wielding his own martial skills to bring about his demise. This manner of death was steeped in profound irony and despair. The azure-robed man, Lin Yue, watched coldly as Lu Chengfeng took his last breath. He did not take action himself. Rather, he wielded his formidable mental strength and internal power to manipulate Lu Chengfeng's own energy, leading to a backlash that ultimately claimed his life through the very martial arts he relied upon. For a warrior, this represents the utmost humiliation and serves as a profound deterrent. Subsequently, he replicated the method, moving like an unseen specter through the mountainside with silent grace. The malevolent deputy leaders and hall masters of the Iron Palm Gang, caught in a state of ignorance or paralyzing fear, fell victim to their own hard-earned skills, suffering various fates, some crushed by their own palm strikes, others entangled by their own blades, each demise equally tragic and terrifying. As for the lower-ranking members of the gang, Lin Yue did not extinguish their lives. Instead, he rendered their martial prowess obsolete, ensuring they could never commit further misdeeds. After completing this, he vanished into the vastness of the night as quietly as he had arrived. The following morning, as the surviving members, stripped of their abilities, tumbled down the mountain, spreading tales of the carnage within the stronghold, the entire martial world of the Two Lakes was thrown into turmoil. If the earlier upheaval concerning the Wan family had led some to perceive it as a mere personal vendetta, and if the death of Ling Tusu had raised suspicions regarding political entanglements, then the annihilation of the Iron Palm Gang unequivocally proclaimed a chilling truth to the entire realm. A formidable force, ruthless in execution and relentless in targeting evildoers, had descended upon them, a harbinger of doom, the first evil emperor. It was the work of the first evil emperor. It had to be him. Who else could possess such inscrutable methods? It was said that Lu Chengfeng perished beneath his own iron palm. My heavens, how could this be accomplished? He left word that the Iron Palm Gang's assets had been transferred to the Valley of Evildoers, intended for compensating the aggrieved. Was this truly the work of a devil? Fear spread like a plague. The once dominant gangs, akin to the Iron Palm Gang in their arrogance, trembled at the news, hastily retreating into seclusion, fearful of becoming the next target. Meanwhile, smaller factions that had long suffered oppression, along with itinerant merchants, secretly rejoiced, with some even beginning to inquire discreetly about how they could appeal to the enigmatic valley of evildoers for justice. At this moment, Lin Yue returned to the city of Jingzhou. Unconcerned with the external turmoil, he made his way directly to the Jishir Hall. Today, he did not exude the chilling aura of the evil emperor. Instead, he donned an ordinary scholar's garb and, under the alias of Mr. Mu, took a seat beside the old physician at the consultation table. The old physician, aware of Lin Yue's profound medical expertise, despite harboring doubts about his origins, welcomed the opportunity to discuss perplexing ailments with this friend across generations. Lin Yue's purpose for attending was not altruistic. Rather, it was to observe and study. He paid particular attention to patients who arrived with injuries from martial conflicts, internal energy depletion, or chronic afflictions. Utilizing his exceptionally pure Tai Xian internal power, he discreetly examined their meridian conditions, absorbing insights from the fragments of the Iron Palm techniques and Iron Palm heart methods he had acquired from the Iron Palm gang, meticulously analyzing the unique damage inflicted upon the meridians and organs by fierce palm strikes, as well as the body's intrinsic healing mechanisms. Esteemed elder, Lin Yue gestured toward a robust man afflicted with swollen, darkened arms, the result of a contest of strength. This condition stems from the residual force of his vigorous palm technique, which has congested the channels of the heart protector meridian. While conventional remedies for promoting blood circulation and alleviating stasis may provide superficial relief, they will fall short of dissipating the foreign energy trapped deep within the meridians. Might we consider needling the Tsuza and Neguan points first to release this pent-up energy? Subsequently, we could employ the transformative properties of pangolin and earthworm as primary agents, known for their efficacy in resolving stubborn stagnation. He spoke eloquently, intertwining the philosophies of martial arts with the principles of medicine, proposing an innovative treatment that struck at the heart of the issue. The elder physician's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he stroked his beard in approval, exclaiming, "Mr. Mu, your insights are remarkably astute. I am enlightened. Such an approach will undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort." Lin Yue nodded slightly. Though his mind was fervently calculating, the ferocity of the Iron Palm technique, if wielded with precision, could potentially stimulate certain obstructed acupoints, albeit with significant risk. The nature of the damage it inflicted bore a resemblance to the tearing phenomena observed in certain meridians during the activation of the yin-yang heart devouring spell, though the extent and mechanisms differed. He meticulously recorded these invaluable empirical findings, integrating them into his ever-evolving compendium of knowledge regarding the human body, internal forces, injuries, and healing. Beyond his consultations, his heightened senses acted like an invisible net, capturing the whispers and rumors circulating through the marketplace. Aside from the pervasive fear and discussion surrounding the first evil emperor, he discerned whispers of unfamiliar faces emerging in Jingzhou, their actions shrouded in mystery as they seemed to be inquiring about something. Additionally, there were reports of unsettling stirrings from a notorious malevolent sect in the western snowy mountains. Blood Knife Sect, Lin Yue silently repeated, extracting this name from the fragmented memories of figures such as Ling Tusu and Wan Jinshan, a glimmer of cold intensity flashing in his eyes. It appeared that the minor disturbances had provoked the elders into action. This was precisely his intent. The greater the turmoil, the more thoroughly the sediment would churn beneath the surface. After concluding a day's consultations, Lin Yue graciously declined the elder's insistence to stay, rising to depart. As he walked along the illuminated streets, seemingly leisurely, his thoughts had already traced the hidden figure of Yin Daping, concealed in the shadows. And he sent a message forthwith. Investigate the unfamiliar faces that have recently entered the city, particularly those from the western direction. Exercise caution. Merely gather information, do not engage. Yes, my lord evil emperor, Yin Daping replied respectfully in a hushed tone. Lin Yue gazed up at the imposing walls of Jingzhou, his gaze seemingly penetrating the void, envisioning the broader world of martial arts beyond. His principles were established, his prowess had been tested. It was now time to invite the lurking malevolence to reveal itself. Furthermore, his medical and martial path must continue to refine itself amidst this turbulent chaos. Chapter 32. An Initial Exploration of Medical Arts. The five elements unveiled within the Jishur Hall of Jingzhou, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs seemed to take on a tangible presence, intertwining with the muffled groans of patience and the bubbling sounds of simmering herbal concoctions to compose a poignant symphony of life's joys and sorrows. Sunlight filtered through the lattice windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the stone floor, while dust particles floated slowly in the air. At this moment, Mr. Mu, presiding over the consultation, was deeply focused, resting 3 fingers upon the wrist of an old farmer, whose emaciated and gnarled hand bore the marks of toil, thick calluses, and deep cracks. The elder was curled up in a wooden chair, each cough seemingly sapping the last vestiges of his strength, his frail shoulders trembling violently, his complexion a waxy yellow reminiscent of gilded paper, and his sunken eyes clouded, with a breath so feeble it resembled a flickering candle in the wind. The venerable physician, surnamed Chun, the proprietor of this clinic, stood nearby, his brow furrowed, unconsciously twisting the white beard beneath his chin, his eyes laden with worry and helplessness. He lowered his voice and addressed Lin Yue. "Mr. Mu, what do you make of this condition? This elder has been afflicted with a persistent cough for over a decade, worsening with the arrival of autumn and winter or sudden changes in weather. I have practiced medicine for decades, and upon examining his pulse, it is evident that this is a chronic ailment, with obstructed lung qi and damp phlegm stagnating within. Prolonged suffering has likely compromised his very foundation. Over the years, I have tailored treatments based on the Ling Yue Zhu Gan decoction, the San Yang Qin decoction, occasionally adding Ma Huang to disperse lung congestion or Ting Li Zi to purge the turbid, which, while providing temporary relief, always feels like scratching an itch through a boot, difficult to eradicate the root cause. Once the medicinal effects wear off, he returns to his original state, or even worse." With a heavy sigh, Dr. Chen's face, etched with wrinkles, bore the weight of a healer's helplessness. Lin Yue closed his eyes in concentration, appearing to engage in a routine pulse diagnosis. Yet he subtly channeled a thread of pure, profound internal energy from the Taishan scripture through his fingertips into the elder's body, with a perception that transcended ordinary understanding. The elder's internal condition unfolded before him like a 3-dimensional tapestry. The meridians of the lungs, which should have been as clear as a sunny autumn sky, were now obstructed and sluggish, resembling a silted river, where the flow of qi and blood became mired, laboring under the weight of stagnation. The murky, cold, and damp qi lingered within him, akin to a festering sore, relentlessly eroding his already fragile vitality. The corresponding large intestine meridian was also severely compromised, with qi stagnation and turbid qi rising, further exacerbating the congestion in the lungs. The principles of the 5 elements swirled in Lin Yue's mind. The lungs belong to metal, governing the descent. The spleen belongs to earth, governing transformation. Now, the elder's spleen was weak and deficient, its ability to transform dampness greatly diminished, much like barren land incapable of nurturing crops, resulting in an inability for the earth to produce metal, leaving the lung qi deprived of nourishment and even less capable of expelling evil. Furthermore, the cold and dampness, being of Yin nature, had long resided within, akin to an ice cellar, continuously depleting the already feeble fire of original Yang. After a time, equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes, their depths clear and profound. He withdrew his fingers and gently addressed Dr. Chun. "What you have said is indeed correct, esteemed elder. The phlegm and dampness obstructing the lungs, leading to cough and wheezing, are merely the symptoms. However, the root cause, in my humble opinion, lies within the deficiency of the spleen and earth, its transformative power weakened. The spleen and stomach serve as the base of nourishment. Without adequate fuel, the water within cannot vaporize, stagnating as dampness that floods the lungs, akin to a damp environment fostering mold. Moreover, the patient's advanced age and frail constitution have left his yang energy already insufficient, much like the sun sinking in the west, struggling to warm such a deeply entrenched cold ailment. If we merely focus on resolving the phlegm and treating the symptoms, it is akin to sweeping the surface dust from a room without repairing the leaky roof or stoking the fire. It is unlikely to achieve complete success and will ultimately lead to recurrence." Dr. Chen's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, his eyes sparkling with amazement. as he could not help but applaud. Marvelous. Mr. Mu, you truly possess profound insight. The old man had once vaguely contemplated this matter, which is why he had frequently incorporated astragalus and codinopsis into his prescriptions to invigorate qi and strengthen the spleen. Yet, he still felt that the warming power was somewhat insufficient, akin to adding fuel without adequately melting the stubborn ice. Mr. Lin's remarks were indeed enlightening, dispelling the clouds and allowing the light to shine through, leaving the old man in a state of clarity. Lin Yue nodded slightly, pondering for a moment, and said, Old Chun, you flatter me. Given this, perhaps we could further enhance the formula with a small amount of prepared aconite and dried ginger. Aconite is extremely pungent and warming, capable of invigorating the kidney and spleen yang, akin to the fierce sun illuminating the icy expanse, serving as the source of robust fire to dispel the shadows. Dried ginger warms the interior and disperses cold, maintaining the yang energy of the middle burner. However, aconite is potent, and its dosage must be approached with utmost caution, beginning with a small amount, and the decoction method should be meticulous, requiring prolonged boiling to reduce its toxicity. During the course of treatment, one must continuously monitor the patient's complexion, pulse, perspiration, and thirst, halting the medication at the first sign of adverse symptoms to prevent injury to the yin or toxicity. He eloquently integrated the profound principles from the Tai Xian Nei Jing regarding the interdependence of yin and yang, the circulation of qi and blood, and the notion that solitary yin cannot thrive while solitary yang cannot flourish, with the teachings from the Shanghan Luan on supporting yang qi, preserving body fluids, and safeguarding the stomach qi. Not only did he elucidate the rationale behind the medication strategy, but he also explained with simplicity why such a method was employed, illustrating how the 5 elements manifested in this condition. Old Chun listened with rapt attention, nodding repeatedly, his admiration deepening with every passing moment. A balanced approach of both tonification and purgation, warmth and clarity, addressing both the symptoms and the root cause. Mr. Mu's insights into the Nei Jing and Shanghan have reached an extraordinary level, one which the old man could not attain. This method may indeed conquer the stubborn ailment that had persisted for over a decade. Old Chun, his excitement causing his beard to tremble, immediately took up the brush himself, carefully considering the dosages, and began to draft a new prescription. As he wrote, he discussed with Lin Yue the roles of each herb in the formulation, and Lin Yue offered profound insights. The two, though originally strangers, now seemed like longtime companions in the art of medicine. After expressing countless thanks, akin to a desperate farmer grasping the last straw of hope, Lin Yue stood before the medicine cabinet, his gaze sweeping over the myriad small drawers labeled with names such as poria, cinnamon twig, atractylodes, and licorice, yet his thoughts were not anchored there. He contemplated his vast, serene inner strength derived from the Tai Xian classics. This inner power encompassed all, brimming with infinite possibilities. If he could simulate the diverse attributes present in the universe, such as the 5 elements, this thought ignited a spark of exploration within him. He recalled the discussions in the Huangdi Neijing Suwen regarding the relationships between the 5 elements and their corresponding organs, energies, and flavors, leading to a vague yet gradually clarifying idea. Could the inner strength also mimic the characteristics of these 5 elements? That night, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly cascading over the flagstones in the secluded courtyard. Lin Yue sat cross-legged beneath the old locust tree, focusing on his dantian and clearing his mind of distractions. The magnificent and boundless Tai Xian inner strength within him stirred like a slumbering dragon, slowly awakening in accordance with his intent, circulating steadily along the meridians. With a slight shift of his focus, he cautiously attempted to separate a fine thread from this harmonious inner current, guiding it to emulate the characteristics of the heart fire, its warmth, vitality, and driving force. Initially, the process was extremely cumbersome. The inner strength possessed its own inherent patterns and attributes, and to forcefully alter its nature was akin to trying to make pure water ignite spontaneously, a daunting challenge indeed. Under Lin Yue's guidance, a thread of internal energy oscillated restlessly at times, nearly spiraling out of control. At other moments, it waned in vigor, devoid of fervor. Yet, Lin Yue's mastery over his own power had approached a remarkable finesse. Coupled with the inherent qualities of the Tai Xian Jing's internal energy, capable of encompassing all and embracing diversity through countless patient failures and meticulous adjustments. Along with profound visualization of the heart's fire imagery, that slender thread of internal energy began to undergo a genuine transformation. It transcended its previous state of serene equilibrium, becoming vibrant and dynamic, imbued with a barely perceptible yet undeniably real warmth. This sensation of warmth was not one of physical heat, but rather an energetic fervor, brimming with vitality and life. Though it paled in comparison to the intensity of true flames, it had begun to take shape. With a tranquil mind, Lin Yue cautiously directed this faint yet uniquely characterized fiery internal energy to the tip of his right finger. He retrieved a glass of cool water prepared earlier and poised his fingertip above the surface, gradually allowing that thread of fire energy to permeate. To his astonishment, the still water rippled in ever-expanding concentric circles, emanating from the center of his fingertip, creating the most subtle of disturbances, imperceptible to the naked eye. Almost immediately, a barely discernible warmth seeped through the water, causing tiny bubbles to form at the bottom of the glass, as if stirred by an invisible heat. Indeed, it was feasible. Even with Lin Yue's serene disposition, a flicker of joy welled up within him. Although the effect was faint, bordering on illusory, it undeniably validated an unprecedented path of simulating internal energy, thereby harnessing the elemental forces of heaven and earth. This was not a mere attribute transformation, but a deeper comprehension and application of the essence of energy, a quest for the Tao. Should this method reach its zenith, it would revolutionize the treatment of internal injuries, utilizing fiery internal energy to dispel cold toxins, nurturing life with wood energy, and even manifesting an array of fierce transformations in combat. The explosive ferocity of fire, the cutting edge of metal, the enduring flow of water, the solid weight of earth, and the vitality of wood, all promising monumental advancements beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. He did not rest on the laurels of his initial success. After a brief moment of recuperation, he embarked on new endeavors. With intention aligned to thought, the internal energy flowed, simulating the growth and expansiveness of liverwood. This time, perhaps due to previous experiences, the process unfolded with relative ease. That thread of internal energy became gentle and teeming with life, akin to the tender shoots of early spring, brimming with infinite potential for growth. As his fingertip brushed against the edge of the table, the desiccated would seem to resonate faintly in response. Next came the cooling essence of kidney water, embodying a sense of chill. The internal energy transformed into a tranquil and profound state, as a crisp coolness emanated from his fingertip, reminiscent of touching cold jade. The heaviness of spleen earth conveyed solidity and transformation, rendering the internal energy dense and steadfast, as stable as a rock. The clarity of lung metal, with its retraction and sharpness, made the internal energy refined and piercing, whispering of a sound that could pierce the void. Each transition and simulation of attributes demanded immense concentration, requiring an exacting degree of control over the internal energy. The slightest distraction or mismanagement of force could trigger subtle disturbances within his chi, causing a faint ache in the meridians. Yet Lin Yue reveled in this challenge, fully immersed in the experience. To him, this was not merely an extension of medical skill, but a profound exploration of the enigmatic Tao, Te Ching, delving into his pursuit of martial arts and the principles of the universe. He resembled a child who has discovered a new toy, while simultaneously embodying the meticulous nature of a scientist, perpetually experimenting, documenting, and refining his methods. In the ensuing days, Lin Yue's life adopted an exquisite regularity. By day, he continued to appear punctually at the Jishir Hall, assuming the identity of Mr. Mu as he attended to patients. No longer content with merely treating ordinary ailments, he began to pay particular attention to those martial artists who had sustained internal injuries due to conflicts in the martial world or who bore hidden wounds from improper cultivation. He would meticulously inquire about the circumstances of their injuries, analyzing the causes and mechanisms based on the theory of the five elements. For instance, those injured by a vigorous palm strike were often afflicted by the fiery poison, while those harmed by cold internal energy would find themselves suffering from damp chill invading their meridians. When internal energy became misaligned, leading to stagnation in the meridians, he would contemplate the matter from the angle of liver chi not flowing freely, resulting in a disruption of the wood element. He correlated these real cases with his own simulations of the 5 elements' internal energy, yielding substantial insights. By night, he would return to his secluded courtyard, tirelessly experimenting and simulating the 5 elements' internal energy, meticulously documenting his reflections in a blank, thread-bound book. He even began composing a manuscript entitled A Glimpse into the Unity of Medicine and Martial Arts, endeavoring to intertwine the theories found in medical classics, such as the Huangdi Neijing and Shanghan Zabing Luan, with martial cultivation and the application of internal energy, elucidating the interconnected principles therein. Although still in its nascent form, it already hinted at the grandeur of a new discipline being born. Though he intentionally maintained a low profile regarding his medical reputation, the news of a mysterious physician, Mr. Mu, renowned for his exceptional skills, particularly in treating intricate ailments, began to circulate among the common folk of Jingzhou and a select few well-informed individuals in the martial community. On occasions when even the esteemed Dr. Chun found himself at a loss against perplexing conditions, Mr. Mu's intervention often yielded extraordinary results, paving new paths to recovery. This quietly spreading acclaim rippled through the community like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, attracting some rather unusual patients. One afternoon, under the languorous sun, the Jisher Hall was relatively empty. 2 robust men hurriedly escorted a companion who appeared as pale as a sheet, his steps unsteady and faltering. The injured man, likely in his 30s, possessed a physique that should have been quite robust. However, at that moment, he seemed on the verge of collapse. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips tinged with an unnatural shade of purple. "Doctor, please save my elder brother. He is a bodyguard and returned like this a few days ago, claiming he sustained internal injuries," one of the men exclaimed urgently, his voice booming yet tinged with the unmistakable panic of a martial warrior. Dr. Chun quickly approached, gesturing for them to assist the patient onto the examination chair. He took the man's pulse, concentrating intently for a moment, his brow furrowing deeper as confusion clouded his features. It was peculiar. The pulse felt faint and sinking, as if an icy chill had settled in the heart's meridian, obstructing the flow, yet it was not the typical manifestation of an external cold or internal energy poison. Within this chill, there lingered an unsettling essence, a corrosive presence that seemed to sap vitality. In his many years of practice, Dr. Chun had never encountered such an odd internal injury pulse. Shaking his head, he signified his helplessness. Lin Yue, who was organizing herbs nearby, felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this. He set down the medicine scale and approached slowly, saying, "Let me take a look." He extended a finger, resting it on the wrist of the injured escort. A subtle surge of his internal energy delicately probed the opponent's meridians, akin to the most sensitive tendrils. Upon this exploration, Lin Yue felt a chill in his heart. This was indeed no ordinary internal injury. The sinister, cold energy coiling near the heart meridian was not only solidified, but also exceptionally treacherous, akin to a living entity persistently seeking to erode the surrounding vitality. Imbued with a distinctly corrosive and malevolent aura, this essence bore a striking resemblance to certain detrimental characteristics described in the heart-devouring incantation he had diligently studied in recent days. Yet it appeared more superficial and overt, lacking the profound and insidious nature recorded in the scriptures. Your injury is harsh and malevolent, remarkably unusual, seemingly not of the common internal martial arts of the Central Plains. Lin Yue raised his gaze, calmly observing the injured escort, feigning casual curiosity. Simultaneously, he discreetly channeled a minuscule yet warm internal force, reminiscent of a simulated heart fire, flowing silently into the opponent's meridians, cautiously approaching the cold energy for examination. The escort suddenly trembled, a fleeting expression of pain and relief crossing his face as he emitted a repressed groan. Opening his eyes, he regarded Lin Yue with a mixture of astonishment and incredulity, forcing a faint smile through his weakness, his voice faltering. "You possess remarkable insight, sir. I encountered a troublesome character on the southwestern road a few days ago. Words fail me." His vague demeanor and flickering gaze clearly indicated a desire to conceal the true cause of his injury, reluctant to elaborate further. Understanding the implication, Lin Yue refrained from pressing for more details. He attentively sensed the subtle reactions between his fire-based internal energy and the cold force. discerning the characteristics and fluctuations of the latter. This cold energy proved to be an excellent specimen for validating his hypotheses regarding the heart-devouring incantation's mechanics. He managed his internal force, opting not to fully dispel the malevolent energy to avoid alarming the opponent or arousing suspicion, merely using the warmth of his fire energy to slightly neutralize some of the cold poison, stabilizing the injury to prevent further deterioration. Subsequently, he approached the desk and penned a prescription consisting of several relatively mild medicinal herbs aimed at warming the yang, dispelling dampness, and promoting the flow of qi and blood, such as aconite, dried ginger, cinnamon twig, and salvia. Each ingredient was meticulously considered to neither expose his methods nor fail to provide some alleviating effect. This concoction, to be brewed and consumed daily, could temporarily alleviate symptoms and stabilize the injury. Lin Yue handed the prescription to the escort's companion, imparting a calm admonition that while this remedy could serve as a temporary reprieve, the root of the injury was not easily eradicated. The malevolent energy had invaded the channels, necessitating absolute rest for several days, and advised against engaging in combat or activating internal force, particularly cautioning against provoking the one who had inflicted the harm, lest it awaken the hidden injury and allow the poison to attack the heart. His words were unremarkable, yet the final remark seemed laden with meaning as his gaze subtly swept over the injured escort's face. The escort and his companion exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting with complexity. They settled the consultation and medicine fees, took the medicine pouch, and, supporting the injured man, hurried away, their retreat appearing somewhat flustered. Gazing at their vanishing figures around the street corner, Lin Yue's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that the sinister practices along the southwest path, particularly those of the Blood Knife sect, extended far beyond his initial assumptions, with techniques that were both strange and venomous in nature. This revelation added another layer of caution concerning his potential adversaries in the future. Simultaneously, it affirmed that his studies of the yin-yang heart-devouring spell and the 5 elements internal force were indeed on the right track. Only through understanding both one's self and one's enemies could he effectively counter such malevolent tactics. Moreover, through casual conversations with the esteemed Dr. Chun, Lin Yue subtly inquired about local legends, ancient texts, and peculiar tales. Dr. Chun, having practiced medicine for many years and traversed the breadth of the land, provided a wealth of fragmented information. For instance, in the lofty mountains northwest of Jingzhou, there are ancient tales of nobles seeking refuge from calamity, remnants of battlefields from yore, and even vague whispers of alchemists' hidden sanctuaries. Although most of these stories were ephemeral and lacked concrete leads, they resembled scattered jigsaw puzzle pieces that Lin Yue quietly committed to memory, potentially useful in his future explorations of ancient tombs and the secrets surrounding the Lianqing or other fortuitous encounters. The convergence of medical knowledge and martial arts had begun to reveal a glimmer of dawn. Meanwhile, the quest for deeper secrets of this world had quietly commenced with a collection of seemingly inconsequential clues. Lin Yue felt as though he stood at the threshold of a vast, uncharted domain, the vistas beyond beckoning him to expend every ounce of effort in pursuit of discovery. Chapter 33. The initial undercurrent surges. The Blood Knife lurks Jingzhou City, after enduring a tempestuous cleansing, fell into an eerie tranquility. The once boisterous docks and bustling marketplaces seemed to be shrouded in an invisible veil. The voices of the populace softened, their gazes tinged with caution and scrutiny. The terrifying legends of the first evil emperor and the Valley of Malefactors loomed like an intangible yet oppressive shackle, firmly encircling the necks of those with nefarious intentions, instilling fear and prompting a temporary retreat from their reckless endeavors. However, when the chain of interests is forcibly severed, a vast vacuum of power and wealth emerges, and there will always be those unwilling to relinquish the succulent morsel within their grasp. Ultimately, greed will triumph over fear. The sprawling tree of the Wan family came crashing down, and the sudden demise of the influential Ling Tusu left a considerable void of lucrative opportunities, akin to a blood-soaked piece of meat exuding an enticing aroma, attracting countless covetous eyes from shadows. In the past, those closely allied with the Wan family and Ling Tusu, surrounding sects, local magnates, and remnants of power within the officialdom, after experiencing initial shock and hesitation, began to stir like rats in the dark, covertly conspiring. In the west of the city, at the gathering of Heroes Pavilion, this bustling establishment, a convergence point for various walks of life, concealed within its back courtyard several exceedingly secretive chambers, designed for clandestine transactions and discussions. At this moment, in the innermost listening rain chamber, the doors and windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains blocking out external light. With only a few flickering oil lamps casting a dim glow upon the figures seated at the table, elongating and distorting their shadows upon the wall, creating an atmosphere stifling enough to suffocate. 5 individuals were gathered around the table. In the preceding scene, an emaciated elder clad in a brocade robe with hawk-like eyes is introduced. He is the senior disciple of the Ba Mountain sect, surnamed Sun, colloquially known as Old Guai. His faction oversees numerous illicit gambling dens and smuggling routes for salt, maintaining a close rapport with the Wan family, incurring substantial losses. Opposite him sits a burly man with a bushy beard, the deputy leader of the Three Gorges sect, renowned for his ferocity and expertise in external martial arts. The Three Gorges sect has significant business dealings with the Wan family on the waterways. To the left is a middle-aged gentleman in a silk robe, the local gentry Zhao Yuanwei, who possesses extensive landholdings and frequently collaborates with Ling Tusu on land consolidation and taxation matters. On the right are 2 individuals, the leader of the underground gang, the Qingyu gang, based in the southern part of the city, and a former legal advisor in the magistrate's office who has lost his patron. Old Guai clears his throat, shattering the uncomfortable silence. He lowers his voice, hoarsely stating, "Gentlemen, the purpose of today's gathering is surely apparent to all. The tragic fate of Chiu Lauer from the Iron Palm Gang must have reached your ears. The evil emperor of the 39th is ruthless and merciless. We have all, to varying extents, had dealings with the Wan and Ling families, and now that they have fallen, what will become of our businesses and connections? Alas!" He sighs heavily, his eyes shimmering with defiance. Brother Lei, the Iron Palm Gang's misfortune serves as a stark warning. If we do not devise a plan, we may very well be the next victims. The evil emperor has decreed a purge of the filth in Jingzhou, and in his eyes, we are no different from Qiu Taizhong. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng pounds his fist onto the Wang Wallywood table, causing dishes to rattle and soup to splatter. He bellows, "Damn it, this is utterly frustrating. Who is this evil emperor, anyway? A fierce dragon crossing the river, or some celestial being? His actions are so brutal and tyrannical, showing no mercy. Does Jingzhou now fall under the decree of this enigmatic figure? He decides who is a villain and who is not. He dictates the rules. If we band together, pooling our resources with both open and clandestine tactics, do we truly fear this charlatan?" His voice resonates like thunder, reverberating through the oppressive atmosphere. Zhao Yuanwei, hearing this, scoffs derisively, lightly tapping the table with his folding fan, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Deputy Leader Lei, temper your impatience. Banding together? That sounds easy. What strength does the Wan family possess? Their roots run deep, with experts aplenty. And what of Master Ling? A court official with profound connections. What was the outcome? They vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. How does the Three Gorges sect compare to the Wan family? Can our coalition withstand a mere finger from the evil emperor? In my view, the best course of action is to remain low-key, bide our time, and observe the changing winds. Perhaps this evil emperor is merely a fleeting whim, and he will depart in due time. Remain low-key? Until when? Old Guai retorts, his voice dripping with disdain. What if he follows the trail and finds us, casting us into that accursed valley of villains to suffer unspeakable torments? Zhao Yuanwei, your lands are mostly outside the city. Perhaps you can evade him, but our foundations lie within the city. How can we afford to be passive? Shall we simply wait for our doom? Although we may not possess the might of a myriad of families, when united, we can invariably devise a solution. While a direct confrontation may be evaded, a hidden strike is far more treacherous. No matter how formidable the first evil emperor may be, he is still but a man. There will always be oversights. Perhaps we could employ a cunning strategy? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuanwei's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief and treachery. He lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper. "I have heard that the masters of the Blood Knife sect from the west have already arrived nearby. These foreign monks act without restraint. Their martial prowess is both peculiar and ruthless, treating human life as mere fodder. They seem to be in search of something or someone connected to the deaths of the Wan family and Ling Tusu. If we could somehow divert their attention towards the first evil emperor upon hearing these words, the expressions of those at the table subtly shifted. The Blood Knife sect is notorious for its brutality, being a demonic cult from the western regions, more merciless than the wicked sects of the Central Plains. Aligning with them would be akin to courting disaster. A moment's carelessness could ignite flames of peril. Lei Ming snorted, speaking gruffly. The Blood Knife sect? Humph. I suspect they are also after the first evil emperor. I have heard they are searching for clues regarding the Lin Chengju, and the incident involving the Wan family has cost them dearly. Rather than risking ourselves to wield this poison blade, it may be wiser to remain observers. As they battle for supremacy, we might emerge as the opportunistic fishermen. Each individual harbored their own ulterior motives, engaging in fervent debate. Sun Lao Guai advocated for a proactive alliance and covert planning. Zhao Yuanwei suggested a more patient approach, utilizing others as tools. Lei Ming preferred to adopt a watchful stance. While the leader of the Qingyu gang and the legal advisor remained timid, merely nodding in agreement, afraid to voice a definitive opinion. They were both terrified of the first evil emperor's wrath and reluctant to relinquish their gains, yearning to reclaim what they had lost, while also eager to exploit the newly emerged, equally formidable Blood Knife sect. The air was thick with anxiety, greed, and profound fear. Ultimately, this clandestine discussion failed to yield a cohesive action plan, merely agreeing to maintain covert communication, increasing personnel to gather intelligence on the first evil emperor's whereabouts, strength, and the internal affairs of the Valley of Evildoers, while closely monitoring the movements of the Blood Knife sect, awaiting an opportune moment to act. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly secretive dialogue had been overheard in its entirety, every word, tone, and expression keenly perceived by a figure outside, almost melding with the night. Yin Daping, like a boneless gecko, clung to the damp, cold shadows beneath the eaves, holding his breath, nearly silencing his heartbeat. His keen, bright eyes peered through the slightest of crevices in the window paper, absorbing the scene within and rapidly calculating the worth of the information. Once the anxious conspirators dispersed, he patiently waited a moment longer, ensuring no further anomalies, before silently gliding down from the roof, landing soundlessly and with a few agile movements, vanished into the labyrinthine shadows of the alleyways, hastening towards the secluded courtyard where Lin Yue resided. Within the courtyard, the lights flickered like tiny stars. Lin Yue was engrossed in an aged medical tome beneath the oil lamp. Upon receiving Yin Daping's detailed and precise account, his expression remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated such developments. He gently closed the book, his fingertips trailing the worn inscriptions on the spine. Where precisely have the Blood Knife sect members arrived? How many have come? What is their approximate strength? Lin Yue's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were inquiring about a matter of no personal concern. Yinda bowed in response, his tone increasingly respectful, to report to the evil emperor. My investigations over the past few days have revealed that the Bloodblade sect's activities are concentrated in several villages southwest of Jingzhou, typically comprising 3 to 5 individuals per group. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, hiding by day and emerging by night, seemingly in search of a person or object. The leader is a tall foreign monk, his skin dark, his temples pronounced, with fierce eyes radiating a menacing aura. He wields a uniquely shaped curved blade, its surface faintly glimmering with a sanguine hue, exuding an exceedingly sharp essence. From my assessment, he is at least a first-rate martial artist, possibly even on the verge of the pinnacle of mastery. The others accompanying him are also formidable, with steady strides and fierce gazes, all exhibiting an indomitable spirit. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Yue's reaction, yet saw no change in his expression, which filled him with a profound respect for the inscrutable nature of this evil emperor. He continued to monitor their movements, seeking to discern their specific intentions and any connections to the deaths of the Wan family and Ling Tusu. Regarding the local informants, Lin Yue's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk, deciding it best not to alarm them just yet, allowing them to continue their networking, which would facilitate a future comprehensive capture. You must devise a way to make them feel as though they have an opportunity to exploit, he instructed, thus revealing their whereabouts. Yenda immediately grasped his intent, This was a strategy to lure the snake from its hole, even to incite these restless individuals into revealing themselves. Understood. I shall skillfully arrange matters so they believe they have found allies or opportunities to counter the evil emperor, thus becoming more active, making it easier for us to control the situation. After Yin Dao withdrew, Lin Yue rose and approached the window, gazing out into the oppressive darkness of the night. His expression thoughtful. The Bloodblade sect had indeed been drawn forth, and their actions were alarmingly swift, dispatched by skilled practitioners. He recalled the courier he had encountered earlier at the Jishir Hall, who bore the chilling marks of a sinister palm strike, a wound characteristic of the Bloodblade sect's techniques. It seemed that their members had long been clandestinely operating within Jingzhou, possibly even having engaged with local forces. This murky water was becoming increasingly turbulent. That night, under a moonless sky and gusty winds, Lin Yue deliberately revealed a hint of his presence, opting for an unorthodox route as he meandered through a relatively secluded area in the northern part of the city, where the dwellings were low and the alleys labyrinthine. The light was sparse and human figures rare, with only the occasional bark of a stray dog shattering the silence. Indeed, after traversing less than 2 streets, a subtle yet malevolent sensation of being watched slithered around him like a cold serpent from some shadowy corner behind. The pursuers' tracking skills were exceptional, their presence almost perfectly concealed, their footsteps as light as a feather, blending seamlessly with the sounds of the wind and the chirping of insects. Had it not been for Lin Yue's extraordinary instincts, his almost innate sensitivity to the intent to kill and to being surveilled, he would have scarcely noticed their existence. Lin Yue chuckled coldly within, maintaining his composure and not altering his pace, but rather purposefully heading towards an even darker, narrower alleyway. The presence behind him shadowed his every move, the distance between them gradually closing, the malice increasingly palpable, akin to a beast preparing to pounce. As Lin Yue traversed the midpoint of the alley, his figure was completely engulfed by the shadows cast by the towering walls on either side. At that moment, it seemed as though he stumbled over a loose bluestone slab beneath his feet, his body executing an imperceptible yet seemingly natural lurch, causing his upper body to lean slightly forward and exposing a fleeting, minuscule vulnerability in his back. For a master assassin, this momentary lapse was more than sufficient. In that instant, from the darkness behind him, an unparalleled and fierce gust of wind erupted, akin to a long-dormant volcano awakening. A sinister, blood-colored blade glimmered, reminiscent of a venomous serpent revealing its lethal fangs. It struck silently, yet with lightning speed, aimed directly at Lin Yue's occiput. The angle of the strike was astoundingly acute, ruthless in its intent to deliver a fatal blow. An eerie, bone-chilling aura, imbued with a corrosive essence, surged forth, resembling an invisible net of ice that aimed to immobilize its prey, rendering them defenseless. However, Lin Yue appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of his surroundings, as though he had eyes on the back of his head. At the critical juncture, just as the blade was about to make contact, his body executed an astonishing maneuver, twisting an illogical, minute angle akin to willow fluff dancing in the wind. The razor-sharp, blood-hued blade grazed past his ear and neck, the chill of the wind stirring his disheveled hair, yet it did not even graze the hem of his garment. Simultaneously, Lin Yue's right hand appeared to sweep back casually, his index and middle fingers aligned like a sword, the tips enveloped in a barely perceptible shimmer, precisely targeting the side of the uniquely curved blade. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation, he employed a deft technique, striking at the nuanced point where the blade's momentum waned, just as it reached its zenith. A crisp, melodious sound resonated, akin to the gentle chime of gold and jade, echoing clearly in the stillness of the alley. The assailant felt an intense heat, as if fire and steel needles coursed through the blade, surging into his right arm's meridians with the force of a battering ram. His entire arm was instantly engulfed in a debilitating ache, as though it had been seared by flames and pierced by icy needles, the very meridians threatening to rupture. The sinister inner energy he had infused into the blade rapidly melted away under the onslaught of this extraordinary force, akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. The curved blade nearly slipped from his grasp, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. The Bloodblade monk's reaction was swift, leveraging the force of impact. He propelled himself backward with a powerful push from his toes, his body seeming to be drawn by an invisible tether. He stumbled several steps upon landing, but managed to stabilize himself. His right hand, still trembling, bore the marks of injury, blood seeping from the torn flesh of his palm. As he gazed with uncertainty towards the shadowy figure that remained turned away, slowly pivoting to face him. Moonlight occasionally broke through the clouds, illuminating the calm and unperturbed visage of the individual, whose eyes were as profound as the abyss. Lin Yue gradually turned to face the assailant, his gaze steady and composed as he regarded the figure a few paces away. He was a bald man clad in a tattered dark red robe, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, bearing distinct features of the western regions. His gaze was as fierce as a wolf's, yet at this moment, it was filled with shock, disbelief, and a trace of unmistakable fear. The reputation of the blood knife sex techniques was indeed well-deserved, sinister and ruthless. They sought to exploit vulnerabilities with lethal precision. Lin Yue spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly in the silent alley, imbued with an air of condescension. Alas, your skills are still lacking. Your murderous intent is too apparent, and your heart is restless. Inform your superiors that Jingzhou City now has a master. Either abide by the rules established by the first evil emperor of the 39th and behave yourself, or vacate the territory of Jingzhou. Should you dare to covertly spy or employ such treacherous tactics again, next time it will not merely be an arm that you lose. The blood knife monk's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, a mix of shame and indignation. Yet, he was acutely aware that his opponent's martial prowess was unfathomable, far beyond his own capabilities. Not only had the other easily countered his lethal strike, but he had also effortlessly unveiled his origins and martial techniques. This feeling of being completely seen sent a chill through him. He bit his lip, swallowing back the harsh words that rose to his tongue. Fully cognizant that further discourse would be futile and could invite death, he glared fiercely at Lin Yue, as if to engrave that face into his memory, before suddenly leaping backward, akin to a startled owl, quickly vanishing into the labyrinthine darkness of the alley, leaving behind only a faint scent of blood and a chilling aura of blade intent. Lin Yue did not pursue him. He remained stationary, lifting the hand that had just pointed, carefully savoring the lingering cold and eerie blade energy at his fingertips. In that moment, he had not only channeled his refined Tai Xian inner strength, but had also subtly infused it with a hint of scorching heat akin to the fire element and the sharpness of the metal element. The fiery element countered the blood knife sex sharp techniques, which were of the metal attribute and could also dispel cold. The metal element enhanced sharpness, piercing through surfaces. His intention was to probe into the characteristics and essence of the opponent's martial arts rather than immediately claim their life. As he sensed the corrosive and devouring nature of the blade energy, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the sinister techniques of the blood knife sect, finding them akin to the toxic nature of the yin-yang heart devouring curse, yet more direct and brutal. A mere buffoon of little concern. However, it seems that the true storm is approaching. He murmured to himself, his figure slightly swaying, merging seamlessly with the night like an ink painting, quietly vanishing from the alley's entrance as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, at the same time as Lin Yue's brief encounter with the blood knife sect scout, in a secluded village several dozen miles outside Jingzhou City, a few furtive figures were lurking in the shadows, taking advantage of the cover of night to spy. They were remnants of the forces associated with the Wan family, such as the Ba Mountain sect and the Qingyu gang, who dared not act against anyone or anything connected to the first evil emperor within Jingzhou City. However, through various channels, they had learned of the relatively vulnerable position of the couple, Di Yun and Qi Fang. They intended to squeeze this soft target, both to vent their frustrations and to test the mysterious evil emperor's reactions and limits. As the individuals exchanged glances, poised to don their masks and stealthily invade the courtyard under the veil of night to abduct or harm the couple, a series of almost imperceptible whistling sounds suddenly pierced the darkness. Ouch! Ugh! A few muffled cries of pain erupted almost simultaneously. The ruffians felt sharp impacts at their knees, elbows, and wrists from some unseen force. Though the blows were not particularly forceful, they rendered them weak and numb, almost causing them to collapse. In a state of panic, they glanced around, only to be met by the vast, shadowy night devoid of figures. At that moment, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, swept past them like the frigid winds of midwinter, penetrating deep into their hearts. The evil emperor's decree states that harm shall not befall families, nor shall the innocent be punished. Should you dare to cross this line again, you shall meet the fate of this tree. Startled, the men turned around. By the faint moonlight, they beheld a tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, which now bore a deep, smooth hole, as if pierced by a heated iron rod in an instant. Terror gripped their very souls, and cold sweat drenched their backs. Such a method, elusive and ghostly, made it seem effortless to take their lives. No longer daring to hesitate, they disregarded their aching bodies and fled like frightened dogs from an area they would never dare to return to. In the shadows, a gray figure emerged quietly from behind a large tree, none other than Yin Daping, tasked with secretly protecting the couple. He cast a glance at the silent courtyard, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate this night. Were it not for the evil emperor's command against indiscriminate killing to avoid excessive disturbance, this would have been your demise." Shaking his head, he seemed to ponder the rationale behind Lin Yue's restrained orders, yet he dared not waver in their execution. With a swift motion, he vanished into the darkness like a wisp of smoke, resuming his duty. Inside the courtyard, Dian gripped a thick wooden stick, anxiously guarding the door as his heart raced. Qi Fong, trembling with fear, huddled behind him, clutching his garment tightly, her face pale. They both distinctly heard the commotion outside, the cries of pain and that chilling warning. "Is that person sent by the elder brother?" Qi Fong's voice quivered, a mixture of relief from survival and deeper unrest. Dian tightened his grip on the rough stick, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his gaze complex as he stared into the boundless darkness outside. He nodded slightly, his throat dry. Yes, it must be. The first evil emperor, whose methods were both divine and wicked, seemed not entirely indifferent to their fate. Yet the sensation of their lives being held in another's hands, their destinies controlled by an invisible force, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Faint gratitude entwined with an indescribable sense of oppression, confusion, and a hint of resentment. They felt as though they had become mere pawns on a chessboard, their safety reliant on the whims and rules of the player. This sense of powerlessness deeply pierced the heart of this simple yet resolute youth. Chapter 34. Gathering talents and strengths. The complete demise of the Iron Palm Gang and the retreat of the Blood Knife sect as spies were akin to two colossal stones plummeting into the already tumultuous depths of the Jiangzhou underworld, creating ripples that spread far beyond Lin Yue's initial expectations. The title of the first evil emperor transcended mere terror and power, acquiring an enigmatic aura, imbued with an invincible quality that rendered it unshakable. This fusion of absolute strength and unfathomable dread began to evoke a peculiar, siphoning effect. Surprisingly, this stifling intimidation started to attract some desperate souls or astute schemers seeking allegiance. They were not drawn to the light, but rather terrified of the even darker depths of the Valley of Villains, believing it might offer a grotesque path to survival. On this particular evening, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a mournful hue upon the rooftops of Jiangzhou. A diminutive yet robust man, with a waxen complexion and exceptionally agile, darting eyes, tremulously approached the now forbidden threshold of the Wan family mansion, a place where no living soul dared to tread. He did not dare to near the vermilion door, a harbinger of death and prohibition, but instead knelt at a distance, repeatedly bowing towards it with a voice tinged with tears yet deliberately amplified, as if fearing that others might not hear him. This drew the attention of some bold onlookers among the common folk and wanderers, who gathered and pointed. "O great, evil emperor, I am Feng Qi, a lowly wretch. In days gone by, I was blind and engaged in fruitless ventures, highway robbery, extortion, and countless heinous deeds deserving of death. Upon hearing that the great evil emperor has established the Valley of Villains to accept those of us steeped in sin, I have suddenly awakened and wished to reform, to atone for my transgressions, and seek refuge in the valley, pleading for a chance at redemption." He prostrated fervently, his forehead soon stained with blood, mingling with dust, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight, as if embodying a repentant prodigal son. The crowd murmured among themselves. Some commoners displayed disdain, while the wanderers cast furtive glances. It was evident to all that Feng Qi's contrition was not sincere. He merely sought refuge in the Valley of Villains, despite the torment and regulations it entailed. as it represented a far preferable fate compared to the swift and merciless demise at the hands of the elusive evil emperor, akin to the fate of Qiu Taizhao. Moreover, rumors in the underworld suggested that within the valley, those who performed meritorious deeds might alleviate their suffering, perhaps even gain a sliver of hope for survival. Feng Qi had simply weighed his options and chosen what seemed to be the least detrimental of paths. In the ensuing days, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly in various corners surrounding the Wan mansion, as if a strange trend had emerged. Among them was a notorious rogue, known for concocting various nefarious potions and poisons, who went by the moniker of the Phantom Hand Apothecary, Shimin Kan. This individual, infamous for his crafty use of toxins, had poisoned many righteous individuals and harbored countless enemies. He proclaimed his willingness to dedicate his lifetime's research on poisons to the Valley of Villains, seeking only to enter and escape the relentless pursuit of his adversaries. A master of extraordinary agility, renowned for his stealth and ability to traverse walls and rooftops with the grace of a dancer, this notorious thief, known as a whirlwind without a trace, has pilfered countless treasures from affluent households and even from the government. Despite being relentlessly pursued, he has always managed to evade capture. He aspires to redeem his past misdeeds through his unparalleled skills in lightness and stealth, hoping to prolong his existence. Accompanying him is a seasoned charlatan, Mr. Hundred Tongues, an expert in vocal mimicry capable of imitating a plethora of voices with astonishing authenticity, a skilled craftsman named Mechanically, adept at setting traps and devising intricate mechanisms, a shapeshifter, known as the Thousand-Faced Man, proficient in the arts of disguise and transformation, and a well-informed informant, who possesses an encyclopedic knowledge of the myriad characters and hidden tales within the martial world. Each of these individuals is a notorious miscreant, harboring a plethora of sins, rendering them unwelcome both in the righteous realm and the underworld. Driven to desperation, whether by relentless foes or the terrifying methods of the first evil emperor, they find themselves cornered and, rather than live in perpetual fear of an impending calamity, they choose to surrender, wagering their fate. The Valley of Villains, though a veritable hell on earth, rumored to be worse than death, offers a semblance of order with its established rules. Adhering to these regulations seems to promise survival, providing an odd sense of security compared to the unknown and ever-present threat of death that looms outside. Their capitulation is laced with ulterior motives, fear, and a calculated pragmatism, rather than genuine remorse, resembling a desperate gamble. These tidings swiftly reached Lin Yue through Yin Daping's extensive network of informants. In the small courtyard, beneath the soft glow of lantern light, Lin Yue listened intently to Yin Daping's meticulous report. His fingers lightly tapped on the smooth surface of the table, producing a rhythmic sound that echoed in the stillness of the night. His expression remained inscrutable, with deep-set eyes that seemed to weigh some profound consideration. Daping, what is your perspective on these individuals? Lin Yue inquired, pausing his tapping, his tone calm and steady. Yin Daping carefully chose his words, bowing slightly as he replied, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, these are the most despicable and treacherous scoundrels of the martial world, like reeds swaying with the wind, loyal only to those who provide sustenance. Their surrender is merely an act of cowardice, a desperate measure born from fear of death. They may well harbor ulterior motives, seeking to infiltrate the Valley of Villains to plot vengeance, escape, or gather intelligence. These individuals lack any sense of morality and should not be trusted. I believe it would be best to eliminate them entirely, as they pose a potential threat. Lin Yue nodded, seemingly in agreement with Yin Daping's assessment of these individuals' nature, yet slowly shook his head, stating, You speak the truth. The concept of loyalty is indeed a luxury to them. They are akin to loaches in a cesspool, slippery and foul. However, Daping, you must understand that in perfectly clear waters, there are no fish. The Valley of Villains is not a sanctuary for the virtuous, but rather a repository for the corrupt. At times, these loaches in murky waters may stir up greater disturbances, helping us uncover what lies hidden beneath the deeper sludge. Although their skills may be deemed unconventional and unrefined, they possess a certain value, or rather, a unique proficiency. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing into the depth of the night, and continued, When wielded wisely, these talents can yield extraordinary results. With the establishment of the Valley of Villains, a plethora of opportunities awaits, necessitating a diverse array of specialists. Those adept at tracking and surveillance can serve as invaluable informants. Individuals skilled in mechanisms and poisons may devise methods to regulate the valley's denizens or set traps to thwart external threats. Vocal artists could be employed to convey secret messages, create diversions, or gather intelligence. Masters of disguise and stealth would be essential for infiltration. As for the informants, they would effectively consolidate information and clarify connections. The formidable Feng Qi, with his mastery of agile escape techniques, could prove advantageous in certain critical situations of ambush or retreat. Yin Daping listened intently, a chill coursing through him as he gradually comprehended Lin Yue's grand design. This nefarious sovereign possessed a vision that was indeed extraordinary, seeking to extract every last ounce of utility from the dregs of society, transforming poison into medicine and waste into treasure. Lin Yue turned, his tone growing icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. Having willingly entered my valley of villains, one must adhere strictly to my regulations. Whether one genuinely repents or feigns loyalty, all shall be treated equally here. The foremost task is to implant the heart-eating talisman. This talisman serves not only as punishment, but also as the most effective means of control. Subsequently, based on their strengths, roles will be assigned and operational boundaries defined. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he continued his directives. They shall monitor and restrain one another. A ledger of merits and demerits will be established, where deeds of merit can offset transgressions. Those who perform well, uncover critical information, or develop useful innovations may experience a reduction in the torment of the heart-eating talisman. Conversely, those who falter or harbor ulterior motives shall face amplified suffering or even death as a stern warning to others. I intend for this valley of villains to be not merely a blade of intimidation against outsiders, but also a crucible of internal forging. It shall serve as both a repository for societal refuse and a unique refining ground. Those who survive this brutal crucible and prove their true worth may find themselves with further opportunities. For instance, as expendable pawns, as chess pieces, or even as executors of extreme tasks. Yin Daping felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The methods of this nefarious sovereign were intricately layered and far-reaching. This was no mere punishment and containment. It was evident that he sought to establish an underground organization characterized by absolute might and terror, driven by interests and fear. Composed of various specialists, efficient yet ruthless. What kind of monstrosity would this valley of villains evolve into? Understood. We shall implement rigorous selection, meticulous planning, and stringent control. Not a single slippery eel shall stir the waters. Yin Daping promptly bowed and accepted the command, his tone growing more respectful. Go forth. Bring that ghost hand apothecary, Shimin Kan, to me. I am quite intrigued by his unconventional remedies, Lin Yue commanded. He harbored a genuine fascination for those toxic and hallucinogenic substances, which could indeed enrich his repository of medical and toxicological knowledge, validate the intricate interplay of pharmacology, and perhaps even enable him to reverse-engineer solutions to the malevolent heart-devouring curse or similar nefarious practices, or to develop more effective means of control. Before long, the gaunt and unseemly figure of the ghostly apothecary, Shimin Kan, accompanied by Yin Daping, stood before Lin Yue. Upon entering this seemingly ordinary yet suffused with an intangible pressure room, Shimin Kan fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself and knocking his head against the ground fervently, presenting with both hands a thick, battered oilcloth package emanating a complex and acrid aroma. Your Excellency, I am but a wretch deserving of death. My past deeds have incited the wrath of both gods and men. This is my lifelong collection of various poison formulas, hallucinogenic concoctions, and some antidotes, which I humbly offer to Your Excellency. I beseech you, spare my insignificant life, and grant me an opportunity to serve you faithfully. His voice trembled with fear, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, too terrified to raise his gaze. Lin Yue did not immediately reach for the oilcloth package. Instead, his calm gaze rested upon Shimin Kan, as if it possessed the power to penetrate his very thoughts. Lift your head, Lin Yue commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Shimin Kan trembled all over, slowly raising his head to meet Lin Yue's profound eyes, which mirrored the depths of the starry sea, seemingly capable of reflecting the darkest recesses of the human heart. In that moment, he felt as if all his secrets and hopes had been laid bare, leaving him nearly paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground. You have developed the 39 Spring Breeze Powder, which possesses a potent effect that can disrupt the mind, yet its side effects are severe, risking damage to the brain and leading to dementia. The 39 Half Step Down, which acts swiftly but can easily fail when confronted by a skilled practitioner. And the 39 Bone Eroding Powder, whose toxicity is insidious, yet diminishes in potency when in contact with water or vigorous yang energy. How is it that you, Lin Yue began, casually naming several of Shimin Kan's most closely guarded, esoteric concoctions along with their critical flaws? Shimin Kan felt as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, staring at Lin Yue in disbelief, as if confronted by an apparition. These secret formulas were the very foundation of his survival and his malevolent exploits. And yet his adversary seemed to know them intimately, even the most concealed weaknesses. This was nothing short of supernatural. The fleeting hope he had harbored of leveraging his skills for favor was instantly shattered, leaving only an overwhelming dread and a faint glimmer of perhaps learning more profound arts from this unfathomable master. Your Excellency, your insight is unparalleled. My meager tricks are but child's play before you, a source of mockery. I am utterly deserving of death. He continued to bow, his words tumbling over themselves in incoherence. From this day forth, you shall remain in the Valley of Villains, dedicated solely to the formulation of various potions. I shall provide you with new ideas and directions, such as how to integrate medicinal properties with internal energy, how to create remedies tailored to specific meridians and practices. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to these tasks. Should you succeed, there will be rewards, perhaps even the opportunity to delve into more advanced pharmacology. Should there be any treachery or hidden negligence, Lin Yue did not continue. Yet the chilling intent of murder had plunged Shimin Kan into a frozen abyss, leaving him utterly cold. I would never dare. I shall exert every effort, pouring out my heart and soul to serve you, my lord. There shall be no second thoughts. Shimin Kan bowed repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, his fleeting hopes and schemes utterly supplanted by an overwhelming dread and a faint yearning for forbidden knowledge. Subsequently, Lin Yue met with several other defectors in succession. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace, as Lin Yue's ghostly, incomprehensible speed left all in awe. Mr. Baishi was easily unmasked by Lin Yue, who discerned the subtle flaws in his imitation of old Dr. Chen's speech. The intricate mechanisms presented by Ji Guan Li were swiftly penetrated by Lin Yue, who identified their core principles and suggested improvements. Through overwhelming force, superior skills, or stringent regulations, Lin Yue gradually integrated them into the framework of the Valley of Villains. He began to construct a rudimentary organizational structure bound by fear and profit, encompassing intelligence gathering, special operations, internal research, and defense. Yin Daping naturally emerged as the direct overseer of this organization. The influx of individuals from various backgrounds, each with their own dubious histories, rendered the once regulated Wanfu a more enigmatic and oppressive place. Yet, it was precisely this that allowed the Valley of Villains to extend its subtle tendrils into the city of Jingzhou and beyond. Countless unknown tales from the underworld, governmental movements, urban rumors, and merchant secrets began to flow through these newly recruited informants, converging, filtering, and ultimately reporting to Lin Yue. An invisible web of intelligence was taking shape. From the fragmented information gleaned from the gossip and Mr. Baishi, he cross-verified an ancient legend regarding a burial site of a prince from a fallen dynasty, rumored to have committed suicide in the deep mountains northwest of Jingzhou. Although still nebulous and vague, this clue was quietly noted by Lin Yue, marking it as a potential target for future exploration, particularly in light of old Dr. Chen's previous mention. The Valley of Villains, a machine fueled by terror and constructed of sin, began to operate slowly yet precisely under Lin Yue's will. It exuded a suffocating fear outwardly, while simultaneously consuming and transforming the evils that flocked to it, accumulating an ineffable power. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, amidst the handling of these intricate matters and the management of this nascent organization, continued to immerse himself in the path of medicine and martial arts. The eclectic knowledge contributed by the rogues of the underworld, particularly the poisons of the notorious Shimin Kan, significantly broadened his perspective, often corroborating and even conflicting with orthodox medicine. igniting further inspiration and contemplation. His simulation of the 5 elements' internal energies became increasingly refined, leading him to experiment with the application of different attributes in simple treatments. For instance, utilizing fire energy to warm the meridians of patients suffering from cold ailments, or employing wood energy to invigorate the vitality of the severely injured, often yielding swifter and more remarkable results than mere medication. He sensed that his mastery of power and understanding of the intertwined paths of medicine and martial arts were advancing toward a deeper level, drawing ever closer to the next opportunity for breakthrough. Yet beneath the transient veneer of tranquility surrounding Jingzhou, sinister currents are brewing. Fueled by the expansion of the Valley of Villains and the lurking presence of the Blood Knife sect, accumulating into a tempest of greater ferocity. Chapter 35. The Evil Shadow gazes north. The fragrant trail appears south. The atmosphere in Jingzhou City these days resembles the oppressive stillness of a sultry afternoon before a torrential downpour, suffocating in its intensity. The whispers echoing through the streets seem deliberately subdued, while the once loquacious wanderers in tea houses and taverns have considerably restrained their exuberance, their eyes now betraying a heightened vigilance and flicker of anxiety. The root of this tension points unmistakably to the now foreboding Wan family manor, its vermilion gates firmly shut, and to the ominous title of the first evil emperor, casting a shadow over Jingzhou. Lin Yue stood silently in the courtyard of his temporary abode, gazing northward at the layered mountains in the distance. This region serves as the vital artery connecting Jingzhou to the heart of the Central Plains, historically notorious for its rampant banditry. In recent days, through the pervasive network of informants orchestrated by Yin Daping and his own extraordinary sensory perception, fragments of intelligence regarding the movements of bandit groups in the Northern Highlands had coalesced into a vivid picture within his mind. The news of the Iron Palm Gang's demise, led by Lu Qingfeng, had evidently spread. He murmured to himself, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if recounting a trivial matter. The leaders of various mountain strongholds must be akin to ants on a hot skillet, oscillating between fear and desperation. Some, in a state of panic, hastily gathered their belongings, seeking to disperse and take refuge deeper within the dense forest. Others, plagued by suspicion, speculated that even the formidable first evil emperor could not simultaneously eradicate all strongholds. Perhaps the threat was more bluster than substance, while a few, emboldened by their own ferocity or collusion with local powers, conspired in secret, gritting their teeth as they deliberated how to band together for mutual protection, even issuing threats that the audacious emperor would return empty-handed. These reactions were entirely expected by Lin Yue. Human nature is such that it requires the accumulation of fear. Rules must be inscribed in iron and blood time and again. It is time to venture northward, he resolved. The banditry in the northern mountains has festered for years, and purging them serves not only to uphold the regulations established by the Valley of Villains and reinforce deterrence, but also offers an opportunity to practically validate the martial techniques gleaned from the frescoes in the caves of Silver Saddle and White Horse, and the Hammer of Gold in the Rescue of Zhao. Engaging in real combat is the swiftest path to mastering the essence of martial arts. Just as he intended to turn and prepare within, his acute hearing detected an unusually faint sound, distinct from the usual hoofbeats and the rumble of wheels traversing the bluestone pavement, slowly approaching from the southern direction along the main street. The cadence was steady. The driver was evidently an experienced coachman, skillfully wielding the whip, while the 2 sturdy horses pulling the carriage exhibited slightly labored breaths, their hooves striking the bluestone with the fatigue of a long journey. More intriguing was the subtle resonance emanating from within the carriage, a clear yet wearied internal energy that, despite its exhaustion, could not conceal its inherent clarity. The internal energy is fundamentally robust, exuding a demeanor of meticulousness characteristic of a prestigious lineage. However, at this moment, it appears somewhat agitated, perhaps due to the arduous journey and a few lingering concerns. The rhythm of breathing is elongated compared to the average person, yet it occasionally betrays a barely discernible urgency, as if harboring some unspoken anticipation and unease. This internal essence does not conform to the local practices of Jingzhou. It is balanced and harmonious, yet subtly imbued with a sense of fluidity and depth, reminiscent of the cold moonheart technique of the Jiangnan water clans. Lin Yue's gaze flickered with insight, leading him to an immediate conclusion. The Cold Moon Sword, renowned throughout the martial world, is distinguished by its unique internal cultivation method, cool and enduring, like the flowing light of the moon. Though he has never witnessed Shui Dai in action, his vast martial knowledge from the Taishan Sutra and his extraordinary perception allowed him to identify it instantly. The internal power of the individuals within the carriage, while far from the purity and vastness of Shui Dai's, possesses 3 or 4 parts of its essence, suggesting a direct lineage. Shui Dai's daughter, Shui Sheng. He recalled that Yin Daiping had mentioned her arrival in Jingzhou to seek her father. It seems that this is indeed her. Her current restlessness likely stems not only from the fatigue of travel, but also from an eager anticipation of reuniting with her father, coupled with a natural wariness of being in unfamiliar surroundings. Almost simultaneously, another presence, exceedingly subtle yet steeped in a sinister aura, began to insidiously entwine itself around the carriage. This energy was sharp and ruthless, exuding the peculiar ferocity and violence characteristic of the martial arts from the western regions, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the grass, silently tasting the air as it stealthily approached its prey. There were 3 such auras, dispersed among the shadows of rooftops and within the crowd on either side of the street, moving almost soundlessly, clearly proficient in lightness and adept at concealment and tracking. Their presence was laced with a sanguine excitement and a chilling determination, clearly fixated upon the seemingly ordinary carriage. Indeed, the blood knife sect's malice knows no bounds, as they have set their sights on Shui Dai's daughter. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. After the destruction of the sect's branch in Jingzhou and the loss of its elite, they now seek to threaten Shui Dai by abducting Shui Sheng, or perhaps to disrupt the stability of Jingzhou, a truly nefarious scheme. It appears their infiltration of the city is deeper than initially anticipated, with information flowing remarkably well, allowing them to accurately ascertain Shui Sheng's arrival time and route. At this moment, the carriage driver and the 2 accompanying guards seemed blissfully unaware, maintaining a leisurely pace as they guided the carriage. Their breathing was steady, their presence ordinary, clearly typical martial artists, oblivious to the imminent deadly threat encroaching upon them. Inside the carriage, Shui Sheng appeared somewhat relaxed, perhaps due to her impending reunion with her father, failing to notice the chilling intent drawing closer, much like a venomous serpent. She merely lifted a corner of the window, curiously observing the streets of Jingzhou, her bright eyes reflecting the vivacity typical of youth, mingled with a trace of barely perceptible worry. Lin Yue furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of others, particularly with a figure of righteousness like Shui Dai, as it would be detrimental to his identity as the evil emperor, likely attracting unnecessary attention and suspicion. However, the Blood Knife sect's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the new order he had just established, further entangling innocent lives in their malevolent schemes. Moreover, allowing Shui Sheng to fall into the hands of the Bloodblade sect would only further complicate the situation in Jingzhou, undermining his subsequent plans. Should Shui Dai, in his desperation to rescue his captured daughter, be driven to collaborate with the Bloodblade sect, it would indeed spell real trouble. As thoughts raced through his mind, he reached a decisive conclusion. Without moving his form, he merely stirred his intent, unleashing an intangible yet remarkably concentrated force of spiritual energy akin to a precisely aimed arrow that traversed hundreds of zhang to pierce through the shadows of a secluded alley in the southern part of the city. There, Yin Daiping lay in wait like a specter, tasked with monitoring any unusual movements in the area. This method of spiritual communication was a profound application derived from the Taishan Sutra, necessitating exquisite control over one's own spiritual power, and requiring the recipient to have a certain spiritual connection with the practitioner or to be in a specific state to receive the message. Within Yin Daiping's body resided a subentity of the heart-devouring seed, serving as an exemplary spiritual beacon. Fully engrossed in his surveillance task, attuned to the subtle energy fluctuations throughout the city, Yin Daiping was suddenly jolted by a clear resonance in his mind, akin to the tolling of a bell. A calm yet unequivocal voice directly imprinted itself deep within his consciousness, each word piercingly clear like an icicle. South Gate Street, from south to north, a blue canopy carriage. Shui Dai's daughter is being pursued by 3 scoundrels of the Bloodblade sect with ill intentions. Handle it promptly and decisively, leaving no survivors. and display their heads outside the north gate for all to see. Let everyone witness the fate of those who dare to violate the laws of the Evil Man Valley within the territory of Jingzhou. Yin Daping shivered, instinctively looking around in alarm, yet he could not glimpse Lin Yue's figure. Such a method of secretive communication, transcending distance to penetrate the heart and mind, was nothing short of miraculous, deepening his awe for this malevolent emperor and causing a cold sweat to break out along his spine. Daring not to delay even a moment, he immediately responded in a barely audible whisper, "Your subordinate obeys." In a swift motion, he glided through the alley like a wisp of smoke, resembling the most seasoned hound, racing towards Southgate Street, following the faint trail of malevolence. He understood well that this was yet another test of his capability by the malevolent emperor, and he had to execute it flawlessly, swiftly, and without leaving any trace. Lin Yue retracted his intent, no longer focused on the minor incident in the south of the city. With Yin Daping's martial prowess, ruthless methods, and familiarity with the terrain of Jingzhou, dealing with a few spies from the Bloodblade sect would be more than sufficient. The act of displaying their severed heads, though brutal, would effectively instill fear in the nefarious and clearly delineate the red line, causing those still lurking in the shadows and harboring hopes to tremble in fear. His attention returned to the plan of purging the bandits in the north. The bandits in the northern mountainous regions were but a trifling affliction, serving as an excellent opportunity to hone his skills and validate his newly comprehended martial arts. The Bloodblade sect, however, remained the true viper to be wary of. Having faced setbacks, they would not relent easily. A greater storm was undoubtedly brewing ahead. Perhaps this northern expedition would also allow him to draw out some of the deeper hidden big fish of the Bloodblade sect. Very well. Let the waters of Jingzhou be further stirred. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curved the corners of Lin Yue's lips. Amidst the chaos, the true nature of various forces becomes clearer, and the existence of the Valley of Villains is underscored. He thrives in this turmoil, necessitating an order founded upon absolute might, which provides a stable environment and experimental ground for his pursuit of martial arts and exploration of the rules of this realm. He turned and stepped into the room, carrying no conspicuous luggage, only slinging a seemingly ordinary blue cloth pouch over his shoulder, containing some fresh water, provisions, and several medical notes he was studying. He donned a pair of lightweight boots better suited for traversing mountainous terrain. His steps appeared leisurely, yet subtly aligned with a peculiar method of movement. In a mere flicker, he vanished like a wraith through the side door of the courtyard, merging into the throng of the street, heading toward the northern city gate. His presence was perfectly concealed, akin to a drop of water merging into the ocean, so that even when confronted by passers-by, they instinctively overlooked him. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense after his departure, a brief but oppressive gasp and the sharp clash of metal echoed within a secluded alley in the southern part of the city. The sound emerged as if strangled, abruptly rising and then falling silent, swiftly returning to an eerie calm as if nothing had transpired. Only a fleeting trace of metallic scent lingered in the air, quickly dispersed by the wind, alongside nearly imperceptible dark red splatters in the shadows of the corner, silently narrating the events that had just unfolded. Moments later, on the watchtower of the northern gate of Jingzhou, three grotesquely contorted heads, their eyes wide open in death, were suspended beneath the parapet, bound by coarse hemp ropes. As the morning chill swept through, the severed heads swayed gently, their hollow gazes seemingly fixated upon this suddenly perilous city, inciting gasps of terror and hushed whispers among the merchants and townsfolk entering and exiting through the gates. A suffocating atmosphere of dread permeated the air. Soon, word began to circulate in hushed tones among the informed. It was the demon monk of the Bloodblade sect. Were they plotting against the daughter of the hero Shui? Was it that sinister emperor who had struck? Such methods were utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, a beautifully adorned blue canopy carriage, wholly unaware of the unfolding events, gracefully entered Jingzhou and came to a halt before the temporary residence of Shui Dai. As the curtain was drawn aside, a young girl clad in a pale yellow outfit, tall and radiant yet bearing a weary expression, stepped forward with brisk grace, welcomed by the respectful servants of the Shui family. Though she faintly sensed an unusual stillness around the street corner, her eagerness to return home left no room for contemplation. On the official road north, Lin Yue's figure in a blue gown had already receded, vanishing amidst the verdant mountain pathways. The bandit threat from the north was poised to encounter an unprecedented and thunderous purge. The strategic landscape of Jingzhou, with Shui Shang's safe arrival and the Bloodblade sect's renewed setbacks and public warnings, grew increasingly intricate and unpredictable. Fear was spreading, rules were reiterated in blood and iron, and an invisible net was slowly tightening. Chapter 36. The flute falls into the tiger's mouth. The evil emperor's first encounter to the north of the Jingzhou territory. The mountains rise steeply, with the official roads winding through dense forests and sheer cliffs. Although it serves as a vital thoroughfare for north-south transportation, the treacherous terrain has rendered it a haven for bandits, where ambushes occur frequently. In recent days, the campaign aimed at eradicating these criminals, known as the Valley of Villains, has swept through the northern strongholds and waterways like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. The very name evokes a chilling winter breeze. Wherever it passes, the defiant bandit leaders, without exception, are ensnared by a mysterious and heart-rending allure, dragged to Jingzhou to endure what is said to be an unending torment of discipline. Meanwhile, common thieves either find themselves sent back to their hometowns or are compelled to labor as penance for their past misdeeds. In a fleeting moment, the trade routes leading to Jingzhou exhibit an unprecedented semblance of peace, unseen for many years. Merchants traveling along these paths, filled with uncertainty, cannot help but harbor a sense of gratitude and reverence towards the enigmatic lord of the Valley of Villains. Standing alone atop the ruins of a watchtower, where a fierce battle had recently unfolded and the blood had yet to dry, Lin Yue remained pristine in his azure robe, untouched by the chaos that had just transpired. The fierce combat that had obliterated the entire stronghold seemed but a gentle breeze against his skin. Within him, the vast and powerful Tai Xian inner strength gradually ebbed like a receding tide, settling back into his dantian. During the skirmish, he had sought to experiment, blending the lightness technique gleaned from the cave paintings of the silver saddle white horse with the forceful techniques of the Zhao rescuing hammer. His movements became swift as a specter, and his power, concentrated as a mountain, yielding remarkable results. Often, the bandits fell before they could react. While the northern strongholds found a momentary respite, the shadow of the Bloodblade sect lingered like a parasite, ever present in this Jingxiang region, impossible to shake off. He silently invoked his heightened senses, which spread out like an invisible yet exceedingly keen net, radiating from himself into the surrounding mountains and forests, meticulously capturing every subtle disturbance within a radius of several miles. The whispers of the wind through the trees, the rustle of grass bent by animal tracks, the low hum of insects and the fluttering of birds all coalesced in his mind, painting a vivid and three-dimensional tableau, where any discord was destined to be revealed. Suddenly, a cacophony of discordant sounds shattered the tranquility of the forest. The sharp clash of metal echoed, mingled with a crisp yet furious shout, alongside a few lascivious and raucous laughter that elicited nausea. The source of this dissonance emanated from a narrow gorge several miles to the southeast. Due to the distance and the obstructing cliffs, the sound was faint upon reaching this point. Even the most seasoned masters of the martial world would struggle to detect it without focused concentration. Yet, for Lin Yue, this faint noise resonated with remarkable clarity, piercing through the veil of the ordinary. As the sounds of battle echoed, his brow furrowed slightly, instantly discerning the identities of the warring factions. The fluctuations of internal energy revealed one side to be sinister and malevolent, reminiscent of the notorious Bloodblade sect from the western regions. The other, however, exuded a pure and righteous energy, albeit somewhat inexperienced and lacking in stamina, clearly on the verge of defeat. In a flash of thought, his figure flickered, vanishing from the ruins of the high watchtower like a wraith. In the next moment, he alighted gracefully upon the branches of a distant tree, resembling a delicate leaf descending from the sky. With a gentle push of his toes against the foliage, he glided forward as if borne by the wind, silent yet incredibly swift, racing towards the source of the commotion, traversing several miles in mere moments. The scene within the valley was nothing short of brutal. A handful of men clad in crimson-brown monk robes, wielding peculiar curved blades, surrounded a battered carriage and the remaining 3 or 4 guards. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of several guards, their fates grim and evidently the result of a desperate struggle. At the heart of the guards, A young maiden donned in a pale yellow attire, with a strikingly beautiful visage, wielded a sword as clear and bright as autumn waters, valiantly fending off attacks from all directions. Her swordsmanship was agile and swift, displaying an exquisite finesse that hinted at the rigorous training of a prominent lineage. She was Xue Sheng, daughter of the renowned Cold Moon Sword Master, Xue Dai, who had journeyed southward in search of her father. Yet at this moment, her hair was disheveled. Her breath came in sharp gasps, and her lovely face was flushed with anger and exhaustion, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Though her technique remained deft, her internal energy was vastly inferior to that of the attacking Bloodblade monks, signaling her waning strength and scattered focus. The last two guards beside her were also grievously wounded, their bodies stained with blood, gritting their teeth in a futile effort to hold on. Yet it was evident they could not last much longer. Little beauty, let us see how long you can endure. Spare yourself the effort, surrender your weapons, and come back with us to Tibet for a life of pleasure. I guarantee you will experience bliss beyond imagination, cackled the lead monk. His visage twisted in a cruel grin, as he maneuvered his curved blade in sinister arcs, each strike aimed menacingly at Xue Sheng's vital points. Deliberately refraining from delivering a fatal blow, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, reveling in the torment of his prey. The other monks echoed his mocking laughter, their relentless assault surging like a tidal wave. Xue Sheng clenched her silver teeth, nearly drawing blood from her lower lip, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury and deep despair. She had believed that her family's martial arts would suffice to protect her, even on the perilous journey south in search of her father. Yet she never anticipated encountering such a vicious and peculiar foe, whose techniques were entirely foreign to the Central Plains. Although the Cold Moon swordplay, renowned across the Jianghu and inherited from her father, was executed with both form and spirit, her insufficient internal strength prevented her from unleashing its true, chilling might. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she lamented her perceived failure to honor her father through her inadequate skills, fearing that she might never see him again. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, her internal energy nearly depleted, she felt a jolt of cold, sinister force reverberate through her wrist, nearly forcing her sword from her grasp. At this critical juncture, a voice devoid of emotion yet chillingly profound resonated unexpectedly through the narrow valley, overpowering the clanging of weapons, the maniacal laughter, and the labored breaths. Is the Blood Knife sect always so eager to seek redemption for their sins? The voice, though not loud, seemed to possess an extraordinary power, piercing the eardrums of all present like icy daggers, reaching deep into their souls, causing a sudden tremor in their hearts, stalling the very flow of their blood. The combatants, in unison, paused their assaults, bewildered as they turned to locate the source of the voice. There, upon a higher ridge of the valley, stood a striking figure, having appeared unnoticed, clad in a flowing azure robe, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and unruffled, akin to a tranquil ancient well. Only his eyes, profound as the starry sea, gazed down indifferently upon the carnage below, resembling a deity observing the squabbles of ants, emanating an air of transcendent aloofness and formidable authority. It was Lin Yue, who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Buddha. State your name. The leading monk of the Blood Knife sect felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. He struggled to maintain his composure, barking his demand with a voice that belied his inner trepidation. What astonished him was the absence of any discernible internal energy emanating from the figure before him, as if he were merely an ordinary person unversed in martial arts. Yet the visceral sense of terror that gripped him was palpably real and intense. Xue Sheng, too, stood entranced, momentarily forgetting the imminent danger, gazing up at the figure in azure with wide-eyed wonder. The man exuded an extraordinary aura, lacking the brutish ferocity typical of the ruffians of the martial world, nor the ostentatious grace of a scion from a noble lineage. He stood there with an unsettling calmness, bordering on indifference, yet commanding an intangible authority that was impossible to disregard, instilling a sense of awe and fear as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Lin Yue made no reply to the monk's inquiry, barely casting a glance at the raucous figure, treating him as nothing more than a bothersome insect. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally resting upon the monk wielding the curved blade, its tip nearly grazing Shui Sheng's throat. Slowly, he raised his right hand and, with a mere flick of his sleeve, directed it towards the monk. This gesture was casual and unassuming, as if brushing away a modicum of dust from his garment. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An invisible yet formidable force, as dense and overwhelming as a mountain, erupted forth with his flick, akin to a slumbering volcano suddenly awakening, or a colossal wave crashing down with thunderous ferocity, hurtling towards the blood-knife monk. With a resounding thud, reminiscent of a heavy blow against leather, the atmosphere erupted. The monk, who had moments ago exuded lewd arrogance, was struck without even a fleeting cry of anguish, as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer of immense weight. His chest caved in at a visible pace, the sound of shattering bones sending chills through the onlookers. Blood gushed from his mouth, intermingled with unmistakable fragments of internal organs. The body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, tracing a sorrowful arc before crashing heavily against the hard rock wall, producing a resounding thud, and then softly sliding down to the ground, limbs contorted at grotesque angles, clearly shattered beyond repair, lifeless. Silence. A deathly hush instantaneously enveloped the entire valley. Everyone was struck dumb by this incomprehensible and overwhelmingly powerful blow. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The remaining blood-clad monks' pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks, their faces drained of color, turning as pale as paper, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. A lethal strike from afar. The mastery of internal energy to such a terrifying degree. What kind of martial skill is this? It is nothing short of sorcery, beyond the reach of human capability. Shui Sheng instinctively covered her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief and horror. She had not even seen how the opponent had made their move. She only observed the figure in green wave their sleeve, and then that fierce blood-clad monk met such a tragic fate. This was akin to the feats of legends. The first evil sovereign. He is the first evil sovereign. The fiend who annihilated the Bloodblade sect's Jingzhou branch. At last, one of the blood-clad monks, seemingly recalling recent rumors from the martial world, appeared to remember some terrifying legend, his voice piercing and sharp, filled with boundless fear, akin to a rooster being throttled. And without a thought for his companions, he turned and fled desperately toward the other end of the valley. He seemed to resent his parents for not having given him 2 more legs. The mere mention of the first evil sovereign shattered the already fragile psychological defenses of the remaining blood-clad monks like a spell. They were so frightened that their souls seemed to flee, crying out in panic, disregarding any sense of camaraderie or mission, scattering in all directions like startled mice, desperate to distance themselves from that figure in green, who resembled a demonic deity. Lin Yue's gaze turned cold, and he did not rise to pursue them. To him, these insignificant fish were not worth the effort. He pointed his fingers like swords, seemingly casually striking out toward the fleeing figures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp, tangible gusts of finger wind tore through the air, moving with such speed that the naked eye could scarcely detect them, precisely embedding themselves in the crucial points of the fleeing blood-clad monk's knees and energy centers. My leg. My martial arts are ruined. The valley was suddenly filled with piercing cries of agony. The blood-clad monks fell to the ground, clutching their injured parts in torment. Lin Yue's finger winds not only inflicted grievous harm upon their bodies, but also directly shattered their energy centers, rendering their years of arduous training in the Bloodblade sect's dark arts utterly useless, reducing them to a state worse than that of ordinary people. They struggled but could no longer rise, writhing in place like maggots, their faces etched with despair, suffering, and profound fear. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant elite of the Bloodblade sect, who deemed Shui Sheng and others as mere playthings, had met such an end, one dead, several crippled, and the entire force annihilated. Lin Yue then descended the high slope with measured steps, moving as leisurely as if strolling through a garden, approaching Shui Sheng, who still stood in shock, struggling to regain her composure. His gaze lingered momentarily upon her, sweeping over the wound on her arm, inflicted by a fierce blade, from which blood was seeping, as well as the somewhat disordered energy within her, disturbed by the fierce battle and the intrusion of malevolent forces. Many thanks for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. Shui Sheng suddenly came to her senses, hastily sheathed her sword and performed a respectful bow. Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with the tremors of having survived a catastrophe and a complex array of emotions difficult to articulate. The individual before her had saved her life. Yet the ruthless and fierce methods he had displayed, coupled with the chilling and formidable aura he exuded, instinctively instilled in her a profound sense of reverence intertwined with an undercurrent of unease. Unsure of how to address him appropriately, she ultimately settled on the more prudent title of senior. "Just passing by," Lin Yue replied, his voice remaining as calm as still water, devoid of any trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure, as if he had merely swatted a few insects. He extended a finger, gesturing towards the wound on Shui Sheng's arm, and with a gentle flick of his hand, he invoked a peculiar warmth and tingling sensation at the sight of her injury. Upon glancing down, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the once bleeding wound, now rapidly clotting, with a thin layer of scab forming on the surface, and the pain significantly alleviated. What miraculous method was this? It was utterly unprecedented. Channel your inner energy, focusing on the 39 Tianfu and 39 Xiaobai acupoints, guiding it along the Shaoyang meridian of your arm to alleviate the stagnation caused by the blood knife's malevolent energy, Lin Yue instructed nonchalantly. He had keenly sensed that Shui Sheng's internal energy flow was hindered due to the unique cold and sinister blade aura of the blood knife sect, and if not promptly addressed, it could pose a lingering threat. Instinctively following his guidance, Shui Sheng directed her energy towards the acupoints he indicated, and indeed, she felt the oppressive chill in her chest and abdomen, which had arisen from the intrusion of his blade energy, dissipate swiftly, allowing her inner energy to flow smoothly once again. Her heart swelled with gratitude, yet the astonishing insight he possessed, as if he could perceive the very workings of her inner energy, left her feeling inexplicably embarrassed and alarmed. Before this enigmatic senior, it seemed she had no secrets to keep. "May I inquire your esteemed name? The debt of gratitude for saving my life is akin to being reborn. I shall never forget it and will repay you well in the future." Shui Sheng expressed her earnest thanks while cautiously probing to discern the origins of her savior. Such an extraordinary individual could not possibly be an unknown entity. "A name is merely a designation. One need not dwell on it," Lin Yue replied, his tone still unperturbed. "Before inquiring, are you not the daughter of the Cold Moon Sword, Shui Dai?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was decidedly assured. From Shui Sheng's distinctive swordsmanship and internal energy presence, he had already discerned her martial lineage. Shui Sheng was taken aback, astonished that he could discern her identity at a glance. She quickly nodded. "Indeed, I am my father's daughter. I was on my way south to Jingzhou in search of my father's whereabouts, but unexpectedly encountered this ordeal. Jingzhou has recently become a tumultuous place, particularly perilous for a young woman traveling alone," Lin Yue remarked. Lin Yue's gaze swept over the fallen blood blade monks, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony. His tone was slightly cold. The Bloodblade sect had recently been increasingly rampant, frequently appearing in Jingxiang, seemingly harboring a significant scheme. If your father were in Jingzhou, he might have already caught wind of the situation, perhaps even knowing of your peril. As he spoke, he sauntered to the corpse of the only slain Bloodblade monk, bending down to search through the garments, retrieving a waist token engraved with a grotesque Buddha figure, crafted from material neither metal nor wood, quite peculiar. He held the token in his hand, sensing the lingering chill and the unique texture it possessed. "Those accompanying you should leave this place at once and head to Jingzhou City to seek your father," Lin Yue stated, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As for these worthless beings, he cast a glance at the incapacitated Bloodblade monks, who writhed in pain. Others would come to deal with them. Having said this, he offered no further words, nor did he glance at Shui Sheng again. With a subtle shift, he vanished like a specter into the depths of the valley, his speed far surpassing the limits of Shui Sheng's sight. Only Shui Sheng and a few battered guards remained, standing in stunned silence, gazing at the carnage strewn about and the defenseless Bloodblade monks, then towards the direction in which the azure figure had disappeared, as if having just traversed a bizarre and terrifying dream. Shui Sheng stared blankly in the direction Lin Yue had vanished, her emotions a tumultuous blend of relief for surviving the ordeal, heartfelt gratitude for the timely intervention of her mysterious benefactor, and trepidation at his ruthless methods. not to mention the profound shock instilled by his unfathomable martial prowess. She glanced at the wounds on her arm that had nearly healed in an instant, recalling his unassuming yet omnipotent gaze that seemed to disregard life and death. The first evil emperor? She murmured, imprinting this name, steeped in boundless malevolence and mystery, deeply into her memory, certain that it would be hard to forget in this lifetime. Who was this elder who had saved her life, yet instilled such inexplicable fear? Was he righteous or wicked? A demon or a hero? She found herself unable to judge, not daring to linger any longer. She suppressed the turmoil and uncertainty within her heart, hastily gathering the remnants of the scene with the aid of her guards. They hastily departed in the battered carriage, speeding away from the valley steeped in blood and death, with a singular thought growing ever clearer and more resolute. She must find her father swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, having exited the valley, paused by a secluded mountain stream several miles away. He retrieved the Bloodblade sect's waist token, gently tracing his fingertips over its engravings, fully activating his heightened senses to discern the residual malevolent aura and the unique texture of the material, while simultaneously reflecting on the characteristics of the internal energy encountered during their brief clash. Chilled and malevolent, adept at shattering the true essence of inner strength, particularly the sinister intent encapsulated within the blade's will, aimed primarily at dismantling the mental resolve of adversaries. This approach bears a striking resemblance to the 39 yin-yang heart-devouring technique I have mastered. However, the techniques of the Bloodblade sect are notably more direct and violent, leaning towards external harm and psychological oppression. He contemplated deeply, correlating these insights with his own martial arts and medical knowledge, continually enriching his martial database. His gaze shifted slightly at the mention of the cold moon sword, as his heightened senses detected a fierce yet anxious sword aura swiftly approaching from afar, racing towards the valley path he had just traversed. The aura was long and profound, akin to that of Shui Sheng, yet far more expansive, reminiscent of the cold moon in the night sky, its luminous glow cascading everywhere. Just in time, a subtle smile graced Lin Yue's lips as he ceased his pause and turned gracefully toward Jingzhou. Rescuing Shui Sheng was merely a matter of convenience for him, aligning with his established plans to cleanse the surrounding environment and maintain regional order, while also fostering a benevolent connection with righteous figures. This could potentially mitigate unnecessary resistance in his future endeavors within Jingzhou. More importantly, through this brief encounter with a master of the Bloodblade sect, he gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of this potential adversary's martial path. Collecting martial arts from across the realm, amalgamating myriad techniques to validate one's own path. The sinister nature of the Bloodblade Sutra serves as an intriguing specimen, worthy of in-depth study. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his figure vanished like smoke amidst the lush greenery of the mountains. With the northern bandit troubles temporarily quelled, the populace found a moment of respite. While in the southern city of Jingzhou, greater storms brewed quietly beneath the veneer of tranquility. Chapter 37. A web of doubts, the initial search for the secret realm. In Jingzhou, following Shui Sheng's safe arrival and her harrowing tale, the already tumultuous situation within the martial world stirred anew. News of the cold moon sword's Shui Dai's beloved daughter narrowly escaping the clutches of the Bloodblade sect, thanks to a mysterious figure clad in green, spread rapidly, despite Shui Dai's efforts to contain it. The martial practitioners and various factions within Jingzhou reacted with a mix of sympathy for Shui Sheng's plight and speculation regarding the ruthless yet skilled individual referred to as the Senior in Green. Various conjectures began to intertwine with the recent eradication of banditry in the Evil Man's Valley and the ominous title of the First Evil Emperor, adding layers of intrigue to the narrative. Shui Dai's gratitude towards Mr. Lin, who had rescued his daughter, was profoundly sincere. Upon learning of his daughter's ordeal and witnessing the faint scar on her arm, which had nearly healed yet remained visible, along with the lingering fear and complexity in her eyes when she spoke of the figure in green, this renowned hero of the martial world felt an undeniable sense of dread. He personally prepared a generous gift and made his way to the tranquil courtyard where Lin Yue was residing in Jingzhou to express his gratitude, speaking earnestly and with utmost respect. Yet, despite his sincere appreciation, how could the underlying wariness and inquisitiveness that dwelled within the stalwart figure of the righteous sect escape Lin Yue's remarkably keen perception, upon the sudden emergence of this formidable and ruthless figure, whose martial arts diverged significantly from those of the Central Plains, and who swiftly seized control of the underground order in Jingzhou, Shui Dai, like many righteous individuals, harbored a complex sentiment, admiration for the fleeting peace brought about by his eradication of evil, coupled with profound concern over the potential backlash stemming from his extreme methods, and lingering doubts regarding his mysterious origins and ultimate objectives. In a quaint courtyard, the fragrance of tea wafted gently. Shui Dai, tall and dignified, bore a countenance that exuded both elegance and the resolute strength forged through trials. His eyes, bright and penetrating, now reflected an ineffable complexity as he sat opposite Lin Yue. "Mr. Lin, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace towards the young lady. It is a debt I shall never forget. Had it not been for your gallant intervention, the consequences of her falling into the hands of the Bloodblade sect would have been dire indeed. On behalf of the young lady and the Shui family, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you." Shui Dai rose, solemnly clasping his hands together in a deep bow, his voice imbued with sincerity and gravity, devoid of pretense. Lin Yue accepted the gesture with calm composure, gently raising a hand in a dismissive manner. "There is no need for such formalities. Hero Shui, please take a seat. My actions were merely fortuitous, a small effort in the grand scheme. Moreover, I too abhor the tyrannical conduct of the Bloodblade sect towards the weak." Following Lin's invitation, Shui Dai resumed his seat, sighing as he spoke. "Your martial prowess is extraordinary, and your decisiveness is truly remarkable. To speak candidly, the establishment of your valley of 39 villains and your vigorous campaign against surrounding banditry has indeed caused evildoers to retreat and has restored a semblance of order, allowing merchants to traverse freely and the common folk to find a measure of peace. I deeply admire this achievement, as it is a boon to the region." He hesitated for a moment, his expression growing serious. "However, if I may be so bold, might I inquire whether the regulations and punitive measures of your valley of 39 villains, particularly the heart-eating curse, are not excessively harsh? Rumors in the Jianghu suggest that those afflicted suffer unspeakable torment, wishing for death over their plight. Furthermore, your enigmatic origins and unconventional martial arts are unlike any seen in the Central Plains. My intent is not to cast doubt upon your noble intentions, but rather, as a member of the righteous path, I must be vigilant in these turbulent times. I hope you can enlighten me on this matter." His words were a candid expression of gratitude intertwined with genuine concern. Lin Yue lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the surface foam before taking a sip, then interjecting with a calm, yet undeniable authority. "Are you concerned, Hero Shui, that my intentions are less than benevolent, masquerading under the guise of purification to further my own expansion? Or do you fear that my methods, while momentarily intimidating to the petty, may provoke a more fervent backlash, disrupting the existing equilibrium of the Jianghu and potentially unleashing greater calamities?" Confronted with Lin Yue's forthrightness, Shui Dai felt a flicker of embarrassment. Yet he met Lin Yue's gaze with earnestness, responding earnestly, "Mr. Lin, your directness is commendable, and I appreciate it. Indeed, that is my concern. I must ask, as it is my duty." "You have overthought it," Lin Yue replied, placing his teacup down, his gaze as tranquil as still water. "The rules have been established and must be enforced with rigor to command respect. Rewarding virtue and punishing vice must carry sufficient weight. Otherwise, they become mere child's play, incapable of deterring true malefactors. In chaotic times, stringent measures are necessary, and extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary actions." Regarding the severity of his methods, a slight, indifferent smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Sometimes, mercy towards the wicked can be a cruelty towards the virtuous. Lin, in his actions, seeks only to remain guiltless in his conscience, indifferent to the judgments of the world." He paused briefly before continuing, "As for my origins." Lin Yue's gaze drifted to a secluded corner of the courtyard, seemingly lost in reminiscence. It was not that he sought to shroud himself in mystery. Rather, the teachings of his sect, long since withdrawn from the world, advised against the indiscriminate disclosure of sect information to avoid entanglements in unnecessary worldly disputes. "My descent from the mountains serves two purposes: to gain experience in the world and validate my learning, and to seek out the relics and traces left by some venerable predecessors. thereby fulfilling a task entrusted by my sect. Skillfully, he sidestepped the direct inquiry regarding the ultimate intentions of the Valley of the Wicked, redirecting the conversation towards a more neutral topic that might resonate with kindred spirits, seeking ancient sites. This not only displayed a degree of candor, but also successfully shifted the attention of Shui Dai away from the valley itself. Indeed, Shui Dai's interest was piqued, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. "Oh, may I ask what kind of relics you wish to seek? Though I am not particularly skilled, I have resided long in the Jingshu region and am somewhat familiar with its local customs and tales. If I can be of assistance, it would serve as a token of gratitude for your kindness." Lin Yue pondered for a moment, weighing what could be disclosed, before slowly responding. "I have heard that the Jingxiang region is steeped in history, rich with relics from previous dynasties and even earlier periods. Some of these are said to be related to legends within the martial world. I recall an elder from my sect mentioning, for instance, a certain deep valley outside of Xiangyang City, where over a century ago, a predecessor known as the Sword Demon secluded himself, or perhaps deep within Zhongnan Mountain, shrouded in mist. There lies a secluded place known as the Tomb of the Living Dead, associated with a remarkable woman linked to the former imperial family. These tales are ethereal, and I am merely curious. If time permits, I might venture forth to explore, driven by a heart of curiosity." His words remained vague, failing to specify what he sought. Yet they intriguingly touched upon several long-rumored secret realms within the martial world, often dismissed as mere legends. Upon hearing this, Shui Dai's expression shifted slightly, stroking his beard in contemplation. "What you say is indeed accurate. Outside of Xiangyang City, there exists a place known as Sword Demon Valley. Local elders recount that it was the secluded dwelling of a predecessor called Sword Demon, who sought to defeat all in his later years. However, it is exceedingly desolate, characterized only by steep cliffs eroded by wind and rain. In my youth, I too sought it out, but aside from some indistinct sword marks, there is no sign of human presence or any relics of knowledge. It seems that with the passage of time, it has long been lost to the ages." As for the depths of Zhongnan Mountain, his expression grew grave. "The mountains are high and dense with forests, shrouded in mist, presenting perilous and complex terrain, and indeed, there are legends of the Tomb of the Living Dead. It is said to be the hiding place of a heroine known as the Ancient Tomb sect founder, with an entrance that is exceedingly well concealed, laden with various traps and mechanisms, fraught with danger. However, to my knowledge, that entrance has long been sealed by a massive stone, forgotten for many years. In recent decades, no one has managed to ascertain its precise location, and even if found, it would be difficult to penetrate. Are you truly interested in these rumors of the martial world?" The final sentence bore a hint of inquiry, seeking to unveil Lin Yue's true intentions behind his search for these locations. "I must apologize for my folly," he remarked, his tone casual, as if his pursuits were merely a whimsical pastime. Indeed, Lin Yue had a penchant for exploring ancient sites, particularly those relics connected to the venerable predecessors of the martial world, which invariably sparked profound contemplation. Given their antiquity and elusive nature, the legends surrounding these sites were likely more the fabrications of later generations than verifiable truths, a notion Lin Yue had perhaps naively assumed. Shui Dai nodded in agreement, his tone earnest. "Indeed, I too was once enchanted by such legends in my youth, devoting considerable time to their pursuit, only to return empty-handed. The Valley of the Sword Demon was merely a marvel of nature, devoid of secret manuals or treasures. The Tomb of the Living Dead was likewise elusive, its entrance shrouded in mystery. Over time, the practitioners of the martial arts ceased to expend effort in such quests. In his discourse, he had laid bare his knowledge, partially repaying a debt of gratitude, while subtly indicating that these places held little genuine value, hoping Lin Yue would not squander his time. Yet, Lin Yue felt a stir within. Shui Dai's words indirectly corroborated the information he had gathered from various sources and his own deductions regarding the backdrop of this world. It appeared that this realm was situated downstream in the timeline of many of Jin Yang's narratives, where numerous earth-shattering martial arts techniques and legendary weapons, either lost to time or hindered by circumstance, had become nearly impossible to uncover in their entirety or authenticity at this juncture. Those legendary locations may have indeed existed in history, yet their core treasures had either long been claimed by predecessors or remained inaccessible for myriad reasons, leaving only empty shells and tales. Thank you for your candidness, Master Shui. Lin Yue raised his cup in a gesture of respect, his demeanor unflinching. Acknowledging that perhaps he had been overly ambitious in his expectations of these tales from the martial world. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while about the state of the martial realm, particularly the recent unusual movements of the Blood Knife sect. Ultimately, Shui Dai deemed it prudent to take his leave, expressing his gratitude once more before rising to depart. Just before exiting, he hesitated briefly before speaking. Mr. Lin, the Blood Knife sect has been quite active in Jingxiang, undoubtedly with significant intentions. Your intervention in saving the young lady and incapacitating their disciple has likely forged an enmity. They will not let this matter rest easily. While your skills are unmatched, one must remain vigilant. Open attacks may be evaded, but covert ones are more insidious. Should you require assistance or gain insight into the Blood Knife sect's schemes, my fellow brothers from the Four Wonders of Jiangnan and I stand ready to lend our modest support against external threats. His words were heartfelt, reflecting Shui Dai's sense of responsibility as a champion of righteousness. Lin Yue appreciated the goodwill behind Shui Dai's counsel. He nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration, and escorted Shui Dai to the gate of the courtyard. After bidding farewell to Shui Dai, Lin Yue returned to the tranquil courtyard, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls towards the northwest. This encounter with Shui Dai had yielded more than he had anticipated. Not only had he preliminarily acquired the essence of the Cold Moon Sword technique, albeit possibly not in its entirety, but sufficient to glean insights into its principles and the essence of its sword intent. More importantly, through his tentative inquiries about the Valley of the Sword Demon and the Tomb of the Living Dead, he had gained a clearer and more realistic understanding of the current state of the so-called martial relics in this world. In the Valley of the Sword Demon, where the essence of swordsmanship lingers, and at the Tomb of the Living Dead, where the river of time has locked away the remnants of the severed dragon, it is evident that countless traces have been washed away and numerous secrets have been taken. He murmured to himself, feeling not disappointment, but rather a profound sense of enlightenment. As if to confirm his path of synthesizing myriad techniques and creating a supreme way was indeed the correct one. Grounded in the present, he sought to gather, analyze, and integrate various martial arts that were visible and accessible, drawing upon their quintessence. This approach proved to be far more practical and feasible than expending energy in pursuit of elusive, mostly non-existent, complete legacies of unparalleled martial arts. Nevertheless, the quest for exploration must continue, not in search of a complete Dugan Nine Swords or Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but to validate his hypotheses and gain a deeper understanding of the historical development of martial arts in this realm. Moreover, even if the core of these places has been lost, he might still uncover fragments or remnants left by predecessors during their practice, or perhaps unique insights and experiences. These scraps hold significant reference and validation value for the vast martial arts system he is constructing. Days later, Lin Yue entrusted the daily affairs of the Valley of Villains in Jingzhou City to the capable Yan Daping, along with a group of newly gathered talents controlled by the heart-devouring influence to maintain basic operations. He then quietly departed the city, embarking on his journey of exploration. His first destination was the northward city of Xiangyang, where, following the approximate directions indicated by Shui Dai and his extraordinary perception of the terrain's energy, he swiftly located the legendary Valley of the Sword Demon in a remote mountain range on the outskirts of Xiangyang. The valley was deep, flanked by sheer stone walls that rose steeply, marred by the vestiges of wind and rain erosion. Lin Yue leapt into the valley, his heightened senses acting like the most refined scanner, meticulously examining every inch of the rock walls and each massive boulder. Indeed, on some of the smooth rock faces, faint traces, seemingly left by fingertips or sword energy, were discernible. However, they were ancient, blurred, and difficult to identify in terms of specific techniques. The entire valley was imbued with a profound, solitary, and defeat-seeking sword intent, a presence that was extremely subtle yet remarkably pure, subtly influencing the flow of energy within the valley. Lin Yue closed his eyes and concentrated, quietly absorbing this lingering sword intent, and his understanding of the sword path seemed to deepen, as if he were engaged in a transcendent spiritual exchange with an unparalleled swordsman from a century past. Yet, apart from this, the valley indeed bore no signs of concrete manuals, weapons, or legacies, as Shui Dai had mentioned. Only a few unique terrains where the energy converged suggested excellent spots for comprehending and practicing swordsmanship, but that was all. The echoes of the empty valley reverberated, leaving only the enduring sword intent. To have sensed this intent was sufficient to justify his journey. Lin Yue stood in the valley for a long while. Experiencing a moment of clarity, he no longer fixated on tangible objects and turned to leave. After departing from a valley of the sword demon, suffused with the prideful sword intent, Lin Yue turned westward, delving into the depths of the perilous and complex terrain of the Zhongnan Mountains, shrouded in mist. Here, the mountains soared high, the forests were dense, and miasma occasionally manifested, with venomous creatures and wild beasts lurking, deterring ordinary people from venturing deep within. Lin Yue, drawing upon the sporadic accounts found in ancient texts and the legendary tales passed down through generations, combined with his extraordinary perception of geomancy and the energies of mountains and rivers, devoted several days to traversing rugged terrains. At last, he stumbled upon a secluded entrance beneath a sheer cliff, overgrown with vines and almost entirely isolated from the world. After laboriously clearing away layers of soil and debris accumulated over countless years, he unveiled a colossal dragon-slaying stone that was immensely heavy and possessed a deep, dark hue, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding rock formations. The stone's surface was as smooth as a mirror, its hardness far exceeding that of ordinary granite, indicating it had undergone a special treatment, fitting snugly into the mountainside as if it were an innate part of the cliff. There were no apparent mechanisms, keyholes, or signs of opening, exuding an aura of resolute closure. Standing before the stone, Lin Yue's heightened senses functioned like the most sophisticated scanner, instantly discerning the physical structure of the stone, its connection to the mountain, and even the minute fissures or weaknesses that might exist within. With a thickness of approximately 3 yards and a remarkably high density, it was tightly affixed to the underlying bedrock through ancient mortise joints and a substance akin to concrete, rendering its overall weight astonishing, almost as if it were an extension of the mountain itself. In that moment, he calculated that, using sheer physical strength, he could potentially dislodge or shatter it with a full-force effort. Without hesitation, recognizing his power and purpose, he saw no reason to be deterred by a mere stone. Taking a deep breath, the unparalleled physical energy derived from meteorite power coalesced in his right fist. The muscles in his arm tautened, and beneath his skin, a shimmering light seemed to emerge, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort with the intensity of his gathering strength. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a deep, thunderous sound that resonated with immense concentration. Boom! Lin Yue's fist struck precisely at a relatively weak stress point where the dragon-slaying stone met the mountain. He opted not to push the stone away entirely or shatter it, as the resulting tremors and debris would be uncontrollable. Instead, with superhuman precision, he focused his formidable power to a single point, erupting like the sharpest drill. Crack! Thunderous echoes accompanied the distressing sound of rock fracturing, and the seemingly immovable dragon-slaying stone instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. The massive stone crumbled inward, yielding to an irresistible force that forcibly created an irregular opening large enough for a person to pass through. Debris flew inward, and clouds of dust billowed forth. Yet the overall structure remained intact, demonstrating Lin Yue's exquisite control over his strength, sufficient to breach the barrier without causing a catastrophic collapse. A chill, damp air, imbued with the essence of millennia and a faint, elusive floral fragrance, wafted from the newly formed passage. Lin Yue swiftly slipped through the opening, entering the fabled tomb of the living dead. Inside, it was not enveloped in darkness. His enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly. The passage is deep and the stone walls are frigid, bearing the marks of human excavation, though many areas have succumbed to collapse, revealing the relentless force of time and geological shifts. The air is saturated with an oppressive silence, yet his heightened senses can detect the faintest remnants of a peculiar energy field, as well as something deeper within. He advances cautiously, sidestepping the remnants of evidently defunct traps. The internal structure of the tomb is intricate, with numerous forks in the path. However, for one endowed with extraordinary sensory perception and a keen sense of direction, locating the core area proves to be a trivial pursuit. Eventually, he arrives at a relatively spacious stone chamber, which appears to have once served as a training ground or a site of significant activities within the tomb. The stone walls are densely inscribed with an array of characters and intricate designs. Lin Yue's gaze sweeps across, instantly discerning the majority of the content. The names of the techniques in Beauty Fist are derived from the postures of beautiful women or historical anecdotes of renowned beauties. Their graceful forms conceal lethal intent, offering an intriguing juxtaposition. The heavenly net technique ensnares the enemy with a myriad of palm strikes, like an intricate web, permeable yet impenetrable, emphasizing the pinnacle of movement and palm technique synergy. The Jade Maiden swordplay is characterized by its ethereal and agile strikes, blending offense and defense, demanding a tranquil mind and a relaxed demeanor to unleash its full potential. The Jade Maiden Pure Heart swordplay? It requires a profound emotional connection between the two wielders, harmonizing their movements. When their twin swords unite, their power becomes formidable. What a unique requirement. Additionally, fragments of the 9 manual, Lin Yue's focus sharpens as he perceives portions of ancient scriptures and cultivation methods. Though incomplete, they undeniably belong to the true canon, encompassing sections such as the muscle transforming and bone forging treatise, soul transferring technique, acupoint unlocking secrets, and breath control secrets, evidently compiled by the predecessors of the ancient tomb sect. These martial arts inscriptions vary in depth and appear to originate from different eras, yet they remain relatively well preserved. While they may not represent the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, their distinctive philosophies, relentless pursuit of technique, and the martial principles they embody hold significant reference value for Lin Yue, who is currently assimilating diverse schools of thought and integrating myriad methods. He stands still for a moment, his extraordinary intellect functioning like a scanner, meticulously recording every detail etched upon the wall. However, what captures his attention further are several skeletal remains in the corner of the chamber. These bones are not interred here, but are arranged in poses of struggle or seated resistance, clearly having endured cataclysmic events or combat in this location. With the passage of time, their garments have long turned to ash. Yet the robust nature of the bones and certain characteristics suggest that these individuals were once formidable practitioners with profound inner strength and exceptional martial prowess. Lin Yue crouches down, his superhuman insight allowing him to discern the traces of injuries left upon the bones. One skeleton's ribs are nearly all fractured, its sternum collapsed, evidently shattered by an overwhelming and unparalleled force, resulting in instantaneous demise. Another skeleton displays numerous peculiar twists and fractures in its arm and leg bones, as if contorted by an incredibly soft yet ruthlessly dominating power. There lay another skeletal remains, its bones exhibiting an unnatural jet black hue. Even after the passage of countless years, that darkness remained profound, emanating a barely perceptible chill upon touch, evidently the result of a potent toxin that had pervaded even the marrow. The last skeleton bore a fractured skull, seemingly pierced by a sharp weapon. Each bore fatal wounds, and from the nature of the injuries, it was apparent that the assailants employed strikingly different martial arts, brutality, treachery, and enigma intertwined, as if they had endured a harrowing melee or had been besieged by several elite masters. Lin Yue speculated that, judging by the degree of erosion, these remains dated back to a time long before the possible demise of the ancient tomb sect. Who were these individuals? Why did they meet their end here? Was it a conflict among intruders or a final stand between the last guardians of the tomb and formidable foes, leading to mutual destruction? Surrounding the desiccated bones were no artifacts to attest to their identities, rendering them nameless enigmas buried within this shadowy crypt. Yet the injuries they bore served as a silent testament to their martial prowess, narrating the ferocity of battles fought and the strength and cunning of their adversaries. Lin Yue meticulously searched the tomb once more. Apart from the stone-carved martial techniques and these skeletal remains, he found no other items of greater value. There was no fabled cold jade bed, no troves of weapons, nor a more complete version of the 9 manual. Just as he had previously surmised, many core treasures had likely vanished with the passage of time or upheaval. Nevertheless, this expedition had yielded substantial rewards. He had acquired nearly the entire suite of unique martial arts from the ancient tomb sect, fragments of the 9 manual, and had witnessed firsthand the devastating martial prowess represented by the skeletal remains. All of these enriched his martial arts database, offering new directions for research and verification. The Tomb of the Living Dead truly lived up to its reputation, though lacking in astonishing treasures. The martial inscriptions and the remains of these unnamed masters stood as a testament to history in their own right. Lin Yue cast one last glance at the deep stone chamber and the skeletal remains before turning to depart. He approached the shattered entrance of the dragon's broken stone, paused for a moment in contemplation, and placed his palms upon the rocky edge of the opening, exerting a subtle force. With a resounding rumble, several massive stones were dislodged by his deft strength, cleverly obstructing most of the entrance. Though not restored to its original state, it sufficed to deter ordinary folk and beasts from entering. Having completed this task, he vanished into the verdant mountains, returning toward Jingzhou. His next step would involve adequately entertaining those clandestinely connecting, restless souls who perhaps had already set their sights on the Valley of Evildoers. The performance in Jingzhou had only just begun. Chapter 38. The otherworldly acquisition of artifacts and initial analysis of exotic poisons. The twilight draped over the valley outside Jingzhou like a shroud of obscurity, the rugged stones within transforming into countless lurking phantoms under the deepening night. This was the new stronghold of the Valley of Evildoers. Lin Yue stood alone in the depths of his chamber, ingeniously carved from a natural stone cave, where several luminous pearls embedded in the surrounding walls emitted a cold, ethereal glow, barely dispelling the shadows while enhancing the ambience of profound tranquility. His gaze was entirely captivated by a jade box of sheep's fat resting upon the cold jade table. The jade box, with its warm and smooth texture and ancient craftsmanship, was evidently not an ordinary artifact. It was one of the spoils he had acquired from the secret treasury of Ling Tusu, the governor of Jingzhou. The lid had been opened, revealing a soft, dark velvet lining within, where a peculiar flower lay quietly. This flower, with its unusual shape and thick petals, boasted a vivid hue reminiscent of congealed blood. Yet under the illumination of the luminous pearl, it subtly shimmered with an enchanting golden sheen, as if life pulsed within. Even more extraordinary was its fragrance, which at first seemed faint, carrying a tantalizing sweetness. However, upon closer inhalation, one could detect a chilling, sinister essence that penetrated deeply into the lungs, causing a slight tingling at the scalp. This was the infamous and inscrutable poison of the world, the golden wave flower. Lin Yue's gaze remained composed. Even though he possessed superhuman strength and the pure essence of the Taishan scripture, at this moment his fingertips, separated by a specially crafted thin layer of gel, lightly touched the cold, slick petals, and he could still distinctly sense a malevolent chill of poison, as if it were a living entity attempting to erode along the sensitive pathways of his skin. Had it not been for the supremely refined internal energy circulating within him, forming an imperceptible barrier upon contact, it was likely that an ordinary martial artist would have succumbed to poisoning from such a mere touch. The potency of this toxin was formidable, seemingly imbued with a sentience that specifically targeted the foundation of one's internal strength. Lin Yue withdrew his finger, a chill coursing through him. In the original narrative, even the formidable Ding Dian, who had mastered the divine illumination scripture, ultimately perished to the poison of this flower, underscoring its terrifying nature. This toxin evidently transcended the realm of ordinary botanical venoms. Its mechanisms were undoubtedly complex, perhaps involving an erosion of energy levels and even a decay of mental will. Relying solely on the traditional medicinal and toxicological practices of this world, it would likely take a lifetime to even glimpse its profound mysteries, let alone to neutralize or master it. With the enhancement of his medicinal knowledge, his mind functioned like a finely tuned instrument, rapidly deducing several analytical pathways, only to dismiss each in turn. What posed an insurmountable dilemma for the people of this realm might be unraveled from a different perspective, utilizing tools from another world. He required precision instruments capable of dissecting the essence of matter and observing the microscopic fluctuations of energy, grounded in rigorous scientific logic. A clear plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He would return to the real world, procure the necessary research equipment, and establish a secret laboratory that transcended the era, thereby unveiling the mysteries of the golden wave flower and numerous other peculiar toxins of this realm. With his resolve firmly established, he hesitated no longer. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, where a radiant light, symbolizing the rules of traversing myriad worlds, flowed gently. He focused his thoughts and chose the highly advanced technological civilization of the endless world, setting the temporal point to a relatively stable period following the resolution of conflicts. When societal order had begun to restore itself, he returned. The familiar sensation of slight weightlessness enveloped him, and the secret chamber, luminous pearl, cold jade table, and that enchanting golden wave flower rapidly blurred and faded like a water-drenched painting. In the next moment, the unique background noise of a modern metropolis intertwined with dust, exhaust fumes, and the low hum of countless electronic devices replaced the deathly silence of the Valley of Villains. He found himself ensconced within a high-rise apartment in Manhattan, acquired through anonymous funding. Beyond the window lay the dazzling, sleepless urban neon, cold glass edifices rising like a steel jungle, presenting a stark and absurd contrast to the martial realm he had just traversed, one brimming with inner strength and venom. Lin Yue felt no inclination to savor the nightscape. He strode directly to his study, activating his high-performance laptop, the screen's cool illumination casting light upon his unperturbed visage. After ingesting a 48-milligram capsule, the world before him transformed into an unprecedented clarity, ripe for analysis. A torrent of online information flowed before him like a docile river, while complex jargon and equipment specifications automatically categorized and coalesced in his mind. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind mere shadows as he simultaneously dispatched inquiries to several high-end scientific equipment rental companies, cleverly masquerading under the names of meticulously crafted, seemingly legitimate research institutions or independent laboratories. His emails were both professional and precise, honing in on core requirements. We require a portable biological microscope with a resolution of at least nanometer scale, equipped with differential interference contrast and fluorescence imaging capabilities, to observe the microscopic structures of unknown biological samples. The centrifuge must possess low-temperature superspeed capabilities, with a maximum rotation speed of no less than 100,000 revolutions per minute, ensuring effective separation of various components within complex liquids. The spectrometer should encompass a broad wavelength range from ultraviolet to infrared and facilitate Raman spectroscopy analysis for rapid identification of both organic and inorganic compounds. Simultaneously, he reached out to several reputable figures within the gray market through encrypted, anonymous networks. Their dialogues were succinct and veiled. A high-powered, silent diesel generator is required, with extended endurance and noise levels kept below 40 decibels. Additionally, procure 3 sets of the highest-grade bioprotective suits, fully sealed and equipped with a positive pressure breathing system. Furthermore, all chemical reagents on this list must have a purity level above analytical grade, and stock must be secured promptly. In terms of funding, he utilized cash that he had meticulously exchanged and discreetly stored through various channels. All transactions were conducted in cash, with delivery addresses scattered across several self-storage facilities or obscure packet collection points in the city, which he had previously scouted for their relatively lax management. Like a seasoned operative, he silently erased any potential electronic traces. In the ensuing 3 days, Lin Yue moved through the shadows of this vast metropolis like a genuine specter. Armed with his superlative learning capabilities and an acute understanding of the city's layout, he managed to appear at the most opportune moments, evading all unnecessary surveillance cameras, exchanging thick bundles of cash for those meticulously packaged boxes. Each handover was executed with precision, leaving no trace of evidence. When the final set of micro-sterile workstations was securely stored within the 70 cubic meters of the seemingly infinite storage space, Lin Yue did not linger for a moment. He initiated the traversal once more, briefly returning to the realm of reality as a waypoint, and then pinpointed the temporal anchor within the nefarious valley of the Lian Chengju world. As the spatial fluctuations subsided, he found himself standing once again in that deep stone chamber. Time seemed to stand still, the luminous pearl's glow remained cold, and the golden wave flower in the jade box continued to exude an enchanting radiance and aura. Yet at this moment, he was fully equipped. He selected a secluded stone cave, well ventilated and distanced from the activities within the valley, as a temporary laboratory. He extracted a silent diesel generator and placed it in a pre-dug vibration-damping pit, connecting it with a long cable. Once the generator roared to life, it emitted a deep, steady hum, not drawing attention in the tranquil valley. Next, he donned a complete set of white heavy-duty protective gear, fastening the seals and activating the independent oxygen supply system on his back. The goggles on his mask rendered him an outsider in this realm. One by one, he carefully retrieved the high-tech instruments, a microscope, centrifuge, and spectrometer, placing them meticulously on the makeshift workstation. The preparations of the laboratory were silent yet efficient. When everything was in order, Lin Yue inhaled a deep breath of the pure air circulating within his protective suit, his gaze returning to the golden wave flower. This time, his eyes mirrored those of the calmest surgeon, poised to dissect an unknown organism. He first employed specially crafted titanium tweezers to delicately extract a small fragment from the edge of a petal, placing it on a high-precision electronic scale to record the initial data. He then transferred the petal fragment into a sterile mortar, adding a specific buffer solution and carefully grinding it into a homogeneous paste. A portion of this paste was dripped onto a slide and examined under a nanoscale biological microscope. The world beneath the lens was astonishing. The minute particles were not lifeless. Instead, they exhibited a bizarre, slow, writhing motion in the liquid, with intricate internal structures and crystalline-like arrangements, yet possessing characteristics akin to biological tissue, resembling dormant microbial spores imbued with a terrifying vitality. Another portion of the paste was injected into a centrifuge tube and placed in a pre-cooled ultracentrifuge. After setting the program, the machine began to spin at high speed, emitting a faint buzzing sound. During the wait, Lin Yue took a platinum needle, finer than a cow's hair, dipped it in a minuscule amount of petal juice, and placed a drop on the spectrometer's detection window. Soon, complex data curves began to dance across the screen, indicating the presence of various previously unseen organic compound structures, alongside characteristic peaks of several heavy metal elements. Following the preliminary physical and chemical analysis, the most crucial live experiment commenced. He retrieved a healthy wild rabbit from a nearby cage and secured it in place. Once again, he carefully dipped the platinum needle into a smaller dose of the toxin and cautiously injected it beneath the skin of the rabbit's hind leg. The effect was immediate and shocking. The rabbit convulsed violently almost instantaneously, its eyes rapidly filling with blood, frothy blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its limbs spasming intensely. In merely a few breaths, it lay utterly limp, its pupils dilated, a tragic sight of death. This mirrored the poisoning symptoms described by Ding Dian in years past. Lin Yue silently recorded the time of death and all observable symptoms. Yet, the most critical test still lay ahead. He focused his mind, gradually channeling a thread of pure Tai Xian internal energy, cautiously reaching out towards a fresh petal, attempting to perceive the interplay between toxins and energy. The moment his internal force made contact with the petal, an unexpected transformation occurred. The peculiar golden light on the petal seemed to flicker momentarily, as if the previously dormant toxicity had been invigorated by a surge of vitality, suddenly becoming immensely active. The chilling and bone-corroding force amplified several-fold, akin to countless icy poison needles fiercely rebounding in the direction of his internal energy feedback, seeking to invade his meridians. Lin Yue's heart tightened, and he swiftly severed the connection of internal force, simultaneously activating the Tai Xian scripture to rapidly dissolve the faint cold poison that had invaded his body. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. It became evident that the toxin of the golden wave sun flower possessed an extraordinarily strong affinity and amplifying effect on internal energy, particularly that of a cold and yin nature. Not only could it corrode the flesh, but it could also provoke and exacerbate hidden dangers that might already exist within the internal force, rendering it an absolute nemesis to practitioners of internal martial arts. Should a practitioner with a predominantly cold and yin attribute succumb to its poison, the combined internal and external assault would likely lead to a swifter demise than that of an ordinary person. Under the influence of the drug's effects, the microscopic structures observed under a microscope, the spectral data curves, the stratified samples post-centrifugation, the poisoning reactions of wild rabbits, and the perilous feedback from his internal energy perception. All these seemingly chaotic pieces of information collided, integrated, and evolved rapidly within his mind, gradually sketching out an increasingly clear model of the toxicity mechanism of the golden wave sunflower. This model not only encompassed its physicochemical properties, but also delved into its intricate interactions with life, energy, and perhaps even with spiritual will. Indeed, the complexity was profound, justifying its title as an extraordinary poison of the world. Lin Yue mused softly to himself, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of his mouth beneath the protective mask. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the reward upon unraveling the enigma. He sensed that if he could fully grasp the mysteries of this toxin and discover a means to harness it, perhaps he could forge an unprecedented path in the cultivation of toxic arts. He quelled the tumult within his heart and immersed himself once more into the intricate and meticulous analysis. Recording data, adjusting parameters, preparing for the next round of deeper experimentation. Within the depths of the cavern, only the faint hum of the instruments and the sound of a soul from another realm engaged in a solitary yet resolute challenge against the ancient and wondrous poison of this world could be heard. Chapter 39. The poisonous blood blade in the depths of the evil man's valley, within a hastily established stone chamber laboratory. Only the low rumble of machinery and the soft scratching sound of Lin Yue's pen on paper accompanied the atmosphere. The air was suffused with a peculiar scent, a blend of herbs and metal, while the stone walls were embedded with a few luminous pearls, casting a cold, ethereal light that illuminated the towering piles of documents and vessels on the table. Preliminary analytical data on the golden wave sunflower had accumulated into a thick stack. The enchanting flower continued to exude a heart-stirring beauty and danger within a specially designed sealed glass container. The golden patterns on the petals shimmered under the light, appearing to quiver with a life of their own. Lin Yue stood at the desk, his gaze focused and profound behind the protective mask, meticulously comparing a set of toxicity reaction records, continuously theorizing the catalytic effects of pollen mixed with other toxins. Suddenly, his writing hand paused momentarily. It was not due to a breakthrough in the experiment, but rather his extraordinary hearing that detected a distant, discordant sound from beyond the valley. It was the deliberate and muffled sound of footsteps, intermingled with the subtle friction of metal and leather, as well as an aura that, despite the distance, carried an unmistakable scent of ferocity and greed. His brow furrowed slightly as he set down the wolf hair brush, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table twice, seemingly calculating the distance and the number of individuals approaching. This ominous presence bore the distinct malevolent aura of the Blood Knife sect, indicating that the adversaries could no longer restrain themselves and had come seeking confrontation. Almost simultaneously, a faint yet urgent knocking echoed from outside the stone chamber. 3 long taps followed by 2 short ones, the emergency signal from within the valley. Lin Yue's thoughts stirred, and the space of the Celestial Tome quietly unfurled. The intricate instruments on the table vanished, as if caressed by an invisible hand, leaving only the golden wave flower sealed within its glass container. He swiftly removed his protective suit, revealing the familiar blue robe underneath. Adjusting his sleeves with nonchalance as he calmly instructed, "Enter." The stone door creaked open, and Yin Daping slipped inside, his usual demeanor of sycophancy and caution replaced by an authentic sense of urgency. He hastened forward, bowing slightly, and lowered his voice, "My lord. The outer sentinels have relayed urgent news. A large group of individuals in black is stealthily advancing under the cover of night. Given their movements and weaponry, they are undoubtedly from the Blood Knife sect. Their numbers are approximately 30, led by a disciple of the Blood Knife ancestor, known as the Bald Wolf Hachi. This man is notoriously brutal and has a penchant for slaughter, having made quite a name for himself in the martial world, though his skills are said to fall short of his masteress, lacking the supreme blade techniques of the Blood Knife. They are moving swiftly, seemingly having scouted the valley's terrain, approaching from 3 directions with uncertain intentions." Lin Yue's gaze swept over the golden wave flower on the table, his tone calm and unwavering. "A mere clown dares to create a disturbance. Perfect timing, as I am in need of living specimens for my newly concocted poison." He had anticipated retaliation from the Blood Knife sect, yet he was taken aback by the caliber of their envoy, revealing that, although they were enraged, they did not truly regard him as a formidable opponent, or perhaps they merely wished to gauge his strength first. He strolled toward the window, gazing into the pitch-black night beyond the valley, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. Yin Daping, witnessing Lin Yue's composure, felt somewhat reassured, yet he added, "My lord, The bald wolf Hachi has mastered the blood knife techniques to a considerable extent and is exceptionally fierce. Moreover, he is accompanied by capable members of the blood knife sect. We must remain vigilant. Should we activate all defensive mechanisms or mobilize all our forces within the valley to confront them? I recommend proceeding according to Plan C. Lin Yue's voice was indifferent, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Instruct Shimin Kan to blend the soul-distracting powder with the golden wave flower pollen in a 2-to-1 ratio to create poison powder packets, to be placed at the narrow entrance of the valley. Activate all snares and crossbows. The remaining personnel should utilize the terrain to obstruct them. There is no need for a desperate fight. Allow them to enter, but ensure they come into contact with the poison powder. The bald wolf is mine to deal with. His orders were clear and icy, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yin Daping straightened his posture and promptly bowed. I shall obey your command, my lord. He cautiously accepted the sealed vessel containing the golden wave flower pollen that Lin Yue handed him, then swiftly turned and departed, his steps as light as a cat's, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the end of the corridor. Lin Yue, meanwhile, strolled out of the stone chamber and made his way to a more open area in the Valley of Villains, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly savoring the night. The moonlight cascaded like water over his azure robe, casting a delicate silver sheen upon it. Faint sounds of battle, screams, and the clash of weapons echoed from the valley entrance. Yet, he remained oblivious, his expression tranquil as ever, with only a fleeting glimmer of derision in his eyes. The disciples of the Bloodblade sect were merely unwitting test subjects for the poison, perfectly suited to verify the practical effects of the golden wave flower. The fighting at the valley entrance was exceptionally fierce. The disciples of the Bloodblade sect howled as they surged into the narrow passage, triggering numerous traps. Tripwires sprang up violently, bringing down those at the forefront, while the subsequent volley of poison crossbow bolts rained down, instantly piercing the throats of several. Poison powder bags were continuously burst or triggered, releasing a faint red mist that mingled with the original hallucinogenic powder of Shimin Kan, silently spreading throughout the area. The leading disciples inhaled the toxic powder and soon felt their internal energy falter, their limbs growing weak, heads spinning, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Some attempted to expel the poison, only to find that the toxin clung to them like a parasite, spreading more rapidly the more they activated their internal energy. Yin Daping, Shimin Kan, and others relied on their familiarity with the terrain, persistently harassing the enemy, fighting and retreating, deliberately drawing them further into the valley. As Shimin can scatter toxins, he chuckled softly. These fools truly believe they can rampage through the valley. Yin Daping calmly directed the assault, occasionally launching concealed projectiles to strike at critical joints of the opponents, hindering their movements. Ha ha ha! What a ridiculous valley of villains! What a so-called evil emperor! Just a bunch of cowardly scoundrels, resorting to poison and treachery. A raucous, boisterous laughter echoed as a tall, robust figure, with a shiny bald head and a face full of flesh, swung a heavy blood-colored curved blade, shattering the last barrier in his path, and strode into the valley's expanse. Behind him followed a dozen equally fierce disciples of the Bloodblade sect, who appeared somewhat unsteady, their faces flushed, having evidently inhaled a considerable amount of toxic powder. The bald wolf, Hachi, seeing the guards at the valley entrance crumbling easily, felt an even greater sense of disdain, convinced that the evil emperor was all bluster, relying solely on cunning schemes. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the figure in the azure robe standing calmly at the center, back turned to him, and fury ignited within him, feeling that the opponent was deliberately belittling him. You there, come over and die, Buddha. Bring forth your cowardly turtle of an evil emperor. Hachi's voice boomed, brimming with arrogance. Noticing that his adversary was singular and so young, he assumed him to be merely an ordinary leader within the valley, completely unaware that he had stepped into a deadly trap. Lin Yue slowly turned, his expression serene, his gaze as cold and profound as a deep pool, sweeping over Hachi and the group of disciples behind him, who were still shouting but already showing signs of fatigue. His eyes lingered momentarily on the blood blade in Hachi's hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Are you the one in charge? Speak. Where's the evil emperor hiding? Hachi felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart under that piercing gaze, yet relying on his ferocity, he still barked a fierce inquiry. His bloodied blade aimed at Lin Yue, the crimson patterns on the blade glistening ominously in the moonlight. "You seek me?" Lin Yue spoke calmly, his voice soft yet resonating clearly in every ear, imbued with a peculiar penetrating chill, as if striking directly at the hearts of the onlookers. Hachi was momentarily taken aback before erupting into wild laughter. "You are the evil emperor? A mere child, barely out of infancy, dares to claim such a title? Truly, it is laughable. It seems the Valley of Villains has become a refuge for the inept. Very well, capturing you will allow me to plunder further, and this valley shall belong to my Bloodblade sect." Convinced he had discerned the opponent's weaknesses, and driven by his eagerness for glory, he ceased further words and let out a furious roar. His robust figure lunged forward with unexpected agility, the heavy Bloodblade slicing through the air, carrying with it a foul wind, aimed straight for Lin Yue's face. This strike was powerful and ferocious, showcasing the true martial prowess of the Bloodblade sect, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. His disciples echoed his battle cry, rushing forward in a flurry of flashing blades and palpable bloodlust. However, in the face of this unparalleled ferocity, Lin Yue did not even raise an eyebrow, as if the deadly Bloodblade were merely a fluttering leaf. His stance was as steadfast as a mountain, his garments only lightly swaying in the turbulent air. Just as the Bloodblade was about to descend upon him, and the wind it generated ruffled his hair, Lin Yue finally moved. He did not evade or parry. He simply raised his right hand and struck forth. This gesture appeared languid, yet was as swift as lightning, arriving before the blade. As his palm extended, there was no fierce wind or dazzling light, only an essence of weight and silence, so profound it seemed capable of suppressing all. Where his palm passed, the air seemed to solidify, even the moonlight dimming in its presence. The sinister grin on Hachi's face instantly froze, transforming into sheer horror. He realized that his ferocious strike with the Bloodblade was ensnared in an unseen quagmire before this seemingly mundane palm, its speed drastically reduced. More terrifying was the force contained within that strike, which made him feel as though he were confronting a colossal mountain, immovable yet on the verge of collapse. An instinctual fear surged through him. He wished to change his attack, to retreat, only to find that all his energy was locked by this palm, rendering him unable to escape. Desperately, he channeled his inner strength, the crimson glow of the Bloodblade intensifying as he attempted to withstand the palm. But all was in vain. In the next moment, boom, a resounding thud erupted, resonating like a drumbeat in every heart. Lin Yue's seemingly light strike met the Bloodblade that Hachi hastily raised in defense. There was no harsh clang of metal, only a muffled sound akin to a heavy hammer shattering worn leather. Before their eyes, that finely forged, blood-stained blade twisted and deformed at the point of impact, then shattered inch by inch. Fragments of metal flew in all directions, accompanied by the sharp sound of objects slicing through the air. Yet, Lin Yue's palm strike remained utterly unimpeded, piercing through the shattered blades and continuing forward, effortlessly imprinting itself upon the chest of Hachi, whose face was etched with horror and disbelief. Hachi could only emit a brief, desperate groan as his eyes bulged in shock. He felt an irresistible, overwhelming force, as vast as the ocean and chilling to the bone, surge into him, instantly shattering his meridians and obliterating all vitality within him. He could distinctly hear the sickening crack of his bones and the muffled sound of his organs being crushed. His robust frame was hurled backward as if struck by a rampaging giant elephant, blood spewing from his mouth, mixed with fragments of his innards. Tracing a tragic arc through the air, the blood splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound, as if imbued with a potent corrosive quality. After being propelled several dozen feet away, he crashed to the earth like a broken sack, rolling a few times before lying utterly still. On his chest, a clear imprint of a palm was indented, with his garments reduced to ash, and his skin taking on a grotesque purplish-black hue, as though frozen by extreme cold or corroded by a deadly toxin. His demise was harrowing and ghastly. Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The disciples of the Blood Knife sect, who had previously surged forward in a frenzy, now stood paralyzed, as if ensnared by a spell, their faces drained of arrogance and bloodlust, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Some dropped their weapons with a clang, while others, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground. They gazed in disbelief at their once mighty elder brother, the fierce Hachi, who had been vanquished by this seemingly frail youth with but a single strike. Just one strike. The very thought of such terrifying power was beyond their comprehension. Thud! Thud! It was unclear who instigated it first, but the surviving disciples of the Blood Knife sect collectively discarded their weapons, their faces pale as they knelt upon the ground, banging their heads as if pounding garlic, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. "Spare us, O evil emperor! Spare us!" they cried. "We are blind to our own folly, having offended your divine might. We beseech you to spare our insignificant lives. It was Hachi who forced us into this. We shall never dare again." The wails for mercy echoed, forming a stark and ludicrous contrast to their earlier arrogance. Some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, and a foul odor permeated the air. Lin Yue paid no heed to the groveling wretches, instead addressing Yinda with a calm demeanor, instructing, "Sever this head and display it outside the valley. The rest shall have their martial arts abolished and serve as laborers. Clean it all up." "Yes, master." Yinda and the other members of the evil valley now regarded Lin Yue with not only reverence, but a frenzied admiration. The might of his palm strike had reached such heights. The group swiftly moved forward to execute the command. Yinda personally wielded the knife to sever Hachi's head with clean precision. The remaining disciples, their martial arts stripped away, were dragged off, wailing in despair. The valley soon returned to tranquility, yet the scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The following morning, a newly unfurled banner, emblazoned with fearsome characters, rose at the entrance of the Valley of Villains. Atop the flagpole, the horrifying, twisted head of the bald wolf, Hachi, hung in macabre suspension, eyes forever unclosed. Beneath the banner, a stone tablet bore freshly inscribed letters in blood, glaringly proclaiming, "Those who trespass the valley shall be executed." As the morning breeze swept through, the flag fluttered violently, the severed head swaying ominously, as if issuing a silent warning to all would-be intruders. News spread like wildfire, taking to the wings of rumor, permeating the martial world with astonishing rapidity. In tea houses and taverns, within the courtyards of various sects, no one could refrain from discussing the event. "Have you heard? The bald wolf, Hachi, of the Blood Knife sect, along with dozens of his men, was annihilated in the Valley of Villains last night." Not just annihilated. Hachi was struck down with a single palm by the first evil emperor. Even his knife shattered. A single palm? Good heavens. Hachi was a renowned warrior of the Blood Knife sect, known for his ferocious blood knife techniques. What level of martial prowess does the evil emperor possess? Surely he is no ordinary man. Hush. Speak cautiously. From now on, in the territory of Jingzhou, and indeed throughout the entire martial world, I fear no one will dare to provoke the Valley of Villains lightly. Both righteous and sinister factions, as well as various forces, trembled at the news. Within the Blood Knife sect, turmoil erupted. The ancestral figure was furious but chose to bide his time, seemingly weighing his options. The name of Lin Yue as the first evil emperor, accompanied by that seemingly casual yet earth-shattering strike, truly became a suffocating shadow looming over the martial world. The reputation of the Valley of Villains soared, and no petty individuals dared to infringe upon it any longer. Chapter 40. The Mystery of Bo Sun and the Quest for Truth. Deep within the Valley of Villains, the stone chamber appeared to be forgotten by time. Its walls built from millennia-old cold stones, exuding an eerie chill that seemed to freeze the very air. Only a glass lantern remained lit upon the table, casting a blue glow that rendered the walls as though they were immersed in a dreamlike realm. Within the glass lamp, the golden Bo Sun flowers quietly bloomed, their petals resembling thin gold, shimmering as if they were about to drip with light. This radiance was not lifeless. Rather, it seemed to possess a vitality of its own, flowing languidly with a sweetness that wafted through the air, tinged with a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if countless delicate tendrils were probing into the depths of one's psyche, enticing one to succumb while simultaneously instilling an unsettling dread. Standing before the table, Lin Yue's form was as upright as a solitary pine, his gaze tranquil, reflecting the alluring yet perilous beauty of the bizarre poison within the lamp. He had remained there, sleepless for several days, employing immense mental fortitude and the supremely pure internal energy of Tai Xian to repeatedly peel away, purify, and analyze the superficial toxin structure of the golden Bo Sun flower. However, this was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in discerning its essence, probing the fundamental laws governing the interactions between this poison and the myriad energies of the heavens and earth, particularly the ever-changing, multifaceted internal energies within martial artists. This was the profound truth of the path of poison, a treacherous journey fraught with peril. He slowly settled into a meditative posture, his garments brushing lightly against the stone floor. His eyes gradually closed, his breath transitioning from a gentle rhythm to a barely perceptible presence, until he reached a state of serene silence. His heightened senses and thoughts ascended to their utmost pinnacle, the external stone chamber, the flickering lights. Even his own corporeal form began to fade. In his perception, the world transformed into an expansive, boundless ocean of ceaseless energy and information. The golden bow, Sun flower within that vessel, shed its form, revealing its true essence, a peculiar conglomerate composed of countless chaotic, cold, and destructive energy particles. Its structure was complex and intricate, far exceeding imagination, with every strand of energy brimming with an aggressive vitality, akin to myriad miniature ferocious beasts, lying in wait, restless, yearning to consume and obliterate. The Tao Te Ching encompasses all, and its inner force transcends mere dualities of yin and yang. Lin Yue's thoughts flickered like lightning, shifting with breathtaking speed. A bold and perilous plan took shape, to serve as a furnace for himself, using the myriad characteristics of inner power as kindling, and employing the method of energy probing to unearth the hidden truth of this peculiar poison. He focused inward, his mind as sharp as a blade, cautiously extracting a thread of the purest and finest bow Sun flower toxin from that turbulent energy conglomerate. This thread of toxin, as fine as a gossamer thread, contained a heart-stopping destructive force, which he imprisoned within the core of his perception, as if confining a miniature primordial beast within an invisible glass cage. Immediately, a flicker of thought stirred within him, and his Taoist essence surged in response, instantaneously simulating an inner power characteristic that was intensely fierce and unyielding. Its energy imprint was searing and tumultuous, akin to red-hot dark iron or the molten lava surging from the depths of a volcano, filled with the most pure and direct explosive destructive force. This was a true reflection of the inner strength of martial artists who had mastered external techniques to their zenith, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Under the driving force of his will, this blazing inner power surged forth like a runaway flame steed, akin to a valiant warrior charging forward, bearing the fierce momentum to incinerate all in its path, directly colliding with the core of the imprisoned toxin. The collision occurred in an instant. Contrary to expectations of restraint and dissolution, the toxin reacted as if plunged into boiling oil, instantly triggering an unbelievable and violent response. The chilling poison clashed wildly with the scorching inner power, annihilating and then erupting. The energy structure of the toxin disintegrated and reformed in an instant, resulting in an even more furious energy boil. Its toxicity not only remained but was exceedingly amplified, with its destructive potential escalating geometrically. The backlash force fiercely assaulted Lin Yue's inner vision, causing a slight tumult in his blood and chi. The ferocity and intensity of this reaction far surpassed any previous exploration. The rigidity could not endure, and the fierceness was prone to collapse. This path proved perilous. Lin Yue's mind was as clear as a mirror. The unyielding force could not subdue the poison, but rather exacerbated its potency. His expression remained calm like still water, his spirit steady as a mountain. His thoughts flowed like a gentle breeze, gradually cleansing the inner vision polluted by the violent energy, erasing all traces. Subsequently, a new sample of toxin was introduced once more. This time, his strategy shifted dramatically. The Taoist inner power flowed and transformed, simulating a characteristic of softness and density, akin to mist or silk. Its energy imprint was dark and lingering, exquisitely delicate, adept at infiltrating and silently eroding, reminiscent of the true qi possessed by masters of internal techniques who excel in soft palm techniques and the art of neutralization. The soft inner power, like a swirling mist or bone-free soft silk, quietly diffused upwards, attempting to permeate, envelop, and ultimately dissolve that venomous core. However, the outcome was chilling. The toxin did not erupt violently. Instead, it exhibited another peculiar characteristic. It rapidly resonated in an uncanny synchrony with this soft internal force, akin to filth merging into murky waters, inseparably intertwined, even hinting at a complementary synergy. The energy of the toxin not only remained unspent, but, aided by the profound permeation of the soft internal force, spread more effortlessly, proliferating and manifesting a potent desire for counter-erosion and control, becoming increasingly insidious and treacherous. This path did not lead to resolution. Rather, it became a means of complicity in malevolence. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened. The gentle power had indeed become an exceptional medium for the toxin's expansion. The stone chamber lay in silence, with only the flickering flames of the glass lamp dancing softly. Lin Yue pondered for a moment, unconsciously tapping his fingers on his knee, his thoughts racing at an unprecedented pace, feverishly analyzing and deducing vast amounts of failed data. He shifted his mindset, abandoning the pursuit of extreme restraint or fusion, instead seeking balance and inclusiveness. The attributes of Tai Xian's internal force consequently transformed, simulating a quality of equilibrium, gentleness, and enduring richness. Its energy imprint was stable, majestic, and accommodating, resembling the vast earth in its weightiness, nurturing all living beings. Embodying the essence of Taoist inner cultivation rooted in profound tradition and natural principles. The harmonious internal force spread like a gentle stream, a warm spring breeze, gradually approaching the perilous toxin, endeavoring to soothe and resolve its violent disposition with its mild and nurturing strength. This time, the result was different. The toxin was neither fiercely provoked nor easily assimilated. However, its deeply entrenched, chilling chaos clashed discordantly with this balanced and tranquil energy, akin to the incompatibility of oil and water. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a slow, stubborn, and prolonged struggle of attrition. While the harmonious internal force could temporarily suppress the toxin's spread and eruption, it required a tremendous expenditure of energy and seemed to merely scratch the surface. Incapable of addressing the root cause, rendering it impossible to eradicate entirely. This was reminiscent of a clear spring continuously washing away the source of filth. Capable of preserving downstream cleanliness for a time, yet failing to cleanse its origin. Once the spring ran dry, the pollution would inevitably resurge. Lin Yue mused that this method, though stable, was inefficient, akin to adding fuel to a fire, ultimately an unsound strategy. A sudden thought struck him, like a flash of lightning. If the power of tranquility could only consume, might the purest life force nurture and purify, transforming death into life? Resolute, he altered the attributes of Tai Xian's internal force once more, simulating a quality imbued with vibrant vitality, nurturing the breath of all things. Its energy imprint brimmed with exuberance and dynamic vigor, akin to the warm sun of spring or the life-giving rain, reminiscent of certain extraordinary techniques adept at healing and sustaining life. The life force surged forth like a warm and thriving current, brimming with boundless vitality and goodwill, rushing toward the toxin's core, which represented death and destruction. However, the outcome was startling. The toxin, laden with connotations of devastation and lifelessness, ravenously devoured the incoming life-affirming energy as if it were a famished beast encountering an opulent feast. The life energy not only failed to purify it, but was swiftly converted into sustenance for the toxin's own burgeoning strength. The core of the toxin became increasingly radiant, more animated, and ever more perilous and troublesome at a visible rate, to live through death, yet inadvertently become a tool for the enemy. This outcome caused Lin Yue's brow to furrow, for the essence of life, in the presence of this venom, had paradoxically transformed into the most nourishing catalyst. Numerous attempts had faltered, each path leading to disheartening failure. Whether through sheer force, subtlety, neutrality, or vitality, the enigmatic gold wave flower proved to be capricious and unpredictable, transcending the boundaries of reason. Countless failures manifested as a surging torrent of data, flooding his mind. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have succumbed to despair. Yet Lin Yue not only remained undeterred, but found his gaze increasingly bright and keen, as if he had finally discerned a faint yet tangible pattern within the endless labyrinth of darkness. His thoughts raced with unprecedented speed, fervently deducing, calculating, simulating, and reconstructing, in search of that singular possibility amidst myriad failures. Suddenly, a flash of insight pierced through the chaos, illuminating the path ahead. A singular attribute proved ineffective, and combinations of several attributes also faltered, for they were all lifeless, adhering to immutable laws. The true essence of the Taishan Classic did not reside in any fixed attribute, but rather in its encompassing, ever-flowing primal characteristics. A thunderous realization erupted in his mind, illuminating the truth. If singular or a few attributes could not contend with this ever-changing poison, could he not instead reverse the approach? By using himself as a crucible, could he not amalgamate myriad elements into a singular entity, constructing an infinitely variable and dynamically adjustable composite energy environment? A living cage? With this thought ignited, it was as if an invisible barrier had been forcefully breached, unveiling a dazzling and unprecedented pathway beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he summoned a fresh sample of the gold wave flower toxin and placed it at the core of his introspection. This time, he discarded all simulations based on singular attributes, focusing intently on the essence of the Taishan Classic, which embraced all things and gave rise to myriad lives. In an instant, a complex energy field, composed of thousands of subtle inner attributes, began to oscillate, intertwining and transforming around the toxin as its nucleus. This force field resembled a miniature universe in rapid motion, at times radiant with fierce lightning, at times shrouded in mist, exuding profound softness, at times grounded and stable, embodying tranquility, at times flourishing with spring's vitality, teeming with life. The myriad distinct and even conflicting attributes did not exist in isolation, but rather achieved a higher, dynamic, and profoundly intricate balance and unity through eternal circulation, transformation, and alternation. The once mighty toxin found itself ensnared within this intricate web of energy, rendered utterly disoriented, as if trapped in a primordial cosmic flow, as it sought to harness the ephemeral, feminine energy of its surroundings. The torrents of energy around it transformed instantaneously into a fierce and blazing force, forcefully rebuffing its intentions. When it attempted to ignite that surge of vigor, the environment shifted once more into a state of equilibrium and tranquility, systematically diminishing and absorbing its explosive potential. In its insatiable greed to devour a fragment of vitality, that essence of life was swiftly transmuted into a chilling, lethal energy which pierced its core. Every reaction it exhibited was anticipated, every action guided, and all its power assimilated into an immense, intricate cycle, where it was engulfed, swept away, and refined. Its utmost chaos was enveloped, constrained, and tamed by a greater, orderly chaos. This process demanded an astonishing level of mental acuity and precision in the manipulation of internal energy from the practitioner. Lin Yue had completely lost himself, his entire being immersed in the endeavor, akin to a deity wielding the cosmos. With a mere flicker of thought, he orchestrated countless, minute adjustments in the birth and demise of energy. Should he fail, he would purify the field with supreme intent, gather data, optimize the structure, and attempt anew in an unending cycle. After an indeterminate number of iterations and refinements, the unruly structure of toxic energy was finally subdued within the enigmatic, endless vortex of myriad transformations, its violent edges forcibly worn away, its chaotic nature gradually restrained and realigned, its energy frequency compelled to adhere to the grand rhythm of the colossal energy field, becoming docile and stable. Ultimately, a brand new, stable energy unit was forged within Lin Yue's inner vision, radiating a deep, enigmatic, and restrained hue of purple-black, with an unparalleled stability, devoid of its previous tumult, which Lin Yue named Poison Force. With a subtle shift of his will, a nearly imperceptible thread of purple-black energy quietly emanated from his fingertips, swift as lightning, striking the distant, cold stone wall. A soft hissing sound was heard, leaving behind a minuscule, profound hole in the wall, with the surrounding stone remaining smooth and unblemished, devoid of any signs of corrosion or fracture. The power of the poison force upon inorganic matter served merely as a highly condensed physical penetration, devoid of lingering corrosive effects. akin to ordinary energy. He assessed the situation with a calm demeanor, his mind as tranquil as still water. The next moment, his gaze shifted to a corner of the stone chamber where an already feeble rabbit awaited experimentation. Another barely perceptible thread of poison force was unleashed, instantly penetrating the rabbit's body. The creature did not even twitch before it lay lifeless. Under Lin Yue's heightened perception, the poison force, upon contact with a living being, seemed to awaken a slumbering ancient serpent, unleashing a terrifying aggression that devoured its remaining flicker of life and the meager internal energy within, annihilating its energy core and all neural pathways, leaving a chilling, deathly residue of toxic energy in its cadaver, severing any possibility of revival or external rescue. For those imbued with life energy or internal power, it served as a lethal toxin, leaving behind formidable residual effects. The experiment was a resounding success. The characteristics of the poison force were now thoroughly understood. Yet success brought no semblance of complacency. Lin Yue immediately immersed himself in deeper exploration, conducting continuous experiments, optimizing control precision, and meticulously recording data. He repeatedly tested the activation speed of the poisonous energy, its maximum range, the permeability of different protective energies, and the duration of residual toxic fields, among other parameters. He even began to experiment with subtly integrating different attributes of internal energy into the poisonous energy, observing its mutational responses in an attempt to develop more targeted variants of the poison. Each minute adjustment required unparalleled mental focus and a harmonious flow of internal energy. As if he were standing on the edge of an abyss, treading on thin ice, a slight misstep could provoke a backlash from this formidable energy. As the dawn broke, a pale, golden light filtered through the crevices of the stone chamber, casting mottled shadows upon him. Lin Yue gradually emerged from that state of profound oblivion. On the table, his notes had piled high like a mountain, written in meticulous, elegant script, detailing the arduous journey of Wan Jie's toxin investigation, crystallizing the intricacies of the confinement and the principles of poison refinement. He closed the notebook and exhaled a long, deep breath. Though a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes, it could not overshadow the profound brilliance that emerged from his newfound understanding of the mysteries. This was merely the beginning of his exploration. He gazed out towards the brightening horizon, where ripples stirred within his heart. The world held countless extraordinary poisons. The enigmatic toxins of Miaojiang, the astonishing herbs of the western regions, and the unpredictable curses of the southern lands. The path ahead was long and endless, yet irresistibly alluring. Chapter 41. Overwhelming Force. Tranquil waves after a brief moment of stillness. Lin Yue's gaze did not linger on the newly refined poison or any experimental data. Instead, it slowly turned northward, as if he could penetrate the stone wall, crossing mountains and rivers, landing upon that ancient temple of 1,000 years. His mind operated efficiently, instantly assessing all potential threats and optimal solutions. Deterring minor threats and eliminating spies was merely a temporary fix. The Blood Knife sect and various forces operated under the law of the jungle. If one wished to eradicate disturbances entirely and secure prolonged tranquility, one must establish an unassailable authority, ensuring the world understood the taboos that were not to be violated. He coldly contemplated that Shaolin, the esteemed leader of the martial world and the pinnacle of righteousness, possessed the deepest foundations and the highest reputation. If even Shaolin were to bow in submission, confessing its hidden selfishness and filth beneath its halo, who would dare to test the waters lightly? With his thought firmly established, he hesitated no longer. Stepping out of the secret chamber, he left a cold command for Yin Daping, who awaited respectfully outside. Guard this place well. I shall return shortly. As Yin Daping bent his head in acknowledgement and looked up again, Lin Yue had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly rushed outside, only to see a darkened sky, where a green shadow streaked across like a shooting star or a celestial being riding the winds, moving with unimaginable speed, silently darting towards the northern horizon, disappearing into the clouds in mere breaths. Yin Daping stood agape, unable to close his mouth for a long moment, waves of shock crashing within him. Is it possible to traverse the winds like this? At that moment, his awe for Lin Yue reached its zenith, accompanied by an indescribable pity for that ancient sect in the north. The setting sun, blood red, outlined the solemn and desolate silhouette of the ancient temple on Shaoshe Mountain, casting a poignant atmosphere. The evening bell was meant to resound, yet at this moment it inexplicably faltered, as if the very air between the mountains had solidified. A fleeting shadow, seemingly conjured from thin air, quietly descended upon the hallowed ground before the gate of Shaoshe Mountain, a space emblematic of the Buddhist sanctuary's purity, without stirring a speck of dust. It was Lin Yue. The monk stationed to guard the mountain could hardly discern from which direction he had come. They merely perceived a fleeting blur, and in the next instant, he stood before them, clad in a flowing azure robe, gently stirred by the rising mountain breeze, untouched by any impurity. "Halt! State your name," commanded the leading monk, his heart racing with trepidation, suppressing the primal fear that surged within. He advanced with his staff, his voice involuntarily quivering. Lin Yue's gaze swept indifferently over the gilded plaque, his words resonating clearly in the ears of every monk present, echoing towards the majestic temple atop the mountain. "Today, I, the Emperor, shall pass judgment upon Shaolin." Upon uttering the word judgment, the countenances of all the monks transformed in an instant. "Arrogant fool, seize this blasphemer of the Buddhist order." Without further ado, over a dozen monks sprang into action, their figures intertwining as they wielded their staffs in a coordinated assault, forming the foundational attack formation of Shaolin, the little Arhut array. The wind howled as the tips of their staffs aimed directly at Lin Yue's vital points, showcasing the profound skill and seamless collaboration of the Shaolin disciples. At last, Lin Yue made his move. He did not evade. He merely stepped forward, and in that instant his form became a fleeting wraith. The next moment, piercing screams shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Lin Yue's silhouette danced amidst the flurry of staff strikes, his speed reduced to but a faint azure shadow. With his fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a finely honed, formless energy, precisely targeting a monk's shoulder point. With a soft hiss, the monk's arm plummeted, the staff slipping from his grasp as he staggered back, howling in agony, his shoulder pierced by the force of Lin Yue's fingertip. Simultaneously, as if by chance, Lin Yue struck with his left palm against another monk's sweeping staff. There was no resounding clash, yet the monk was struck as if by thunder, his hand splintering and blood gushing forth, the steel-wrapped staff bending and shattering. An unstoppable force coursed through the staff, fracturing his ribs, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing against the stone pillar of the gate before sliding down in a heap. Lin Yue's movements flowed like water, devoid of any interruption. The winds of his fingers whistled, targeting the joints and vital points. Those struck found their tendons severed and bones shattered, instantaneously rendered powerless. His palm strikes were formidable, unstoppable. Those touched were either dead or gravely wounded. His methods were brutally ruthless, leaving no room for mercy, as if he faced not disciples of the Buddhist faith, but a collection of obstacles that required eradication. The air was filled with lamentations, the sounds of bones fracturing and bodies collapsing. The once orderly little Arhut array crumbled before him like a toy made of paper, disintegrating in an instant, in the span of a breath. The ground before the gate was strewn with moaning and struggling monks, blood staining the bluish stone slabs. The pungent scent of blood mingling with the fragrant sandalwood of the sacred ground, creating a bizarre and nauseating aroma. Lin Yue stepped over the arm of a struggling monk, exerting a slight force with his foot, which was met with the unmistakable sound of cracking bones. The monk let out a piercing wail, succumbing to unconsciousness. Unfazed, Lin Yue continued his stride, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the writhing figure on the ground, his tone monotonous, yet chillingly devoid of warmth. Unsteady foundations, wavering resolve. The first test, a failure. As his words lingered in the air, he traversed the chaotic scene of carnage and bloodshed at the mountain gate, his figure merging into the stone staircase leading deeper into Shaolin, which appeared particularly profound in the dusk. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the entrance, leaving behind a ground strewn with suffering, glaring bloodstains, and an oppressive silence that echoed with fear. The evening drum had yet to sound. Before the Mahavira Hall, the square, paved with blue stone, stood wide and solemn, now enveloped by a heavy atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. The twilight's glow painted the glazed tiles of the hall in dark gold, casting elongated shadows of the solemn crowd standing in the square. At the center stood Abbot Xian Chung, surrounded by the elite of Shaolin Temple. Master Ku Di, the head of the Dharma Institute, appeared gaunt, his gaze sharp as an eagle, with hands that bore the weight of profound mastery. Master Hui Ming of the Prajna Hall had white eyebrows hanging low, his expression a blend of compassion and gravity, exuding a deep aura. Master Jiecheng of the Discipline Institute bore a stern countenance, his eyes fierce, commanding respect without uttering a word. Behind them were the elders of various halls and elite disciples, all wearing serious expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. The brief yet brutal commotion at the mountain gate and the palpable, unabashed terror that enveloped them had made it clear to all present that the arrival was anything but ordinary. A figure clad in a blue robe appeared at the far end of the square, approaching with measured steps. His gait was leisurely, as if he were merely strolling through his own courtyard. Yet with each footfall, it felt as though he treaded upon the very heartbeat of those around him. The invisible pressure surged like a tide, causing some of the less seasoned disciples to breathe rapidly, their faces paling. Abot sin teng ingan deeply, stepping forward with hands clasped together, reciting a Buddhist incantation, Amitabha. The benefactor arrives at our humble temple with ruthless methods, injuring my disciples and speaking of judgment. I wonder what sins our ancient Shaolin temple, which has stood for 1,000 years, has committed to warrant such a violent upheaval. The sanctity of the Buddhist realm calls for compassion. I hope for your understanding. Before he could finish, Lin Yue interrupted him flatly. I have limited time. I cannot waste it on your idle chatter. His gaze swept over the assembled monks, finally landing on Exa and Cheng, Ku Di, Hui Ming, and Jiecheng, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Less engaged together. Arrogance. Master Ku Di, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain his anger upon hearing those words. With a furious shout, he sprang into action first. Having practiced the Shaolin's unparalleled technique, the great stone-breaking palm, for decades his palm strength was unmatched. Now, fueled by rage, he thrust his palms forward, the gust of wind roaring like thunder, as if he could truly shatter a great stone, aiming directly for Lin Yue's midsection. Simultaneously, Master Hui Ming and Master Jiecheng also moved. Master Hui Ming's form was ethereal. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a silent but potent force capable of piercing through gold and iron, targeting Lin Yue's vulnerable side. Meanwhile, Master Jiecheng emitted a low growl, executing the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. His fingers curled like hooks, conjuring a fierce wind as he aimed to seize Lin Yue's shoulder, intending to restrain him. The three eminent masters, fueled by anger, united their formidable powers in a single strike, capable of shaking mountains. Their combined energy intertwined, enveloping Lin Yue and leaving him with no escape. Master Xinxing let out a quiet sigh, no longer hesitating. The internal force of his Yi Jing Jing surged within him as he unleashed a grand and magnificent Prajna palm, its power akin to the mighty Yangtze River, flowing relentlessly towards Lin Yue, intent on restraining and oppressing him. Faced with this lethal combination, which could instantaneously vanquish the majority of martial experts in the realm, Lin Yue maintained an expression of indifference. He did not assume any defensive posture. Instead, at the very moment before the onslaught struck, he slightly swayed. In the next instant, he vanished. No, he did not simply disappear. His speed transcended the limits of the naked eye. Master Kudai could only perceive a fleeting blur before the seemingly inevitable palm strike met with empty air. A potent sense of crisis surged from his flank, leaving him no time to alter his approach. Lin Yue's figure materialized beside him like a specter, and with a swift finger, he struck at the vital point beneath Kudai's ribcage. Kudai trembled violently, the concentrated palm force dissipating instantly as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the stone slabs of the square. Struggling for a moment, he found himself unable to rise. Simultaneously, Lin Yue sidestepped Master Huiming's flower-picking finger technique, countering with a seemingly casual palm strike that precisely landed upon Huiming's hastily raised arm. The sound of a bone snapping echoed clearly as Huiming let out a muffled groan, his face paling as he staggered back, his right arm hanging limply at his side. Master Jezhen's dragon claw barely reached for him, but Lin Yue, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, flicked his other hand, unleashing a sharp gust of finger wind that struck Jezhen's wrist at the Shenmen point. Jezhen felt his entire arm suddenly turn numb and powerless. the force of his claw dissipating. Before he could react, Lin Yue's palm edge sliced down upon his chi point. Jiejin was struck as if by a heavy hammer, the pain in his dantian overwhelming him, and he cried out as he knelt upon the ground. At this moment, Master Xinqing's overwhelming Prajna palm force finally reached its target. Lin Yue did not evade. Instead, he met the force head-on with a punch. The strike, unadorned and ancient in its essence, harbored a terrifying power capable of tearing apart and crushing all in its path. Boom! The collision of fist and palm produced a deafening sound akin to thunder. Master Xinqing felt an unimaginable force surge through his arm, the defenses formed by his Yi Jin Jing crumbling like paper under the onslaught. A metallic taste filled his throat, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he was propelled backward, sliding a considerable distance before barely regaining his footing. However, his internal energy was in chaos, indicating he had sustained serious internal injuries. From the moment Lin Yue struck until the four eminent masters were severely wounded and defeated, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The square fell into a profound silence. All the monks stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The four most powerful monks of Shaolin, when united, proved so utterly vulnerable, they had not even compelled their opponent to move an inch. The sounds of wails began to emerge as Kudai, Hui Ming, and Jiejin lay incapacitated, gravely injured. Master Xinqing struggled to stand, his complexion ashen, his eyes filled with shock, horror, and a tinge of despair. Lin Yue withdrew his hand, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothing, and cast a cold glance over the entire scene. He observed the ordinary disciples, their faces pale and trembling, the Grand Master on the ground, writhing in agony, and the abbot, who stood with great difficulty, yet possessed no will to fight. In a tone devoid of emotion, he declared, "Is this truly the pinnacle of Shaolin's martial prowess? It is utterly feeble." He slowly approached the gravely injured abbot Xiancheng. "Now, let the questioning commence." As the sun sank completely behind the western mountains, the last vestiges of light vanished, casting a colossal shadow over the square, enveloping the hearts of all the Shaolin monks. The sacred grounds of Buddhism were beset by an unprecedented calamity and despair. Chapter 42. The Demon Lord's Divine Retribution. The illusion of the Buddha's heart. The square descended into a deathly silence. The final rays of the setting sun had vanished, leaving a profound darkness that cloaked the entirety of the square and the hearts of the Shaolin monks. The recent, fierce yet tragically brutal scene was etched in every mind like a haunting nightmare. The illustrious reputation of Shaolin, which had stood for a millennium, and the four grandmasters, whose martial skills ranked among the finest, had crumbled in an instant under the effortless might of the newcomer. Master Ku Di lay prostrate on the cold stone, each breath a torment, fracturing his chest with excruciating pain, compounded by the humiliation and shock of being crushed by absolute power. Master Hui Ming's complexion was ashen, his right arm hanging limply, cold sweat beading on his brow. The sheer terror of having his skills effortlessly dismantled left him on the verge of losing his faith. Master Jieching knelt, his energy core feeling as though it had been violently torn asunder, his internal power dissipating. He attempted to raise his gaze, but was met only with those icy, indifferent eyes, sending a chill racing up his spine. Abbot Xiancheng struggled to remain upright, his robe stained with blood from his own coughing, his inner energy in turmoil. He looked upon the figure clad in blue, his eyes filled with an unprecedented shock, horror, and a sliver of deep-seated despair that he was reluctant to acknowledge. Lin Yue retracted his hand, casually brushing away the non-existent dust, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. He surveyed the scene with a cold gaze, noting the ordinary disciples whose faces were pale and trembling, some collapsing to the ground in weakness, the Grand Master on the floor groaning in pain, and the abbot barely standing yet devoid of strength to continue. His voice, flat yet as piercing as a cold iron spike, penetrated the ears of all present, burrowing into their crumbling defenses. With the might of the diamond and the compassion of the bodhisattva, strength is the foundation required. A wavering spirit, coupled with inadequate power, manifests only as a fade that is easily shattered. These words, akin to a final verdict, obliterated any last remnants of hope and pride within the hearts of the Shaolin disciples. Lin Yue strode toward the gravely injured abbot Xiancheng, his footsteps resonating clearly in the stillness of the square, each step seemingly echoing the heartbeat of all present. He halted before Xiancheng, gazing down upon this towering figure of the martial world with an air of superiority. Now, Lin Yue spoke, his tone devoid of any interrogative implication, resembling a declaration of an established truth, revealing to the emperor and to you, the disciples, that as the abbot of Shaolin, uniting various sects, your thoughts and concerns, professing the welfare of the common people and harboring the safety of the world, what is your true intent? Master Xiancheng gasped, struggling to maintain his final shred of dignity. Ba, the evil emperor's martial prowess is indeed remarkable. This humble monk admires it. However, how could the 1,000-year reputation of Shaolin be tarnished? His words were abruptly interrupted again. Lin Yue did not take action. Instead, a profound light flickered in his deep-set eyes, as if capable of consuming all brightness. An invisible yet overwhelming spiritual pressure, as formidable as the very heavens, surged forth, mingling with the extreme terror from earlier, akin to a colossal wave that instantly shattered Master Xiancheng's already weakened defenses. Master Xiancheng trembled violently, his gaze becoming unfocused, murmuring incoherently, his voice hoarse yet terrifyingly clear, as if beyond his control. The 1,000-year foundation of Shaolin cannot be destroyed by my hands. The temple's land and the thousands of acres of fertile fields, the shops in various locales cannot be lost. I must secure the position of abbot and stabilize the martial arts alliance. Only thus can. At this juncture, he suddenly awoke, a flicker of clarity returning to his eyes, only to turn ashen, gazing at Lin Yue in horror, as if witnessing the true embodiment of a demon. He had unwittingly uttered his deepest, most shameful desires aloud in this public space, under the scrutiny of all. Abbot, master. Below the stage, the monks erupted in uproar. Countless incredulous, shocked, and even faith-shattering gazes converged upon Master Xiancheng. Their reverence for him, akin to that of a deity, was utterly shattered. Yet Lin Yue had already shifted his attention, directing his gaze towards the struggling Master Ku Ti of the Demo Institute, who was attempting to rise. Ku Ti stai. Lin Yue's voice resonated like an incantation, piercing directly into Ku Ti's chaotic mind, overwhelmed by pain and fury. Do you harbor hatred towards me? Do you resent me for undermining your authority? For destroying the martial skills you have painstakingly cultivated for decades? Ku Ti abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and in his weakened state, his mind faltered, succumbing to that ominous spiritual force. He let out a hoarse roar, filled with boundless resentment. Yes, I hate you. I hate you to the core. What compassion? What welfare of the common people? What concern is that to me? You have destroyed my martial skills, diminished my authority. I would relish in devouring your flesh, skinning you alive. This venomous roar cast a chilling silence over the entire assembly. The head of the Demo Institute had uttered such words. Lin Yue did not pause in his stride and approached the head of the Precepts Institute, Jie Cheng, who was utterly terrified, desperately attempting to shrink back. Jie Cheng, Lin Yue's voice remained indifferent. How many offerings have you made over the years? With the confiscation of private properties in Jingzhou, is it not your collusion with the authorities that led to the tribulations faced by Aran Valley? The heart of the once tranquil monk has been utterly shattered by fear and the insidious pressure of the spirit, reduced to tears and despair as he confesses. Every year, 5,000 taels of silver and precious antiques, 300 acres of rice fields outside Jingzhou, recorded under the name of my secular nephew. The villainous valley has severed my greatest source of income. Each word of his confession reverberates like thunder, striking down upon the hearts of all the Shaolin disciples. One after another, the venerable reputation of the ancient temple and the halo of the enlightened monks are, in this moment, torn apart by the very leader they revered, exposing a naked greed, selfishness, and unworthiness beneath. Faith has utterly collapsed. In the square, only the heavy breaths, suppressed sobs, and the desperate moans of several senior monks remain. Lin Yue coldly surveys the wreckage, as if appraising a concluded play. He slowly speaks, his voice akin to a judge from the depths of the abyss. Devoid of emotion, yet penetrating every soul present like ice shards. Based on the confession, the judgment is as follows. His gaze first rests upon the trembling, ashen-faced Abbot Xiancheng. As the head of the monastery, he should be a paragon of virtue. Instead of promoting the Dharma, and saving sentient beings. He has obsessively clung to the temple's assets and his position of power, allowing selfish desires to cloud his compassionate heart, a mediocre steward unworthy of the great responsibility. Yet, considering he has not committed even greater transgressions, his sins do not warrant death. Lin Yue's tone remains flat, yet carries an undeniable authority. Your martial arts will be reduced by 50% as a warning to others. Before the words have fully escaped his lips, Lin Yue flicks his fingers, unleashing an exquisitely refined, invisible force that pierces through the air, precisely entering the vital energy point of Abbot Xian Cheng. Xian Cheng trembles violently, as if struck by lightning. He distinctly feels his decades of arduous cultivation, the vast and pure inner strength of the Yi Jin Jing, burst forth like a punctured balloon, uncontrollably dissipating into the universe. An unprecedented weakness engulfs him, and his face pales to the color of parchment. He stumbles, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with endless despair and emptiness. A lifetime of cultivation has been rendered futile. Lin Yue does not spare him another glance. His gaze shifts to the struggling, wrathful head of the Dharma Academy, Ku Di. Ku Di, steeped in malice and wrath, speaks of Buddhist teachings, yet harbors a narrow heart, vengeance in every breath. Preserving your martial arts merely serves to harm the innocent, increasing the bloodshed. Lin Yue's voice is frigid as he declares, your martial arts are to be entirely abolished, ensuring no future calamities. He gestures as if wielding a blade, directing an invisible force toward Ku Di. A weighty yet sharp energy surges forth, crashing into Ku Di's already disordered energy center, shattering it completely. A harrowing scream escapes Ku Di, a sound more beastly than human, as if all his bones were stripped away, curling into himself, blood gushing from his mouth, the fierce light of hatred in his eyes fading rapidly, replaced by the utter silence and desolation of having lost all martial prowess and shattered meridians. He is finished, reduced to a mere shell of a man. Finally, Lin Yue's gaze settles upon the utterly broken and tearful head of the Discipline Academy, Jie Cheng. Jie Cheng, the custodian of the rules, has violated them. In collusion with the authorities, he has embezzled and enriched himself, his sins compounded. Lin Yue's voice grew increasingly frigid, pronouncing, abandon your efforts, succumb to madness. Henceforth, let your remaining days be spent in penance for your sins. A flicker of ethereal light flashed within his eyes, and an overwhelming, far more formidable and enigmatic mental force surged forth, akin to an invisible spear, ruthlessly piercing the unguarded depths of Jie Cheng's consciousness. This assault not only shattered his remaining internal energy foundation, but also left indelible imprints of terror and chaos upon his psyche. Jie Cheng suddenly froze, his eyes rolling back, emitting strange, hissing sounds, alternating between maniacal laughter and piercing screams, flailing about as if driven mad, clearly having lost all sense of reality, ensnared in the illusion of his own inner demons. The trio's judgment was swift and merciless, yet seemingly justified by the confessions they had uttered. This ostensibly fair process was imbued with a suffocating cruelty and despair. The entire square was enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All the Shaolin disciples were pallid, their bodies chilled as if plunged into an icy abyss. They watched helplessly as the temple's most noble and powerful leaders were, in an instant, reduced to nothingness, some withering like decayed wood, others rendered utterly powerless or spiraling into eternal madness. This shock was far more terrifying than mere death. The first evil sovereign possessed not only divine martial prowess, but also wielded methods so severe and inscrutable. He seemed akin to a true deity of chaos descending upon the world. Chapter 43. The study of scriptures within the pavilion as the last vestiges of the crimson sun sank beneath the western mountains. A colossal shadow descended like a heavy curtain, cloaking the summit of Shaoshi Mountain and enveloping the hearts of every Shaolin monk in the square. The mingling sense of blood and despair solidified in the frigid air, suffocating all who breathed it. Lin Yue's gaze swept coldly across the chaos, his eyes like tangible entities, gliding over the trembling, pallid faces of the various heads and elders. His expression remained tranquil, yet it seemed capable of piercing through flesh to the very depths of one's soul. An atmosphere thick with silent dread permeated the air, compelling many to instinctively lower their heads, unable to meet the abyssal depth of his gaze. The ancient Shaolin temple, steeped in a millennium of tradition, was not solely inhabited by those whose hearts were pure and whose desires were extinguished. His voice resonated, unembellished yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as if it emanated from the heavens, clearly reaching every ear, more like an assertion of an established truth than a discourse. Among you, there may be those who genuinely seek the Buddha, who uphold virtue. He paused, and the square fell into an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the crackling of burning torches and the muffled groans of the gravely injured in the distance. An intangible yet overwhelming pressure, akin to the silent tide of cold spring thaw creeping upon the riverbanks, quietly enveloped every high-ranking monk present. This was not a crude interrogation aimed at forcibly extracting memories, but rather a high-intensity, precise mental discernment and intimidation. Lin Yue's enhanced perception functioned like the most sophisticated instrument, acutely detecting the unmasked, primal emotional tremors within each individual. Triggered by the most profound fear, was it pure terror? Or was it deeply buried resentment and unwillingness? Is it a fleeting sense of relief from narrowly escaping calamity? Or a lingering adherence to the teachings of Buddhism coupled with compassion for the dire circumstances at hand? Beneath this omnipresent pressure, the true nature of existence is undeniably revealed. Some individuals appear as pale as parchment, cold sweat instantly soaking through the lining of their robes, their gazes darting about in evasion, wishing to bury their heads in the ground. Others feign calmness, their hands clasped tightly in prayer, fingertips whitening from the strain, lips moving silently as they recite familiar mantras, attempting to stabilize their nearly shattered spirits. And a select few, though their eyes reflect a profound fear of the unknown, also reveal a twinge of anguish and helplessness, alongside a yearning for the pure land of Buddhist doctrine. In that moment, Lin Yue formed a clear judgment and a mental map. He chose not to expose anyone's thoughts, for it would serve no purpose. Instead, he continued with a serene demeanor, his voice steady yet weighted with significance, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Today, this sovereign shall eliminate only the principal offender, sparing the innocent. The future of Shaolin lies in your own discernment and choices. Will you strive to restore the sanctity of the monastic order, reclaiming the purity of the Buddhist path, or will you follow in the footsteps of your predecessors, repeating their mistakes? The decision rests within your minds. These words fell like a boulder cast into still waters. Those with righteous intentions perceived it as celestial guidance, their taut nerves loosening slightly, as if a faint glimmer of hope emerged from the suffocating darkness. Yet, they were soon weighed down again by a heavier sense of responsibility and fear. How could they hope to restore the order? And as for the malevolent sovereign's departure today, would he return in the future? Meanwhile, those harboring ill intentions felt as if they were under the scrutiny of invisible eyes, the pressure intensifying to the point of suffocation. After speaking, Lin Yue disregarded the diverse thoughts and uncertain futures of the monks gathered in the square, slowly turning to cast his gaze toward the scripture pavilion at the far end, which loomed more imposing and solemn in the twilight. This was the sanctuary of Shaolin's millennia of wisdom and one of his ultimate objectives for this journey. Lead the way to the scripture pavilion, he commanded with unwavering authority. One elder, the abbot of the Prajna Hall, who had remained relatively composed during the earlier evaluation, likely due to his focused dedication to the teachings and minimal involvement in power struggles, repressed his trepidation, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, bowing in prayer with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. As you command, your majesty. Please follow me. He dared not show any signs of hesitation. Turning to lead the way with somewhat stiff steps, Lin Yue followed leisurely, his robes fluttering, exuding an air of ease, as if he were not heading toward the very heart of a hostile stronghold he had just subdued with ruthless force, but rather to view a commonplace scene. As he passed, the monks on either side parted like an invisible tide, retreating in terror, bowing their heads deeply, none daring to meet his gaze, nor entertain even a hint of resistance. The heavy, copper-studded doors of the scripture pavilion were pushed open with great effort by two trembling disciples, creaking ominously as a blend of ancient ink, faint sandalwood, and the dust of ages enveloped him, as if unrolling a long-sealed historical scroll. The interior space was far more expansive and profound than it appeared from the outside. The towering rosewood bookshelves loomed like silent giants, standing in orderly rows that reached towards the lofty ceiling, densely populated with countless scrolls, tomes, and pages. A faint light streamed through the high windows, casting beams of illumination into the air, where countless specks of dust floated serenely. The atmosphere was one of profound silence, interrupted only by the soft echo of footsteps on the smooth, mirror-like golden-tiled floor. The vast expanse of books stood in solemn silence, embodying a millennium of Shaolin wisdom, martial arts, and strength, all enveloped in a sense of awe-inspiring grandeur and weightiness. Lin Yue stepped inside, casually waving his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, causing the heavy doors to silently close, completely shutting out the external world, its clamor, and the unsettling scent of blood. He sought an environment of absolute tranquility, free from distractions, to fully absorb the essence of this place. Rather than hastily perusing the renowned 72 Ultimate Techniques manuscripts, he first ventured into the innermost sanctum housing the original Buddhist scriptures. The light there was dimmer, and the tomes appeared even more ancient, their pages yellowed, some even being palm leaf manuscripts or unique handwritten copies. Titles such as the Diamond Sutra, Great Buddha's Peak Sarangama Sutra, Lotus Sutra, and Vimalakirti Sutra graced his fingertips as he brushed against these scrolls imbued with boundless wisdom and philosophy, drawing one out at random. Enhanced by his extraordinary learning ability and photographic memory, he operated at the pinnacle of his cognitive prowess. His gaze functioned like a high-speed scanner, swiftly gliding over pages of profound texts, noting the discrepancies between these scriptures and those he had encountered in reality. The torrent of information regarding the cultivation of mind, cosmology, philosophies of life, and the path to liberation surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, instantly memorized and stored. Yet, this was more than mere recollection. His brain functioned like the most efficient processor, simultaneously engaging in rapid comprehension, deduction, integration, and cross-referencing with the concepts of the Taoist canon and modern philosophical and scientific perspectives. He did not seek to convert to Buddhism. Rather, he aimed to dissect the essential structure of its spiritual cultivation system with a nearly ruthless rationality, extracting the essence of willpower refinement, mental clarity, and the connection between humanity and the cosmos to enhance and fortify his own Taoist canon and spiritual strength. This process was incredibly taxing on his mental faculties. Even with his superhuman abilities, it consumed a full day and night. During this time, he stood or sat as still as a statue, his eyes moving rapidly while his overall aura deepened and became more contained, as if he were merging with the ancient ocean of scriptures. At dawn the following day, as the first rays of light filtered through the high windows, Lin Yue slowly closed the last scroll, the Platform Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch. A radiant brilliance sparkled in his eyes, as if countless flares of wisdom ignited and extinguished within. The vast system of Buddhist thought had established a clear framework within his mind. Subsequently, he proceeded towards the section housing the martial arts texts, where the shelves were categorized with even greater precision. He commenced his journey with the foundational techniques of martial arts, delving into the revered texts such as the fundamental internal skills of Shaolin, essence of the Arhut Fist Manual, detailed explanation of the Wei Tuo staff technique, and illustrated guide to Shaolin kicking. Methodically, he progressed from the simple to the complex, seeking to establish a comprehensive and profound understanding of Shaolin martial arts. His reading speed remained astonishing. As his fingertips glided over the pages, the content was indelibly etched into his memory, meticulously categorized and stored with precision. Simultaneously, the extraordinarily pure Tai Xian inner energy within him began to adjust and circulate autonomously, simulating and deducing the trajectories of various Shaolin forces, analyzing their application techniques, meridian flow, and the intrinsic advantages and disadvantages of their combinations. At times, he would gently raise his hand, sketching the outline of a technique in midair, his fingertips radiating an almost imperceptible sound of slicing through the air. At other moments, he would pause in contemplation, exploring the compatibility and points of conflict among different internal martial arts philosophies. This process consumed nearly 2 full days. The vastness of the martial arts repository far exceeded the imagination of outsiders. It was not merely limited to the 72 unique skills, but encompassed countless notes and insights from esteemed predecessors, as well as unfinished theoretical endeavors, all of which became invaluable resources within his expansive martial arts database. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, his gaze fell upon two somewhat incomplete scriptures, the I Jing Jing and the Shi Sui Jing, which had been reverently retrieved by an elder from the Prajna Hall from a cleverly concealed stone wall compartment, imbued with a sense of solemnity. These scriptures, crafted from a peculiar metallic thread and an unknown leather, felt weighty in his hands, their cool touch accompanied by the ancient, dark yellow hue of their pages, upon which the characters and illustrations were strikingly clear, as if imbued with a peculiar force. They were revered as the pinnacle of Shaolin internal arts, encapsulating the profound essence of muscle and bone refinement, marrow cleansing, and a transformative rebirth. Each word a gem of wisdom. Lin Yue settled into a meditative posture, placing the texts upon his knees, and engaged in meticulous study and contemplation. Even with his current extraordinary abilities and stature, the depth and vastness of these scriptures, representing the culmination of Buddhist martial arts, left him in awe. He eschewed the pursuit of speed, instead savoring each word, completely immersed in the material, envisioning the flow of energy corresponding to each incantation and the transformations depicted in every illustration. His Tai Xian inner energy flowed along an unprecedentedly intricate path, at times like a gentle spring rain nourishing the meridians, at others like thunder cracking, impacting vital points, and sometimes like the stillness of the earth, nurturing the essence. Within the chamber, light and shadow danced. The sun rose and set outside the window. He lost himself entirely, immersed in the exalted sanctuary of martial arts. It was not until the dusk of the fourth day, when the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the high windows, enveloping him in a dark golden aura, that he finally closed the final page of the Shi Sui Jing. He exhaled a long, silent breath, the exhalation like an arrow, slowly dissipating into the air. Gradually, he opened his eyes, their brilliance deep and starry, as if countless tiny golden characters and profound martial trajectories flickered and faded, ultimately returning to tranquility. The accumulated martial arts legacy of Shaolin, intertwined with the essence of Buddhism, has now been wholly absorbed by him, seamlessly integrating into his own system of martial philosophy. The foundation he possesses is undeniably solid, emphasizing refinement and accumulation, embodying balance and inclusivity, truly deserving the title of authentic martial arts. He murmured to himself, delivering a final assessment, his tone tinged with a rare, pure admiration, quickly transforming into a cold rationality. Regrettably, most successors grasp only the superficial forms, failing to capture the spirit, ensnared by sectarian biases and the three poisons of greed, hatred, and ignorance, forsaking the essence for the trivial, leaving the pearl covered in dust, a lamentable situation. As he pushed open the heavy door of the Sutra repository once more, outside stood a few senior members, led by the guiding elder, their heads bowed in respectful silence, their expressions filled with an unmistakable reverence and a profound, bone-deep fear, as if they had been anxiously awaiting for an entire century. For them, each moment over the past few days had been an agonizing ordeal. Lin Yue's gaze barely lingered upon them, as if they were mere stones by the roadside. He raised his eyes to the sky, his figure swaying slightly, then vanished as if a specter, reappearing above the clouds outside Mount Shaoshi. After orienting himself, he rode the winds like a green rainbow, swiftly darting towards the direction of Wudong Mountain in Hubei, his speed beyond imagination. His thunderous actions in sweeping through Shaolin, extracting confessions from the main culprits and enforcing penalties, along with his days spent perusing all martial texts and Buddhist scriptures in the repository, had already taken flight, accompanied by countless unbelievable details and increasingly exaggerated and terrifying rumors that spread with astonishing rapidity throughout the martial world. The realm of martial arts was left in utter terror. The name of the first evil emperor had transcended mere title, becoming an incomprehensible, irresistible symbol of fear that left all sects restless. Chapter 44. The Collapse of Tai Chi. The shattering of the heart mirror in front of the Zixiao Palace on Wudong Mountain, the vast Tai Chi Square, marked by its stark black and white, should have radiated the harmonious essence of the Tao under the afternoon sun. Yet, it now lay stagnant as iron, gripped tightly by an impending storm's heavy pressure. The wind rustled through the treetops, the pines whispering, yet failing to disperse the chilling, oppressive atmosphere suffusing every inch of the air. Led by the headmaster, Qingshu Junren, the core leaders of Wudong stood solemnly. With hair and beard white and a gaunt visage, Qingshu Junren held a whisk, striving to maintain an air of serene detachment. However, the undeniable tremor in his eyes and the tautness of his knuckles betrayed the raging tempest within. The news of Shaolin's devastation struck like thunder, shattering the peace of this sacred place. Behind him, elders such as Shoujua and Hangu gathered, their expressions grave as iron. While hundreds of elite disciples stood aligned in esoteric formations, their breaths subtly interconnected, forming the nascent shape of the true martial seven-segment array, swords gleaming coldly, Taoist robes fluttering without wind, silence enveloping, save for the countless heavy heartbeats resonating like drums against the stillness. When that figure in a green robe appeared at the edge of the square, as if defying the constraints of space, all taut nerves were suddenly drawn to their utmost limit. Qing Su, the true man, took a deep breath, suppressing the dryness in his throat. He stepped forward, lightly swaying his whisk, bowed his head in greeting, and deliberately slowed his speech, imbued with a near-humble reverence. Infinite celestial venerable. This humble Taoist, Qing Su, accompanied by the disciples of Wudong, respectfully welcomes your esteemed presence at the immortal peaks of Wudong. He refrained from mentioning the chilling name that struck terror in the hearts of many, his words carefully chosen. Your Excellency possesses unparalleled supernatural abilities that command the respect of the universe. We have heard of the events at Shaolin and are deeply shaken. However, while both Wudong and Shaolin belong to the righteous path, our doctrines and rules diverge greatly. We have always maintained a tranquil existence, disengaged from worldly disputes, and our disciples are devoted to upholding the purity of our teachings, diligently pursuing the Tao. He attempted to soften the atmosphere, employing a strategy of humility and subtlety, hoping that his courteous remarks would convey to the other party that Wudong posed no threat, perhaps sparing them from the calamity that had befallen Shaolin. This was the last strategy he could conceive in the face of desperation. However, before he could finish his meticulously prepared speech, a voice, cold and unfeeling as ancient ice, cut him off mercilessly. I have little time to waste on your drivel. Lin Yue's gaze did not even rest on Qing Su's face. It merely swept indifferently over the prepared sword formation, as if surveying a futile struggle among ants. The tranquility or passivity of Wudong was not for him to judge. My rules are the only rules that matter. At that instant, he moved, not towards the center, but in a blur, akin to a specter tearing through light and shadow. He suddenly materialized in front of a disciple, wielding a sword on the flank of the formation. His speed surpassed the limits of the retina's perception. The disciple perceived only a flash before an overwhelming pressure, like a tangible mountain, crashed down upon him. He had no time to be alarmed. His long sword was wrenched from his grasp by an irresistible force and sent flying, his grip shattered, blood pouring forth. In the next moment, the excruciating pain of shattered ribs erupted within him, and he could not even scream as he was sent hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing into the crowd behind him, inciting chaos and the sound of dislocated bones. From the formation, the master of guarding simplicity's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with fury, roaring like a thunderclap. All illusions of hope were shattered in that moment. Only a desperate fight remained. Instantly, the seven-section formation of Zhenwu roared to life. Hundreds of disciples intertwined their breaths, the sword light swirling, transforming into a colossal, ceaseless Tai Chi millstone. The sword energy dense and tenacious, embodying the principle of soft overcoming hard, layer upon layer encircling and strangling towards Lin Yue. Qing Su, the master of guarding simplicity, Han Gu, and other experts erupted simultaneously, their whisks akin to dragons probing their claws, their palm strikes like mountains crashing into the sea, their finger winds like cold stars dotting the night sky, converging from all directions in a concerted assault. The rear forces of Wudong were far more organized than Shaolin's hasty resistance, their might astonishing. Yet, in the face of absolute power and speed, All techniques and formations melted away like snow meeting boiling water. Lin Yue had not even employed any intricate maneuvers. He simply moved, struck with his fists, clapped his hands, and snapped his fingers. His figure flickered unpredictably within the web of swords, akin to teleportation. Each appearance was inevitably accompanied by the jarring sound of metal shattering, the dull crack of bones breaking, and the gruesome sight of disciples spewing blood and flying through the air. The seemingly flawless and intricately woven taiji sword formation was violently torn asunder by him with the purest of strength and the most direct of speed. With a single punch, the force condensed like a solid steel pillar, disregarding layers of dissipating sword energy, and ruthlessly shattered the full power of the taiji palm unleashed by the master of guarding simplicity. The residual force, unabated, struck heavily upon his chest. The master of guarding simplicity was struck as if by a primordial beast. His protective vital energy instantly dissipated, blood gushing forth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the massive bronze incense burner at the edge of the square, a cloud of dust rising, leaving his fate uncertain. With a swift motion, the master of Hanggu took a stance, his exquisite finger wind capable of turning stone to gold, collided with an invisible iron wall, shattering and dissipating into fragments. The palm force pressed through the air, and the master of Hanggu felt the atmosphere solidify around him. His whisk burst apart in an instant, the bones in his arms emitting a painful cracking sound. As he collapsed to the ground, his cultivation utterly devastated. The master of pure void's eyes blazed red with fury. With a roar, he poured his lifetime's worth of pure yang energy into his whisk, executing the flowing cloud, iron sleeve technique. Thousands of silver threads, like living beings, entwined and emerged, embodying a soft yet firm binding force, attempting to restrain Lin Yue's movements. Simultaneously, he employed an arcane footwork to draw upon the remnants of the formation's power, making one last desperate effort. Lin Yue's gaze shifted slightly, as if intrigued by this gentle force. He pointed his fingers like swords, the tips enveloped in a layer of distilled Taishian inner strength, and with a delicate swipe towards the myriad silver threads. With a slicing sound, it was as if a hot knife had glided through butter. Those silver threads, renowned for their resilience and imbued with profound inner strength, were severed at their roots, cascading down like fallen leaves. The master of pure void staggered as if struck by a heavy blow, his blood surging uncontrollably, retreating in disbelief and despair. The gentle strength he was famed for appeared pathetically fragile before his opponent. Lin Yue stepped forward, arriving before the master of pure void, disregarding his hurried defense, and placed a palm upon his lower dantian. The master of pure void trembled violently, his face turning an ashen white akin to gold leaf, as his hard-earned pure yang energy erupted forth like a river breaking through a dam. His energy sea-shattered, the foundation of his power in ruins. From the moment Lin Yue struck until the core elite of Wudong were all grievously injured and defeated, the formidable Zhenwu 7-section formation collapsed entirely, disciples scattered across the ground, wailing in despair. It transpired in merely a handful of breaths, a complete and utter crushing defeat, devoid of suspense, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Under the sunlight, the Taiji square remained bright, yet the sight of blood and devastation became increasingly glaring, resembling a battlefield of demons. Lin Yue ceased his assault, casting a cold gaze over the scene, his voice flat yet piercing. Is this the pinnacle of Wudong's martial prowess? The Taiji's circularity? So feeble it cannot withstand a single blow. He strode towards the pallid and gasping master of pure void. The heart confusion technique activated. A powerful mental pressure intermingled with the dread brought forth by martial might. Like an invisible hand, brutally pried opened the last line of defense within the master's mind. Lin Yue's interrogation struck at the very foundation of Wudong's existence. Master pure void, you claim to uphold tranquility and transcendence. Tell me, do you reject and suppress rival sects, monopolizing the teachings of alchemy and talismans, truly in the name of preserving the righteous path, or out of fear that other sects may rise, siphoning away your followers and undermining your hollow reputation as the supreme authority of the 39 sects? Your disciples consort with the powerful, concocting elixirs for the emperors and offering prayers for the populace. Is this truly for the welfare of the common people? or merely a strategy to solidify the esteemed position of Wudong and to exchange it for royal privileges? The gaze of the true man of clarity was vacant. His lips trembled, and he uncontrollably cried out, "The lineage must remain untainted." Those esoteric paths and crude charms only serve to confuse the hearts of the faithful and tarnish our sect's pristine reputation. The royal favor must not be lost. Only by winning the Emperor's grace can we overshadow Longhu Mountain and Maoshan, establishing ourselves as the preeminent authority among the Taoist sections. Only then can the essence of our lineage be manifested. Lin Yue's gaze shifted to the gravely injured Master Shoujua, his inquiries becoming more pointed. "Shoujua, you wield the laws with an iron fist, harsh and unyielding, often stripping individuals of their martial prowess for displaying impure hearts and banishing them from the mountain. Among them, how many truly violated the precepts, and how many merely questioned your authority or possessed talents that posed a threat to your position?" Master Shoujua's face was twisted with resentment. Yet under the mental strain, he could not help but roar. What do they understand? To question an elder is to harbor a heart devoid of the Tao. Those juniors, relying on their meager talents, dare to disregard their superiors. If they are not subdued early, they will surely become a calamity in the future. All of this is for the purity of Wudong. Lastly, there was Master Hangu, Lin Yue's question cutting to the heart of his academic monopoly. Hangu, you monopolize the true understanding of Tai Chi, imparting its core principles only to your chosen disciples, even altering the insights of your predecessors. Are you truly concerned that your disciples might be overwhelmed by too much knowledge? Or do you seek to maintain your transcendent status, ensuring that others must always bow to you to glimpse the highest realms of martial arts? Master Hangu wept bitterly, collapsing under the weight of his despair. Can the true understanding be easily bestowed? If everyone were to possess it, what would remain of our status? The truths passed down by our master are absolute. Future generations need only follow them. Why must there be innovation? Even my slight modifications are intended to keep them on the right path. It is for their benefit. Each confession tore apart the facade of Wudong's tranquil inaction, revealing the exclusion, monopoly, intrigue, and the stifling of intellectual thought beneath. This stood in stark and ironic contrast to the unabashed greed of Shaolin, which relentlessly pursued power over land. The remaining Wudong disciples in the square turned pale, their faith shattered. The path they revered was, in fact, so abysmal. According to the confessions, a verdict was rendered: strip the true man of clarity of most of his power, sever his foundation, completely abolish Master Shoujua as martial arts, ensuring no future threat. Subject Master Hangu to mental torment, rendering him confused and lost within his own mind's demons. Lin Yue then commanded the sealing of all Wudong's martial arts scriptures and Taoist classics, under the guidance of a pallid elder acting in charge. He entered the Wudong scripture repository. Unlike the solemnity and weightiness of the Shaolin repository, Wudong's was imbued with an ethereal antiquity, built in harmony with the mountain's contours. Adorned with numerous windows to gaze upon the sea of clouds and the whispering pines, the air was suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood and ink, mingled with a hint of the bitter fragrance of herbs. He delved into the fundamentals, immersing himself in the Taoist classics such as the Tao Te Ching, the Nanhua Jing, and the Huang Ting Jing, alongside countless commentaries, alchemical texts, and talismanic diagrams. His mind opened wide. An influx of Taoist wisdom surged into his consciousness. Unlike Buddhism, which emphasizes the awakening of the mind, Taoism focuses more on the unity of heaven and humanity, the interplay of yin and yang, the principle of effortless action, and the pursuit of longevity. The profound principles of natural law, the concept of effortless action that achieves all, the notion that softness and weakness triumph over hardness and strength, and the cultivation of inner alchemy, alongside the intricate methods of invoking the powers of heaven and earth through talismans and formations, have broadened his horizons immensely. The subtle internal force of Tai Xian resonated accordingly, its flow becoming more fluid and natural, harmonizing with the rhythms of the universe. His understanding of Qi, the application of strength, and his perception of the exchange of energies between himself and the external world rapidly elevated. This process consumed a day and a night. He then shifted his focus to the realm of martial arts. From foundational notes on boxing and swordsmanship to the revered texts such as the Taijiquan Classic, the Taiji Sword Manual, and the pure Yang Wuji skill, he reconstructed a comprehensive system. The principles of Taijiquan, which emphasize overcoming hardness with softness and controlling movement with stillness, stand in stark contrast, yet create an interesting complement to the fierce directness of Shaolin. His internal energy evolved, at times flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, at other times ethereal like mist, blending strength with gentleness, yin with yang. He found particular fascination in the intricate discussions of listening energy, transforming energy, and issuing energy within the Taijiquan Classic, as well as the nurturing of the Dantian and the refinement of innate vitality in the pure Yang Wuji skill. These exquisite techniques of energy manipulation and the principles of internal cultivation significantly enriched his precision in controlling and applying strength. Nearly 2 days were devoted to absorbing the essence of Wudong martial arts. Ultimately, he focused on grasping the highest secrets of the Taijiquan Classic and the pure Yang Wuji skill. The cyclical and harmonious principles of yin and yang in Taijiquan, coupled with the nurturing of thought in pure yang, leading to the spontaneous emergence of innate enlightenment, rendered him immensely benefited. His understanding of the Taishan Classic became more harmonious and transparent, with the transformation between hardness and softness flowing as he desired, achieving a new realm of meticulous control over internal energy. As he closed the final page of the pure Yang Wuji skill, dusk fell on the 3rd day. Upon opening his eyes, a divine light shimmered within, with the dual energies of yin and yang circulating endlessly, ultimately settling into a profound tranquility. His aura radiated a seamless perfection, as if he were more in tune with the cosmos. Natural law unfolds effortlessly, softness conquers hardness, and the transformations of yin and yang are boundless in their mystery. The juxtaposition of the rigid and the supple, the tangible and the ethereal in Shaolin martial arts creates a duality that intriguingly interconnects. He murmured to himself, "This harvest surpasses that of Shaolin. It lies not only in the techniques and their might, but also in the unique understanding of qi, nature, and the natural world, significantly enhancing my martial arts system, particularly in the aspects of strength control and transformation." He not only acquired knowledge, but also synthesized it, integrating it into the essence of his strength. His future path of cultivation and strategies for responding to foes thus became increasingly unfathomable. As he pushed open the door to the scripture repository once more, the waiting Wudong elder sensed that the individual before him emanated an aura that was increasingly ordinary, yet profoundly inscrutable, as if merging with the mountains and seas behind him, instilling a sense of awe that quelled any thoughts of resistance. Lin Yue did not cast a glance back, his figure flickering before he ascended to the clouds, riding the wind straight back to Jingzhou. Behind him lay a Wudong mountain, utterly shattered, steeped in fear and reflection. Taiji crumbled, the mirror of the heart shattered. The news of Wudong following in Shaolin's footsteps, along with rumors of the evil emperor spending 3 days in the scripture repository and gaining significant insights into the Taoist texts and martial classics, would sweep through the martial world with an even greater wave of terror. The infamous reputation and enigma of the first evil emperor have been further embellished with vivid strokes. The various factions of the martial world, in this moment, fall utterly silent, like a graveyard. Chapter 45. Bloodstains on Jingzhou, breaking the deadlock as dusk descends like blood. It casts an ominous dark red hue upon the rugged cliffs of the Valley of Villains outside Jingzhou. The remnants of the setting sun struggle to pierce through the heavy dust, yet fail to dispel the despair that envelopes the valley. Within the valley, the previous eerie silence has been replaced by the deafening cries of battle, the jarring clatter of weapons, and the anguished wails of the mortally wounded. The thick stench of blood mingles with the unique, sickly sweet malevolence of the blood knife sect's sinister arts, creating a nauseating miasma that weighs heavily on the hearts of every survivor. The defenses that the Valley of Villains relied upon have begun to falter. The poisoned crossbow bolts have long been exhausted, and the meticulously arranged traps have mostly been triggered or dismantled by the disciples of the Blood Knife sect. Undaunted by death, have brazenly used the bodies of their fallen comrades as pathways. At the valley's entrance, a barricade of massive stones and hardwood lies before a mountain of corpses, with viscous blood seeping deep into the charred earth, rendering the ground a quagmire. Yin Daping leans against a shattered arrow tower, gasping heavily. His body is drenched in blood, and a deep cut on his left arm, exposing bone, continues to ooze dark crimson fluid. His face, smeared with blood and dirt, no longer resembles his former self, only reflecting boundless exhaustion and profound despair. In his hand, a uniquely shaped slender sword has just pierced the throats of two enemies at an awkward angle, yet more foes surge forth like an unrelenting tide. Hold your ground, until our Lord returns. Those who retreat shall taste the torment of the heart. He bellows hoarsely, desperately waving the token left by Lin Yue, attempting to bolster morale. However, his voice, strained and twisted by exhaustion and an uncontrollable dread, falters. Watching familiar and unfamiliar guards fall one after another, with the defensive line contracting relentlessly. A chilling fear grips his heart, and he feels as though he can already scent the breath of death. In the rear, the Blood Knife ancestor sits complacently atop a massive boulder, his corpulent form swathed in a tattered, blood-red robe. The sheen of his bald head reflects an eerie light in the flickering flames, while his bloated face wears a cruel and exhilarated grin. Ha ha ha! Delightful! What a farce! This valley of villains, merely a den of cowardly turtles. Do they think these lowly wretches can impede my progress? My children, slay them all. Seize everything. The gold, silver, and beautiful women within are all yours. He cackles, certain that the so-called first evil emperor cannot save the day and confident in his mastery of the blood knife technique, which has reached a transcendent level. He aims to obliterate the valley of villains in this battle, thereby establishing his renown and letting the dread of the blood knife sect reverberate throughout the Central Plains. In the shadows further away, several groups lurk like vultures. The wind-chasing sword of the Songhan sect, the invisible old man of the Qingqing sect, and several notorious figures from the underworld watch coldly as the brutal carnage unfolds at the valley's entrance. They remain still, waiting for the complete collapse of the valley of villains' defenses, ready to strike with thunderous force and seize their share of the spoils. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupts. The final barrier constructed from colossal stones at Guyu Valley, under the relentless assault of the Bloodblade sect's formidable warriors wielding their heavy hammers, could no longer bear the weight of the onslaught and collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating a gaping breach. The defense has crumbled. Charge in. Annihilate them. The disciples of the Bloodblade sect let out beastly howls, surging towards the lethal opening like a flood unleashed from a dam. Yin Daping's eyes widened in desperation as he summoned the last vestiges of his vitality, leading the remaining guards who could still stand into the breach. Plunging into a brutal melee, the dull thud of blades striking bone, the heart-wrenching cries of the dying, the sparks flying from clashing weapons, and the warm blood splattering everywhere collectively painted a vivid tableau of hell. Shiman Kingan, adept in the art of poison, cast a handful of toxic powder to fell two adversaries, only to be struck from the side by a vicious blade, collapsing to the ground, teetering on the edge of life and death. Witnessing this, the Bloodblade ancestor rose with a sinister grin, lifting the blood-soaked crimson, curved blade that emitted a low, ominous hum, preparing to personally descend upon the fray and crush the last feeble resistance of Guyu Valley with unassailable force. In his eyes, the annihilation of Guyu Valley was but a mere heartbeat away. Yin Daping desperately parried an incoming strike, yet found himself with a grievous wound beneath his ribs, the searing pain causing him to stagger back against the cold stone wall, gazing upon the seemingly endless tide of enemies and the advancing figure of the Bloodblade ancestor, who loomed like a demon, despair washing over him like a frigid tide, completely submerging him. Master, if you do not arrive at the valley soon, it will truly be the end. A silent cry echoed within him, and he felt himself on the verge of closing his eyes, ready to surrender. Just as the Bloodblade ancestor took that decisive first step, his grotesque smile freezing upon his glistening visage, the bloodthirsty blade in hand poised to deliver the final blow to Guyu Valley, an invisible string in the heavens seemed to be abruptly plucked. An indescribable, chilling silence, vast and overwhelming like the entire sky collapsing, descended without warning from the heavens. It enveloped the mouth of Guyu Valley, penetrating deeply and indiscriminately into the very souls of all present. Time appeared to come to a forced standstill in that moment. The onrushing tide of Bloodblade sect disciples collided with an invisible, insurmountable wall of despair. Their wild charge abruptly halted. All frantically wielded weapons froze mid-air, and the savage, bloodthirsty expressions on their faces became statuesque, as if transformed into a bizarre tableau of stillness. The guards of Giyu Valley, who fought desperately too, found themselves immobilized. Even the agonizing pain from their wounds momentarily dulled, leaving only the extreme terror of an invisible hand gripping their hearts, paralyzing their thoughts. In the shadows afar, the lurking figures found their breath thrown into disarray, as if doused in frigid water from head to toe. All their schemes, greed, and hopes were utterly frozen by this sudden, incomprehensible terror that transcended their understanding, their very souls trembling in fear. A streak of azure light, swift enough to tear through the air, manifested a visual afterimage, resembling a reverse meteor that audaciously rent the heavy night sky, suddenly appearing above the valley's mouth. As the azure light dissipated, a tall figure emerged, akin to a celestial meteorite, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of crushing all in its path. Crashing down amidst the field strewn with corpses between the Bloodblade ancestor and the remnants of the Evil Man Valley's defense. Upon landing, the ground quivered slightly, an invisible shock wave swirling up dust in a perfect circular display, vividly illustrating the terrifying weight and impact of the figure, clad in a flowing azure robe, which fluttered gently yet remained untainted. He stood in stark contrast to the bloody chaos below, reminiscent of a scene from hell. His countenance was calm and unperturbed as a tranquil pond, yet his eyes, deep as ancient cold pools, gazed indifferently at the Bloodblade ancestor, who had just risen, his smile frozen in horror. It was Lin Yue. He had soared back from Wudong Mountain at a speed beyond mortal comprehension, traversing thousands of miles, arriving just in the nick of time. The force of his descent revealed a physique of unparalleled strength and immeasurable power. Impossible. The malevolent grin on the Bloodblade ancestor's face faltered, transforming into sheer terror. Flying through the air, this cannot be the work of mere mortals. In the distance, cloaked in darkness, the wind-chasing sword of the Songzhan sect gripped its hilt tightly, knuckles widening. How could this be possible? The shadowless elder of the Qingcheng sect was nearly exposed in his shock. Only ancient deities could achieve such feats. All who witnessed this scene felt an upheaval of emotions within, as it transcended their understanding of martial arts. This was a power reserved for the divine. Only Yindaping, after an overwhelming shock, erupted into ecstatic cries. The Master has returned. Foolish buffoons dare to prattle here. His voice was calm yet resonated with an essence of universal truth, cutting through all clamor and noise, embedding itself in the hearts of all present with an undeniable authority. In the next moment, he moved. No earth-shattering initiation, no dazzling display of light. Just a simple, direct step forward. Yet this step seemed to compress space itself, embodying a distortion of spatial rules. The onlookers felt a blur before their eyes, unable to capture the trajectory of his movement. That figure in azure had instantaneously appeared before the Bloodblade ancestor from a distance of several dozen feet. The velocity surpassed the limits of visual perception, akin to teleportation. The Bloodblade ancestor felt a surge of dread, primal instincts alerting him to an unprecedented, nearly tangible threat of death. With a wild cry, he poured every ounce of his life's energy into the sinister, crimson curved blade in his grasp. The blade glowed fiercely, blindingly bright, emitting a sharp, piercing hum reminiscent of 1,000 wailing souls. His arms bulged with sinewy strength, and with all his might, he cleaved towards the proximity of Lin Yue, unleashing a blood-red blade aura condensed to its utmost, imbued with malevolent energy and a rich scent of blood. At such a close distance, delivering a life-threatening strike. He was confident that even a celestial being would find it impossible to withstand. However, in the face of this ferocious and nearly point-blank assault, Lin Yue's reaction transcended all understanding. He did not wield any weapon. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand, fingers slightly curved, exuding an air of composure and precision, as if he were about to pluck a delicate flower swaying in the breeze, rather than blocking a bloodthirsty weapon of unimaginable power. With a deafening clang, the sound erupted, unlike any collision between flesh and metal, reverberating through the air. The noise reached a piercing pitch, almost tearing through the eardrums of everyone present, causing some with lesser martial prowess to feel dizzy and on the verge of vomiting. Under countless horrified gazes, an unforgettable scene unfolded, one that would completely shatter their lifelong understanding of martial arts. Lin Yue's seemingly fair and slender right hand, akin to that of a cultured scholar, surprisingly reached out first. Fingers as steadfast as if forged from adamantine, grasping firmly the blade of the blood knife that the blood knife ancestor had violently slashed down. This demonic blade, capable of cleaving gold and jade, imbued with the blood knife ancestor's lifetime of skill and murderous intent, was caught barehanded, the edge halting barely half a foot from Lin Yue's forehead. No matter how the blood knife ancestor channeled his inner strength, it could advance no further. Where the blade met his palm, a dazzling shower of sparks erupted, accompanied by a jarring sound akin to metal being forcibly twisted and torn apart. What? This is impossible. The blood knife ancestor's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his shock swiftly morphing into boundless absurdity and profound terror. He felt as though he were striking not a human hand, but an immovable, indestructible mountain of iron. The recoil of force caused his arms to ache painfully, making it nearly impossible to grip the hilt. Then came a revelation that shattered his soul, leaving him utterly distraught. Lin Yue's fingers, which had seized the blade, exerted a subtle force, and that bloodthirsty knife, notorious in the martial world and deemed unbreakable, began to emit a series of pitiful cracking sounds, like fragile glass under immense pressure before shattering inch by inch. Countless crimson metal shards flew forth, reflecting an eerie glow in the firelight. Unarmed, he shattered the divine weapon. The blood knife ancestor was shaken to his core, his mind blank. Instinctively, he wanted to relinquish the blade and retreat. The primal instinct of a beast screamed within him, urging him to flee from this inhuman presence. But Lin Yue offered him no chance. In the very moment he crushed the blood knife, his right palm continued its motion, transforming from a grasp into a strike, fluid and natural, as if he had anticipated every move. That hand, which had just obliterated the divine weapon, now bore an unimaginable, terrifying force, far surpassing the limits of human imagination, along with the refined power of the Taisu Sutra, pressing firmly against the blood knife ancestor's immense chest. Boom! A muffled sound, profound to the extreme, echoed peculiarly throughout the entire valley, as if it were a deafening blast striking directly at the soul. There were no dazzling lights, no excess energy dissipating, only the purest, most domineering, and unadulterated force crushing all in its path. The fear and disbelief etched on the face of the blood knife ancestor instantaneously solidified, as if sculpted in stone. Then, with a chilling thud, the ominous explosion reverberated deep within the souls of all present. The corpulent figure of the blood knife ancestor, akin to a fragile balloon filled to the brim with air, succumbed to the irresistible might within, bursting forth in a cataclysmic eruption. Dense blood mist, shattered bones, and putrid flesh erupted radially, splattering violently, painting the surrounding area in a horrifying crimson hue. The blood knife ancestor, a notorious figure whose name struck fear across the western regions and harbored ambitious designs upon the Central Plains, failed to emit even a complete cry of anguish or plea for mercy. In that infinitesimal fraction of a moment, all vitality, consciousness, and existence were utterly obliterated by this absolute force, reduced to naught. Lin Yue casually waved his hand, as though swatting away flies, an invisible surge sweeping through, scattering the pervasive blood mist and debris like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, dissipating into the night sky. In its wake, only an empty void remained, alongside a few of the largest bone fragments, still twitching faintly, starkly revealing the ultimate fate of the formidable adversary, the blood knife ancestor, whose remains were now completely non-existent. A swift kill, a true, absolute annihilation achieved through unparalleled speed, a peerless physique, and overwhelming inner strength, surpassing the limits of imagination for all present. The battlefield fell into an oppressive, deathly silence. The sound of the wind seemed to vanish, the crackling of burning torches faded into obscurity, and even the feeble groans of the injured were caught in their throats, daring not to utter a sound. The madness and ferocity etched on the faces of the remaining disciples of the Blood Knife sect solidified into a frozen mask, then shattered like fragile ice, morphing into boundless fear and utter bewilderment born from the most primal instincts of life. Was their invincible, demonic ancestor truly gone? Reduced to mere mist by someone as easily as swatting a fly, obliterated with a single palm strike? This utterly subverted their understanding of power. The ancestor is dead. The ancestor has been turned to dust. It was unclear who first let out a shrill, pitch-altered scream, a sound filled with despair akin to a rooster grasped by the neck, signaling complete mental collapse. In the next moment, the remaining disciples of the Blood Knife sect disintegrated entirely. All their ferocity, greed, and savagery were consumed and crushed by an even greater, incomprehensible terror. They emitted meaningless cries, casting aside their armor, abandoning the corpses of their comrades, even neglecting to discern direction, fleeing towards the valley's edge like a swarm of panicked rats, wishing only that their parents had granted them 2 more legs. In their chaos, they pushed and trampled one another, even resorting to striking down fellow companions who obstructed their path, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. In the Valley of Evil, the crowd found themselves ensnared in an absurd and terrifying nightmare, gazing blankly at the figures standing tall in flowing azure robes. After the overwhelming surge of fear, they were left with a profound sense of exhaustion, akin to having survived a cataclysm, and an indescribable, bone-deep reverence. Their eyes turned towards Lin Yue, filled with a fervent awe and trepidation, as if they were beholding a deity. Lin Yue slowly retracted his hand, his gaze coldly sweeping over the chaotic backs of those fleeing in panic, choosing not to pursue. These insignificant beings were unworthy of even a fraction of his effort. His eyes, akin to 2 formless swords forged in the icy depths of time, gradually and oppressively shifted towards the dark woods and rocky terrain outside the valley, where many watchers lay in ambush. The true reckoning had only just begun. Chapter 46. One hand holds up the sky. The forbidden domain establishes authority. Lin Yue's gaze, like 2 invisible blades honed in the frigid abyss, was icy and sharp as it meticulously scanned the shadowy, profound forests and the jagged, eerie rocky outcrops beyond the valley. Wherever that indifferent gaze passed, those who fancied themselves expertly concealed felt a chilling dread surge from their very spines, an unstoppable force soaring towards the crown of their heads. It was as if they were not shrouded in the safety of shadows, but rather stripped bare and exposed to the glaring light of day, with their souls pinned down by a terrifying predator from the primordial era, rendering their muscles as rigid as iron, their blood nearly frozen, instinctively holding their breath, paralyzed, while their hearts thundered in their chests, threatening to burst. "Come forth." Lin Yue's voice resonated steadily, devoid of any emotional tumult, yet it carried the weight of celestial truths, piercing through the heavy darkness with unwavering clarity, penetrating every shadow and every hiding place. Or shall this emperor compel you to emerge? An oppressive silence descended like a heavy curtain. Only the distant cries of the fleeing disciples of the Bloodblade sect and the occasional crackle of torches burning within the valley served to accentuate the suffocating stillness. In the darkness, several previously steady breaths exhibited a momentary turbulence, akin to startled weasels restlessly stirring in their burrows. Lin Yue began to count down, his voice remaining calm and unyielding, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet it was more chilling than any thunderous roar or venomous curse, echoing like the tolling of a death knell in the ears of his listeners. Thud, thud, one after another, figures could no longer withstand the crushing weight of terror that threatened to shatter their very souls. They stumbled forth, scrambling from their hiding places. Staggering a few steps, they ultimately collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as gold leaf, trembling uncontrollably, with foul odors emanating from their trousers. These individuals, notorious in the martial world as fearsome lone thieves or ruthless underworld lords, who typically exuded arrogance and dominance, now appeared as wretched and terrified as lost dogs stripped of their support, lacking even the courage to meet Lin Yue's gaze. However, a few breaths remained, concealed by exquisite stealth techniques or an indomitable spirit, desperately suppressing their presence, striving to fully meld into the surrounding darkness, clinging to the last vestige of pitiful hope. The renowned wind chaser swordsman from the Songzhan sect, holding his breath and concentrating, pressed his body against the cold, rough rock wall, fervently reciting the sect's sword techniques in his mind, attempting to ward off the pervasive dread that penetrated his very soul with the clarity of his sword heart. Meanwhile, the shadowy assassin from the Qingchang sect, skilled in the arts of concealment and assassination, blended almost seamlessly with the thick shadows, his breath nearly extinguished, as if he had transformed into a lifeless stone. Two masked figures lay hidden in the tall, desolate grass, confident in their exceptional lightness of foot, their energy withdrawn as if they were immovable boulders, poised to unleash their unparalleled agility at the slightest disturbance, ready to escape at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Lin Yue's voice resounded once more, still flat yet echoing like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer and striking at the taut strings of the resistant hearts. The few bandits, already collapsed on the ground, were utterly terrified, their souls fleeing in despair, tears streaming down their faces as they scrambled backward, wishing they could burrow into the earth to escape this place of turmoil. At the instant the words fell, Lin Yue, with fingers poised like a sword, gestured towards the dark corners that remained eerily silent and motionless, seemingly casual yet effortlessly precise, marking several points in midair. With a sharp, piercing sound that threatened to rupture eardrums, for intense bursts echoed almost simultaneously. These were the condensed, intangible, yet terrifyingly penetrating winds of his fingers, born of the highly concentrated inner strength from the Taishan Sutra, swiftly traversing dozens of yards, disregarding the barriers of rock and the concealment of trees, striking with uncanny accuracy into the depths of the darkness. The force contained not only a physical penetrative effect, but also bore an icy, soul-rending willpower. Thoof, no, crack. For distinct yet equally piercing cries of anguish and muffled sounds erupted from the darkness almost simultaneously. The wind chaser swordsman from the Songzhan sect suddenly shot forth from behind the rock where he had been hiding, a gaping, transparent wound the size of a bowl appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth like a long-suppressed fountain. His cherished sword clattered to the ground, his eyes filled with incredulity and utter despair as he fell backward, his breath deflating like a punctured balloon, the pure sword energy he had cultivated for years dissipating into nothingness. The shadowy elder from the Qingchang sect seemed struck by an invisible, colossal hammer, emitting a cry that was more beastly than human as he tumbled out from his hiding place. His legs twisted at a grotesque angle, bones protruding through flesh, indicating that his kneecap had been shattered by the fierce finger winds. Simultaneously, a chilling and malevolent inner force surged into his dantian, annihilating the esoteric skills he had painstakingly honed for decades, leaving him a limp figure on the ground, his gaze hollow, resembling nothing more than a pile of mud. The two remaining masked individuals, overconfident in their exceptional agility, met with a far more gruesome fate. One was struck by a pointed wind, which pierced through his brow, extinguishing his life in an instant without a single sound of protest. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The other was struck at the waist, the terrifying force nearly cleaving him in two. A shrill wail barely escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced, as shattered entrails and warm blood splattered the earth, rendering his death a sight too harrowing to behold. This scene, in its entirety, irrevocably shattered the last vestiges of hope among the surviving onlookers, leaving no room for any lingering illusions. Before the might of absolute power, all concealment, skill, will, and calculation became mere illusions, akin to snow melting under the sun, dissipating in an instant. Lin Yue advanced with measured grace, his demeanor calm and unhurried, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in a garden. Yet each step he took exuded an aura of judgment upon all living beings, a solemn authority over life and death. He approached those who lay crumpled on the ground, faces ashen and nearly on the brink of mental collapse. The immense psychological pressure he radiated, combined with the sheer terror of witnessing the instantaneous demise of the Bloodblade ancestor and the remote execution of a master, acted like an invisible tide, crashing down upon their already faltering defenses, informed the emperor and the entire realm of martial arts. Lin Yue's voice reverberated like an incantation resonating deep within their souls, transcending the confines of their eardrums to penetrate their chaotic and muddled consciousness. What is your intent in lurking here? Under the influence of his intangible yet overwhelmingly potent mind-altering technique, These individuals, completely unguarded, found themselves unable to conceal their innermost secrets. The rawest, most shameful, and most naked desires and thoughts were forcefully extracted by an unseen power, laid bare for all to see. The disciple of the Songzhan sect, on the verge of collapse, exhibited a vacant gaze, murmuring incoherently as if in a fevered dream, upon the command of Master Shi. I came to observe and seize the treasures of the Evil Man Valley, especially the vast wealth accumulated by the Wan family over the years. If possible, I must record the martial arts techniques and weaknesses of the first evil emperor to report back to the sect leader. The elder from the Qingshang sect, tearful and hoarse, imbued with regret, lamented, "Master, the secret order of the struggle between the clam and the snipe allows the fisherman to profit. We must take advantage of the chaos to see if we can pilfer one or two treasured relics from the valley, or perhaps abduct a few key individuals skilled in the art of poison. Particularly that ghost hand apothecary shaman can, to extract from him his proprietary poisons and formulas." A solitary thief, whose defenses were the weakest, completely broke down, crying out in confession, considering the opportunity to profit from the chaos after the destruction of the Wan family and the plundering of numerous martial families. It is certain that a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels has accumulated, perhaps even lost martial arts manuals. I merely wished to seize a fortune and thereafter retire to a life of leisure. Another individual provided a more specific account. Pointing clearly, it is rumored that within the valley lies a clue to a treasure from the former dynasty. Seemingly a half-completed treasure map found within the Wan family's secret chamber. I wanted to see if there was an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. If successful, it would be an extraordinary fortune. Each confession laid bare, without any pretense, the vile thoughts and insatiable desires of these so-called righteous disciples and heroes of the martial world, exposing their greed and malice to the light of day. The remaining members of the Evil Man Valley seethed with fury, filled with a burning hatred, wishing they could immediately shatter these despicable individuals, as vile as their own character, into 1,000 pieces. Simultaneously, they felt a profound chill and reverence for Lin Yue, whose terrifying methods could elicit the most concealed desires and transgressions from individuals at the brink of mental collapse. Lin Yue listened coldly to it all, much like a judge in a supreme court, solemnly presiding over a courtroom, absorbing the final, most genuine confessions of the guilty, his expression betraying no emotion, save for the deepening coldness in the depths of his eyes. Based on the confessions, the judgment was as follows. He raised his finger, pointing through the air, his gestures seemingly casual, yet imbued with absolute power over life and death. The sharp wind of his finger passed through with precision. Those among the Songzhan and Qingshang disciples who had explicitly confessed to intentions of robbery, kidnapping, and theft of sect secrets, along with the two clearly motivated thieves, suddenly manifested small holes of blood at their foreheads or hearts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground without a sound, their eyes frozen in boundless terror and confusion. The remaining few, who had merely been spying or whose intentions were ambiguous, were not sentenced to death. However, they suffered the loss of their dantians and vital energies, their major meridians shattered, reduced to a state of utter helplessness, groaning in pain and despair on the ground, their martial futures irrevocably destroyed. All was cleaned up. Lin Yue, struggling to rise, calmly directed his subordinates to clear the battlefield. His tone was as serene as if he had merely brushed off a speck of dust from his sleeve or instructed a servant to sweep away some bothersome fallen leaves. Yinda, enduring excruciating pain and the overwhelming thrill of survival, deeply bowed in obedience, his voice imbued with profound reverence and fervor. "I shall faithfully obey your majesty's command." Immediately, some of the guards from the Valley of Villains, responding quickly, approached and silently dragged away the corpses and the incapacitated, much like hauling away a lifeless dog. Their gazes towards Lin Yue were filled with a complex mix of fear, fervor, and absolute obedience. Lin Yue's eyes swept across the scene once more, including the trembling captives who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter and the battered survivors who had endured the baptism of blood and fire. His voice resonated clearly throughout the valley, imprinting itself deep within the souls of all present. From this day forth, the area within 100 miles of the Valley of Villains shall be a forbidden domain. Anyone who trespasses without my permission, regardless of their motives or allegiance, shall be executed without question. This decree, as cold as ancient ice, melded with the pervasive stench of blood and the scattered remnants of battle, profoundly and permanently etched itself into the souls of every survivor. Everyone understood that the events of this night, the notorious name of the Valley of Villains, and the terrifying figure of the first evil emperor, Lin Yue, cold and merciless as a deity or demon, possessing absolute power and unfathomable methods, would swiftly and violently spread through the martial world like a plague, instilling dread in all factions, both righteous and wicked. They would be compelled to reassess the ominous weight of this newly established death domain. An invisible boundary, forged from blood and death, lay across this land. Within the forbidden domain, the might of the evil emperor would not be challenged. Chapter 47. The fusion of profound arts outside Jingzhou City, in the Valley of Villains. The scent of blood had yet to dissipate entirely, yet a new, chilling order had already taken root amid the ruins and fear. The invisible boundary formed from blood and death at the valley's entrance resembled an impassable chasm, dividing the internal and external worlds into two starkly different realms. Those within the valley, whether genuinely repentant or forcibly submissive, lived in trepidation under this newly established rule. Conversely, those outside remained silent, deterred by the terrifying rumors of the first evil emperor's swift annihilation of the Blood Knife sect and the instant execution of any onlookers, leading no one to dare tread upon this newly formed death domain. Deep within the valley, in a chamber that once belonged to the Wan family but had been completely transformed, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the grim surroundings outside. Here, the room was brightly lit, not by conventional means, but by dozens of large luminous pearls embedded in the walls, casting a soft and steady glow that illuminated the interior as bright as day without being harsh on the eyes. The air was pure and fresh, imbued with a delicate blend of sandalwood and herbal fragrances, while the ground was laid with smooth black basalt, cool to the touch, conducive to tranquility and focus. On the shelves that encircle the room, there lie not ordinary tomes, but rather a mountain of scrolls, ledgers, and a plethora of documents meticulously gathered from various households and places. These materials are organized with precision, forming Lin Yue's temporary abode and sanctuary for introspection. At this moment, Lin Yue sits cross-legged upon a jade-green cushion, exuding an aura of tranquility. His eyes are gently closed, his breath long and subtle, almost imperceptible. His entire being seems to meld with the serene environment of the chamber, entering a profound state of meditation. His consciousness has already descended into the vast, boundless ocean of his own mind. This realm is not a chaotic void, but rather resembles an infinite starry expanse. At its core lies the profound essence of the Taishian Sutra, akin to a sun that eternally burns, radiating boundless wisdom and energy. Surrounding this central luminary are countless stars, some bright, some dim, some steady, and others flickering. These celestial points represent the martial principles and fragments of knowledge he has absorbed, recalled, and comprehended since his time on Hero Island, each drawn from diverse worlds and schools of thought. The vigorous and upright techniques of Shaolin, the myriad transformations of the 72 extraordinary skills, the Taoist principles of yielding to overcome rigidity, the harmonious interplay of yin and yang in Tai Chi, the fierce might of the Iron Palm sect, the sinister ferocity of the Blood Knife school, and the intricate variations of the Wanjia fist, all these martial arts, once at odds or confined by their own boundaries, are now being meticulously analyzed and harmonized under the supreme guidance of the Taishin Sutra. This process is not a mere accumulation or layering, but a profound alchemical transformation. The diverse pathways of internal energy, each with its own unique attributes, collide, intertwine, and merge within the meridians of his body. At times, they blaze like a raging fire. At others, they freeze like a chilling abyss. And yet again, they flow gently like a spring breeze, embodying balance and serenity. Should an ordinary martial artist dare to engage in such reckless experimentation, they would surely succumb to internal conflict and madness. However, Lin Yue, endowed with an extraordinary physique and an unparalleled mastery over himself, along with the Taishian Sutra's inclusive and assimilative nature, manages to subdue and harmonize these disparate energies, drawing them together like rivers converging into the sea. In doing so, He not only integrates these forces into the vast ocean of Taishian internal energy, enhancing its overwhelming power, but also renders his internal essence more fluid and transparent. Unpredictable, yet harmonious. Time slips away unnoticed. It may have been a day, or perhaps several. Suddenly, a subtle shift occurs in Lin Yue's previously restrained aura. It does not grow more ferocious or outwardly expressive. Rather, it embodies an exquisite refinement and elevation of life force that naturally radiates from within. A faint, almost imperceptible luminescence emerges from beneath his skin, not the glow of externalized energy, but a manifestation of an exceedingly vibrant life essence, brimming with vitality. His visage appeared to have transformed into a more youthful and handsome form, not due to any change in appearance, but rather from an inner vitality and clarity that radiated outward, washing away the superficial and returning to a state of purity. Particularly striking were his eyes, which, even when closed, seemed capable of perceiving the mysteries of the world. At this moment, they appeared even more profound, as if they held an infinite ocean of stars, with the light of wisdom flowing quietly within. Each breath resonated with a certain rhythm of the universe, creating a nearly perfect cycle of exchange with the vital energies of the cosmos, devoid of any waste or depletion. Within the depths of his dantian, an immense and pure inner force flowed incessantly, responding instantly to his thoughts, seamlessly moving without a hint of obstruction. His mental strength intertwined with this internal energy, becoming indistinguishable from one another. He could distinctly sense the various energies flowing around him, which transcended the mere concept of the martial artist's vital force. There was the vibrant energy emitted by plants, the dense and solemn aura contained within stones, and even deeper, subtler variations of energy flows. This perception had transcended the realm of martial arts, brushing against the edges of the natural laws of the universe. He slowly raised his right hand, not employing any specific technique, but casually sweeping through the air. His movements were fluid and natural, at times reminiscent of pushing mountains or gathering the moon, generating air currents that surged like rivers. At other moments, they resembled the delicate caress of flowers or willows, where the air rippled gently, soft as the misty rain of the south. Suddenly, his fingertips tensed, and with a swift, precise motion, he struck out, the sound of breaking air subtle yet sharp, as if sculpted by heavenly craftsmanship, leaving no trace to be found. In the next moment, his palm shifted, pushing outward, seemingly slow, yet imbued with the tremendous force capable of uprooting the very earth. His wrist then twisted, fingers curling slightly, the movement becoming enigmatic and unpredictable, drawing one into an abyss of fascination. Then his breath changed abruptly, the intent of his fist radiating with grandiosity, like the sun illuminating the vast sky, overwhelming and unstoppable. Finally, all momentum coalesced into tranquility, marked by a gentle finger tap, exuding a serene and natural demeanor, reminiscent of orchids blooming in a secluded valley, silent yet brimming with infinite vitality and potential. In each gesture, there were no traces of fixed techniques, nor any hint of artifice. Every action sprang from the heart and responded to intention, each one exquisite in its own right, having reached a realm where the formless surpasses the formed. Various distinct martial arts concepts flowed effortlessly from him, transitioning with grace, as if they were a natural part of him. As Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of divine light vanished, returning to a state of calm as he murmured to himself. He felt he had thoroughly stabilized and penetrated the pinnacle of this realm. Though he had not ventured into the legendary world of martial arts described in Fengge, he found notable parallels between the descriptions of this realm and the lofty ideals of martial arts here, serving as a reference. As for the next step into the profoundly elusive state of merging with the Tao, a considerable distance remained, and the intricacies of its mysteries were beyond his current comprehension. His thoughts stirred, drifting towards the legendary technique Zhou Lu Lu Su Gong, which harnessed the 8 energies through the trigrams, its power indeed earth-shattering, yet akin to riding a wild stallion amidst tumultuous waves, fraught with the danger of backlash that prevented completeness. His own path, however, was fundamentally distinct. In my understanding, I wish to base my thoughts on the 4 symbols, Yin, Yang, Lesser Yin, and Lesser Yang, flowing incessantly, harnessing them to evolve myriad energies. akin to the movement of heaven and earth, a natural creation, devoid of increase or decrease, decay or exhaustion. How could there be any backlash? A grand vision became increasingly lucid within his mind. He tentatively named this synthesis of insights from his retreat as the pure universe's regal canon, signifying the clarity of the universe and the adherence to the righteous path. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the arduous journey ahead. To evolve myriad energies, one must first comprehend the subtle intricacies of these energies. The essence of the human body, the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the properties of medicinal stones, and the malevolent energies of poisons. All of these differ vastly in nature and principle, requiring thorough understanding. Although his knowledge now far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he still felt inadequate. For instance, the toxic energies from the southern regions, the peculiar spiritual forces of the western territories, and even the more profound energies from other realms remained elusive to him. While he pondered, a faint yet rhythmically distinct knocking at the door interrupted his contemplation. It was a signal from Yin Daping seeking an audience. Lin Yue remained impassive, stating calmly, "Enter." The heavy stone door opened silently, and Yin Daping hurried in, bowing deeply. His demeanor, even more respectful than usual, tinged with an unmistakable fervor. "My lord, you have emerged from seclusion." "Indeed. What is the situation in the valley?" Lin Yue inquired. His tone flat. Yin Daping promptly delivered a detailed report. During this period, under the regulations set by Lin Yue, several instances of reward and punishment had occurred within the valley. There were individuals with checkered pasts who, under the daily admonishments and laborious tasks imposed by the heart-eating edict, genuinely repented and actively aided orphans displaced by banditry. Their actions were verified as sincere, and although Lin Yue had not yet returned, Yin Daping, following prior instructions, slightly mitigated their next punishment and publicly commended them, causing a notable stir within the valley. Conversely, there were rebellious individuals who, though outwardly compliant, secretly conspired with external enemies to relay messages. They were detected by the stringent surveillance system, with irrefutable evidence against them. They had been subjected to double the punishment and stripped of their martial abilities, relegated to the lowest ranks of labor as a warning to others. Yin Daping reported every detail meticulously. Lin Yue listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with remarks. That Wang Wu's aid to the orphans, though stemming from remorse, reveals a flicker of ulterior motives, exaggerating his contributions in the hopes of gaining acclaim. His next punishment shall not be mitigated. He also illuminated another matter. Li Si's denunciation of his accomplices appears to be an act of righteousness, yet it is, in truth, a means of revenge born from past grievances, concealing his own initial intentions. His heart is not pure. Rewards and punishments must be distinctly applied, without offsetting merits against faults. Yin Daping, drenched in cold sweat, realized that even in seclusion, his lord seemed to possess an uncanny insight into the thoughts of those in the valley. He dared not harbor any trivial notions and hastily noted them down. When Yin Daping mentioned the Qixia sect, a second-rate faction notorious for its tyranny near Jingzhou, which had been undermined by the eradication of its financial routes by the valley, and how their disciples had been frequently loitering outside the valley, Lin Yue merely responded with indifference. Mere buffoons, of no consequence. The rules are established. Those who transgress shall be dealt with according to the law. His words betrayed not the slightest concern for the Qixia sect. Yin Daping further elaborated. In the realm of martial arts, the tales of the sovereign traversing the winds and swiftly vanquishing the blood knife ancestor have spread far and wide. However, the majority of the populace regards these accounts as mere embellishments or misinterpretations, believing the sovereign's prowess lies solely in extraordinary lightness of foot and unfathomable internal strength, complemented by techniques beyond their comprehension, dismissing any notions of deities or immortals. The authorities of Jingzhou maintain a delicate stance, neither daring to interfere in the affairs of the valley nor hesitating to discreetly increase their spies to monitor movements beyond its borders, yet no further actions have been taken. Lin Yue nodded slightly, finding this unsurprising. The understanding of mortals is ultimately limited. Having conveyed his message, Yin Daping stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. Awaiting the next instruction, Lin Yue pondered for a moment and stated, "The matters here will continue to be under your jurisdiction. The rules remain unchanged. We shall act in accordance with the law." Should you encounter any indecisiveness or an external threat, ignite this incense. As he spoke, he produced a specially crafted incense stick, approximately 3 inches long, deep purple in hue with a subtle sheen, emanating a captivating fragrance, and handed it to Yin Daping. Upon receiving it with both hands, Yin Daping felt a warm, serene, yet immensely vast familiar aura emanating from the incense, invigorating his spirit and alleviating some of the sluggishness in his internal energy caused by past injuries. He understood that this item was no ordinary artifact, surely refined by the sovereign through inscrutable means, imbued with great power, and he hurriedly stored it away with utmost care, responding respectfully, "I shall faithfully adhere to your commands. My sovereign, I will not fail your expectations." Lin Yue rose and made a few preparations. In truth, he had little to pack, as most of his belongings were stored within his consciousness space. He approached a nearby medicinal rack and picked up a sprig of Bailin grass, recently presented by Shimin Qian, said to have been freshly harvested by disciples of the valley. Gently touching it with his fingertips to sense its qualities, he remarked, "This herb was gathered at the hour of the rat, when the yin energy is at its peak. Although its form has been preserved, its medicinal core has lost 30% of its potency due to the encroaching cold. For future harvests, it is best to wait until after sunrise when the yang energy is just beginning to rise and the dew has yet to dry." Shimin Qian, standing beside him, was taken aback. He had prided himself on being a master of poisons, yet he could only discern that the quality of the Bailin grass seemed somewhat lacking. Unable to precisely articulate the relationship between the time of collection and the deterioration of its medicinal properties, his respect for Lin Yue deepened profoundly, and he quickly bowed to take note, unwilling to err in any detail. Having concluded these matters, Lin Yue spoke no further and slowly exited the secret chamber. As he traversed the area that had partially regained its order, the guards bowed their heads in reverence upon seeing him, unable to meet his gaze. He arrived at the valley's entrance, where the setting sun cast its golden rays, elongating his shadow. Without turning back, he stepped forward, his figure flickered several times, as if merging with the light, and in the next moment, he had appeared atop a distant mountain pass. With another blink, he vanished entirely into the vast twilight. The swiftness of his movements and the intricacy of his techniques left the guards at the valley entrance bewildered, questioning whether they had witnessed an illusion or a legendary feat of spatial contraction, their hearts filled with awe and trepidation beyond measure. Chapter 48. The Perilous Land of Miaojiang. The clash of axes and halberds, the clamor and sanguinary scent outside Jingzhou City seemed to be abruptly severed by an invisible boundary. As Lin Yue's figure flickered and ultimately vanished beyond the northern, desolate mountain pass, the land he stepped upon began to transform into an entirely different visage. The smoothness of the official road and the marks of human excavation swiftly faded, replaced by increasingly rugged and uneven trails cloaked in dense vegetation. The air grew damp and thick, imbued with a rich, inextricable aroma of decaying leaves, moist earth, and an array of unknown flora, intertwining vitality with decay. Towering ancient trees interwove their canopies high above, fragmenting the sky into shards and casting mottled shadows that danced with light and darkness. Vines dangled like colossal serpents from the branches, weaving a net in the forest, obstructing the path ahead. The thick carpet of fallen leaves beneath one's feet was soft and resilient, absorbing sound, yet potentially concealing deadly quagmires or venomous creatures. In the distance, the piercing cries of monkeys echoed, alongside the low growls of unknown beasts and the melodious, occasionally sharp calls of various exotic birds, collectively composing a primal, untamed symphony fraught with peril. This was the very edge of the Miao territory. Lin Yue moved with unhurried grace, his azure robe standing out vividly against the lush green backdrop, yet strangely blending with the surroundings. He did not rely on sight to discern his direction. Instead, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity that allowed him to perceive the subtle flows of energy and the essence of life in the air, guiding him like the most precise compass deeper into the heart of the Miao lands, towards the rumored domain of the Five Immortals sect. As he ventured further, the light grew dimmer, and the woods plunged into greater depths. Gradually, a bizarre mist emerged in the low-lying areas of the forest, manifesting a peculiar lavender or pale green hue, flowing like a living entity. This was the miasma that instilled fear in the hearts of those from the Central Plains. a toxic presence that made them hesitate. A mere breath could induce dizziness and relentless vomiting. A more severe encounter could lead to grotesque decay, high fever, and even death from internal corruption. However, as this lethal miasma approached within 3 feet of Lin Yue, it encountered an invisible, impenetrable barrier, diverting itself to either side. Unable to taint even the hem of his garment, let alone invade his mouth or nose. Wherever he tread, the slippery moss that could cause even the most skilled to stumble inexplicably became dry and resilient, the vividly colored. Grotesque snakes and insects lurking beneath the leaves and in the crevices, capable of inflicting grievous wounds, seemed to encounter a natural enemy, hastily retreating to darker corners, instinctively distancing themselves from this incomprehensible presence that had intruded upon their ancestral domain. His arrival silently shattered the precarious balance of danger that had long existed in this ancient land. As he continued on, Lin Yue's extraordinary hearing acutely discerned faint yet desperate and violent sounds penetrating the layers of trees ahead. There were the dull thuds of weapons striking bone, the brief wails of those nearing death, the terrified cries of a woman, and the coarse, raucous laughter and foul language of a group of men. Lin Yue's gaze lifted slightly, his stride unbroken, yet his direction subtly shifted as if drawn by the scent of blood and malevolence. He silently glided towards the source of the sounds. Soon, a relatively open clearing in the forest came into view, revealing a scene that was utterly unbearable. Several male corpses, clad in coarse miao attire, lay in a pool of blood, their tragic demise evident from the brief yet futile resistance they had offered. An improvised ox cart lay overturned, its cargo of mountain goods, animal hides, and crude pottery strewn across the ground, trampled mercilessly. A group of miao women, their garments torn and revealing large swathes of skin, were brutally manhandled by 7 or 8 men, armed with bloodied weapons of various sorts. Their faces were stained with tears and despair as they struggled in vain, emitting suppressed whimpers. In the center of the clearing, amidst a pile of looted treasures, stood a towering brute, his visage grotesquely adorned with flesh and a chest tattoo depicting a menacing black bear's skull. He pressed one foot down on the back of a feeble elder, wielding a dripping, wicked-looking saber, and laughed uproariously, his voice akin to a broken gong. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. After waiting all this time, we find ourselves with this band of paupers. These worthless trinkets aren't even enough to fill our teeth. Yet these meow girls are quite fetching. We shall bring them back to the village for some amusement. Brothers, be swift and thorough. The only valuables here are these hides, which have some merit. A gaunt man with a sharp face fawningly echoed his sentiments. What the bear chieftain says is true. In the domain of Haifeng Ridge, what we of Haifeng Village desire shall rightfully belong to us. It is a blessing for these meow women to serve the bear chieftain and our brothers. When we tire of them, we could even sell them beyond the mountains for some drinking money. The other bandits responded with lewd laughter, their actions growing ever more brazen. Clearly, these were a band of marauders who had taken to a life of pillage, routinely slaughtering and violating the innocent. Just as the so-called bear chieftain, brimming with arrogance, raised his blade to grant the elderly man a merciful end, a calm voice, devoid of any turbulence, resonated through the blood-soaked and frenzied clearing. Haifeng Village? It seems my search has been spared a great deal of effort. All sounds ceased abruptly. The raucous laughter of the bandits froze on their faces, and the men who were tugging at the meow women halted, casting uncertain glances toward the source of the voice. There, at the edge of the clearing, beneath the natural arch formed by the aerial roots of a colossal banyan tree, stood a young man clad in a blue robe, his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to blend seamlessly with the shadows, as if he had existed there for millennia. His expression was serene, his gaze indifferent, observing them as though watching ants wallow in the mire. The bear chieftain was initially taken aback, but upon realizing that the newcomer was but a solitary youth, unarmed and devoid of any formidable presence, his surprise swiftly morphed into offended rage. Who is this blind little pretty boy, daring to meddle in the affairs of Haifeng Village? Are you tired of living? Know your place and get lost, or I shall chop you into pieces and feed you to the wolves of these mountains. He brandished his blood-soaked saber, saliva flying as he attempted to intimidate this unexpected intruder with his usual ferocity. However, the lean figure with a sharp face appeared to be more vigilant. He scrutinized Lin Yue closely, particularly noting the immaculate green shirt that starkly contrasted with the surroundings of the Miao region, as well as the extraordinary calmness that seemed out of place. An unsettling intuition stirred within him, prompting him to lower his voice and address the bear chief. "Chief, this fellow seems rather sinister. His appearance is too stealthy." Lin Yue, seemingly oblivious to their raucous taunts and doubts, cast a detached glance over the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and the despairing Miao women, finally resting his gaze upon the bear chief. "Murder and robbery, the violation of women and children. According to the laws I have established, such crimes warrant execution." "Laws? Huh." The bear chief erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "In this Black Wind Ridge, I am the law. What are you, to dare establish rules before me? Brothers, cut him down." His patience evaporated, and he bellowed with fury. The two closest bandits could no longer contain themselves. Upon hearing his command, they grinned wickedly and lunged forward with their blades, aiming directly for Lin Yue's neck and torso. Their movements were vicious and synchronized, clearly accustomed to such murderous deeds. Yet, as their blades hung poised in the air, they suddenly found their vision blurring. The figure clad in green seemed to flicker like a ghost, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye as he seemingly nonchalantly stepped forward. In that single stride, he closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a horrifying shriek erupted. Unlike any human cry, Lin Yue's fingers extended like swords, channeling an ethereal energy that was both formless and sharp, striking precisely at the wrist of the first bandit with unparalleled accuracy. A crisp crack echoed as the bandit's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle. The steel blade flew from his grasp as he staggered backward, his arm hanging limply as if rendered useless. Simultaneously, Lin Yue's left palm appeared to casually slap the side of the other bandit's sweeping blade. There was no clash of metal, yet that thick-backed machete seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, emitting a mournful cry as it bent and shattered. An overwhelming force surged through the blade, causing the bandit's hand to split open. Blood gushed forth, and the sound of his ribcage fracturing sent chills through the air. He was propelled backward, crashing against a sturdy tree, before sliding down lifelessly. From the moment Lin Yue engaged until the two bandits were incapacitated, mere moments had elapsed. So swift, so terrifyingly light in effort, effortlessly shattering a steel blade, far beyond the comprehension of those brigands. The entire clearing fell into a profound silence, save for the agonized groans of the bandit who had lost his wrist. All the bandits, including the bear chief, found their expressions of malice and rage frozen, morphing into disbelief and an encroaching dread. The bear chief's pupils constricted. Despite his self-assured bravado, he could never achieve such effortless devastation against two skilled fighters. He realized that this time, he might have truly encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, fueled by his ferocity and years of dominance, he refused to retreat, igniting an even greater ferocity within him. "Damn it, this is rather sinister. Everyone attack together. Chop him down." With a thunderous roar, the bear chieftain summoned a primal, yet formidable external martial energy to its zenith, his muscles taut and veins bulging. Gripping the ghostly-headed blade with unwavering determination, he executed a mightily forceful strike, akin to cleaving Mount Hua, unleashing a howling tempest as he brought the blade crashing down upon Lin Yue. This strike was the culmination of his entire strength, and he believed that even the most stubborn stone would yield before it. The other bandits, invigorated by their leader's ferocity, let out a unified battle cry, brandishing their weapons as they encircled Lin Yue from all directions, their blades flashing ominously in the dim light. In the face of this seemingly impenetrable assault, Lin Yue maintained an air of serene indifference. He did not even glance at the attacks approaching from the sides and behind. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the descending blow, heavy and unyielding. Just as the ghostly blade was about to make contact, Lin Yue moved once more. Rather than retreating, he raised his right hand, elegant and slender, seemingly delicate, and with an unyielding precision, he met the fierce descent of the blade with his outstretched fingers. To the eyes of the bandits and the terrified Miao women, this appeared to be a fool's errand. To confront a blade wielded with such ferocity using mere flesh and blood? Had he lost his mind? A cruel smile flickered across the bear chieftain's face, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Yue's hand severed at the wrist, blood splattering everywhere. However, A deafening clang erupted, a sound that defied the notion of flesh meeting metal, reverberating with an explosive intensity. The piercing noise seemed poised to shatter eardrums. Under the gaze of countless astonished witnesses, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded, one that would forever alter their understanding. Lin Yue's seemingly fragile hand surged forth. His fingers as if forged from the hardest of metals, steady and precise, as he firmly grasped the descending blade of the bear chieftain. The blade, capable of cleaving stubborn rocks, was halted mere inches from Lin Yue's forehead, regardless of the chieftain's frantic efforts to exert every ounce of strength. It was as if he had struck an immovable mountain of iron. Sparks erupted where the blade met his palm, accompanied by a grating sound that was akin to tempered steel being forcibly twisted and torn. What? The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief, his cruel smile transforming into an abyss of absurdity and bone-deep terror. He felt as though he were not striking a mere human hand. The immense recoil from the impact sent pain shooting through his arms, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip on the hilt. Then, an even more soul-chilling event transpired. Lin Yue exerted a slight pressure with his fingers upon the blade. Crack! Crack! The heavy, ghostly-headed sword began to emit a series of mournful cries, shattering like fragile glass within his grasp, fragmenting into countless metal shards. The sight of a hand shattering a steel blade left the encroaching bandits frozen in place. As if ensnared by a spell, their fierce expressions replaced by unbounded fear. This was no ordinary human. This was a monster, a mountain spirit. The chieftain of the Black Wind tribe was struck with a profound shock, his mind rendered blank, as his primal instincts howled with a frenzied urgency, compelling him to flee. Instinctively, he yearned to relinquish his weapon and retreat. Yet, Lin Yue offered him no such reprieve. In the very moment he shattered the ghostly blade, Lin Yue's right palm surged forth, transforming a grasp into a strike, flowing smoothly and decisively landing upon the chieftain's muscular chest. A thunderous explosion resounded through the forest, a sound both muffled and hauntingly clear, devoid of dazzling light displays, yet filled with the purest, most overwhelming force. The fear and disbelief etched upon the chieftain's face froze instantaneously. Then came a muted thud. His robust form, akin to a fragile balloon filled with air, was utterly shattered from within by the unassailable might. Blood, mingled with fragments of torn entrails, erupted violently from his mouth and nostrils. He could not utter a single cry of anguish. His eyes dimmed in an instant, and his massive body slumped backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, lifeless and devoid of breath. The Black Wind chieftain had been slain with a single palm strike. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The remaining bandits crumbled entirely. All their ferocity, greed, and brutality were consumed and crushed by a greater, incomprehensible terror. They let out meaningless cries, discarding their helmets and armor, abandoning the bodies of their fallen comrades and the abducted Miao women, fleeing into the depths of the thicket like panicked rats, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Lin Yue did not pursue these insignificant foes. He cast a cold glance at their fleeing figures, his gaze returning to the trembling Miao women, still shaken with fear. He offered no words of comfort. Instead, he flicked his fingers, releasing a gentle surge of energy that unblocked the acupoints of the elder who had been trampled, stabilizing his near-extinct vitality. Then, his gaze turned toward a particular direction in the forest, and with an undeniable authority, he commanded, "Come forth, take them back. Inform the surrounding villages that the Black Wind tribe has been eradicated. Should such malevolence arise again, it shall meet the same fate." His voice possessed an almost magical resonance, penetrating the trees. Moments later, several young Miao men, who had been cowering behind the distant trees, pale and terrified, emerged trembling. Their eyes were filled with reverence and fear, as though gazing upon a deity or a demon. They hurried to assist the elder, helping the rescued Miao women, bowing repeatedly in Lin Yue's direction, before hastily gathering their scattered belongings and aiding their companions as they stumbled deeper into the forest, scarcely daring to glance back. Lin Yue stood alone in the center of the bloody battlefield, hands clasped behind his back. The setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a long shadow upon him. The Black Wind tribe, this small malignant growth on the periphery of Miao territory, had been effortlessly erased. The name of the evil emperor would begin to circulate in a more enigmatic and terrifying manner across this ancient land. His gaze shifted once more towards the deeper, more mysterious heart of Miao territory. There lay the true objective of his journey. Chapter 49, Mastery Through Skill. Secrets revealed. The night in the Miao region was thick and inky, concealing the recent bloodshed and carnage before the Black Wind village. The air remained rich with a mingled sense of decaying leaves, moist earth, and unfamiliar flora, yet now it was tinged with a hint of fresh blood and a deeper, reverent shudder of awe. The Miao women and youths whom Lin Yue had rescued had vanished into the dense forest like startled deer, too frightened to glance back at the figure in green, the Grim Reaper. Standing amidst the remnants of chaos, Lin Yue was unfazed by the lingering scent of blood. To him, it was indistinguishable from the surrounding vegetation and soil. He inclined his ear slightly, his heightened senses extending like an invisible web into the depths of Miao territory, capturing distant murmurs of human voices, faint barks of dogs, and a peculiar essence that bore the subtle life waves of goo insects. His quest was not aimless. The Black Wind village was merely insignificant vermin to be crushed underfoot. What he truly sought were the rightful masters of this land, those who had inherited ancient secrets of goo poison and wielded powers beyond the imagination of the martial arts world in Central Plains. In particular, he saw tribes that might be linked to the enigmatic and dual-natured Wuxin sect, following the strongest blend of human presence and the essence of goo. Lin Yue once again melded into the shadows of the jungle. His stride remained unhurried, and as he passed, venomous creatures recoiled, miasma parted, as if the entire forest silently yielded to him. After approximately half an hour, the scene before him opened up dramatically. In a relatively flat valley basin, tiered stilt houses were constructed in harmony with the terrain. These structures, primarily built from thick bamboo and timber, were topped with layers of thatch or black tiles, exuding a rugged and ancient charm. Surrounding the village were rudimentary yet functional bamboo fences, and at the entrance, one could vaguely discern totem poles adorned with bizarre paintings. Their tops hung with desiccated animal bones and bundles of sun-dried herbs, swaying gently in the night breeze, releasing a faint medicinal aroma and an almost imperceptible fishy scent. This was the largest and most insular Black Miao village within a 100-mile radius. Although the night had deepened, flickering flames still danced at the village gate, where 4 vigilant Miao guards, clad in black cloth tunics and armed with curved sabers, patrolled with keen awareness. Instead of ordinary torches, they wielded specially crafted lanterns, their shades seemingly made from translucent animal hides, with flames burning a ghostly green, casting an eerie glow upon their fierce visages. Even more disconcerting were the faint rustling sounds and low hums emanating from the surrounding darkness, suggesting the presence of multiple trained venomous creatures. As Lin Yue, dressed incongruously in his green robe, silently appeared before the village gate, outlined by the ghostly green light, the 4 guards were simultaneously seized by alarm, their bodies tensing like a cheetah caught off guard. "Who goes there? Halt!" The lead guard, his face marred by a scar, barked in a hoarse and hostile tone, gripping his curved dagger, which glimmered with an eerie green light as it protruded half an inch from its sheath. The other 3 swiftly fanned out, encircling the unexpected intruder with predatory glares. Having dwelled in the remote mountains for years, cohabiting with venomous creatures and miasma, their temperament was inherently fierce and exclusionary, and they regarded the sudden appearance of a stranger in the dead of night with utmost suspicion and animosity. Lin Yue paid no heed to the threatening inquiry, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dimly lit lantern and the bulging pouches at the guards' waists, which exuded a faint toxic aura. His voice rang clear in the air. "I have heard that the Black Miao village excels in the art of breeding poison and possesses unique medical knowledge. I have come here to seek exchange and learning." His tone remained tranquil and unruffled, resembling that of a scholar genuinely seeking academic discourse. Yet in the eerie stillness of the Miao village at night, it felt profoundly incongruous and bizarre. "Exchange?" The scarred guard paused for a moment. Then a mocking grin spread across his face. "You, Han youth, have wandered into the wrong place. This is no playground for your kind. Be wise and leave at once, or you shall taste the wrath of our venomous creatures." With that, he emitted a sharp, shrill whistle. In an instant, the darkness erupted with a cacophony of rustling, Hundreds of vividly colored venomous bees and centipedes surged forth from the surrounding underbrush and crevices, as if summoned by an invisible command, producing a spine-chilling hum and scuttling sounds as they rushed towards Lin Yue. These creatures had evidently been specially trained, exhibiting swift movements and potent venom, their forms appearing even more ferocious under the ghostly green light. However, faced with this tide of venomous creatures capable of dispatching ordinary martial arts experts in an instant, Lin Yue did not so much as flutter an eyelid. When the insects came within 3 feet of him, they seemed to collide with an intangible yet insurmountable barrier of energy. No matter how they flapped their wings or bit with their fangs, they could not advance an inch further. Strangely, some of the more fervent insects appeared to be struck by a sudden wave of terror and backlash, becoming disoriented and even turning to attack their own master. Ouch! Damn it! What is happening? Several guards, caught off guard, were suddenly stung by the rebellious bees, retreating in pain while frantically swatting at them, creating a scene of chaotic absurdity. The mocking grin on the scarred guard's face froze, replaced by a look of incredulity and horror. Having trained these venomous creatures for many years, he had never witnessed such a loss of control, let alone a rebellion against their master. This young Han man had done nothing at all. What sorcery have you employed? The scarred guard exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury lacing his voice, now tinged with a hint of trepidation. Lin Yue did not respond, his gaze instead traversing past them towards the highest and most ancient structure deep within the village, where more animal bones and herbs adorned the entrance of the black-tiled stilt house. His voice remained steady. It seems that the ordinary guards lack the authority to decide. Go summon someone from your village who possesses the knowledge of medicine and sorcery. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to enter and seek him out myself. His words, though simple in content, carried an undeniable air of authority and pressure. The guards exchanged glances, all visibly shaken by the inexplicable prowess displayed before them. The scarred guard clenched his teeth and exchanged a knowing glance with the young sentinel. After a brief hesitation, the young guard swiftly turned and dashed into the village. The wait was not long. Soon, a steady yet slightly hurried sound of footsteps echoed from within the village. An elderly man, clad in a black outfit adorned with blue trim, his head wrapped in a matching cloth, appeared, his gaunt visage sharp-eyed as an eagle, with a few strands of gray beard adorning his chin. He approached briskly, guided by the young guard, leaning on a peculiar vine staff, coiled around which was a snake about a foot long, its body of vivid crimson, with a fleshy crown atop its head, its tongue flicking in and out, emitting a faint hissing sound. Upon reaching the village gate, the elder's piercing gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yue, particularly drawn to the invisible aura surrounding him and the motionless, bewildered poisonous creatures strewn about. His pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. He raised a hand to silence the scarred guard, who was about to speak again, and scrutinized Lin Yue from head to toe, his eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and suspicion, though his tone remained relatively composed. I'm the Miao elder of the Black Miao village. You trespassed in the dead of night and harmed our guardian's poisonous insects. What is your purpose? He deliberately overlooked the detail of the guard being backfired upon, choosing instead to focus on the harm done to the insects, attempting to regain a semblance of control in the conversation. Lin Yue, recognizing the significance of this Miao elder, replied directly, I have heard that the Black Miao village preserves ancient methods, possessing unique insights in the realms of medicine, poison, and sorcery. I too have dabbled in these fields and have come to seek a discourse for mutual verification. The Miao elder raised an eyebrow slightly at this. Having lived for over half a century, he had encountered numerous Han physicians and wandering sorcerers, most of whom either scoffed at the Miao's poisons or regarded them with trepidation. It was a first for him to meet someone who, in the dead of night, came with a calm demeanor, claiming to wish for an exchange. Especially given the remarkable technique of invisible repulsion against the poisons that Lin Yue had just displayed, it was unprecedented. Exchange? The Miao elder's tone carried a hint of scrutiny and an imperceptible pride. The secret arts of the Black Miao village are inherited from our ancestors and are not shared with outsiders. I must ask you to leave. While he did not outright refuse, the exclusivity and disdain in his words were unmistakable. Lin Yue was not taken aback. He responded coolly, Is that so? Then permit me to pose a few questions to the elder. Does your village frequently encounter a peculiar affliction, where individuals experience sudden fluctuations of temperature, joints swelling painfully as if pierced by needles, with dark blue veins appearing beneath the skin. Common herbs prove ineffective, and only specific live poisons can be utilized to counteract the ailment temporarily. Yet it recurs every few months, each episode more severe than the last. The Miao Elder's previously indifferent expression shifted abruptly, his eyes widening with astonishment as he instinctively blurted out, "How do you know of the Chancha?" Realizing he had misspoken, he immediately attempted to mask his shock, yet the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. The Chancha was a deeply concealed hereditary disease within the village, one that no outsider could possibly know about, let alone describe its symptoms so vividly. Lin Yue remained silent, gesturing towards a lifeless green centipede on the ground, and continued with his inquiry. "Furthermore, when your village nurtures the Bixin Gu, do you often mix the juice of Senyanko with dew to enhance its toxicity and agility?" In the initial stages, this method yields results swiftly. However, over time, the lifespan of the insects will undoubtedly be significantly reduced, and the hatching rate is alarmingly low, a mere 1 in 10. How could this be? Elder Miao gripped his rattan staff tightly, and the small crimson serpent at its tip seemed to sense its master's emotional upheaval, writhing restlessly. What Lin Yue had articulated was indeed one of the core secret techniques for rearing the Bai Xiangu in the village, and its drawbacks had only recently been subtly perceived by several elder priests, who had long struggled to identify the reasons and solutions to this conundrum. How could this individual see through it so easily? Furthermore, Lin Yue's gaze swept over an inconspicuous black ceramic jar at Elder Miao's waist, which presumably contained the ice heart powder used to treat high fevers and convulsions. The primary ingredient was the 7-leaf ice lotus harvested from the banks of a century-old cold pond, complemented by 3 types of Yin herbs finely ground together. However, if the Yin condensing flower within was picked under the midday sun, its properties would shift from Yin to dryness, clashing with the 7-leaf ice lotus, which would not only fail to reduce fever but could also provoke heart fire, exacerbating the condition. Observing the medicinal vapors emanating from the jar, there was a hint of dryness. Had there been an error in its harvesting or preparation? Elder Miao's expression changed dramatically, instinctively covering the jar with his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The formulation and preparation of the ice heart powder were exceedingly meticulous, and its secrets were never to be divulged. The other party not only accurately articulated the key ingredients, but also pinpointed the subtle prohibition of avoiding sunlight when harvesting the Yin condensing flower, as well as the potential flaw in his jar of medicine due to a recent oversight by an apprentice. This was not mere extensive knowledge. It was profound insight, as if one had witnessed it firsthand. The scarred guard and several other Miao tribesmen exchanged glances, witnessing their usually formidable elder in such a state of disarray, each reflecting a profound sense of shock and bewilderment. Although they did not grasp the intricate principles of medicinal insects, they understood that this enigmatic young Han man seemed to be articulating the village's most core and secretive dilemmas. Elder Miao took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the tumult within his heart. When he looked at Lin Yue again, the disdain and exclusion in his gaze had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, curiosity, and an indescribable reverence. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his tone markedly altered. "Who exactly are you? How did you come to know all this?" "My identity is of little consequence," Lin Yue replied calmly. "What matters is whether what I have said is true. As it happens, I possess a modicum of insight into potential solutions for these issues." This statement struck Elder Miao like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within him. The long-standing afflictions troubling the village, the bottlenecks in insect rearing, and even the flaws in medicinal preparation. This individual claimed to have remedies for them all. Had it been anyone else, he would have scoffed, but the few words just spoken exhibited knowledge far beyond his imagination, even surpassing the terrifying insights of the Black Miao village's forebears. Elder Miao's complexion fluctuated, his inner turmoil raging fiercely. The village rules were stringent, and secret arts were never to be shared. Yet, if these challenges could indeed be resolved, it would undoubtedly be an immense boon for the Black Miao village. Moreover, this individual is inscrutable. Should one attempt to forcibly expel him, the consequences would likely be dire. Ultimately, the thirst for knowledge and the desire to solve intricate problems, coupled with a profound reverence for Lin Yue's unfathomable prowess, have overshadowed the steadfast adherence to ancestral regulations. Chief Meow sighed deeply, stepped aside to clear the path, and adopted a markedly more humble demeanor. Esteemed guest, please accompany this old man into the village for a detailed discussion. I apologize for any prior offense. I hope for your understanding. The scarred guards and others present, though utterly astonished, dared not utter another word and lowered their heads to make way. Lin Yue nodded slightly and strode into the village gate. As he passed, the remaining insects scurried away in panic, and the small insect jars hung beneath the stilted houses quivered slightly, drawing the curious yet apprehensive gazes of some Miao people who had yet to retire for the night. Chief Miao led Lin Yue to his most ancient stilted house. The interior was simply furnished, yet replete with an array of herbs, animal bones, minerals, and various pottery and bamboo baskets. The air was thick with a complex medley of medicinal aromas, the scent of insect secretions, and a faint hint of smoke. In the center, a fire pit blazed, casting light upon a series of vividly colored yet mysteriously archaic murals adorning the walls. The two men seated themselves opposite one another. Chief Miao personally offered a bowl of bitter cool tea, his demeanor now one of equality, even tinged with a hint of inquiry. The method to remedy the winding silk poison you mentioned earlier. Lin Yue did not respond directly. Instead, his gaze swept over several herbs drying by the fire pit. He casually plucked a dark purple herb with star-shaped leaves, saying, "This plant is commonly known locally as purple star orchid, often utilized for pain relief. However, its rhizome contains a unique sap in minute quantities that must be diluted with morning dew and applied externally to specific acupoints, accompanied by gentle techniques to unblock the meridians, thereby gradually alleviating the winding silk toxin, rather than recklessly employing fierce poisons that deplete the patient's vital energy." He then gestured toward the sealed ceramic jar in the corner. To cultivate the green line insect, the juice of the 3-ene grass is too potent. One may instead use ghost spring moss, crushed and mixed with a small amount of fresh animal blood for nourishment. Although the initial effects may be slower, the insect's foundation becomes more stable, with a more insidious and prolonged toxicity, greatly enhancing both its longevity and reproductive capabilities. As for the flaws in the ice heart powder, he directly articulated the detailed method of neutralizing it with the sap of another ene herb, the night exchange vine. With each word spoken, Chief Miao's eyes sparkled brighter. Upon hearing particularly exquisite insights, he could not help but clap in admiration, murmuring, "So it is marvelous, truly marvelous." The ancestral texts alluded to such things vaguely, yet they pale in comparison to your clarity and depth. He trembled with excitement, and his gaze towards Lin Yue was now filled with genuine respect, a profound reverence for true erudition, a stark contrast to the initial hostility and wariness. The ensuing moments transformed into Chief Miao's eager inquiries, and Lin Yue's explanations rendered in an accessible yet profound manner. Lin Yue generously shared his profound understanding of modern medical concepts such as microbiology, pharmacology, and biological traits, articulating them in a manner comprehensible to the Miao people, akin to philosophical discourse. His insights often struck directly at the essence of matters, illuminating the minds of the Miao elders and resolving many long-standing conundrums, as if he had opened a new window to a more expansive world. As their dialogue deepened, the Miao elders increasingly perceived Lin Yue's knowledge as vast and unfathomable, leading them to adopt a demeanor of utmost respect, nearly akin to that of devoted disciples. Recognizing the opportune moment, Lin Yue casually inquired, "I have heard that deep within Miao territory lies a legacy known as the Five Immortals sect, renowned for its intricate mastery of venomous arts. Might you know its whereabouts? As I travel, I wish to pay my respects." The Miao elder, immersed in the joy of acquiring new knowledge, momentarily stiffened at Lin Yue's words, a flicker of evident wariness crossing his features. After a brief contemplation, he lowered his voice and replied, "Indeed, you are no ordinary individual to have knowledge of the Five Immortals sect. To be candid, it is the very origin and sacred ground of our Miao practices concerning poisons. Shrouded in mystery and held in high esteem, its main temple is located deep within the 10,000 venoms gorge to the southwest, with a path that is exceedingly secretive, fraught with natural toxic mists and deliberately arranged traps, rendering it perilous for outsiders to find. Even if one were to locate it, escape would be nearly impossible. Our own Black Meow village has only occasional contact with a representative tasked with procurement, aware of its general vicinity. Yet we have never been permitted to enter its core region. He paused, scrutinizing Lin Yue's expression, seeing him remain composed, and continued. The individuals of the Five Immortals sect are generally quite reclusive and hostile towards outsiders, especially Han people, valuing their secrets above all. Although your knowledge is vast, should you wish to venture there, extreme caution is imperative. It has been rumored that recently, some individuals from the Central Plains martial arts community, unaware of the dangers, have attempted to intrude into the 10,000 Venoms Gorge, inciting considerable anger among the sect's higher echelons. And the defenses along the way are likely to be even more formidable. Lin Yue listened attentively, noting the key details regarding the 10,000 Venoms Gorge, its southwestern location, and the stringent defenses without any change in his demeanor, simply responding, "Thank you for the information. It certainly makes the journey all the more worthwhile." Seeing that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears, the Meow elder refrained from further admonitions, though his concern deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and retrieved a small, cold, black jade talisman, intricately carved in the shape of a living centipede, from a locked, somber wooden box in his inner chamber. He solemnly presented it to Lin Yue, stating, "This talisman was bestowed upon me many years ago by an emissary of the Five Immortals sect. It is said that in times of great adversity, one may carry it to the Mist Concealment Valley, located 100 miles to the southwest, in search of assistance, where one might encounter a patrolling envoy. However, this is merely a possibility. Whether it bears fruit depends on fate and the disposition of those encountered. You have shown great kindness to me, and thus I offer you this token, which may alleviate some troubles. But heed my warning. Do not attempt to force your way in. The capabilities of the Five Immortals sect far exceed imagination." Lin Yue accepted the cool centipede jade talisman, feeling a faint, chilling energy emanating from it, indicating its extraordinary nature. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated." After lingering momentarily in the village and addressing several final critical inquiries from Elder Meow, Lin Yue rose to bid farewell. Elder Meow personally escorted him to the village gate, bowing deeply and displaying utmost respect. It was not until Lin Yue's figure, clad in a blue robe, vanished entirely into the profound darkness preceding dawn that he let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked to his trusted aide, "This individual possesses knowledge as vast as the ocean. What is even more formidable is that within him seems to reside an eternal furnace of the universe, impervious to myriad toxins and invulnerable to countless methods of harm, beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. The Five Immortals sect is surely about to encounter an existence they could never anticipate." Chapter 50, Beyond the Venomous Gorge, establishing authority upon parting from the Black Meow village. Lin Yue did not hasten directly towards the southwestern Venomous Gorge. The horizon had begun to show a faint light, and the morning mist in the forest mingled with the refreshing scent of vegetation and the increasingly potent noxious vapors, reducing visibility even further than in the dead of night. He stood quietly atop a gnarled tree canopy, his heightened senses acting like a finely tuned radar, meticulously scanning the expansive woodlands to the southwest. Elder Meow's warning was not without merit. In his perception, the flow of primordial energy in that direction was distinctly chaotic and viscous, interspersed with numerous artificially arranged nodes radiating faint energy fluctuations, resembling an invisible web enveloping the paths leading deeper into the wilderness. The atmosphere exuded a chilling, enigmatic essence, intricately woven with various toxic plants, concealed insect nests, and the natural toxins seeping from the earth, forming successive layers of lethal barriers. Any ordinary warrior, even those with profound internal strength, would likely succumb to poison within mere miles if they ventured in unawares, or be devoured by countless insidious insects, leaving not a trace of their existence. More intriguingly, he sensed that along several essential routes to the Venomous Gorge, he was not alone. Several life forces, both overt and covert, emanating with palpable hostility and murderous intent, lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, quietly laying their defenses. Their presence was starkly different from the rabble of the Black Wind stronghold, more refined, sinister, with a peculiar rhythm of breath that subtly synchronized with the surrounding environment and even with those venomous insects and toxins. Clearly, The five Immortals' sect's perimeter guards and assassination forces had been alerted and were responding to his arrival. It seemed they were not inclined to be disturbed. A faint smile tugged at Lin Yue's lips. Since they had set the stage, it would be remiss of him not to adapt to local customs. He chose a path that appeared the most treacherous and laden with toxins, seemingly fraught with the most ambushes. In a mere flicker, he descended from the treetops like wisps of smoke, proceeding forward with a measured pace. Though his speed appeared unhurried, each step was deftly placed to evade the quagmires and poisonous pits, his figure flickering like a specter amidst the thick fog and bizarre trees. Delving deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly perilous. The canopies of towering ancient trees nearly obscured the sky, casting the light into a dimness akin to twilight. The ground is no longer blanketed by thick layers of fallen leaves, but instead is covered with slick moss and oddly colored fungi. The air is thick with a noxious miasma, presenting an unsettling shade of pale purple, imbued with a sweet and decaying stench that could easily leave an ordinary person dizzy with a single breath. The surrounding silence is ominous, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Only a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of countless tiny creatures crawling, lingers in the air, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of faint, almost imperceptible sounds of air being sliced through arise simultaneously from both sides and in front. Dozens of cold gleams tear through the thick fog at an astonishing speed, not aimed directly at Lin Yue, but rather at a uniquely cunning angle, effectively sealing off all potential escape routes. Upon closer inspection, these are indeed small, sleek blow darts, sharpened to a glossy black, their flight paths erratic, with tips evidently coated in a deadly poison. Almost concurrently with the release of the darts, the thick moss on the ground ahead erupts violently. A colossal python, as thick as a barrel, adorned with dark purple scales and a single horn on its head, emerges, releasing a foul green mist from its gaping maw. As if a malevolent creature from the depths of hell, lunging fiercely at Lin Yue's lower body. Above him, from the dense canopy, a large net glimmering with an eerie blue luminescence descends silently, seemingly woven from the fibers of some living entity, coated in a viscous, acrid venom, poised to ensnare him. In the surrounding mist, shadowy figures appear. At least a dozen meow people, camouflaged to blend seamlessly with the forest, their faces adorned with strange paints. Armed with bizarre, curved blades, blow tubes, or instruments for manipulating poisonous insects, their eyes gleam with cold malice. Coordinating their attacks with the darts, the venomous python, and the toxic net, they converge upon him. The assault is sudden and ruthless, the traps laid with masterful precision, anticipating every possible reaction of the intruder, thus forming an instant lethal situation. This is no ordinary bandit ambush, but rather the work of professional assassins, rigorously trained in combined attacks and environmental manipulation. However, in the face of this three-dimensional onslaught, capable of dispatching even the most skilled martial artists in an instant, Lin Yue's response is astonishingly simple, leaving all attackers dumbfounded and then terrified. He does not even break his stride. The poison darts, shot from all directions at impossible angles, seem to enter an invisible yet extraordinarily resilient gel upon nearing him. Their speed, drastically reduced, ultimately losing all momentum and clattering harmlessly to the ground, failing to graze even the hem of his garment. The ferocious python, lunging to bite, appears to collide with an invisible iron wall just half a foot away from Lin Yue's legs, emitting a heavy thud. Its terrifying strength, potent enough to crush a massive bull, cannot advance an inch. Instead, the creature is left dazed, its horn cracking under the strain, releasing a pained, unjust whine, its massive body bizarrely stiffening in midair. In the 50th chapter, a foreboding net of deep azure, dripping with corrosive venom, descended from the heavens. In an instant, it appeared to be suspended in midair, as if held aloft by an invisible giant hand, hovering approximately 10 feet above Lin Yue's head, impervious to gravity. The toxic liquid dripped down, eroding the ground beneath with a hissing sound, releasing wisps of white smoke, yet not a single drop fell upon Lin Yue. The fate of the disciples of the Five Immortals sect, who charged forth from the encroaching mists, was even more peculiar and despairing. They beheld a fleeting blur, as the figure clad in green appeared to remain stationary, yet also seemed to sway slightly. Almost immediately, an intangible yet overwhelming force, utterly unresistible, bore down upon them. Some felt the air around them suddenly turn frigid, akin to the depths of eternal ice, a bone-chilling cold penetrating their very marrow, their blood nearly congealing. Their thoughts became sluggish, their movements rigid. They fell to the ground in a forward lunge, their bodies cloaked in a thin layer of frost, their teeth chattering, unable to emit even a cry of anguish. Others experienced an agonizing descent into a sea of molten lava, their skin ablaze with searing pain, their innards seemingly roasted over an open flame, parched and gasping. They howled in despair, tearing at their garments, rolling on the ground, their skin turning crimson, veins bulging. Some felt as though struck by an invisible, immensely heavy hammer, the sound of shattering ribs echoing clearly as blood sprayed forth, hurling them into the trees, falling lifelessly to the ground. Even more tragically, others were consumed by an unbearable itch, as if countless ants crawled within their bones, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. They collapsed, frantically clawing at their flesh, reducing their skin to a bloody mess, emitting a wretched wail that bore no resemblance to human sound, yet found no relief from their torment. In the blink of an eye, what had once been a fierce and determined ambush transformed into a hellish landscape of intertwined ice and fire, filled with the cries of the suffering. The blow darts, venomous pythons, and toxic nets, meticulously arranged by the Five Immortals sect to ensnare the most skilled of warriors, were rendered laughably ineffective before Lin Yue, as they failed to impede him even slightly, nor did they elicit a change in his stride or expression. Lin Yue's gaze scarcely lingered on the fallen or the wailing ambushers. Instead, it swept indifferently through the depths of the mist, as if scrutinizing those enemies lurking deeper, yet to reveal themselves. Is there more? His voice resonated calmly, piercing through the fog and the cries, reaching the ears of every surviving soul with an oppressive weight, suggesting that if this were all they had to offer, there was no need for further concealment. As his words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving only the anguished groans and labored breaths of the wounded. Moments later, a piercing, shrill sound of a bamboo whistle echoed from the depths of the mist. This sound seemed imbued with a peculiar rhythm, stirring the blood within, unsettling the minds of those who heard it. As the whistle resonated, the ground began to tremble slightly. Soon, an unsettling chorus of skittering sounds arose from all directions, sending chills down the spines of those present. Before them surged a multitude of vividly colored, serpentine creatures, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders of various sizes, pouring forth from the depths of the forest, beneath the soil, and from the crevices of the rocks, akin to an unstoppable tide. It appeared as though they were under a singular command, their crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity and aggression, forming a nightmarish wave of insects and beasts that rushed madly towards Lin Yue. This was the secret art of the Five Immortals sect, capable of summoning venomous creatures on a scale far surpassing anything previously wielded by the Black Wind Stronghold or the Elder Miao. Simultaneously, three figures adorned in dark purple garments, their aura markedly deeper and more somber than that of the earlier disciples, emerged slowly from a mist. They did not rush forward, but instead arranged themselves in a triangular formation, each wielding a distinct artifact. One held a black gourd from which a pale, purple mist continuously emanated. Another shook a copper bell inscribed with enigmatic runes, the sound mingling with that of a bamboo whistle, adding to the eerie ambience. The last formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations as a faint greenish aura swirled around him. Evidently, these were the true elite disciples of the Five Immortals sect, adept at commanding venomous creatures and executing arcane spells. Faced with this terrifying swarm of insects and the bizarre combination of sorcery that would make even the bravest of armies recoil, Lin Yue finally lifted his eyelids slightly. He made no defensive or offensive gestures, but simply inhaled gently, then exhaled slowly. This breath, at first silent, transformed into an invisible yet potent shockwave, imbued with supreme will and overwhelming life energy, radiating outward in a perfect circular pattern at an astonishing speed. There were no earth-shattering roars, nor dazzling lights. Yet, wherever that intangible ripple traversed, it elicited sights that left the three elite disciples aghast, their very souls shaken. The frenzied swarm of venomous creatures, as if encountering their true nemesis, abruptly halted in their advance. Their crimson eyes regained clarity, replaced by sheer terror and panic. In the next moment, all the venomous creatures emitted frantic cries, turning tail to flee, trampling and crushing one another in their haste, even resorting to infighting in their desperate bid for escape. No longer under the control of the bamboo whistle or the copper bell, the insect tide collapsed instantaneously, pulling numerous hapless low-ranking disciples of the five immortals sect into the chaos, unleashing a new cacophony of screams. The pale purple toxic mist released by the disciple with the black gourd dissipated swiftly under this invisible breath, akin to snow melting under the scorching sun, reverting to harmless vapor. The disciple shaking the copper bell and the one chanting spells simultaneously gasped, as if struck by a powerful blow. The eerie sound waves emitted by the bell were forcibly disrupted, the backlash causing him intense pain in his wrist, nearly causing him to drop the bell. Meanwhile, the greenish aura surrounding the spellcaster spiraled into chaos, his incantation abruptly interrupted, blood surging to his throat, nearly forcing him to cough up blood. A look of incredulity adorned their faces, akin to encountering a ghost. Their esteemed arts of insect summoning, toxic mists, and sorcery were rendered utterly impotent before this figure clad in green. The opponent did not even employ any techniques, merely relying on a single breath. This had completely transcended their understanding. This was not martial prowess. It was celestial sorcery or demonic arts. Lin Yue gradually withdrew his gaze, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He took another step forward, and this time, none dared to obstruct him. The surviving elite disciples of the three teachings, along with some fortunate ordinary followers who had narrowly escaped death, stood frozen as if under a spell, their faces as pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat, helplessly watching the figure clad in azure gracefully weave through their midst, heading deeper into the abyss of 10,000 poisons. Their eyes were filled with boundless terror, confusion, and a despair akin to the collapse of faith. Who was this man? Lin Yue's passage sent the disbanded venomous creatures scurrying in panic to clear a path, as though welcoming a true sovereign who held dominion over their lives and deaths. It was only when his silhouette vanished entirely into the increasingly dense miasma that the rigid disciples of the five immortals sect collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, gasping for air as if they had just emerged from the gates of the underworld. News spread like wildfire, faster and more horrifying than before, racing toward the very heart of the abyss of 10,000 poisons. A monster, the poison god, had descended, scattering the tide of insects with a single breath. Curses rebounded, and fragmented, fear-laden words traveled among the survivors, ultimately coalescing into a singular, chilling message, an incomprehensible, insurmountable terror was disregarding all defenses and advancing straight toward the core of the holy sect. Outside the abyss of 10,000 poisons, Lin Yue announced his arrival to the entire five immortals sect with an absolute dominance, declaring his presence with an overwhelming force. Chapter 51. The Grand Hall of the Five Immortals. A clash of poison arts deep within the abyss of 10,000 poisons. The noxious fog was thick as substance, swirling in strange shades of purple and green amidst the gray-black, settling with countless corpses of venomous creatures and the miasma of the underworld. Light was devoured and distorted, revealing only the silhouettes of jagged rocks and twisted, withered trees. The air was stagnant, mingling the stench of rotting earth, the sweet, hallucinogenic fragrance of pollen, the acrid smell of sulfur, and the repulsive odor of decaying toxins, layered together to create a miasma potent enough to kill an ordinary person instantly. In this dim and desolate domain, Lin Yue, clad in azure, walked with composure, as if strolling through his own garden. Within a 3-foot radius around him, an invisible force field operated with remarkable power, gently yet firmly dispersing the viscous poison and dust, forming a clear and pristine boundary. Where he tread, the vibrant, poisonous moss curled and faded slightly beneath his feet, while the venomous creatures lurking in the shadows of the stone crevices instantly froze, retracting all their malice and displaying an absolute fear born from the very essence of life. Ahead, the terrain gradually opened up, revealing the outlines of an eerie architectural complex, formed from natural caves and artificially hewn structures, emerging through the thick mist. It was not of the Central Plain style, but rather constructed from gigantic beast bones, dark ironwood, frigid boulders and resilient vines glimmering with metallic luster, forming a rough, wild structure imbued with a raw, primal essence, yet exuding a peculiar beauty born of meticulous design. The architecture is adorned with countless grotesque and twisted totems, depicting human heads on insect bodies or other indescribable forms. Hollow eye sockets eternally gaze at intruders, emanating an ancient and malevolent aura of trepidation. This is the headquarters of the Five Immortals sect, the source and nucleus of the Miao region's venomous sorcery, as well as the origin of numerous terrifying legends. As one approaches the headquarters, the meticulously arranged sinister marks become increasingly pronounced. Along the roadside, half-human tall black ceramic jars stand, their mouths sealed with black cloth soaked in medicinal liquid. Various toxic vapors still seep out, intertwining with the mist. The ground in crucial areas is paved with smooth, dark slate, the crevices filled with a nauseating poison mud of black and green, occasionally traversed by large, bizarre scorpions and centipedes, which lazily ignore the footsteps of passers-by. At the entrance of the headquarters stands a magnificent gatehouse, leaning against a natural colossal pillar. The main columns are two astonishingly thick leg bones of an unknown giant beast deeply embedded in the earth, with a massive vertebral column spanning above as the lintel. Dozens of shriveled, wind-dried skulls and various animal bones hang densely, swaying and clattering with the slightest breeze, producing a chilling sound reminiscent of an eerie, welcoming melody. Beneath the gatehouse, nearly 100 elite members of the Five Immortals sect stand silently, clad in deep purple or dark green Miao attire, intricately embroidered with complex and bizarre patterns of venomous insects, reflecting a cold glow in the dim light. Their faces are painted with vibrant and peculiar oils, revealing only pairs of eyes that are either icy, vigilant, or filled with hostility. There is no noise, only the sound of heavy breathing, the soft clinking of bone ornaments and silverware, and the low, resonant hum akin to the buzzing of countless venomous insects, merging into an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. At the forefront are four individuals, their presence profound, far surpassing the ordinary. The central figure, appearing to be in his 40s, has a grim visage, pale skin, and hawkish eyes, exuding a serpentine coldness. He wears a dark green robe, intricately embroidered with the five poisons totem in dark golden threads, and atop his head rests a uniquely shaped bone crown, embedded with a black pearl the size of a dove's egg, swirling with an inner darkness. This man is the Poison God, the leader of the Five Immortals sect. To his left stands a gaunt, diminutive figure draped in a black feathered cloak, wielding a twisted staff topped with a dark purple crystal emitting a faint mist. To his right is a tall, slender elder with a pallid complexion and fingers adorned with dark blue claws, along with a voluptuous, alluring elder whose daring attire reveals her fair skin and waist, with countless tiny red veins pulsating beneath her porcelain skin. Her lips curl into a seductive smile, yet her gaze is as cold as that of a serpent. These four are the supreme authorities of the Five Immortals sect, representing the pinnacle of Miao venomous sorcery. Lin Yue stands 10 paces from the gatehouse, his gaze sweeping over the vigilant crowd, ultimately settling on the Poison God, whose aura is the most profound, nearly blending with the surroundings. A deathly silence engulfs the area, and the pressure mounts to its zenith. The Poison God speaks first, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp, each word laced with venom. Who dares to intrude uninvited, breach my defenses, and harm my disciples, daring to invade the sanctum of my holy sect? State your name. His narrowed eyes, like those of a predator, grow increasingly frigid. Lin Yue does not respond directly, but instead poses a question, his voice clear and piercing through the oppressive air. To test poison on the living and accumulate corpses into a valley, the resentment reaches the heavens. As the leader of this sect, are you aware of your transgressions? In the eyes of the Poison Sovereign, a glint of cold light flashed as he scoffed mockingly. Sin? The heavens are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The survival of the fittest is the natural order. What sin is there in that? The life of an ant, willingly sacrificed to the sacred teachings, is a privilege and its ultimate value. You, relying on a modicum of skill, dare to engage me, the Five Immortals sect, in discussions of sin and punishment? To uphold such laughable justice? You are rather overestimating your own worth. Elder May let out a melodious laugh, her gaze sparkling as she subtly released an ethereal, sweet fragrance mingled with a disorienting melody, which gently wafted towards Lin Yue. The master speaks wisely. Such a handsome young man, with a unique temperament. Why resort to violence? Instead, why not stay and allow me to treat you well? To experience the captivating allure of Miaojiang? Would that not be delightful? Her voice was soft and enchanting, stirring deep desires within the heart. Elder Gu was more direct, her voice sharp as she declared, "Why waste words on this charlatan? Those who trespass upon the sacred altar shall die." With swift movements, she raised her hands, fingers poised like deadly instruments, unleashing a piercing whistle that summoned a horde of venomous creatures. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds and buzzing erupted from all directions. From the thick poisonous mist, swarms of venomous insects surged forth from cracks in the ground, behind earthen jars, and through architectural openings. They included vividly colored, bowl-sized spiders, blazing red centipedes, swift as lightning, and fist-sized hornets with sinister blue stingers. Countless grotesque and bizarre insects, exuding a deathly aura, converged into a vibrant, mobile carpet that instantly engulfed all of Lin Yue's escape routes. Their ferocity surpassed anything seen on the periphery. Simultaneously, Elder Gui's staff struck the ground, the amethyst tip glowing brilliantly as a thick purple mist enveloped them. Dozens of core disciples swiftly took their positions, brandishing ghastly banners adorned with demon heads, human bone flutes, and bubbling vials, channeling their inner strength and chanting incantations to unleash a torrent of poison. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of foul-smelling toxic fumes, liquids, and powders erupted from their artifacts, intertwining in midair to form a swirling, vibrant cloud of poison that expanded to cover dozens of yards. Emitting eerie sounds and bearing twisted faces and struggling phantoms within, radiating a stench of decay and death, descending upon Lin Yue. This cloud's potency could corrode even the strongest steel upon contact. Seductive sorcery, a tidal wave of insects, and a deadly poison formation. The three elders unleashed their most formidable techniques, bolstered by the Master's presence, as the five immortal sects' ultimate means of confrontation was unleashed in an instant. The assault was relentless and comprehensive, sealing off all avenues for evasion or resistance. Yet, in the face of this terrifying combined assault, capable of extinguishing the lives of the most formidable heroes in the martial world, Lin Yue stood still, his gaze indifferent, his garments undisturbed. The disorienting powder and melodic vibrations that encircled his 3-foot radius of influence stirred not a ripple, as if a mud ox had plunged into the sea. The surging tide of insects collided with his field of force, crashing against an invisible barrier, abruptly halting. All the venomous creatures froze in place, their compound eyes reflecting profound terror. In the next moment, the tide of insects fell into chaos, screeching in fear, turning to flee, trampling and devouring one another, as if confronted by a supreme nemesis of life itself. This chaotic swarm inadvertently dragged several junior disciples into turmoil, provoking anguished wails. As the vibrant, poisonous cloud loomed overhead, Lin Yue did not raise his gaze. He simply lifted his right index finger, where a barely perceptible thread of pure, overwhelming life force, imbued with the essence of the Tai Xian, began to coalesce. Without employing any formidable techniques, he merely tapped lightly against the toxic clouds hovering above. A faint sound, akin to a branding iron plunging into water, echoed through the air. The overwhelming toxic vapor, upon encountering the delicate breeze from his fingertip, disintegrated and dissolved as if it had met its nemesis. Where the breeze passed, the clouds parted and the mist dissipated, the ferocious toxicity being instantaneously neutralized and purified by the pure vitality coursing through him, reverting to mere ordinary humidity that gently fell to the ground, washing away some of the toxic sludge. The seductive arts proved futile. The tide of insects rebounded. The poisonous formation was shattered with a mere gesture. The entire process unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. The three elders, combining their efforts, rendered the confrontation before Lin Yue as though it were childish play, without so much as a single movement from him. The poison god, as previously composed, mockery vanished, replaced by a look of shock and gravity. He had not anticipated that the Elder's ultimate techniques could be so easily dismantled. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, soon overshadowed by a profound rage at the severe provocation. Excellent. Such skill. No wonder they dared to brazenly invade the sacred altar. The poison god, in a fit of fury, laughed maniacally, his voice reminiscent of a night owl. I shall personally assess your worth and see what you truly rely upon. As his words lingered in the air, he violently extended his arms. His dark green robe billowed autonomously, rustling ominously. As the 5 poisonous totems upon it seemed to spring to life, exuding a dense, multicolored miasma of venom. The crimson toxin of scorpions, the emerald venom of serpents, the inky poison of spiders, the dusky toxin of toads, and the pallid venom of centipedes. The intertwining colors enveloped a vast area. Simultaneously, the black orb atop his bone crown radiated with intensified brilliance, amplifying the surrounding toxic mist's activity, infiltrating and eroding all in its path. More disquieting was the fierce brilliance emanating from his eyes, a formidable willpower intermingled with the terrifying aura of years of slaughter. Crashing down upon Lin Yue like a tangible tsunami, this was not a mere ethereal spiritual attack, but a terrifying pressure built upon overwhelming inner strength. A unique toxic prowess aimed at obliterating his opponents will fight from the very depths of their spirit. The realm of the 5 poisons. The ghostly elder gasped in horror, filled with awe and dread. This was the sect leader's ultimate technique, a synthesis of 5 unparalleled poisons, immense inner force, and a fearsome aura, forming a domain of death. Within it lay not just corrosive toxins, but an unmatched pressure capable of shattering the spirit, causing one's fighting spirit to crumble. Yet, Lin Yue, standing at the heart of this domain, found himself surrounded by an intangible force that subtly repelled the very essence of the toxins. The overwhelming will and murderous aura crashed against his tempered, transparent heart and will, like tumultuous waves battering ancient reefs, instantaneously shattering and scattering without causing the slightest tremor. His gaze remained tranquil, even tinged with a hint of faint mockery. A mere display of bluster, a ruse of the wicked. Lin Yue's tone was icy as he stepped forward, disregarding the oppressive force of the 5 poisons domain. His form shrinking as if compressed into an instant, materializing before the now pale-faced poison god. The poison god was taken aback. The mightiest domain wielded no effect whatsoever. Beyond his comprehension, in this dire moment, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a concentrated, tangible, pitch-black arrow of poison, exuding an aura of utter stillness and destruction. Shooting forth like a black lightning bolt aimed directly at Lin Yue's face. This was the culmination of decades of nurturing his core, coalescing his life's work with the most terrifying of poisons, confident that even a celestial being would be obliterated upon contact. Yet, facing this life-threatening strike, Lin Yue remained unflinching, simply flicking his finger, a thread of utmost refinement, radiating a brilliant white light and imbued with endless purifying vitality, emerged in response, precisely striking the very tip of the poisonous arrow. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The formidable destiny poison arrow, upon contact with the ethereal wind of Taishian, was instantaneously purified and evaporated, akin to winter snow meeting the blazing sun, darkness encountering light, leaving no trace behind. With a sudden gasp, the poison deity's essence was forcibly shattered, as if crushed by the weight of Mount Tai, his body trembling violently, spewing forth a torrent of black, foul blood. His complexion pale as parchment, breath rapidly waning, his eyes filled with incredulous horror and utter dread. The most powerful trump card, how could it be so easily vanquished? Lin Yue offered no respite, his fingers poised like a sword, striking with precision from afar, swift as lightning, imbued with the finality of judgment. The first strike targeted the Dantian, indulgent in your underlings, employing the art of human refinement. The blame lies solely on you. I shall strip away 70% of your power, sever the roots of your malevolence. The poison deity screamed in agony, his decades of arduous cultivation, a torrent of potent venom, uncontrollably spilling forth and dissipating. Waves of excruciating pain and weakness engulfed his entire being. The second strike aimed at the center of his brow, With sinister arts you have bewitched the heart, dominating the unprincipled. Your thoughts are vile. I shall shatter your heart-capturing evils, restrain your murderous aura, forever entombed in this ravine, reflecting on your transgressions. The poisoned deity clutched his head, kneeling in despair, howling in anguish, feeling his mind thrum as though struck by a mighty force. The once familiar, enhanced arts of poison and manipulation of souls were utterly dismantled by an overwhelming, serene power. Years of accumulated malevolence, nearly tangible, were forcibly suppressed, unable to coalesce any longer. An emptiness filled his heart. The once dominant thoughts of life and death now vanished, leaving only endless weakness, fear, and confusion. No, my power. The poisoned deity shrieked in despair, collapsing to the ground, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. His once mighty presence, now a pitiful wreck. Lin Yue's cold gaze swept over the ashen-faced third elder and the silent congregation. From this day forth, this man is no longer your leader. The affairs of the sect shall be temporarily overseen by Elder Yue, who will rectify matters according to the rules I have established. A thorough investigation of all living beings involved in poison trials and goo cultivation shall be conducted, with all related poison formulas destroyed, and severe punishment meted out to the implicated, should any further misdeeds occur, or should there be deceit behind a facade of compliance. Before he could finish, he struck out with a palm towards Elder Gue's vine staff, a symbol of his authoritative power. Bang! With a crisp sound, the staff, along with its amethyst crystal tip, disintegrated into dust, cascading downwards. So shall it be with this staff. Lin Yue's icy voice resonated like a final decree, striking at the hearts of all present. Elder Gay trembled violently, collapsing to his knees, cold sweat beading on his forehead, stammering, "I shall faithfully abide by your edict. I will exert every effort to rectify the sect's rules, and dare not contravene them." Lin Yue's gaze finally fell upon the poisoned deity, now sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant. "I will spare your life, binding you here to witness how your 39 paths will be cleansed and clarified, watching as the 5 Immortals sect embarks upon a different journey. This shall be your greatest punishment." Upon delivering these words, he turned his gaze away from all, directing it towards the depths of the main hall. Lead the way to the sacred scripture pavilion. Chapter 52. The Duality of Yin and Yang. The secret art of transformation, the main hall of the 5 Immortals sect, was shrouded in an oppressive silence, broken only by the crackling of torches and the distant rustling of poisonous insects, heightening the atmosphere of tension. The air, thick with a blend of toxic miasma and medicinal vapors, seemed to stagnate in the presence of that figure clad in azure robes. The poisoned deity lay prostrate upon the ground, his face ashen, breath faint and labored. The once malevolent gaze now lingered only with an unsettling emptiness and an all-consuming dread. After decades of arduous cultivation, 70% of his poisonous prowess lay in ruins, and the malevolent techniques he had mastered crumbled entirely. He resembled a serpent stripped of its spine, reduced to a mere shell, ensnared in a self-forged pit of despair. Lin Yue's words, eternally confined to this ravine, echoed in his mind like an icy shackle, pinning him irrevocably in place. His remaining days would be spent witnessing the obliteration of his path, a fate more brutal than death itself. The 3 elders, Gay, Gu, and Mei, along with a cadre of elite disciples, appeared pallid, their garments soaked with cold sweat. They had witnessed the once mighty domain of poison and the leader's very essence disintegrate before the man in the azure robe, as if snow met the sun. His nonchalant yet irresistible methods shattered their unwavering belief in the supremacy of toxic mastery, leaving only reverence and trepidation in their wake. Lin Yue's gaze swept across the assembly, finally settling on the trembling Elder Gue. "Lead the way to the sacred scripture pavilion," he commanded, his tone unequivocal, as if the preceding events were merely the brushing away of dust. Elder Gue, startled, bowed deeply. Yes, yes, please follow me." His voice was dry, failing to conceal his terror. He dared not linger, even neglecting to assist the now incapacitated poison sovereign, and turned to lead the way unsteadily. Gu and Mei exchanged a glance of alarm, retreating in silence, heads bowed. The congregation parted, holding their breath in silence. The sacred scripture pavilion lay deep within the headquarters, constructed within a natural cavern. Its entrance was no ordinary door. It was carved from an ancient, dark wood, exuding a chilling aura. Intricately engraved with chaotic totems of beasts and insects. At the center of the doorframe, a grotesque relief of a centipede seemed almost alive, its venom glistening ominously. The ground before the door was laid with black and white toxic sand, forming a bizarre vortex that induced dizziness and turmoil upon approach. Elder Gue halted 3 paces away, respectfully stating, "Esteemed guest, this is the sacred scripture pavilion. The entrance is protected by the heart-eating formation, which merges the poisonous miasma of the earth with the toxic essence within the pavilion, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Only those bearing tokens and employing the proper methods may safely enter." His words carried a hint of testing. Lin Yue's gaze traversed the peculiar wooden door and the toxic sand formation, nodding slightly. The merging of Earth's toxic miasma with myriad poisonous essences displays a certain ingenuity. Alas, the design is limited. It knows only to gather and not to circulate, ultimately rendering it lifeless. He did not take a token, nor did he employ any technique. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and pressed against the door's formation. In that instant, Elder Gue felt a tremor in the air as an invisible yet immense and harmonious field of intent emanated from Lin Yue. The swirling black and white toxic sand on the ground erupted into ripples, only to be smoothed and calmed by that grand force. The malicious energies within were swiftly neutralized and purified, dispelling the unsettling dizziness. Even more astonishing was the faint yet clear buzzing emanating from the carved totem on the wooden door and the cavern beyond. It seemed as if the myriad toxic essences sensed the arrival of a supreme presence, instinctively resonating, yet were suppressed by absolute power, reluctant to stir. In the next moment, the heavy wooden door, which had never been opened by external force, silently slid ajar, revealing a shadowy passageway filled with the scent of aged medicinal herbs and an unusual ink fragrance. The once menacing centipede relief appeared less fearsome now, almost shrinking back. Elder Gue stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. The Five Immortals sect has cultivated the most formidable defenses for centuries, rendering their presence seemingly non-existent in the eyes of their adversaries. This surpasses anything he has previously comprehended regarding martial arts, and even esoteric techniques. Lin Yue stepped inside, his figure dissolving into the shadows. The elder ghost hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from entering, instead choosing to stand guard outside with a complex array of emotions. Within the sacred scripture pavilion lies an extraordinary realm. The vast cavern has been ingeniously transformed, its walls carved with shelves filled with innumerable scrolls, manuscripts, bamboo slips, bone tablets, and even tomes soaked in medicinal liquids. The air is thick with the complex essences accumulated over millennia, aromas of herbs, the stench of toxins, the scent of ink, and the faint vitality of living specimens, weaving a unique and heart-pounding atmosphere. The ceiling is adorned with luminescent fluorite and insect eggs, casting a soft glow. Lin Yue stood at the heart of this vast treasury of toxicology, surveying the entirety of the cavern before casually perusing the nearby shelves. A torrent of chaotic yet astonishing knowledge surged into his consciousness. The true canon of poison, goddess of goo, compendium of all medicines, the lost pestilence treatise, and the fragmented voodoo records, along with countless scriptures, medicinal properties, toxicological deductions, methods of crafting poisons, experimental records, failures, and even sporadic hypotheses, all shimmering like stars. Quickly categorized and analyzed, he envisioned the tragic fates of his ancestors, who perished from poisoning while sampling herbs. The madness of feeding poisons with their flesh and blood in pursuit of the most potent toxins, and glimpsed their occasional, vague understanding of the interdependent principles of nature. This was the culmination of countless generations of disciples from the Five Immortals sect in their exploration and understanding of poison. After 2 or 3 days, when Lin Yue regained his focus, he had completely absorbed and integrated all the textual knowledge and experiential wisdom from the sacred scripture pavilion into his own martial arts system. At this moment, his comprehension of toxins surpassed that of any disciple from the sect throughout history. He slowly advanced deeper into the cavern, where on a natural platform of dark stone lay an ancient scroll, neither made of skin nor silk, its touch icy and color reminiscent of dried blood. The scroll was bound with strange metallic threads, its surface devoid of text, only displaying naturally twisted dark patterns. This was the supreme secret transmission of the Five Immortals sect, accessible only to the sect leader, the source of the five poisons. What was contained within was no mere practical poison technique, but rather an overarching doctrine of toxic arts. As profound as it was perilous, many past leaders, having practiced its teachings, transformed into beings neither human nor ghost. Lin Yue extended his fingers, gently brushing the frigid surface of the scroll. The moment his fingertip made contact, the scroll trembled slightly, its dark patterns writhing as if alive, releasing an obscure and soul-chilling aura of death and desolation. However, as this energy touched Lin Yue's skin, it was engulfed and assimilated by the vast, boundless, life-infused essence of his Tai-Xian internal power, creating no disturbance. With a subtle exertion of force, the metallic threads snapped silently. He unfurled the scroll, which contained not merely text but ancient secret techniques akin to mental transmission, imprinting some ineffable information onto the medium that required a specific mental frequency for activation. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Lin Yue. His gaze sharpened, and he probed with his mental power. In an instant, a colossal, chaotic flood of information, saturated with extreme negative emotions and destructive intentions, surged into his mind. Greed, resentment, slaughter, annihilation, and fear, the countless dark aspects of poison, along with methods to invoke and amplify these negative forces to enhance the potency of toxins, surged forth, threatening to taint his consciousness. This transcended mere knowledge. It was a profound spiritual assault. Lin Yue furrowed her brows slightly and let out a soft hum. Within her sea of consciousness, before the Celestial Tome could unleash its power, the newly acquired essence of the Qinghuan, Yuzhengpu, radiated brilliantly, embodying a sense of balance and harmony, encompassing all phenomena. Like an unwavering needle in the vast sea, it instantaneously quelled and organized the tumultuous torrents of chaotic and dark thoughts, purifying them. All madness and negative emotions were stripped away, leaving only the most pristine and fundamental understanding of the rules of poison and the methods of energy manipulation. After a moment, the scroll's brilliance dimmed, returning to the ordinary. All its mysteries had been thoroughly grasped by Lin Yue. Closing the scroll, she pondered for a moment before slowly exiting the Hall of Scriptures. Although the Elder Ghost had occasionally left in the past few days, he spent most of his time waiting outside. Upon seeing her emerge, he hurriedly bowed. "Your Excellency, the cleansing within the sect is already underway. Shall I await its completion?" Lin Yue replied, handing back the Wudu Binyuanpu, and calmly stated, "You may practice this scroll according to the proper methods. There are a few errata. The cultivation of the mother goo of the heart-eroding worm requires the infusion of one's own blood mixed with the three Earth's vein spring, rather than ordinary toxic blood. Otherwise, the worm's malevolent energy will become overwhelming, leading to backlash. The third medicinal catalyst of the Sanshao Xiaoyao San is not the corrupt heart herb, but rather its companion, the soul recovery moss, which draws a thread of life to counteract death energy, aligning with the essence of Xiaoyao. Otherwise, it merely serves as a fierce poison, harming both others and oneself. I have made slight corrections to several crucial points. Adhering to these will enhance potency by 30% and reduce backlash by half." The Elder Ghost appeared as if struck by lightning, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the seemingly unchanged secret transmission, his mind reverberating with disbelief. The supreme scripture of the sect, an unparalleled treasure that past leaders had labored to comprehend, was fully grasped by the other party in such a short time, who even pointed out hidden errors and provided corrections. He found it hard to believe, yet he was momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. If Lin Yue had not boasted, it would have seemed almost magical. "Thank you immensely for your guidance." The Elder Ghost could only feign excitement, rendered speechless by his gratitude. Lin Yue waved her hand, uninterested in his pretense, and interrupted, "Take me to the source of the most potent miasma in the Wandu Gorge." The Elder Ghost dared not inquire further and hurriedly led the way, passing through a concealed passage behind the main hall, arriving at a vast underground cavern. Upon entering, a thick, colorful miasma assailed them. At the center of the cavern bubbled a toxic spring emitting dark green bubbles, hissing and corroding the surrounding rocks. Unusual and vibrantly colored poisonous plants thrived around the spring, and the air was filled with a contradictory aura of death and vitality. This was indeed the core of the Wandu Gorge, the source of the miasma, a revered yet feared cultivation sanctum for the disciples of the Five Immortals sect, difficult for ordinary people to approach. "This is the place, Your Excellency," the elder ghost said, utilizing his energy to resist the miasma, his voice strained. Lin Yue nodded. "You shall remain outside. No one is to disturb me." The elder ghost felt as if granted a great reprieve and quickly retreated. Lin Yue chose a flat black rock 3 paces from the toxic spring and sat cross-legged. She did not employ any defensive techniques against the poison. Instead, she opened her pores and allowed her internal breath to circulate, actively absorbing the vast and powerful yet toxic energies of the heavens and earth that filled the cavern. The poison here was so intense that even the leader of the Five Immortals sect would not dare to inhale it for long without protection, as it would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, for Lin Yue, it was an opportunity. She aimed to use the 4 symbols as a foundation to evolve the myriad energies. And the first step was to perceive the subtleties of these myriad energies. The Wandu Gorge gathers the utmost toxicity and the essence of the world's most malevolent energies, serving as an exceptional location for comprehending the extreme transformations of qi. The overwhelming miasma surged into Lin Yue's body like a myriad of rivers converging into the sea. If it were an ordinary person, they would instantly succumb to a putrid demise. However, Lin Yue possessed the pinnacle of Tai Xian inner strength. Having reached the realm of refining qi into spirit, his abundant spiritual essence acting as the most efficient furnace and filter, swiftly enveloping, breaking down, and analyzing the foreign energies. With his mental faculties intensely focused, he meticulously perceived the characteristics of each type of toxin: the chilling essence of cold poison, the violent ferocity of fire poison, the decay of corrosive poison, the enigmatic nature of goo poison, and the ignorance embodied in miasma. They clashed within his meridians like unruly spirits, shrieking in tumult. Lin Yue's inner strength flowed, at times transforming into the pure yang fire to refine the violent fire poison. At other times, it shifted to the pure yin water, soothing the agitation of the cold poison. The Shao Yin essence dispelled the dead energy of corrosive poison, while the Shao Yang vitality harmonized the malevolence of goo poison, resulting in a perpetual cycle of yin and yang. He was not merely resisting and purifying. Rather, he was savoring, comprehending, and digesting the myriad toxins. After each type of poison was disassembled, its intrinsic attributes and energy patterns were precisely captured and remembered, integrating into his personal database as invaluable material for the future evolution of myriad energies. As this process continued, anomalies began to manifest within the cave. A colossal energy vortex formed around Lin Yue. The vibrant poisonous flowers and plants by the spring, seemingly stimulated, grew wildly and blossomed, releasing an even more intense fragrance of toxic gas, only to be swiftly drained of their essence, wilting and turning to ash. Yet at the sight of the ash, new shoots emerged, entering a relentless cycle of frenzied growth and decay. The toxic spring also ceased to remain tranquil. The spring mouth surged violently, with the dark green water occasionally boiling like lava, bubbling forth scalding steam and rolling clouds of poisonous smoke. At other times, it would chill abruptly, the surface crystallizing into eerily cold blue ice, emitting an extreme coldness, silent and still. In the air, the multicolored poisonous miasma was drawn by the energy vortex, swirling like a flock of birds converging towards a phoenix, intertwining above Lin Yue's head, revealing vague and profound patterns, sometimes resembling the flowing yin-yang symbol, at other times embodying the 4 mythical beasts, and occasionally transforming into the 8 trigrams or even nameless chaotic phenomena. The patterns shifted unpredictably, ultimately being consumed and refined at the vortex's center. Lin Yue's entire being radiated a faint luminous glow, his vital energy coursing beneath his skin like a mighty river. His essence, continuously absorbing, refining, and merging with the myriad toxins, became increasingly profound and harmonious, immeasurable in its depth. The originally balanced and harmonious Tai Xian inner strength within him underwent a subtle yet profound metamorphosis through the baptism of myriad poisons, becoming more accommodating and resilient, as if embodying the foundation of the evolution of the energies of heaven and earth. This was not merely an increase in power. It was an elevation of essence. His journey in the southern frontier, the accumulated poison techniques of the Five Immortals sect over a millennium, and the extraordinary dangers of the Wandu Gorge coalesced into precious resources on his martial path, propelling him towards the supreme realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao, taking a significant step forward, unaware of how much time had passed. When the last wisp of drifting poison was absorbed, and the spring returned to tranquility, the surrounding frenzied foliage fell utterly silent. Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with brilliance, calm as a deep abyss, yet reflecting the birth and demise of the universe's stars, unfathomably profound. He gradually rose to his feet, his immense aura instantly retracting into obscurity, returning to simplicity. He looked down to find that the rock beneath him, once corroded and as black as ink, barren and lifeless, had miraculously sprouted several tender, vibrant green shoots at its edges after his ascent. They remain unaffected by residual toxicity, resiliently stretching their branches and leaves, radiating a vitality that starkly contrasts with the lifelessness of this toxic abyss. Lin Yue's gaze swept across the cavern, which had temporarily transformed into a serene sanctuary due to his energy absorption, and he nodded slightly. His journey to the southern frontier had reached a fulfilling conclusion. He stepped out of the cave, and the elder ghost, waiting outside, sensed an inexplicable change in the man before him. He appeared more profound and unfathomable, as if he had fused with the very essence of nature, evoking both awe and an involuntary sense of peace. The matter here is concluded. Take care of yourselves. Lin Yue spoke softly, his form flickering before vanishing at the end of the passage. In the next moment, he melted into the surrounding light, leaving no trace behind. The elder ghost remained bowed for a long time, only straightening once he confirmed Lin Yue's departure, letting out a long sigh and wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed into the depths of the cavern, overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. He understood that from this day forth, the heavens of the Five Immortals sect had irrevocably changed. The departing malevolent emperor's presence and power would linger in the minds of every witness like a haunting nightmare or a sacred totem. Chapter 53. Iron rules and judgment as the thick miasma of the poisonous abyss and the oppressive atmosphere of the Five Immortals sect faded into the past. Lin Yue's form ascended like a plume of green smoke piercing the morning fog of Miaojiang, swiftly returning to the borders of Jingzhou, the notorious Valley of Villains, where he had established his ironclad rules, came back into view. The guards at the mouth of the valley, upon catching sight of that figure which instilled both terror and a twisted sense of order deep within their bones, hurriedly pushed open the rudimentary barrier, bowing their heads deeply. Their breaths intentionally softened to avoid drawing attention. Lin Yue walked with calm assurance into the valley. The metallic scent of blood in the air seemed somewhat less pungent than when he had departed a month prior. Yet the despair and decay that permeated the very soil and clung to every rock remained entrenched, forcibly subdued by a more powerful, chilling pressure, akin to a dormant volcano. Yin Daping had already received word and stumbled forth from the depths of the valley, collapsing onto the cold ground with a thud, his forehead striking the earth heavily. "Welcome back, master." His voice trembled with a mix of uncontainable reverence and bone-deep fear. In the days he had overseen the valley's affairs, he had adhered meticulously to Lin Yue's iron rules, acutely aware that his master possessed the ability to perceive even the subtlest of details, his methods ruthless, leaving him perpetually on edge without a moment's reprieve. Lin Yue's gaze passed over the prostrated figure without immediate command for him to rise. He merely stated, "Get up. Gather the recent records of the 39 rules, the labor logs, and all who have been afflicted by the Heart Devourer, and assemble them at the training grounds." "Yes, I shall obey." Yin Daping felt as if he had received a reprieve, and with limbs trembling, he scrambled to his feet, nearly running to relay the orders to his subordinates. Before long, the uneven training grounds, long stained with blood, were densely populated with figures. Most appeared anxious, their expressions a blend of numbness and fear, with faint crimson patterns visible on their wrists and necks, marks left by the surges of blood caused by the Heart Devourer. The entire training ground was enveloped in silence, broken only by the uneven breaths and the mournful whispers of the mountain winds sweeping through the jagged cliffs. Lin Yue stood upon a slightly elevated stone platform, while Yin Daping respectfully presented several thick tomes, his hands trembling ever so slightly. He casually picked up the topmost volume, which documented the records of crimes and the execution of decrees, his fingertips gliding over the yellowed pages. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept rapidly over the rows of names alongside their enumerated offenses, modes of punishment, and recent evaluations of conduct. The sound of pages turning was almost incessant. So swift, it was dizzying, as if he were not reading, but rather retrieving information at an inhuman pace. Yin Daping stood beside him, his hands at his sides, cold sweat soaking through his inner garments. He could scarcely ascertain whether Lin Yue had truly comprehended the densely packed text. Suddenly, the act of turning pages ceased. Lin Yue's fingertip rested upon a name, his voice low yet distinctly resonant in the hearts of all who strained to listen below. Zhao Laosi. Among the crowd, a stout man shuddered violently, his complexion paling in an instant. According to the records, Lin Yue's tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely recounting an unrelated fact. 3 days prior, the individual responsible for clearing the eastern pit had engaged in deceit, failing to report 3 corpses still possessing valuables, and had clandestinely concealed 17 taels of silver and several copper coins. In accordance with Chapter 3, Article 7 of the established regulations, he was to receive 3 days of nail punishment, with an increase in the intensity of the heart-rending torment by 10%. Why then? Was only the nail punishment recorded, with no mention of the heightened intensity of the heart-rending torment? His gaze shifted towards Yin Daping. Yin Daping trembled uncontrollably, hastily bowing. His voice parched. "Your Majesty, Zhao Laosi. He has suffered from festering wounds due to the nail punishment and developed a high fever. I feared he would not endure the additional torment of the heart-rending increase. If he were to die, I thought to defer the punishment for 2 days, until his fever subsides." Lin Yue interrupted him, his eyes devoid of any ripples, casting an icy chill upon Yin Daping, as if the air around them had solidified. The regulations clearly state that 39 shall be increased by 39. Yet is there any mention of 39 may be deferred based on circumstances? No. The rules, once established, must be executed without exception. Judgments are made by actions, not by sentiments, nor by the ability to endure. If one cannot withstand it, their sin is profound, and they must face this calamity. It is not the fault of the regulations. Lin Yue's tone was frigid. You, exercising authority, unilaterally defer, are committing dereliction of duty. Go to the punishment hall and receive 20 lashes. His gaze shifted to the nearly collapsed figure of Zhao Laosi below. Drag him out and execute the additional punishment immediately, with the increase in the heart-rending torment to take effect at once. 2 stern-faced guards immediately lunged into the crowd, seizing the howling and pleading Zhao Laosi. His pitiful cries quickly muffled, leaving only the dull sounds of struggle and the chilling clatter of instruments of punishment. The entire assembly fell into a reverent silence, a shiver coursing through them, as they came to a profound realization. Within the ironclad regulations of this tyrannical sovereign, no mercy could be spoken of. Only cold actions and their corresponding consequences existed. A body laden with guilt could only expect harsher penalties, with no hope for clemency. Lin Yue no longer lingered on the scene. His gaze returned to the tome, continuing to turn the pages, occasionally pausing to call out names. Qian Wanzi, a gaunt middle-aged man, jolted in fright. The records indicated that he had voluntarily distributed half of his rations earned from labor to the newly arrived ailing prisoner. Is this indeed true? The pitiful sight of the small figure, nearly starving, stirred a flicker of hope in Qian Wanzi's stammering response, perhaps believing that this act of kindness might alleviate some of his suffering. Lin Yue, however, remained expressionless. The act is indeed factual, according to regulations. This benevolence may be recorded for future reference. Yet, bearing the weight of past transgressions, atonement is your rightful duty. Such minor acts of goodness are insufficient to atone for previous sins. The next curse shall be lessened in intensity, yet no exemption will be granted. Do you comprehend? The glimmer of hope in Qian Wanzi's eyes extinguished instantly, his countenance turning ashen as he murmured, I understand, I understand. He fully recognized that here, every action was merely a means to repay old debts, with no possibility of redeeming oneself through merit. Son Scarface, Lin Yue called out, identifying another individual. The man, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, staggered, nearly losing his balance. You exposed Li Yue from your quarters for secretly conspiring with 3 others, intending to sabotage the gate at night to facilitate their escape. You assisted the guards in quelling the chaos, thus earning a merit. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that you harbored a long-standing grudge against Li Yue, and prior to the incident, you were aware of his plans yet failed to report them in advance, only revealing them when he initiated his scheme. Did you seek to take revenge and clear your name under the guise of loyalty? Son Scarface, terrified to the core, prostrated himself repeatedly, daring not to deny. I am but a fool bewitched. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Lin Yue's voice remained cold, regarding the evidence. Your act of exposure holds true, and you have indeed averted disaster. Thus, according to the law, you should be rewarded. However, as one burdened by guilt, there can be no reward, only a reduction in punishment. This merit shall offset 3 additional days of hard labor this month. Yet, you failed to report the truth, harboring ill intentions and seeking to exploit the rules for personal gain. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Therefore, for your offense, an additional 10 days of labor shall be imposed. After balancing merits and demerits, you shall ultimately serve an extra 7 days. Do you understand? Son Scarface was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that this reward was non-existent, merely a slight alleviation of punishment, while his offenses had tangibly increased his penalties. His face turned pale as he repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, I understand. Understand. The inspections continued. Lin Yue singled out several more individuals. Those secretly withholding rations from others faced heightened penalties. Those attempting to fabricate records of benevolence were immediately exposed and harshly punished. Even 2 individuals who had brawled over trivial matters, despite not causing serious harm, violated the prohibition against private fights within the valley and were publicly punished by losing a hand and a foot, serving as a warning to others. Throughout the entire process, there was not a single reward, only the cold enforcement of ironclad regulations. The atmosphere in the training ground became stifling, with each person feeling as if they were walking on the edge of a blade, acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Any lingering hope for a slight improvement in order within the valley was utterly crushed. After concluding the affairs of the training ground, Lin Yue proceeded to the library cave. Over the course of several days, he meticulously perused the various martial arts manuals, medical texts, toxicology treatises, and miscellaneous notes collected from within the valley. His reading method surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The pages turned with remarkable speed, and the contents were deeply etched into his mind as he categorized and integrated them into his vast repository of knowledge. These texts, which encapsulated the grievances and ambitions of the martial world, the rise and fall of sects, as well as the wisdom and ambitions of predecessors, evoked little emotional response in him. He regarded them merely as useful information modules for analysis, extraction, and utilization. Wisdom or malevolence, to him, were but data at this moment. All affairs have been settled, and the Valley of Villains appears to have temporarily entered a state of eerie stillness, an order forcibly imposed by absolute power. This order is founded on sheer terror and unyielding obedience to ironclad rules, devoid of any warmth. That night, Lin Yue found himself alone in a quiet chamber. The moonlight outside was chilling, filtering through the stone window panes and casting mottled, cold reflections upon the floor. He sat cross-legged, not practicing his techniques, but quietly introspecting. His mind replayed the scenes from the day's training grounds, the despairing gazes of the punished, Yin Daping's fear, and his own unflinching demeanor while issuing commands. He strictly adhered to the principle of judging actions rather than intentions, believing that a sinner should face punishment without reward. This rule, though merciless and efficient, maximally suppressed the depravity of the wicked, yet it also imprisoned everyone, including himself, the enforcer, within a frigid cycle of logic. This superlative reasoning enabled him to execute the rules flawlessly, but simultaneously distanced him from the emotional fluctuations of ordinary individuals. He resembled a precise and heartless apparatus, upholding a near-absolute justice that was equally devoid of compassion. If the executor lacks heart, what will this principle ultimately transform into? Lin Yue pondered, his inner voice chillingly calm. A perfectly functioning yet lifeless machine of judgment? He remained silent for a prolonged moment. The moonlight gradually shifted, illuminating half of his face, casting a play of light and shadow. He realized that although this state was efficient, it was not the destination he sought. He needed to reclaim something, an element of humanity that, while perhaps irrational, was of utmost importance. He needed to temporarily escape the relentless rhythm of conquest, acquisition, and rule enforcement, and return to a point where he could reconnect with the human heart, including his own. It was time to return. He murmured softly to himself, his tone laced with a deliberate weariness and resolve that belonged to humanity. In the next moment, a subtle shift in his thoughts sent ripples through the surrounding space. The figure in the azure robe gradually faded, blending into the ink-like essence of water, until it completely vanished within the frigid moonlight. Chapter 54. Cleansing the heart in the mortal world through medicine and spirit. Lin Yue opened his eyes, and the scenery around him had completely transformed. No longer was he in a cold stone chamber, but rather in a simply furnished apartment characterized by a modern minimalist style. Beneath him lay a soft mattress that felt somewhat cold due to its prolonged disuse. The air was infused with a faint dustiness and the unique, muddled essence of a city night, mingled with the exhaust of vehicles and the distant glow of neon lights, along with countless traces of human life. Outside the window stretched a dazzling yet alien cityscape, where myriad lights outlined the silhouettes of cold skyscrapers, resembling an electronic galaxy composed of artificial stars. A profound sense of dislocation surged over him like a tide. Moments ago, he had been on the bloody training ground of the Valley of Villains, executing the ironclad principle of judging actions devoid of emotional bias with absolute cold rationality, determining the fates of many sinners, where his commands dictated life and death. His own heart as unyielding as millennial-old ice. Now, he was merely an ordinary tenant concealed within the clamor of a populous city. The instantaneous shift of identity evokes a peculiar sensation of weightlessness, akin to being abruptly exposed to the ordinary air after emerging from a high-pressure chamber. He slowly sits up, his heightened perception still functioning efficiently, automatically capturing the myriad of information from the world around him, the hushed argument of the couple next door over trivial matters, the crisp chime of the cash register at the convenience store below, the wafting aroma of grilled delicacies and cumin from a nearby street vendor, and even the uninterrupted flow of traffic on the highway some streets away. These diverse yet mostly innocuous details stand in stark contrast to the constant vigilance and tension of the martial arts realm, where one must always be alert to potential threats and fluctuations in energy. The transcendental rationality within him continues to analyze the environmental differences, adjusting his state to adapt to reality. Yet the absolute chill that magnified his perception in the Valley of Villains, where everything was viewed as mere pawns, has quietly formed a barely perceptible fissure when confronted with this mundane, noisy, yet vibrant reality filled with the essence of life. He feels the need to take action to re-anchor his identity as Lin Yue, to combat the relentless push towards an inhuman state dictated by extreme rationality. He must temporarily escape the incessant rhythm of conquest, acquisition, and rule enforcement, and return to that point where he can reconnect with humanity, including his own inner self. Rising to his feet, he approaches the wall-mounted bookshelf. The shelves are laden with a diverse array of books, ranging from profound quantum physics and philosophical musings to accessible world literature and historical anecdotes, evidence of his fervent quest for knowledge during his time of consumption. His fingers glide over the cold or smooth spines of the books, ultimately pausing at several works related to medicine and psychology, the great physician's sincerity, Sapiens, a brief history of humankind, the interpretation of dreams, and a copy of Zhuangzi. He settles into a slightly worn chair by the window, illuminated by the dim glow of the city night outside, and begins to peruse the texts. Deliberately slowing his pace, he abandons the scanning method of memory and information extraction, attempting instead to engage in genuine reading to understand the emotional warmth and contemplative processes behind the author's words, rather than merely cataloging them as cold data modules. In the practice of great medicine, one must first calm the spirit and stabilize the will, devoid of desires, and cultivate a heart of great compassion. Pledging to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings, he reads from the great physician's sincerity, striving to touch upon that compassion and responsibility that transcends self-interest. Contrasting sharply with his previous mindset governed by rules and efficiency, and focusing more on the activation of the heart. The cognitive revolution, the agricultural revolution, humanity weaves shared fictitious narratives, such as nations, currencies, and laws, to facilitate large-scale cooperation. He continues with Sapiens, attempting to break free from the confines of pure rationality and to feel the author's grand, yet slightly melancholic perspective on the collective fate of humanity. When the spring dries up, fish struggle on land, and they moisten each other, yet it is better to forget one another in the rivers and lakes. He reflects while reading Zhuangzi, seeking to touch upon that realm of carefree existence that transcends right and wrong, where humanity and nature are in harmony. This resonates metaphysically with his pursuit of martial arts, aiming to evolve the myriad energies and integrate countless principles. Yet the Taoist philosophy's embrace of nature and detachment from the material world is precisely the nourishment he currently lacks and desperately needs to restore balance to his excessive rational control. His reading pace was languid, occasionally interrupted as he gazed out of the window at the warm or desolate lights illuminating the homes beyond, pondering the mundane joys and sorrows within, the trivialities of daily life. This deliberate slowness, this active imagination, served as a conscious cultivation of his disposition, a proactive resistance against the tyranny of absolute efficiency. In the ensuing days, he intentionally immersed himself in the rhythm of an ordinary life. Yet every action subtly pointed towards the next identity he envisioned for himself, a healer, while contemplating the intricate world of Gulong, renowned for its cunning and the complexities of human nature. He ventured to the municipal library, meticulously perusing a wealth of texts on traditional Chinese medicine, modern surgical atlases, and even collections of psychological case studies. Though he continued to skim through the material rapidly, his focus shifted from mere memorization of details to an exploration of the healer's mindset, how to synthesize judgments through observation and inquiry, how to make optimal choices in the face of limited resources, and how to adjust psychologically when confronted with irretrievable lives. He noted that Gulong's characters often possessed intense psychological traits, with their ailments intricately linked to emotions and mental states, necessitating a more holistic and insightful perspective on medicine. As he wandered through the city park, he observed the playful children and the leisurely elders. His attention was particularly drawn to those with visible disabilities or ailments, not to analyze their pathologies, but to witness their interactions with family members, to discern their expressions in the face of adversity, striving to grasp the resilience and fragility of life itself, rather than merely the mechanics of life systems. This comprehensive observation of humanity would better prepare him to integrate into Gulong's world, a realm where individuals are often more extreme and complex than those in Jin Yang's narratives. He even visited a veterinary clinic, watching through the glass as a small dog underwent emergency surgery. He observed the veterinarian's focused yet gentle gaze, the pet owner's anxious yet hopeful demeanor, and the faint yet resilient glow that life exudes when nurtured. This experience stood in stark contrast to the violence, destruction, and exploitation he was accustomed to. The emotion known as compassion blossomed quietly within the overly rational lake of his heart, akin to old trees sprouting new buds. He analyzed the mechanisms of various analgesics, pondering how to find alternatives in a martial arts world devoid of modern medicine. He deduced the physiological responses to different traumas, contemplating how to articulate and address them in a manner resonant with Gulong's thematic essence. He even began to contemplate the unique injuries that Gulong's martial arts might inflict on the human body, those that emphasize the instantaneous tearing of meridians, the impact of mental strain, or the effects of esoteric toxins, contrasting sharply with the injuries associated with Jin Yang's martial arts, which tend to prioritize profound inner strength and gradual escalation. Gulong's martial arts, thus, placed greater emphasis on intention, momentum, and the explosive moments of pressure, resulting in injuries that were inherently more peculiar and focused on disrupting the body's equilibrium and psyche. Strolling along the riverbank at dusk, he mused that as a healer, he must not only mend the body, but perhaps, more crucially, heal the heart. This realization embodied the essence of benevolence and love, providing a remarkable perspective on the interplay between humanity and martial arts. A week later, Lin Yue once again stood before the dressing mirror of his apartment. The youth reflected within had shed much of the former chill and detachment in his gaze, now imbued with a tranquil depth and a sense of embrace. The oppressive, suffocating aura that once surrounded him had receded significantly. In this moment, he resembled a refined scholar, exuding an air of literary grace, or perhaps a compassionate healer, rather than a malevolent sovereign commanding life and death. He understood that the adjustment of his mindset was far from complete. This was merely the inception of his journey. However, the deliberate immersion into the mundane world and focused contemplation over the past few days had begun to bear fruit. He had regained certain perceptions and anchors of humanity. Although reason still reigned supreme, he was no longer a mere cold machine executing rules. He began to comprehend that while an absolute adherence to principles devoid of emotional insight might efficiently govern the valley of evil, a true understanding of a higher realm and the eventual crafting of his own path might necessitate a touch of empathy and awareness of the heart. This was not an indulgence in sentimentality or weakness, but rather a sophisticated appreciation and respect for life itself, an indispensable element on the journey towards harmony. The identity of a healer served as an exemplary vessel for practicing this philosophy, observing the nuances of human nature. It was time. He inhaled deeply, casting one last glance at this modern sanctuary that had offered him a fleeting refuge and adjustment. With a subtle shift in thought, his consciousness once again delved into the profound mysteries. The celestial manuscript of creation hovered silently, radiant light swirling around him, reflecting countless worlds, both luminous and obscure. His gaze traversed numerous stars, some ignited, others yet to shine, ultimately resting upon one particular star with a unique essence, interwoven with a wild chivalry, cunning intellect, and profound emotional significance, the peerless twins. This journey had a distinct purpose. He silently reaffirmed within himself, clearly defining his direction, not for domination, not for the plunder of resources, nor merely for martial prowess. As a wandering physician, he sought to cultivate his heart in the world. The primary aim was to embody the spirit of the great physician with sincerity, experiencing the weight of life through healing, nurturing his overly desolate spirit. Furthermore, he aimed to meticulously observe the martial arts of this realm, for the path of Gulong emphasized meaning and transformation, with its internal energy manipulation techniques, and spiritual nuances diverging significantly from the Jin-Yang system he knew. Thus, first-hand experience was necessary to refine his martial framework. He even devised a modest code of conduct imbued with the essence of self-cultivation. Unless compelled to act, he would quietly observe changes against those who were not manifestly wicked. He would refrain from intervening with thunderous force. Through the bridge of medicine, he would observe human hearts, understand worldly emotions, grasp life and death, and discern martial arts. Having chosen his world, he hesitated no longer. He envisioned himself shouldering a somewhat worn rattan medicine box, clad in a faded, humble blue robe, his gaze gentle yet wise. Resembling a true wandering physician, compassionate and perceptive of the world. In the next moment, familiar ripples spread through the surrounding space. The modern apartment scene before him began to waver like a reflection in water, twisting and ultimately dissipating. The city's clamor swiftly faded, replaced by the howling mountain winds, the rich fragrance of flowers and foliage, and the rugged sensation of gravel beneath his feet. As light and shadow stabilized, he found himself standing on a desolate mountain path. In the distance, nestled against the perilous mountain range, a grotesque and sinister architectural silhouette loomed, exuding an air of malevolence and the stench of blood. This was the original Evil Man Valley, the very commencement of his journey. At this moment, he was no longer the fearsome first evil emperor, but merely Lin Fan, a wandering physician, passing through with aspirations of benevolence and a thirst for knowledge. A new journey commenced, marked by a distinctly altered mindset and identity. Chapter 55. Healing the Villains. Entangled in the valley of sin this time, there was no need to establish authority through thunderous means. Lin Yue pondered silently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After several days of intentional respite and reflection in the real world, he had consciously tempered the formidable aura that could instill terror in a multitude of evildoers. Presently, he resembled more of a well-traveled scholar, albeit with a gaze that was clearer and more discerning than that of an ordinary person. Being a physician seemed rather appealing. It provided an opportunity to observe how the medical arts of this realm diverge from those I am acquainted with. He adjusted his somewhat antiquated blue cloth robe, an acquisition from the real world, fitting the aesthetic of this realm. Subsequently, he retrieved a somewhat worn medicine chest from his consciousness space, slinging it over his shoulder. The chest brimmed with various common herbs, ointments, and seemingly ordinary yet slightly refined golden needles and surgical instruments, all subtly enhanced by his touch. Once prepared, he meandered leisurely towards the direction of Evil Man Valley, as remembered. The closer he drew, the more desolate the surroundings became. The official road had long since vanished, replaced by a rugged path trodden by human feet. Jagged stones and gnarled old trees littered the landscape, while the air thickened with a pungent blend of blood and decay, intermingled with an indescribable, sweet stench belonging to venomous insects and miasmas. The vitality of the Earth's essence in this realm seemed more vibrant than that of the world of Lin Yue. Lin Yue squinted slightly, attentively discerning the flow of spirit and intent. The circulation of his inner energy appeared more agile and effervescent, shedding a degree of heaviness and embracing an element of cunning and unpredictability. His already refined and flawless Tai Xian inner power naturally flowed, seamlessly adapting to the subtle differences in the rules of this world. Before long, a rudimentary checkpoint constructed of coarse timber and massive stones appeared, precariously perched against the steep mountainside. Above the checkpoint hung a crooked wooden sign, inscribed in vermilion with the words Evil Man Valley. The characters fierce and radiating a brutish hostility. A group of rough-looking men, clad in ragged attire and armed, stood guard at the checkpoint. Upon noticing the unfamiliar Lin Yue approaching, their expressions shifted to one of ill intent, their previously languid demeanor replaced by the alertness and greed akin to wolves spotting prey. "Stop! What do you want?" barked a burly man with a scarred face, stepping forward with menace. One hand rested firmly on the hilt of his weapon. "Who dares to intrude upon our territory?" Lin Yue paused, his expression calm, even adorned with a gentle smile that was perfectly measured. With a cupped fist, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Lin Fan, a wandering physician. I have heard that many heroes gather in this locale and may be afflicted by various ailments. Hence I have come to offer my medical services and earn a meager living." His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, and his gaze swept over the thugs, taking in their old and fresh wounds with keen observation. "A physician?" The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into mockery, sizing Lin Yue up from head to toe. "With your delicate appearance, do you dare to practice medicine in the Valley of Villains? You probably don't even know how to write the word death. The Master Wan, known as the Divine Physician, is the one to be revered, while you are but a trifling nobody." Beside him, a scrawny thug joined in the jeering. "Indeed, Scarface. This fellow doesn't look like a physician, but rather like a spy sent from some clan. Why not capture him and interrogate him thoroughly?" "Master Wan Chunliu's medical skills are indeed legendary, which I have long admired," Lin Yue replied, remaining unfazed and continuing to smile. "Yet, Master Wan is deeply engrossed in his studies and may not spare time to attend to your everyday ailments and injuries. Though I am lacking in skill, I possess some understanding of these common maladies." Before he could finish, a stifled groan of agony erupted from the side. The crowd turned to see a thug leaning against the stone wall, clutching his thigh, his face pale and beaded with cold sweat. His pant leg was rolled up to reveal a severe wound on his calf, swollen and discolored, oozing yellowish-green pus that emitted a foul odor. "Damn it, Zhang Laosi. Your rotten leg has flared up again. What are you moaning about?" Scarface scolded impatiently, but found himself at a loss for a solution, merely gesturing to those nearby to drag the man away, lest he mar his sight. "That festering sore won't heal anyway. It'll inevitably rot away." Zhang Laoxi's eyes were filled with despair and agony, his lips quivering, nearly devoid of the strength to plead for mercy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yue understood the grim reality. In the Valley of Villains, the weak were preyed upon, and the lives of the lowly thugs were as insignificant as weeds. Given the severity of the infection, without effective treatment, death was the only outcome. He spoke at the opportune moment. "The wound on this brave man is a result of a severe injury, with toxins deeply penetrating, leading to festering and pus formation. If left untreated, the poison may attack the heart, endangering his life." "You make it sound easy." The scrawny thug glared at him. "Master One has no time for such trifles. If you trust me, I may be able to give it a try," Lin Yue replied, not waiting for their consent as he stepped forward and squatted before Zhang Laosi. The thugs exchanged glances, and Scarface's eyes flickered. Ultimately, he did not intervene, seemingly curious to witness what this self-proclaimed physician could accomplish. Lin Yue opened his medicine box, retrieving a small, sharp silver knife, which he warmed over a flame, along with golden needles, medicinal powders, and gauze. His movements were fluid and steady, exuding a reassuring professionalism. "Bear with it," he instructed Zhang Laosi, and then, with a swift motion, he precisely incised the abscess. Zhang Laosi trembled from the pain, but gritted his teeth and remained silent. Immediately, pus and blood gushed forth, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Lin Yue's deft hands moved with remarkable swiftness as he meticulously cleaned the wound, drained the pus, and employed needles to temporarily close the surrounding blood vessels, thereby minimizing both hemorrhaging and the spread of toxic blood. He then applied a medicinal powder he had skillfully adjusted according to the unique properties of the local herbs, specifically designed for inflammation and tissue regeneration, before properly bandaging the area with clean gauze. Throughout the entire procedure, his movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Strangely enough, the originally excruciating wound, after his silver needles lightly redirected the flow, seemed to alleviate the pain significantly for Zhang Laosi, replaced by a refreshing and comfortable sensation rather than the previous searing agony. Zhang Laosi stared in disbelief at his properly bandaged leg, then glanced at Lin Yue, his excitement rendering him almost speechless. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Truly miraculous." The onlooking henchmen were equally dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such clean, efficient, and immediately effective medical skills. In the past, when injured, they either endured the pain or resorted to crude remedies, their fates left entirely to chance. At that moment, a rotund figure, beaming with a wide smile and fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf, emerged from behind the checkpoint. "Oh my, quite the lively scene here. What's all the commotion?" This individual was none other than the cunning Haha heir. His small eyes narrowed, his face adorned with a signature grin. Yet the depths of his gaze betrayed no mirth, only the cold calculations of a schemer. The scarred man quickly stepped forward, whispering the details of the recent events. Haha heir, waving his fan, let his beady eyes wander over Lin Yue, then glanced at Zhang Laosi's already treated leg, his smile deepening, though it sent shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. "Ah, so we have a physician in our midst." Haha heir chuckled, exclaiming, "What splendid news! In our valley, we have many things, but we are sorely in need of a fine doctor like yourself, who is not particular. Lord Wan is a divine figure. We dare not trouble him with our trifling ailments. Your arrival is most fortuitous." He showed no interest in inquiring about Lin Yue's background, seemingly indifferent to such matters. In his eyes, having another healer in the valley equated to acquiring a precious resource, particularly one who appeared skilled and had taken the initiative to come forward, truly a windfall from the heavens. As for whether Lin Yue harbored ulterior motives, Haha heir scoffed inwardly. In the Valley of Villains, one must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. The valley had its own rules to deal with such matters. Even the mightiest heroes had fallen within its confines, so how could Lin Yue hope to overturn the order? "Please do come in. Please come in." Haha heir gestured aside with a welcoming demeanor. "What are you all waiting for? Quickly assist the doctor with his medicine box. From now on, we shall depend on him for any ailments we may suffer." Lin Yue smiled faintly, fully aware of Haha heir's intentions, yet chose not to expose them. "Of course, a physician must uphold their duty and do their utmost," he replied, declining any offers of assistance and shouldering the heavy medicine box himself as he re-entered the Valley of Villains. No sooner had he stepped inside than the news seemed to take flight, spreading swiftly through the air. Suddenly, from the rudimentary stone houses, tents, and even caves scattered around, a crowd of 20 to 30 individuals emerged, each bearing wounds and ailments. Some hobbled on injured legs, others had arms in slings, some coughed incessantly, and a few had faces ashen and sallow. They swiftly encircled Lin Yue, blocking his way completely. Doctor, please take a look at me. My arm has been broken for nearly half a month, and I said it myself. The pain is excruciating. Have mercy, kind sir. My cough brings up blood, and I can hardly sleep at night. I was here first. My stomach aches terribly." The scene was chaotic, filled with anguished groans and desperate pleas. These individuals, who might typically be seen as fearsome ruffians, appeared as helpless children in the face of suffering. Amidst this turmoil, Lin Yue maintained a tranquil demeanor. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he understood the situation clearly. The brutal ecology of the valley, where the strong preyed upon the weak, was laid bare before him. Wan Chun, absorbed in his grand research and the treatment of Yin Nantian, paid little heed to the lives of these lowly individuals. Here, ordinary injuries could easily deteriorate in such a harsh environment, becoming fatal. His arrival was akin to a solitary lamp in the darkness, naturally drawing all moths. He remained calm and unhurried, raising a hand to gesture gently, a subtle yet soothing presence that quelled the surrounding clamor. There is no need for panic, everyone. Since you have entered this valley, Lin will do his utmost. Please come forward in order, prioritizing those with severe injuries. His voice, though soft, remarkably silenced the noise. The crowd involuntarily quieted and began to form a line, their gazes still eager and anxious. Lin Yue sought a flat stone near the valley entrance, using it as a makeshift examination table, and commenced his first day of practice in the Valley of Villains. Diagnosis, examination, debridement, realignment, acupuncture, and medication. His techniques were deft and precise, executed with remarkable efficiency. Occasionally, he would gently inquire about their conditions or concentrate to sense their pulse and vital energy. When dealing with more complex injuries, he would seemingly casually infuse a trace of his gentle and profound internal energy to help alleviate stagnation of qi and blood, accelerating recovery. This technique left the injured ruffians in awe, feeling as though this young doctor possessed miraculous skills. After his treatment, their pain diminished significantly, and they felt rejuvenated, far superior to their companions, who could only staunch wounds with brute force. Thus, within less than half a day of his arrival, Lin Yue's reputation as a healer spread among the lowly thugs. Their gazes shifted from initial skepticism and curiosity to unwavering trust and eagerness to please. While attending to his patients, Lin Yue adeptly gathered information about the Valley of Villains through observation, inquiry, and his extraordinary perceptions. The origins of their injuries, mostly from brawls, training accidents, or perilous tasks, the structure of the valley's inhabitants, the availability of resources, and even snippets of conversation about a few prominent figures they occasionally mentioned. As the sun began to set, the flow of patients gradually diminished. Lin Yue tidied his medicine box, politely declined several invitations to share dinner, stating that he needed solitude to rest. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the valley, where the mist thickened and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Wan Chunlu, the wandering doctor, silently recited these two names in his heart, aware that on the morrow he would encounter a true peer in the field. Chapter 56. The Discourse of the Poisonous Abode. A critique of craftsmanship. The following morning, the Valley of Villains remained shrouded in a persistent, gray mist, the air thick with an unusual aroma, a peculiar blend of blood and herbs that had lingered for years. Lin Yue simply utilized some of his own provisions and fresh water before shouldering his medicinal box and venturing deeper into the valley. As he progressed further in, the terrain grew increasingly rugged, and the marks of human excavation became ever more apparent. At times, he observed grotesque stone carvings and hanging, desiccated animal bones on the stone walls, silently narrating the wild and ominous nature of this place. The inhabitants he encountered within the valley appeared increasingly wary and aloof. Upon seeing Lin Yue's unfamiliar face, most cast scrutinizing glances, some tinged with barely concealed hostility. However, perhaps due to the news of his medical practice having spread the previous day, or perhaps owing to the calm and enigmatic demeanor he exuded, no one approached him to provoke a confrontation. Drawing from the indirect insights gleaned from those who sought his aid the day prior, along with his own perceptive instincts, Lin Yue swiftly located a distinctive spot in a relatively secluded area near the mountainside. It was a vast cavern, half natural and half hewn, devoid of doors yet draped with many desiccated vines and unknown bundles of herbs, resembling a natural curtain. Outside, several plots of medicinal fields had been cultivated, but the plants therein were far from ordinary. They were vibrant in hue and bizarre in form, unmistakably imbued with potent toxins. The air was saturated with a complex amalgamation of scents, the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, the acrid stench of chemical agents, the distinctive odor of various poisons, and a faint, almost imperceptible sourness reminiscent of decaying organic matter. all coalescing into an atmosphere capable of disorienting the unaccustomed. This was the abode of the esteemed healer, Wan Chunlu, within the Valley of Villains. Upon pausing at the cave's entrance, Lin Yue sensed a presence within, a focused breath tinged with a hint of agitation, wholly absorbed in some endeavor, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. He gently parted the vines and stepped inside. The interior of the cave was spacious yet exceedingly disordered. The walls were lined with stone shelves, densely populated with an array of ceramic jars, earthenware vessels, jade bottles, and bamboo baskets, all containing a bewildering assortment of herbs, minerals, and even live venomous creatures. In the center of the floor lay a medicinal stove, its embers still aglow, atop which bubbled a cauldron, emitting a nauseating odor. In the corners, numerous animal hides, bones, and indescribable remnants of experiments lay piled. An elderly man, his hair a stark gray and garb-tattered, was seated with his back to the entrance, hunched over a stone table, illuminated by the faint light filtering through a crevice in the ceiling. He meticulously wielded a jade knife to process a peculiar mushroom, entirely black save for a single crimson tip. His movements were intensely focused, fingers stained an unhealthy shade of dark blue from years of handling toxins, trembling slightly, yet striving for steadiness. Lin Yue's arrival did not immediately capture his attention, until Lin Yue gently cleared his throat. Wan Chunliu's body suddenly stiffened, and he impatiently turned his head, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, its complexion a pallid gray from long exposure to toxins. Yet his gaze was remarkably sharp. Upon seeing Lin Yue, this stranger, his eyes instantly ignited with intense disdain and fury, akin to a venomous serpent defending its territory. "Get out," he rasped, his voice gritty like sandpaper. "Who allowed you to enter? Leave. Do not trouble me with your filthy tales from the underworld. If you ruin the timing of my ghost-faced mushroom, I shall cast you into the pit of 1,000 poisons." His tone was exceedingly irritable, evidently rejecting any form of disruption. Lin Yue was undeterred by his demeanor. Instead, his gaze fell upon the black mushroom in Wan Chunliu's hand and a nearby ceramic bowl filled with dark, viscous mud, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Rather than retreating, he stepped forward, his tone calm as he spoke, his voice cutting clearly through the boiling sounds of the apothecary. "The ghost-faced mushroom is inherently fierce, eroding bones and rotting flesh. The usual methods of extraction make its juice wildly unmanageable, posing great risks in medicinal use. Your approach of neutralizing its heat with the cold mud from the bottom of a frigid pond is ingenious, infusing extreme toxicity with profound chill, achieving a remarkable balance of yin and yang." Wan Chunlu, poised to expel the intruder in anger, abruptly paused at Lin Yue's words, the harsh retort caught in his throat. He scrutinized Lin Yue with suspicion. This young man, able to instantly recognize the ghost-faced mushroom and articulate the exceedingly obscure and secretive method of extraction he was currently employing? Before Wan Chunlu could respond, Lin Yue's gaze swept over the ceramic bowl, shaking his head slightly. However, the black water algae from the cold pond bears impurities. If not thoroughly cleansed, its fusion with the ghost-faced mushroom could lead to an unexpected transformation, giving rise to a lingering, insidious poison that harms the very foundation of one's meridians. "Your actions, sir, seem rather perilous." Wan Chunlu fixated on Lin Yue, his murky eyes filled with incredulity, as if assessing an incomprehensible anomaly that had intruded upon his sanctum. His previous irritation and disdain diminished slightly, yet his wariness surged to an extreme. This young man had unveiled the hidden dangers of his secret technique, a revelation that could not be mere coincidence. "Who exactly are you?" he rasped, unambiguously interrogative. "Whom do you serve? What is your purpose in this den of rogues?" A wandering physician would not utter the words underworld algae. His body tensed slightly, one hand discreetly retreating into his sleeve, likely grasping some toxic object. Facing the sudden hostility, Lin Yue remained composed, as if having anticipated this moment. He clasped his hands in a slight bow, his tone calm yet firm. "I am Lin Fan, a mere wanderer, a sect long withered, my name hardly worth mentioning. As for how I recognize the underworld algae, it is merely a matter of observation and deduction." His gaze traversed the cave's drying herbs, the remnants of experiments in the corners, and the faint, mingled sense of medicinal toxins in the air. He elucidated. "All things in this world possess form, and with form comes principle. The ghost-faced mushroom is inherently fierce, yet you have chosen to temper it with the chilling mud of the frigid pond. An extraordinary line of thought that commands respect. In the cold, murky depths of the pond, the dark algae thrive, known for their foul and corrupting nature, which taints the purity of medicinal properties. When the esteemed practitioner extracted them, he sought expediency, neglecting thorough purification. The residual traces, in conflict with the dry essence of the ghostly mushroom, could, over time, lead to unforeseen alterations. His words elucidated not only the source of his knowledge, but also precisely pinpointed the flaws in the Wanshan Lu technique, derived through deduction. This showcased his profound insight while artfully evading a direct answer regarding his origins, rendering him all the more enigmatic. Wanshan Lu's eyes flickered, his hands and his sleeves relaxing slightly, yet his suspicions lingered. Lin Yue's explanation appeared reasonable, yet it accentuated the extraordinary nature of the man who could deduce so much merely from observing his surroundings. Such perceptiveness and foundational pharmacology were nothing short of astonishing. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned and retrieved a small, withered, purplish root with a peculiar shape from a sealed, dark wooden box, placing it delicately upon a jade inkstone and sliding it towards Lin Yue. Since you possess a keen ability to discern the essence of objects, Wanshan Lu's tone carried a challenge, almost bordering on a test. Can you identify this item? Are you aware of its name? Can you deduce how to fully unleash the nightmarish toxin it harbors, dissolving it in the rootless water of midnight, while ensuring its potency remains concentrated and even intensifies over the course of 12 hours? He fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Yue, adding, only a handful in this world possess knowledge of this substance, and a method to handle it is shrouded in secrecy. If you can indeed deduce this, I shall believe you possess genuine skill. This was his ultimate trial. Lin Yue gazed at the purplish root, refraining from direct contact, instead keenly sensing the faint yet disquieting energy fluctuations it emitted. Combining this with the key requirements provided by Wanshan Lu, rootless water of midnight, and the increasing potency over 12 hours, countless potential combinations of medicinal ingredients flashed through his mind. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, his voice clear and steady. The dream of purple nightmare, it stirs the soul and alarms the spirit. Its nature is neither dry nor cold, but rather stagnant, akin to a hidden inner demon, most susceptible to forceful coercion. Directly merging it with the rootless water of midnight would not only fail to awaken its true nightmarish essence, but would instead lead to rapid decay. With only a tenth of its toxicity remaining, a glimmer of light sparked in Wanshan Lu's eyes, his expression noncommittal. Lin Yue continued, one must tame its form through a process of 3 steams and 3 suns. The fierce midday sun must expose it to draw out its stagnation, while gentle steam must be employed to cleanse its afflictions, repeated thrice to initially coax its trapped energies. However, this merely addresses its form, not its spirit. Where lies the spirit? Wanshan Lu inquired, his breath slightly quickening. The spirit resides in the guidance and the stabilization. Lin Yue's gaze swept across the medicinal chamber before settling on a small jar containing a fine white powder that glimmered with a faint pearlescent sheen. Since you possess moonshadow sand here, you must know that this substance is extremely cool in nature, dense in texture, and adept at absorbing medicinal properties, gradually releasing them. Wanshan Lu instinctively nodded. Indeed, it is often used to harmonize potent medicinal stones and delay their onset. But what relevance does this have to the purple nightmare root? The crux lies in the method and the dosage. Lin Yue elucidated that the powdered root of the purple nightmare, having undergone a preliminary refinement through 3 cycles of steaming and sun-drying, now teetered on the brink of active toxicity. Should it be directly introduced into the midnight rootless water, an immediate clash of medicinal properties would ensue due to their instantaneous contact. It was imperative first to introduce a minuscule amount of moonshadow sand into the rootless water, stirring it until it fully dissolved, resulting in a slightly murky hue. This concoction would thus serve as a medium for both containment and gradual release. He paused, intensifying his tone. Thereafter, the processed purple nightmare root powder must be introduced in 9 increments, each separated by 10 breaths, gently sprinkled into the water. The moment the powder touches the water, its latent toxicity would be ensnared and enveloped by the minute particles of the moonshadow sand dispersed within. rather than clashing directly with the water. With continuous stirring, the powder would gradually integrate, locking its toxicity within the myriad minuscule carriers of the moonshadow sand. In this manner, Lin Yue concluded, the poison of the purple nightmare did not dissolve directly into the water. Rather, it was uniformly dispersed in an exquisitely fine, encapsulated state. The moonshadow sand would release its medicinal properties slowly, ensuring that the toxicity did not erupt instantaneously, but instead released in gentle waves, akin to the ebb and flow of tides, gradually intensifying over the course of 12 hours until it reached its zenith. Though this method was intricate, it preserved the potency of the medicine to the utmost degree, achieving the desired effect as required by his esteemed mentor. As his words reverberated in the cave, an eerie silence ensued. Wan Chunlu stood frozen like a statue, the color draining from his face, his pupils constricting like pinpricks, fixated on Lin Yue as if he beheld some inconceivable entity. The hand that had clutched the poison slackened entirely, trembling slightly. The mastery of both medicine and poison lies often in an acute understanding of the properties of medicinal materials and an impeccable precision in executing processes. Lin Yue's method, entirely predicated on a profound comprehension of the characteristics of both moonshadow sand and the purple nightmare root, ingeniously addressed a conundrum that had long plagued him through the clever design of his procedures, utilizing the principles of physical adsorption and gradual release. Observing the properties at hand, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Following the immense shock was an indescribable mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. What could such a figure, suddenly appearing in the Valley of Villains, possibly intend? His throat parched, his voice hoarse, he stammered, "What are you truly?" He sought to inquire, yet was at a loss for words. The capabilities displayed by Lin Yue had utterly transcended the realm of his understanding. Lin Yue, perceiving his astonishment and fear, spoke calmly. "There is no need for Mr. Want to harbor doubts. If I bore any malicious intent, I would not engage in discourse concerning medicine and poison with you here. I have traveled to this place, witnessing the rampant injuries and ailments, hence my purpose in practicing medicine and offering consultations. Upon fortuitously entering your esteemed domain, I was elated and spoke at length. Should you find my words intrusive, I shall take my leave." With that, he feigned an intention to depart. "Sir, please stay." Wan Chunlu abruptly snapped back to reality, urgently interjecting. The medical prowess exhibited was unparalleled in his lifetime, a glimmer of hope for saving Yin Nantian. The temptation was overwhelming. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, his face contorting into a complex expression infused with reverence, entreaty, and lingering caution. "Your talents, sir, are beyond comprehension. I apologize for any offenses I may have caused. I beseech your understanding. To be candid, I have a matter in this cave that is the culmination of my life's work, a rare and perplexing ailment that I have devoted half a lifetime to, with minimal progress. Encountering you today may indeed be fate's design. I humbly implore you to lend your assistance." He bowed once more, adopting a deeper posture, his tone imbued with sincerity. Lin Yue paused, turned, and his gaze appeared to casually sweep across the heavy drapes, musing aloud, to cause Mr. Wan such concern must surely be extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Wan Chunlu gritted his teeth, finally resolving his determination. "Please, sir, follow me." He led Lin Yue behind the curtain. When the figure of Yin Nantian emerged, resembling a mighty lion in slumber, yet tormented by venom and grievous wounds, Wan Chunlu closely observed Lin Yue's reaction. Lin Yue's face appropriately displayed a hint of gravity and astonishment. After scrutinizing for a moment, he did not approach recklessly, but rather inquired cautiously. "Who is this? His injuries are truly peculiar." Life flickered like a dying candle, meridians shattered, yet several formidable forces intertwined and clung, maintaining a delicate balance of deathly stillness. Such injuries were unheard of. His reaction was most fitting. Seeing this, Wan Chunlu felt a slight relief and sorrowfully whispered, "He is an old acquaintance, harmed by treacherous individuals, inflicted with various unparalleled poisons, and his meridians are utterly severed. All I can do is use golden needles and rare medicines to tenuously sustain this thread of life, allowing him to linger until now." He recounted the situation broadly, yet withheld critical information. Lin Yue listened intently, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, then spoke slowly, The meridians have shattered as if the earth itself has sunk, while the peculiar poisons coil like malevolent dragons. This affliction indeed surpasses the reach of conventional medicine. Mr. Yuan's ability to sustain him thus far is nothing short of miraculous. He shifted his tone. However, in the realm of all existence, there exists a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Within this dire predicament, there may yet lie a glimmer of hope. The unique poisons within him are in a state of mutual restraint, presenting a perilous situation that constrains vitality, yet also serves as a natural barrier, safeguarding the last remnants of his essence. A daring endeavor may be possible. He elaborated. External forces face difficulty in entering. Forcefully detoxifying or reconnecting the meridians could easily disrupt this balance, leading to immediate demise. Perhaps we may attempt to guide his inner strength. He mentioned sensing a faint warmth deep within Yin Nantian's dantian, akin to the original spark of sun-like power. Though suppressed, it remained unextinguished. Wan Chunliu's body trembled, his complexion paling in shock. Lin Yue continued his analysis. If this spark still exists, it may be the key. First, we must solidify the foundation, utilizing the most refined and pure internal energy, balanced and harmonious, to subtly nourish and untangle the most intricate meridians, thereby reconstructing the foundation of his circulatory system. Next, for guidance, we shall seek blood corals, thousand-year-old poria, and similar substances, leveraging their nature of integration and penetration to soften and clear the main meridian pathways obstructed by toxic decay. Once the foundation is somewhat stabilized and the pathways slightly opened, we may attempt the third step, which is the most perilous, to gently stimulate the original spark, coaxing it to revive, thereby generating a flicker of vitality from within, and then endeavor to guide this force to impact, even utilizing the encroaching toxins to compel them into mutual collision and consumption, potentially transforming them into energy for rejuvenation. This is akin to a strategy of driving the tiger to consume the wolf. If successful, one may be reborn, yet failure would mean utter annihilation. This is a conjectured possibility, overly perilous, bordering on fantasy. I hope you find it amusing, sir. Wan Chunlu felt his spirit stirred. Lin Yue's words had opened a new door for him. Though astonishing and fraught with danger, the obsession to save Yin Nantian overshadowed all else. He remained silent, struggling for a long time, before finally raising his head, his eyes bloodshot, his voice trembling yet resolute. Your method is unprecedented. I'm willing to give a try. However, this matter is of great significance. May I request a few more days to deliberate and prepare? Kind sir, during this time, could you kindly remain in the valley? I, Wan, have numerous details that require your esteemed guidance. He has not only accepted Lin Yue's involvement, but has also allowed for a period of observation and reflection. Lin Yue nodded in understanding, acknowledging the necessity of such caution. Indeed, for matters of this magnitude, one must proceed with utmost care. I shall remain in the valley to practice medicine. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to seek me out for discussion at any time.